Oh, baby! It is finally game day for your San Francisco 49ers, and it's been 210 days since that fateful day, February 11th in Las Vegas, where we all know what happened, a loss in overtime to the Kansas City Chiefs. So we've had to wait 210 days, and it's been an arduous offseason to say the least. The contract extensions with Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams, the hold-ins, the holdouts, the injuries, Ricky Pearsall situation where he's not even on the field. Next thing you know, he gets shot, but now he's going to miss the first 4 games. It's been a nutty offseason for the 49ers. But finally, folks, we are here, Monday Night Football against the New York Jets, and we could finally wash away last season with the great start today at Levi Stadium. Good morning to everybody out there as we get ready to roll here on the game day. Steiny and Goo will be at the Hilton. Willard and Diz will be at the Hilton. We're going to be here. We're going to do our best for 4 hours, get some rest, and then go down to Levi Stadium as well. But good morning to everybody out there as we enjoyed our first Sunday of the NFL season. But now it's our time. The stage is set for the San Francisco 49ers, Shasky.
There's something special about watching every other team play, and then you have the standalone game. Monday Night Football, to me, I know Sunday Night Football does great ratings, and it's very special, but Monday Night Football, to me, is still the prestigious standalone game that holds the cachet. Yep. And now that you got Aikman and Buck back on the broadcast for those that are going to be at home, I think the Mannings are doing this one as well.
Cast. There will be a Manning cast.
And
Belichick will tap in.
So, this one's going to be big. And obviously Aaron Rodgers and the Niners have major history. But that da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like when I hear that sound, all the hairs on my arms start to stand up. I'm so fired up for this one. Oh.
Dun, 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 dun.
When I think of this, I think of the 49ers dominating during the 80s and 90s. That's all I think about, and it's really good for the team to be back in those kind of positions. I think Levi Stadium, if you're asking me what's the best kind of game to go to, it's a primetime game. As the sun is setting in the second half, because it'll be coming down, It'll be beautiful, and you get to get all those oranges and those yellow hues going on in the background, and obviously the weather will be a little bit better. I'm fired up for this one. Let's go. Bring on the Jets.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll break this game down ad nauseum here, what the Niners need to do to really move the ball against this New York Jets defense. Maybe there's some weaknesses. Maybe you could run right at them, but obviously the injury concerns here with Christian McCaffrey, who's questionable due to the calf/Achilles injury. The Achilles injury popped up late last week on the injury report, kind of shocked us all there. So we'll be monitoring Christian McCaffrey and where he's at. Obviously, you got to replace Drake Greenlaw. So it's going to be a lot of Devontae Campbell. D. Winters is also out, which is surprising to me. He's hurt. He's banged up. And Talanoa Hufanga is doubtful for today. So it's going to be Malik Mustafa. It's going to be, obviously, Tig Brown, Jair Brown. He's going to play a lot. And, of course, Joe Risotto, who had a big-time training camp. But we got to sit back and watch all the primetime games, starting with Kansas City and Baltimore, which came down to a toe at the end of the game. Then Friday, you go to Brazil, and you get Philadelphia and Green Bay. I remember he said, you were excited about the quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks were up and down in that game. I was excited about how the running backs were fair. And you know what? The Philadelphia Eagles made their CMC type of move. They had their Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley, and that was a reminder of how good Saquon Barkley is, and he's a difference maker. We look at prime time yesterday with the Detroit Lions and the LA Rams. Rams already dealing with injuries. Puka Nacua, who the hell knows how long he's going to be out. Cooper Kupp is still fascinating, but their offensive line is banged up, their receivers banged up, and you look on the other side with Detroit. If Jameson Williams could take that next step alongside Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, that great duo at running backs, all of a sudden you got something there with Detroit. So now it's the Niners' turn to show that, hey, we're still the class of the NFC. The NFC still runs through the Bay Area and have a great chance to do that tonight. Let the bygones be bygones. All the noise that we dealt with over July and August and all season, it's go time, folks. It's time for Brock Purdy to really catapult himself to another category here and build off what he did last year, which is truly historic for the 49ers.
Seeing you kind of like rat-a-tat-tat some of the teams that we think are, the foes of the 49ers, it's a long season. Things change dramatically. Injuries are obviously a huge part of it, and where a team's at and what their flaws are today may not be what their flaws are, week 12, week 17, or whatever. that being said, it does feel like Cowboys, Eagles. I'm going to still put the Packers in the mix. Obviously, they need to get their quarterback back. I'll put them a slight tier below. And then obviously the Detroit Lions and the LA Rams. But the Rams are an interesting case study because I think they'll be better come year end. They have a lot of young players on defense. But is Stafford going to be able to make it that far?
Yeah.
I mean, he got hit a lot in that game. He was under duress the entire way. And then I guess the other question with the Rams, seeing that they couldn't stop the run at the end of that game, and I've thrown this at you, and this is something I think we should just monitor it. Are we sure Aaron Donald's not going to come out of retirement and come join that team November and December? Because it sure looked like in overtime they missed a Hall of Fame defensive tackle to just stick in the middle of that defense.
They got a little gash there in overtime, obviously, and they showed the video. I don't know, was it during the game or after the game? I don't recall. But they showed Aaron Donald's wife posting Aaron Donald watching the game, and he was knocked out asleep. He was asleep during the game. And Chris Collinsworth was like, well, I do that to the festival. I'll put everybody to sleep. So that was Chris Collinsworth right there, who seemingly didn't know the overtime rules. He was talking about positioning the ball for the field goal. Mike Tirico's trying to give him the hit like, hey, a touchdown wins the game. Touchdown wins the game. So Chris Collinsworth was, Chris Collinsworth yesterday. But you know what? They're going to be both.
He's too old.
Team, you admit it. We're going on our training camp tour. Baldy, who's the most impressive team in training camp so far? You mentioned the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We need to monitor them because I think people forget about Tampa Bay. They were a drive away from possibly going to the NFC Championship game last season. When they played the 49ers in Levi Stadium, that game was a lot closer than what people remember. It was 13-7 midway through the third quarter, all right? Fourth quarter, they had a drive. They didn't score late after, what was it, an interception or whatnot, but 27-14 win for the 49ers. It wasn't the prettiest win. Tampa Bay's got better. That's another team we need to, because they're going to have a cakewalk in the South. I'm sorry. New Orleans, are they really that good? We'll see.
No, Carolina's really that bad.
Atlanta, Kirk Cousins.
I mean, they're already calling for Michael Penix.
Already. I'm
telling you, Raiders, second round pick, just go get yourself Kirk Cousins.
Oh, my God, the Raiders. Why was Antonio Pierce putting the ball?
I'm so out on Antonio Pierce.
Most cowardly move in the history of the NFL, punting that one.
All right, let's
the
calm down.
Most cowardly.
Let's calm down, Spados.
You're right, though. Baker.
But Baker never play. Hey, they're building something down there.
The more I watch him play, the more I realize that confidence is such a big factor in sports. Yep. He is a guy that he did take Cleveland to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He did knock off the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know we've forgotten that, but he had moments. He set, at the time, the rookie quarterback record for most touchdowns in the season. I think that he's a guy that we've kind of slept on, and he's obviously ascending, and they've got great weaponry. Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. It feels like that running back's underrated.
How about McMillan scored a touchdown in his debut for Washington?
I liked all those Washington wide receivers. I thought all of them were going to be nice. That the team that I did say, and we got to pump the brakes. Like, Caleb's a rookie, and that team doesn't have a coach that can go over. Like, when I look at, like, Sean Payton and Bo Nix, and clearly he had a bad day yesterday, at least I know Sean Payton can dial up 3 or 4 or 5 plays to get Bo Nix, like, somewhat going a little.
Right.
Eberflus, he could be a great defensive mind. It's really difficult when you can't have dramatic effect on your young quarterback to be able to just dial up a couple plays to calm him down and get things going. Now, that's what makes the Texans situation so unique, is I'm bad rat-a-tat-tatting around. Bobby Slowick is the OC. And you've got D'Amico Ryans, who's a DC, and what they're doing with their young quarterback as they stay dedicated to the run yesterday in Indianapolis. I don't know, there's just a lot of really good teams, and then there's a lot of crap. Right. There's a lot of crap, and I'm sitting here saying, as long as the Niners just remain functional like they've been over the last few years, they've got double-digit wins written all over them.
You know, the Houston Texans, I know a lot of people didn't know if last year was real and whether or not are they going to have a drop-off, because there's a lot of hype there. I think the Texans are a team, they could be in New Orleans in February. That team could be playing for a Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud I had that game on the quad box the entire time. He just makes play after play after play after play after play, throw after throw after throw after throw. Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud have some dynamic rapport. It's just unbelievable, right? And then you add in Stephon Diggs. I know a lot of people were a little weary about Diggs and his attitude or whatnot, but he's a perfect player in that system. He can play in the slot. He can do all the underneath stuff. He moves the chains, and he brings big game experience. Playing all those big games in Buffalo and playing all those big games in Minnesota when he was a Viking, I think matters for that Houston Texans team. And then you add in Joe Mixon, who you mentioned the run game. Joe Mixon hadn't looked that spry in years. He looked phenomenal. And he played in a lot of big games for Cincinnati. And we all forget that in that divisional round game against Baltimore, that was a tie ball game. That was a tie football game between the Texans and the Ravens. So them taking that next step, getting that experience last year, and then, oh, by the way, you add Danielle Hunter on defense alongside Will Anderson Jr., I really like the Houston Texans, man, this year coming. I think they're going to be a threat in the AFC to come out of there and represent them.
The only area where I have to see, I would put Detroit in the same kind of bucket, Philly in the same bucket. Do you have the linebackers and the secondary to be able to withstand the whole 17-game season and all of these elite teams that have elite weapons on the offensive side of the ball, especially like when I look at like the Texans, like you're going to get spread out by Kansas City. You're going to get spread out. I mean, I know that they ran the ball yesterday, but you're going to get spread out also by Josh Allen. I mean, I don't know. You want to talk about early MVP odds? I think he's going to have to carry that situation in Buffalo. He's a guy that I think I'd sprinkle a little money on winning the MVP. But your point is well taken. They're a team on the rise, no doubt about it. I just look at the NFC and I say, like, there's about 5 teams that the Niners are competing with, and then there's a lot of dreck and a lot of teams that just aren't yet near where they need to be. And then teams that are kind of figuring themselves out, like Chicago's figuring itself out. The Vikings are going to obviously be a work in progress this year. They're figuring themselves out. New York Giants, just cross them off. They're done. Commanders, Jaden Daniels is a work in progress. I'm going to cross them off.
Yeah.
I'm cool off them. And Atlanta, I'm ready to cross them off already. They just got it's just odd.
Pittsburgh's a tough defense, though, so I'm going to give Atlanta a couple weeks. I don't like what I saw. I don't like what I saw with the Atlanta Falcons at all. I really don't like what I mean, I don't know what they were trying to accomplish. Were you trying to run the ball? Were you trying to pass the ball? Kirk Cousins just seemed like a sitting duck in that pocket. Everything's underneath. I don't know about the Falcons. I don't know about the coach. I don't know about the system. I really like Tampa Bay in that division, and New Orleans may have something to say. We'll see about New Orleans because they dominated that game from start to finish. Even though I know people were down on Derek Carr, they dominated from start to finish. So in the NFC, look, Seattle handled their business at home. That's a tough win for them against Denver. The Rams, they'll be around, but if the Niners take care of their business now, they got to take care of business tonight against the Jets team. And how are they going to do it, Shaska? Are they going to run the ball or are they going to pass the ball? Well, last year, the Jets defense, they were second in pass defense. They gave up 168 yards per game in the air and allowed the third lowest passer rating. So they get after it. They get after it in the pass game. They got guys who could rush the passer. They got guys who could collapse the pocket. And they got guys who could be on an island by themselves in Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed that could really shut your passing game down. So that chess match between the Niners passing game and that Jets pass defense is going to be very intriguing tonight at Levi's.
CMC is the big question mark. You know, what does he look like? How available is he? Is he available? You know, like what does the juice look like coming out in terms of his like stop and go? Because he's phenomenal at the kind of like everyone pitch to the side, the left tackle and the left guard are kind of pulling, and he stutters his feet, stops and goes and cuts up field. Like that's a big part of his game, and so I want to see where he's at. I want to see where his athleticism is, having not played in a while and having the injury and. Is this a Jordan Mason game if CMC is limited? Where's Brandon Ayuk in terms of rep count? Now, it sounds like they're not going to use him for the full game.
Well, he's going to play a lot. I know last year he played 82% of the snaps. Brandon Ayuk, 82% of the snaps he played. I think he won't get a full game workload, but he's going to play. I know Trent Williams is going to play every single snap. That's for sure at left tackle. But Brandon Ayuk's going to be in there a lot, especially during passing downs. Don't think the full allotment of plays that, you know, again, he played 82% last year. So hopefully he's right. He was running routes on the side. But your point about McCaffrey, how does it change the offense? How does it change the offense? I think it changes in this sense real quick, Shasky, on third downs. We always talk about pass blocking. McCaffrey's a great pass blocker on third downs, protecting the quarterback. I think if McCaffrey doesn't play, you may have to dial up Kyle Juszczyk for those situations and allow him to be in the backfield to block, because I think he's a much better pass blocker, especially if the Jets are blitzing, if they try to blitz, or if they're rushing guys and they're getting through. Juszczyk's a better blocker right now than Jordan Mason in the pass game.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they're going to keep in George Kittle to chip at times, and that's kind of something they do no matter what. This is a big one for Brock Purdy. Not that he's going to be making made or broken or anything like that. Just think about it as a Niner fan. Last night, were you not watching Stafford and Goff thinking about what's going to happen in the playoffs? I think a lot of fans were like, all right, this is a little teaser. It doesn't mean either of these teams is winning it all or losing and not gonna be there at the end. It's just like these are what the matchups we look for. Friday night, Jordan Love versus Jalen Hurts. I was leaning forward, watching both young quarterbacks. Like, all right, what do these guys look like? What does Jordan Love look like in his second full season? What does Jalen Hurts look like with Kellen Moore? So I think if there's no CMC, I think the spotlight goes right to Brock Purdy, and people are like, now let's see what you look like without CMC. Fair or not, I just think that's the national perspective.
I think Brock Purdy's going to have a spotlight regardless of whether or not CMC plays or whether he doesn't, because that just pass defense does present problems for any passing game out there in the NFL. So I think the spotlight, whether it gets heightened, no doubt. If CMC doesn't play, it gets heightened on Brock Purdy. Okay, now can you carry him? Can you still run the ball 30 times without CMC? Can you still do all your stretch stuff? Can you run your screen game? Who's gonna run routes at the backfield? Because that's another dynamic where if you get Christian McCaffrey matched up on the linebacker, you take that linebacker away in the play. Will that linebacker respect Jordan Mason in the backfield, coming out the backfield? Will they respect Kyle Juszczyk coming out the backfield, catching passes or whatnot? How does that change the passing dynamic underneath? It's a huge drop-off. So the whole check down Charlie stuff, you may not be able to get to it without Christian McCaffrey.
Doesn't this have like Deebo Samuel written all over it, tonight's game? If there's no CMC.
Well, it just feels like it's going to be a physical game.
Yeah.
And physical football games, we tend to lean towards Deebo Samuel, George Kittle.
Yeah.
They're the physical guys. They're the tone setters. They're the guys who say, oh, you want to play physical? You want to hit? Well, how about this? Let me lower my shoulder into you. What is that hit going to be like when Deebo, because I've seen Sauce Gardner in person. Sauce Gardner's a great cover quarter.
Where'd you see him?
Las Vegas. Against the Raiders last year, Sunday Night Football.
Oh, I thought maybe like you met him in person.
Oh, no.
I was like he sized him up. He's bigger than you think. That's where I thought you were going with this. He was at Wimbledon.
No, I sized him up in Las Vegas going against Devontae Adams. And let me tell you, my man does not like to tackle.
Oh.
So
you were scouting.
I'm just saying, corners, he does not like to tackle. So when Debo's running at him, or Kittle's running at him, or even Brandon Ayuk for that matter, will he like to tackle? Will he break down the tackle? All right, 888-957-9570, your keys to the game. Monday Night Football. Who's in, who's out? We'll look at the Jets. We got Stu Guys coming up at 8 o'clock. We got Jerry Rice tomorrow at 8:30. Baldy Wizzy at 8 o'clock. We got a fun guest list. We're going to be breaking down Niners and Jets all day. Plus, our 3 takeaways from week number 1. 3 takeaways each from Shasky and I from week number 1. That's coming up as well. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. All that coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Hey, it's Hyman from San Pablo, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yo, Joe, stop interrupting.
That's cold, man. Hey, we had a lot of fun Friday with the roasters coming in for breakfast. Jax, shout out to Jax for providing the breakfast. The bacon breakfast burrito hit hard on Friday. So shout out to all the roasters who made their way. Janae, who actually did a line for us as well. She was so shy, but she listens to the show out there from San Leandro, living in Hayward nowadays. It was a lot of fun to meet the roasters live and in person. By the way, make sure you're subscribed in case you're still checking in with the Giants. I guess Luciano and Fitzgerald had a little fight. Fitz was out of pocket for that. Everybody wants to dog on Luciano. We know he's not that good right now, but let's pump the brakes, man. Anyway, the Giants, they do win 2-3 in San Diego against the Padres. I know Lubman feels good about that. He's going to talk about it on the Going Fridays and Baseball Guys podcast. Well, the one podcast you need to be listening to for all your Giant talk needs. Shasky Lubman bring you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay. No matter what happens the rest of the season, good or bad, subscribe wherever you listen to your podcast. It is the favorite Giants podcast of yours truly, Bonte Hill. It is.
30 seconds on the Giants from the weekend. Okay,
All right,
we're going to get right back into the NFL.
Wait.
Timer. Ready? Timer?
Starts right now.
Bob Melvin, in my estimation, is having a war behind the scenes. This is all my gut. He is trying to force out Farhan, and I think he's going to win the war. He said this is the hardest year of his career. Okay, they won a series against the Padres, and all we can talk about is Fitz and Luciano fighting over a ball that Fitz had no business going after. And like it's just the Giants, man. I have so many thoughts about them. Today's not the day, and so I'm done with my Giants content.
There it is. 30 seconds. Wow. Applause. No. I was telling the boss man this, Matt Dehegan, and I was telling Lubman this. And I'll spit for another 20 seconds on the Giants before we take the calls.
Promise you this is all we're going to do. I
Want me to time you?
Yeah. You want to time me?
Yeah.
Get ready and...
Now.
Okay.
All right, now. So I was talking to the boss man. I said, the Giants are compelling. This is the most compelling Giants team in many, many years. And there are plenty of storylines to go along with this Giants team. What to do with Luciano. What's going on with the Bats. Lamont Wade, Yastrzemski, we dealt with them. The Matt Chapman contract. What to make of Jung-Hoo Lee. Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong. Are they done? No, I got 7 seconds left. You're trying to cut me off 10 seconds later. Now I'm going to add 10 seconds. I'm going 6:33:30. Because Shasky, like Ivan said, just interrupted me, trying to cut me off 20 seconds in.
Like you got to slow it down.
No. I was trying to rat-tat-tat all my takes in and fit them in 30 seconds. But that's all I got.
I thought you said 20 seconds.
Oh, 30, 20, whatever. They need a lot of work. We'll get to the Giants at some point next month.
Look, while we're on this subject, there was something that happened Friday night that happened a lot yesterday, and that's a fight in the stands. And I'm being 100% candid when I say this. I truly believe that if you get into a fight in the stands, okay, and you're the drunk, belligerent person, even if you're not drunk, it's one thing if you're defending yourself and someone attacks you, right? But if you're causing a fight at a sporting game, I believe you should be banned for life from sports to go to an event. I saw fights at the Giants and Padres game Friday night. I saw fights at the Raiders-Chargers game. I saw them at a variety. It's not just Raiders-Chargers because that's not fair. That's not fair. Like every fan base, Niner fans have gotten in so many dumb fights. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, I want to bring my kid to the game at some point this year. Like, I'm not trying to be around a bunch of idiots fighting. Now, look, we don't know what leads up to these fights. All we do is we see the social media videos. Like, come on, people. We can't go to a game. The prices are astronomical, to go to these games. And you're going to, like, fist fight, and you're throwing people. Random people are getting hit. And something's got to give, society. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be better than anyone. There was a time and a place in my life where I wasn't as mature as I am today. Not that I'm the most mature, but the fighting at these games has got to stop. And I think the language and the respect for others has to increase.
Well said. And I don't condone fighting at football games, baseball games, sporting events, public events, none of that stuff. Also don't know what causes these fights. Now, there's nothing that should probably prompt you to fight. But everybody's different. And this is why I don't talk really much at games to people, because I don't know where that person's from. I don't know what that person's going through. Could be talking to the wrong one. And unfortunately, when there's alcohol served at sporting events and alcohol served at tailgates, 3 hours, 4 hours before games. The guys are liquored up, and who knows what they're smoking? Who knows what they're doing? Let's just watch football. But at the same time, like when there's a point where you're talking to somebody, they're starting to get. It's okay to step back. You know, everybody's nervous about being. Hey, you're a punk. You're a punk. You're backing up. Sometimes it's okay to be a punk. Just hey, you know what? You're right. I'm in the wrong. Just take accountability to prevent something from happening. That's all. So fighting, unfortunately, gets the spotlight. But it's always going to be fights, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know, no, you're right. But
you get a who's who at these games. We don't know their backgrounds. We're not doing background checks on these people. We don't know what their track record looks like, you know?
I think I just come back to the same basic thing. Like, whatever Walker said, just respect people a little more. Everybody. Just everybody. Just have a little patience, slight patience, and a little more respect for everybody. And let's taper these things off. You're right. It's almost unavoidable in this day and age. It's just... Gosh, every single Sunday I see these videos.
Well, I mean, it's always going to be, you know, people are going to post that stuff and camera phones
We've been fighting since the beginning of man.
Yeah, I mean, so it's going to happen. All right, let's get to the calls. Let's get back to Jets and Niners. Let's go out to Kid in Pennsylvania. Kid, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing out there?
Dude, I'm so
man.
fired up. Monday Night Football, let's go.
Well, I cannot wait. First of all, I want to tell you guys I haven't called in since before the Super Bowl, and I want to tell you guys how great of a show you guys run over there. Top to bottom, soup to nuts, the drops on the audio and everything. You guys do a great job. One of my favorite shows ever.
Thank you, Ken. That means a lot.
No problem. And I'm a little worried about tonight with our offseason between Ayuk and Trent, and I know you guys, you know, back and forth all summer, and I've been listening. I just want to tell you how excited I am, though, to see Purdy go up against a good defense tonight and just start the season off on the right foot. I'm going to take the rest of the call off the phone. Guys, thank you so much for everything you guys do.
No, thank you, Kid. I mean, we are excited to see what Purdy, and that's one thing we didn't focus on much because of the Ayuk and the Trent Williams situation, and I want to look at this offense and how they could get better. And I started getting excited about the 3 wide sets with Ricky Pearsall and Ayuk and Debo, and it's going to be some time for Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, he's going to miss the first 4 games, but he's already out there walking around and stuff like that. Jacob Cowing wows me. I think this offense, what can they do to build off of last season? Last season was truly historic. They had 4 guys go over 1,000 yards from scrimmage. 4 guys on one team go for over 1,000 yards, 1,000 scrimmage yards. And then, of course, you have Brock Purdy throw for over 4 Gs and the 31 touchdown passes. I just think he's going to be so much better mentally, knowing the game, seeing all the defenses or whatnot. And this Robert Saleh defense was just a carbon copy of the one they ran here in San Francisco, Shasky, with the wide 9 defense. He's seen this in practice every single day. So he knows what's coming from the New York Jets. His movement skills, you see guys extend plays, you see guys who can extend plays. That is a big difference in today's NFL. If you can extend plays with your legs and still keep your eyes down the field, that's what Purdy does very, very well. And I think that's a very underrated aspect of his game.
I think the one thing I saw from the Eagles-Packer game and also last night, turnovers. You know, the quarterbacks making red zone mistakes, making middle of the field mistakes, not seeing zone defenders or drop defenders. You know, Matt Stafford having that interception in the end zone last night, it changed that game.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. And Goff had a couple that he wanted back, you know, and so I think that, you know, ball security is going to be extremely important for Brock Purdy. And I think blocking up front is going to be really, I know it's a dud show, you got to block up front. But no, I mean, of all the fronts that you're going to face at the beginning of the season, this is probably the best one.
Yeah, no, this front is tough. Now, they don't have Hassan Reddick, who they traded for from Philadelphia, and he hasn't even been in their building once, so I'm not going to apologize for them. They do have Quentin Williams, who's going to be in the middle of that defense, and Dominic Pooty, as a rookie from Kansas, played in his first ever NFL game, starting in his first ever NFL game. This is going to be a crash course, baby. Welcome to the league, buddy. Quentin Williams right in front of you. So we don't. Is Aaron Banks? Is he still questionable as well?
Yeah,
Aaron Banks is still questionable with the finger injury. So we'll get an update on him about 90 minutes before the game.
More probable.
Has he been upgraded to probable?
I saw all the list of people. They had McCaffrey as questionable. I believe
either most.
Talanoa Hufanga is doubtful.
Yeah. Hufanga.
Injury.
Aaron Banks questionable last time I saw. This was Yeah, no. Yeah,
The most recent injury reports that the Niners put out still have him as questionable.
Yeah,
Still
Aaron
as
Banks.
questionable,
Yeah,
okay.
Aaron Banks. Yeah, I figured he
And
was
questionable is like 50-50.
50-50.
Probable 75.
Yes.
Doubtful is 25.
Probable, basically, he's going to play. Doubtful, you're done. So
I wonder how many Jets fans are going to be there tonight.
I saw a lot in the Bay Area this past. I ran into a lot of Jet fans. A lot of Jet fans this week, and they feel good about themselves. Let's get to Doug in Wichita, Kansas before we hit the
Hey,
break.
Doug.
Dougie, what's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Just ready for some Monday Night Mayhem out there. I wish I could be at the game, but obviously I'm stuck here in the middle.
It's all good. The Kansas Jayhawks, man, losing to Illinois. I didn't see that happening, but Kansas State going down to Tulane. How about that? The Kansas State Wildcats going down to Tulane. The knowledge to get the big win.
Well, let me tell you what. I'm a Nebraska Cornhusker fan, so miss me with KU and K-State.
Oh,
And
okay. All
big
right.
ups to Big Red for knocking out prime time. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, tonight, I'm mission to the call screener. I think Bosa getting to Aaron Rodgers is going to be a big deal, but really what I mean is we control the trenches and we got the game. I just don't think Rodgers is going to be able to move around like he used to. Not that he was ever the best, but he was good. You know, he's just, number one, he's old. Number two, that Achilles, man, that gets dudes, man.
No doubt, no doubt. We'll pick that up on the other side. Aaron Rodgers, what we can expect from him. Everything got a Jets camp. We'll play some of the sound from last week. Everything got a Jets camp. He's moving around well. So we'll see how well he moves around at Levi Stadium tonight for Monday Night Football. More on that coming up. 888-957-9570. Who's going down to the game? What's your tailgate spread today? How early you get down to the game? It's the home opener, Monday Night Football. Niners, Jets, the last game of week number 1. We've waited all season again. 210 days since the Super Bowl loss. Now we get to wash that away and begin a new trek to New Orleans here. More coming up. 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Hey, it's Bonte with an update from River Islands in Lathrop, Northern California's fastest-growing master plan community. I am happy with Brock Purdy.
Hey, yo, it's Zushi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
I'm very happy with Brock Purdy, Spadoni, and Zucci, Maine, and everybody out there. By the way, got a Nebraska Cornhusker fan. Nebraska might be back. Now, beating Colorado is one thing. I don't think they're that good. I'm not sure they win 5 games this year, and I don't think the primetime experience is going to end well in Colorado. It just doesn't feel like it at all. But Nebraska, all you youngsters out there, Nebraska used to be that team back in the 90s. Hell, the 80s to 70s. They were loaded. Tommy Frazier, one of my favorite college players ever. Grant Lindstrom. They had all these big offensive linemen. Amon Green, Lawrence Phillips, even though, Roger Craig, Tom Rathman, you name it. Nebraska, it's good to see them back on primetime television, Big Red and everything. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. That's why I love the show. Xfinity Mobile text line, 510-650, all of them. Just reminded me, there's so many rule changes or whatnot. The NFL removed the designation of probable.
Oh.
So it's all questionable, doubtful, or out. So that's cool, because probable basically meant they were playing. They got rid of the designation. Cool. So everybody's just questionable.
Who's the X factor for tonight?
X factor. For me, it's the defensive line. It's a defensive line. I'm taking all of them. Whether the front four, the backups. You don't have Yetur Gross-Matos, so that's going to impact the depth of this football team, especially on the defensive line, which I'm already concerned about the depth. It's the D-line. How do you slow down Breece Hall? Because if the Jets get into a rhythm and they're running the football, they're getting 5 to 6 yards a pop, all of a sudden it opens up to play action pass for Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Tyler Conklin, their offense. So this defensive line, can you apply relentless pressure on Aaron Rodgers? And can you stifle the run game and put the Jets in long down and distance situations, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, instead of 3rd and 3, 2nd and 3, 3rd and 2? That defensive line, to me, that entire unit, to me, is the X factor. How well do they play tonight on Monday Night Football?
I wonder who's going to play. Dean Winters sounds like he's not going to play tonight.
He's out.
And
he's out with an ankle.
Like, that is a huge hole. Who is going to be in the Greenlaw role? I mean,
Devondre Campbell.
That does not encourage me, especially when Aaron Rodgers knows him. I think he's going to be gunning for him, and we know that if you have a weak link at linebacker, teams will expose it over and over and over again. So I'm looking at that in particular. Who is playing alongside Fred Warner at linebacker for the majority of the game, and can they hold their own? That, to me, is extremely important.
Demetrius Flanagan fouls.
Yeah, that's not good.
Curtis Robinson. Maybe Tatum Bethune gets some reps. We'll see. Maybe it's a little early for him. Maybe. By the way, shout out 510. Xfinity Mobile text line real quick. High school football. De La Salle rolls over Sarah. I got a lot of friends at Sarah. But sorry, I got to ride with Jane Jefferson and company. Hey, they beat you down. It's all right. You guys are meeting NorCals, whatever. Sarah's still solid. And then Antonio Cook's disciple, Jarius Hogan. What up, Jarius? 100-plus yards for SI Friday night under the lights for Sitting Nation. So shout out to them. A lot of good high school football happening. Did Ritter win? They beat St. Bonaventure?
I had it all written down here. Let me go through my timeline. I'll pull it all up. Sorry. No, it's just I
You gotta Google
I made notes just for this, so that
you gotta Google it. But no, De La Salle looked really good.
Okay,
against Sarah High School. All right,
SI beat Tamalpais.
Yeah, they beat Tam
35-6. The Wildcats are 1-1 on the season.
Jarius Hogan.
De La Salle 39, Sarah 10. The game you referenced.
Yep.
And then St. Bonaventure 42, Reardon 34, so they lost.
Oh, upset, huh?
And then Sacred Heart Prep, which is down in the peninsula, against Sacred Heart Cathedral. Sacred Heart Cathedral won 33-6. I know there were plenty of other games.
Shout out Antoine Evans. Shout out Pat Holmes. Shout out to the old crew up there, Sacred Heart, Rio, and company. You guys are, they're doing big things.
Yeah.
Doing big things at Sacred Heart Cathedral.
And so there's been a lot of football being played right now. And if there are other teams that I don't catch the scores of, please send them to me and I'll make the list and we'll shout them out.
All my city guys are going to hate this, but shout out to College of San Mateo, beating Sierra College by a 2-point conversion. 2-point conversion. Still CS.
Big Dog City was out there?
He was out there. You see, he was at SoFi too. He was at the Raider game yesterday. He was at CSM up there because he lives up in Fairfield.
He's got a lot of leniency in terms of being able to go all these places.
Hey,
Jealous.
Hey, Big Dog City.
Jealous.
Man. Take care of things inside the home. You're able to do what you do. Shout out to Big Dog City. He's out there at SoFi Stadium watching his Raiders. All right. Lat McConkey, though. Before we get back to Jets and the Niners, Lat McConkey.
Who is Lat McConkey for those who maybe are uninitiated?
He's a wide receiver. I hope football fans know who he is.
He's
been at Georgia. He's been at Georgia for the last few years with the national championships.
He's a little white guy, so of course I root for him.
What? White guy.
I admit it.
Little white guy. Lat McConkey. He's a slot guy.
A lot of heart. A lot of heart.
I wonder if Niner fans are going to look back at him because we don't know what to make of Ricky Pearsall yet. We haven't seen him on the field. Just haven't seen him yet. Ricky Pearsall may have a great career, but Lat McConkey was a known commodity coming out of the NFL draft. I wonder if we're going to have buyer's remorse on Lat McConkey, who was drafted in the second round, very early in the second round, pick number 34. So he was on the board when the Niners selected Ricky Pearsall. He's a good slot guy, really good slot wide receiver.
Here's what I'm not going to do. Even if the Niners, I don't think they're going to, but let's say they lose tonight. I'm not going to overreact to 1 week for a team that's as battle-tested and as experienced as the Niners. As we've learned over a long, long time, things change, and they change quickly. And even if they miss on Ricky Pearsall, we'll find out. Like, time will tell. But even if they miss on him, they can overcome it. They can find someone else in a later round. They've done that at multiple positions. But also, he's one of their better receivers and is forced to play right now because they've moved off of other people. Same thing would be said on the other side of the coin. Anybody flipping out about Caleb Williams, it's week 1. Let's allow some patience. Now, Deshaun Watson, different story. Feels like it's been about 2 seasons now where he looks horrible. So, that's enough data for me to start really being worried.
Well, he played that Dallas Cowboys defense, which looked
DeMarcus Lawrence.
They looked phenomenal. Michael Parsons and look, Mike Zimmer could coach defense.
I actually like him better than Dan Quinn.
Yeah, he
as a DC,
and he gets after it. He gets intense. Look, Mike Zimmer can coach defense. He's going to have them flying around the football there. So Dallas is a team. Maybe we need to pump the brakes a little bit now. Dak played well enough. CeeDee Lamb looks like he's in rare form. There was no rust on him. CeeDee Lamb looks like looks like he's stronger and bigger. Dude looks like a freak. Damn, I love CeeDee Lamb. Why's he got to be a Cowboy?
I know that there's just, the records kind of settle themselves, and that's what indicates what. But there is an AP feel to this, and I go college football, there's style points. And so every team and how they win, you're watching as a Niner fan, and you're like, all right, okay, Detroit running the ball down the throat. We'll see if you could do that against us. You do that against the Rams, but let's see if you can do that against us. Like the Rams going 3-4 receiver sets and losing Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're like, who's this random guy, number 17, that we didn't have on our flow chart, this wide receiver? How does McVay do it? McVay's got a little Andy Reid in him, by the way. Loves to throw. Well, I'm not mad at that.
I think that Detroit front's a lot better. Detroit's defense looks overall, they look a lot better. They look a lot more buttoned up. They're physical. Angelori, that linebacker, flying around the football, got a game ball yesterday. I mean, but he set the tone. 2 of the first 3 plays of the game, pow, pow. I mean, he's flying around. So I like that Detroit defense, man. Detroit's going to, look, they'll be back in the playoffs. With their brand of football, they'll be back. They'll be back, so I wouldn't dismiss them. Let's go to Joel in San Jose. He's got 3 reasons why he's fired up about the night. Joel, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning. Ooh, I am hot. It is game day. I watched a ton of football over the last 3-4 days. There is nobody in the NFC that is in the class of the 49ers. Sure, the Eagles had a nice win. Cowboys had a nice win. Even the Seahawks had a nice win. Bucs had a nice win. None of those teams even remotely scare me. No 49er fan should be scared of any of those teams. Only the team in red in Kansas City should we be a little bit worried about. Number 2, every 49er fan knows when Aaron Rodgers steps in the building, we own his ass. Last time we saw Aaron Rodgers, we smoked it. It wasn't even close.
I like that.
And number 3 is no team in the NFL has ever been built better for prime time. 30 years of destroying teams on primetime. When the lights go bright, we come out. We are going to beat the brakes off the Jets tonight.
I love that. I love that passion right there. I love that passer right there. Now, Rodgers, I'm intrigued to see what Rodgers. I can't wait to watch his warm-ups before the game to see him moving around. Maybe he'll show something. How's he moving around after missing the entire season? Basically missed the entire season. Played 4 plays last year. It was done. And he was the hot commodity. Hard Knocks. They were at New York Jets camp. Who they had the mentalists there. They're like, oh, we're going to be in the Super Bowl playing the 49ers. Well, he got the 49ers part right. The mentalist got the 49ers part right. He did. McCole Hardman even picked that one. We're going to play the Niners. And McCole Hardman, of course, scored a game with a touchdown in that football game. It all kind of comes full circle, right? No. What does Aaron Rodgers have left in the tank? Can he have a Brady-like run in his 40s?
He didn't throw a pass in that game last year. So the last pass that he threw was the game against Jimmy. Was that it?
Was that the last pass he threw? He didn't throw one pass last year in the Monday night game?
I don't think so. It was only like 3 plays.
It was 4 plays. I think they had tipped it 1 maybe, but could be right, that last playoff game. Well, no. They played Detroit the next year. Remember his last game was against Detroit.
That's right.
When they didn't make the
playoffs.
It was a loss. Detroit spoiled their season. Dan Campbell.
But the last time the Niners faced him, they had the regular season game with Jimmy Garoppolo, where Trey Lance scored. That was 2021. 2022 playoffs, that year into the playoffs was the last time that they faced him. That was when Jimmy beat him with not scoring an offensive touchdown, and Debo had the big run. He feels so many years removed from that moment. I really want to see what his mobility looks like. How fluid is he? You know, obviously the arm's going to still be there and the mind's going to be there. But what's he going to look like in terms of, like, the pocket is collapsing? Is he going to step into his throws?
Rodgers from
So he did throw a pass last year.
Yeah, he threw a pass. He did throw a pass. His last full season in the NFL, 2022, threw for 3,695 yards, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Down year.
12 interceptions, which is the most interceptions he had threw in a season since he started full-time in his 4th season. So he sat the first 3 years of his career, started that 4th season, threw 13 interceptions. Well, his last season with the Packers in 2022 threw 12 interceptions, so that was the most he had thrown since becoming a full-time starter his last season with the Green Bay Packers. So it wasn't a great season. Again, Detroit knocked him out at the end of the year on Sunday Night Football at Lambeau Field. He didn't play great. Went down wrong. So he hasn't played a lot of football. Where is he at? Is he mentally ready to roll? We'll see. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. You know, it's Monday Night Football. It's about that time. You know what I'm saying? You know, but luckily I can't be at the game today. I got football practice. I told my players they got to commit, so I got to commit, so I can't go to the game.
Who you coaching, Rob?
Jefferson.
Oh, Jeff High. Yeah.
Nice. The Warriors.
Yeah, we struggle. We struggling right now. No, that's South City.
Oh, what are you guys?
We the Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies.
Yeah, they moved to the Grizzlies. Yeah, they just changed that name, 3 years ago, Rob?
Yeah. So we trying to get it right. But look, though, I'm looking at Philly. I'm looking at Detroit. And they're well-balanced. I'm looking at even Atlanta. They're well-balanced football teams. They can run the football and forward. So I need to see, can the 49ers stop the run, you know, because I feel like if we get to it with Detroit, it's like last night with Detroit. In overtime, they literally ran the ball 10 times to win the game.
Yep. Right down there.
You know what I'm saying? So we just need to be, to me, we need to be able to stop the run. Last year, we didn't do it well. And I got to see how we're going to replace Armstead, who was our best run defender. Then Greenlaw going to be out for the first 4 or 5 games. So other than that, I just need to see, can we stop the run? If we can do that, I think we'll be fine this year.
Yeah, no doubt. That's my X factor, Shasky. What's yours? Mine is the defensive line. Because you look at all these big games, man. Philly's defensive line and offensive line, they took over that game against Green Bay. When they had to run out the clock, they were able to run out the clock. The trenches, man, is where championships were won and lost. You know, Miami started running the ball against Jacksonville, although Jacksonville really blew that game. Travis Etienne, he's going in to score. It's about to be 24-7, flip the entire football game. But we'll get to the bizarreness or the bizarro world in Miami with Tyreek Hill and Calais Campbell, because I didn't even realize Calais Campbell had handcuffs on him. But the defensive line for me, Shasky, is everything. The lack of depth. You know, these new guys in the middle, Collins and now Hargrave with no Eric Armstead. This is going to be really weird to see number 91 not there in the San Francisco 49ers uniform. That D-line, man, can you slow down Breece Hall, who's getting a ton of hype out there in New York City? They're thinking he could be their Chris McCaffrey. So
I'm pointing the finger right at Brock Purdy on offense, because to me, Brock Purdy spread the ball around, right, and negate the big mistakes, the big sacks, the big turnovers, spread the ball around and score points, especially if there's no CMC or a limited version of CMC. I think this is a classic opportunity for him to step right in. Like when you were watching Jalen Hurts, you weren't watching Jalen Hurts going, not much has changed from last year. And then he started to run, and you're like, oh, that's the Jalen from 2 years ago.
Well, I'll tell you another thing the Philadelphia Eagles did that I think we're going to see a much better offense from Philadelphia. And that offense is Saquon Barkley. You asked me Friday what I'm looking for. I said, I want to see how Saquon and Josh Jacobs runs in those new uniforms. Saquon Barkley is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Andrew Wiggins when he got traded to the Golden State Warriors. Like, wow, this is the easiest basketball I ever got to play. There's Steph, there's Dre, there's Clay. Oh, my gosh, would be wide open. Well, Saquon Barkley's he would have thrown 8 in the box. Well, I got A.J. Brown, who's one of the best football. A.J. Brown dominated Jair Alexander. Then on the other side, you got Devontae Smith. Then you got Dallas Goedert. But Jalen Hurts and what the Eagles did. Last year, I didn't realize, I guess the stats were out there in real time. We kind of knew it, but Kellen Moore being the offensive coordinator for Philadelphia, they motion a lot more now, Shasky. They motion 68% of the time Friday night. So those motions and pre-snap movement, it's going to help Jalen Hurts a lot, man. When they didn't motion at all last season, they're the worst team in the league when it came to motion and pre-snap movement.
Look, Jalen's a great runner. I don't think he sees the field well. I'm just calling how I see it. I think that he's a suspect thrower. He throws a great deep ball, he throws a great deep ball. He made a couple of decisions that were horrible. He threw late into the flat, almost threw a pick six. He threw into the middle of the field, and it did get intercepted. I mean, look, he's a great runner. He is. He really is. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I really don't. And I think that the way that you beat him is obviously you spy him, because that's what they were doing at times. You spy him and you negate the run game. But to me, I'm forcing him to pick me apart in the middle of the field. And if he can do that, you tip your cap and you move on. And look, it's game one. Let's see what the whole season. It's a new coordinator, all that. But I saw a lot of the same stuff I saw last year, where I just don't think Jalen sees the field that well. And I'm kind of selling that Jalen, because I was buying into the hype. I really was. I thought he was an awesome player. I thought he had an argument to be MVP a couple years ago. Played a great Super Bowl game. I don't know, man. I'm very iffy on him. Jordan Love threw a lot of bad throws too.
Yeah, Jordan Love threw off his back foot all night long.
Yeah.
I thought the better quarterback was Jalen Hurts, and I thought as the game progressed, he got better because they got off to a hairy start. He threw the pick in triple coverage. They fumbled a snap. But the Eagles defense were able to keep them in the game and only and really hold the Packers to 2 field goals. Once he got rolling, I think Kellen Moore is going to help Jalen a lot. He's got a legit offensive coordinator here. I looked at the highest on Kellen Moore with the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know how much juice he had in that locker room or with those head coaches, but I think Jalen Hurts, look, to your point, seeing the field at times, yeah, he's going to throw a pick or two here and there. But I thought when it was coming down to winning time and when Philly needed drives, Jalen was at his best. And I think Saquon's only going to help. Saquon's going to relieve so much pressure. It takes so much off of Jalen Hurts' shoulders. Now you got a consistent running game. You got a 3-down back to where even if Jalen's looking around, oh, wait, boom, I can check it down to number 26. He's a problem as long as they keep – that's their CMC move. Like Saquon Barkley, I was blown away by what he does for that offense. So I think the game is going to become easier and easier for Jalen Hurts here down the stretch.
2 big elements watching that game as I'm contrasting it to the Niners. It's like Jalen holds the ball forever. So if you're not going to be able to key him up with pass rush, you better spy him, right? The second thing is they're taking a huge downgrade going to that new center. I mean, he had multiple fumble exchanges. The tush-push doesn't look the same. Nope. That's a huge weapon in their arsenal. They'll evolve. I'm not saying they won't, but you lost an all-time great center. Yep. And you're already starting to see just some of it, and we'll see as it progresses. But I thought that they should have won that game going away. I thought Green Bay did not play a very buttoned-up game.
But Green Bay had chances to blow that game open early.
They did.
And Philly really should have been down 14 after the first quarter. They were able to stabilize everything. And when they needed drives, Philadelphia, man, they will get better. That was a big-time win. I think that was a big-time win for the Eagles because everybody has put Green Bay on this pedestal. They've already had Green Bay leapfrog in Detroit. I see a lot of Super Bowl picks with Green Bay Packers next to it. That's a big-time win for Philadelphia. Big-time win. I'm looking at Philly because the Niners don't play them in the regular season. Where would they be at by the end of the season? I think they're going to be a lot better. I think they're going to be a lot better.
To me, I'm looking at that NFC East, and I'm saying to myself, Eagles, flip a coin. We'll see. We'll see in about 10, 12 weeks, where both teams are at. But I think they're neck and neck. And if you told me either one won the division, I would not be surprised. The bigger thing to me is that North you're talking about. Boy, it feels like it's Detroit's to lose. Yeah. After the Jordan Love MCL injury. That's a big one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big injury. We saw Malik Willis take one snap. Everyone thought the same thing. They're in trouble.
Yeah. Couldn't even get the Hail Mary off.
Right? Didn't we all think the same thing?
Couldn't get the Hail Mary off.
They're in some big trouble.
Yeah, he couldn't get the Hail Mary off.
He's lucky his season wasn't ended.
No doubt. 3 to 6 weeks for Jordan Love for the MCL sprain. They said grade 1 or 2. They haven't really let us know what's going on there, but an MCL sprain for Jordan Love. So he'll be out 3 to 6 weeks.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, I've got Jordan Love on a couple teams, but I backed him up with Tua. In one league, and I feel good. High scored at SF Players Club, by the way. Mikey Williams. How about that?
What is the SF Players Club?
It's my fantasy football league that's been going on for over 30 years. Mike Williams texted me last night. I can't believe he got hard.
He adds 5. Every time he tells the story, he adds about 5 years.
It's about 28, 30 years. It's around there.
So you were the high scorer this weekend, even with games still not being concluded.
Yep. I still got Jake Moody on deck. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and Nation.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
KGMZ FM and Nation 1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. 3 keys to the win. Our big 3 takeaways from week number 1 coming up here on the Morning Roast. The field conditions in Brazil 650 was terrible. NFL's got to do better. It was awful.
There were some beautiful fields this week. Cleveland's field looked perfect. It didn't look good. It looked perfect. But then I'm watching this game on turf, and for the life of me, I don't understand why football's played on turf. So many legs get stuck in the ground, and then I'm watching the Brazil game, and I'm like the exact opposite. They're playing with the turf so much, it's just ripping up. Guys are slipping everywhere.
Left to right.
You see every guy is drilling new cleats into the bottom of the shoe.
Do you see? There's this YouTube account from the New York Giants, or some guy who does New York Giants videos. And Saquon's first carry, he slipped and lost 5 yards. And the guy clipped it. It's Saquon's first carry is an Eagle. And they're mocking him. And it didn't age well. So I took Saquon 6 overall to SF Players Club, man. I think, Philadelphia's defense, their work, but you're going to need offense to score in this league. It's an offensive league. You're going to need points. Can you hold teams to 3? And that's what they did in the first quarter. But that offense, and A.J. Brown, you want to guard him one-on-one? You want to guard Devontae Smith one-on-one? You want to leave Saquon on the island? They got weapons in Philly, man. They'll get better.
Well, I'm looking at the division that the Niners are in. The Cardinals, they look like they're going to have some offense.
Oh, they're going to be a player.
Seahawks defense was excellent. I was very impressed with Mike McDonald's first game, and their jerseys were glorious. I like those jerseys. I do. And then I looked at the LA Rams, and I'm like, how long is Puka out for? Can Stafford stay? He's awesome, but can he stay upright?
Well, can Cooper Kupp stay healthy?
Did you see?
He's already looking. Yeah, I mean, he made a catch on the sideline. I mean,
he also looks like a guy who is totally into craft beers. Just the look, the whole beard with the hair.
Very, very Bay Area guy. I can see him hanging out here in LA for sure.
Get my man a Patagonia vest.
You guys are bearing the lead. I mean, coming up on deck, you guys see who's approaching here? Sam Darnold, comeback player of the year, baby. He was incredible yesterday. Come on.
He was really good.
With that 206 yards passing?
Yeah, but he was immaculate for most of the game.
Hey, he was throwing dimes. They shut down the playbook in the second half. They didn't have to show nothing. That's a trap game next week.
Kevin O'Connell. How's his boys rolling?
Mark the tape. We beat them by 20.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not going there.
Mark it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
We are. Don't worry.
They're going to mark it.
Just like the Patriots were going to lose by 20 yesterday.
Yeah, and you know what? By the way, I got knocked out of both Survivor leagues, and I knew something was fishy. I did not want to take Cincinnati, and I was like, you know what? Who the hell else am I going to take?
The Saints, in hindsight, were the absolute play.
I didn't trust them, though.
Derek Carr, you don't want to trust him. I get it.
But the Patriots, they're buttoned up, man. They were buttoned up yesterday. Cincinnati, there's something's off with them. They got a rude awakening coming. Damn, I can't believe I got knocked out in Survivor in week 1. Oh,
Seen ghosts.
Your phone call's coming up. 888-957-9570. Stu Gotts from the Dan Le Batard Show. Stu Gotts will join us at 8 o'clock. He's a diehard Jets fan. He'll talk his crap here on the Morning Roast. 3 things, 3 big takeaways from week number 1. You guys can chime in on the fun here. Shaq's will have his 3 big takeaways. I have my 3 big takeaways. That's all coming up here on the Roast, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah.
Adam, it's too much for me.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shaq.
Man, I don't think this is spam at all, but as we shut out our roasters, and we have a great guest list all week long. Stu got today from Dan Le Batard Show at 8 o'clock. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, will join us to react to tonight's game. That'll be tomorrow at 8:30. Baldy Wednesday at 8 o'clock, and he's already got his breakdowns going on, his TJ Watt breakdown. That's what I want from Bosa. You see what TJ Watt's doing? Forcing sack fumbles, forcing turnovers. That's what I want from Nick Bosa this season. He's the most important Niner to me. Defensively, he's got to carry the torch. He's got to be in that backfield all day long. But hopefully this isn't true, Shasky. I know you saw the text about an hour ago. Vinny from South City, Bonte Shasky, Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm a daily roaster. I want to give a shout out to my boy Big Pun from South City. He's in a hospital right now, not doing so well. Try to send prayers to my boy. Hope he's going to be okay. That's tough. Big Pun, I hope you're all right. He's one of our diehard roasters. I was wondering, I haven't heard from him. He's always DMing me on IG all the time. Spinoni, Shasky, he's got a group thread with us. He's just giving us takes after takes after takes. So hopefully Big Pun is doing all right and he can enjoy the game tonight, Monday Night Football. I know you usually goes to the game, so Big Pun, Vinny, hopefully he's okay, man. Send him more prayers.
Yeah, Big Pun, we love you, buddy. Yep. Stay spirits high, and praying for you and hugging you through the radio right now, buddy.
No doubt about that as we get ready for Monday Night Football. Real quick, Shasky, I know you got your 5 plays you got to see. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. I can't wait to hear. Can't wait to hear about your 5 plays you got to see tonight. Is it a jet sweep with Deebo Samuel? Is it the screen pass? Is it a wide receiver screen?
It's a fake field goal.
It's a fake field goal. Not really a Shanahan style, huh? Fake punt.
It's the Will Levis interception and then fall to the knees.
The worst pick six I've ever seen.
Like he's at church with me at St. Cecilia's, and then he sticks both his hands up like, what was I doing?
Will Levis, not a good start. That wasn't a good quarterback play in Chicago. Caleb either. They got the win, though, because that defense is legit. That defense will keep the Bears in a lot of games, but Sunday Night Football next week, Chicago's visiting Houston. That could be nasty for Caleb. Nasty. I'm high on the Texans, man. D'Amico's jumping around. Joe Mixon's running for a Diggs has got handshakes with everybody, including the special teams coordinator. Their sideline always seems to be jumping onto the field after first downs. It's a vibe down there in H-Town, man. They got something cooking with C.J. Stroud. That's one of my favorite watches outside of Kansas City and Mahomes and the way they play offense, and of course my Niners. Houston's right up there in my top 5 in terms of just watchability. C.J. Stroud's must-see TV, folks.
They rebranded the uniforms. It's like the whole thing needs to go. Like the Texans. Like I can't wrap my arms around their entire uniform, their logo, everything. They look like knockoff navy blue versions of the Atlanta Falcons jerseys, and they're just the logo is garbage. I'm sorry, like the whole thing. They need a rebrand.
Oilers was just so perfect.
It was iconic.
I know the franchise went to Tennessee, but God, it just.
Totally agree.
It's so unique, too, and it's perfect for Texas. So you think of that, Texas is oil.
Yeah, no, when you watch that McNair doc and you see the old baby blue and I Mitchell S, they had the Earl Campbell kid, and I thought about it, Shasky. I looked at it again. I said, damn, that baby blue looks good, man. I don't look good in baby blue. Maybe I do. Maybe I got a little swag with the baby blue, but I may have to go back and get that. I may have to get an Earl Campbell baby blue because you're right. The Oilers, they should just give that name up, give it to the Texans, rebrand yourself as the Houston Oilers. Whew. Panthers got 2 texts right away as we break down the 3 takeaways. I want to get yours first, Shasky. 415, Panthers should have taken C.J. Stroud. 707, Bryce Young is going to be out the league in 2 years.
He's homeless.
I'm pulling for Bryce.
My 3? You want my 3?
I want your 3.
Give me some NFL music.
Give me some prime time. Give me some prime time music. Give me some prime time.
Number 3. Jim Harbaugh back in the NFL. Wearing blue gloves pregame, catching passes while wearing spikes on turf. The NFL is better with both Harbaughs in it. The NFL is even more better with him. I know that's not even a way to say it. With him in LA for the San Diego Superchargers. They'll always be the San Diego Chargers to me. Justin Herbert turning into Alex Smith in front of our very eyes? You know, you were early on this, and I'm coming around on it. I think I've overrated Herbert.
I think he'll be better with Harbaugh. He needs a few. Lat McConkey's a nice little weapon for him. They need some more. Quentin Johnson out of TCU. Don't know. Jack Jones was into it. By the way, we do talk about fights in the stands, about fights in the field. Jack Jones and the Raiders fighting on the field. The Raiders were, they should have hired Jim Harbaugh. I'm just going to, and I like Antonio Pierce. I hate dogging him. But that Jim Harbaugh, the Raiders should have been all over that.
What do you like about Antonio Pierce?
I don't know, man. I'm
He's not an X's and O's guy.
Yeah, I'm pulling for him. He seems like a good dude. He's helped out a lot of guys. I don't know. He's got Singletary 2.0 written all over
100. At least Singletary had a Hall of Fame resume.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
They ran it 67% of the time on the 22 first downs. If you have a running back for the Chargers, be happy.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins looked so good in the second half of that game. But it's so good that Jim Harbaugh's back. That is my number 3 opinion from the weekend of the NFL.
J.K. Dobbins looks like the guy in the Fiesta Bowl. He looks all the way back. All the way back. All right, number 2, Shasky.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Everybody take a deep breath on the Bengals. Just take a deep breath on the Bengals. The orange on orange on orange. I liked it. I liked it a lot. In the last 3 seasons, when Burrow's playing, they average less than 20 points a game in September. But if you go to the next couple of months, 26, 27, 28, they get better as the year goes on. They're 6-6 in September when Burrow is starting games, all right? T. Higgins injury, the Jamar Chase deal, we didn't even know if he was going to play. They don't have DJ Reader anymore. Let's all take a deep breath. It was the worst loss of the weekend.
Yeah.
But I still believe that the Bengals will be there when it's all said and done in the mix for a playoff spot come December. But I'm telling you right now, it's the worst loss of the weekend, Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, and all the people with survivor pools. Everybody. We're done. Taking Cincinnati. I mean, I watched that young man fumble right before the goal line, and I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. Go ahead, number 1.
My number 1, I mean, there's just so many.
Number 1.
Let's just go to the 2 worst quarterbacks in the NFL right now. It is what it is. I had Will Levis. I don't even consider him an NFL quarterback. Danny Dimes is going to get the New York Giants the number 1 overall pick. Worst contract. Who were you competing with for that contract? I have zero idea.
It is sad, but it's true.
And then the other guy, and these go hand in hand to me because I thought they were given the amount of money they're making and how much people were believing in them just a couple of years ago. Danny Dimes will get the Giants a number 1 overall pick. You fired Wink Martindale. Oh, it's the defense's fault. No, it's the quarterback. Yeah. It's the quarterback. That's the whole problem. Malik Neighbors is already a budding superstar, and he's questioning the quarterback in the postgame. I'm just here to do my job. And then the other guy,
one game.
I love it. Malik Neighbors isn't wrong.
Danny Dimes walking out the stadium and the fans booing him, waiting on him to boo him in New York. Oh, man.
He's horrible. Horrible. And then the worst contract in sports, Anthony Rendon included, the worst trade in the history of the NFL. Not just because of the draft capital, because of the guaranteed money you had to allot to him. It's the Deshaun Watson deal. How can you watch this man play football and say, dude, like 3 years ago, I would have traded for him. Everyone would have traded for him. Was it that the Texans weren't that good? Was it a mirage? Did he just fall off the map? Did the player never recover from the whole incident with the massage parlor stuff? What is going on? Is it Cleveland? Deshaun Watson, that trade, they gave up a zillion first-round picks, a bunch of seconds and thirds, and $230 million guaranteed. It's got to be the worst trade in the history of the NFL.
It's one of them. The Herschel Walker deal comes to mind. The Niners, Trey Lance coming up to mind.
Thank God for Deshaun Watson.
There's a few trades. Go ahead, Spinoni. What you about to play?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
I thought Trey was going to get some action yesterday.
Oh, man. He might have with the way they beat down Cleveland.
Right now.
So they may be one.
Dallas's defense is legit.
So my 3 takeaways from the NFL. Number 3.
By the way, I squeezed 4 in there. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I noticed.
My number 1 was a 2.
I know you can't. I know you can't help yourself. I'm surprised you didn't go 6.
Number 3.
I do think that Josh Allen is Iron Man.
So that's 5.
So now we've got 5.
And it's 3 takeaways with sub takeaways.
Yeah, no.
How about Russ dressed in the full uniform, inactive?
Go ahead, keep going.
I got so many thoughts.
Was it weirder to see Russ with a shaved head or Tomlin without a hat?
Tomlin without a hat.
That was weird.
It threw me off.
It threw me off too.
Okay,
Pittsburgh
so
is
I
something
said
else.
to you guys in the thread, I go, when did he go bald? And Spino's like, he's been bald for multiple years. I go, really?
Yeah, he has been bald for multiple years. He just always wears a hat. Russ bald looks made. It looks so. Russ is done, man. Russ is so cooked. It's sad. It's just, I'm getting Donovan McNabb in the Washington/Minnesota Vikings uniform bad. Like, just, it's not going to end well for Russ, is it?
End well? What? It's over. What? It's over. It's over.
My 3 takeaways.
Give it to me. I've got
Number
more,
3.
But, I had to taper it down.
Saquon Barkley. I've been talking about it all morning. I'm still blown away by how fresh he looked, how durable he looked. And now he's in a situation to where they're going to be in a lot of ball games. He's got playmakers all around him. Saquon Barkley, by the end of the year, may be the best running back in football again. He may be. Now, McCaffrey's got something to say about it. Derrick Henry will have something to say about it. Those jokers in Detroit will have something to say about it. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. But Saquon Barkley, oh my goodness. That's a different dimension that Philadelphia did not have last season. He's a baller. He's a bell cow. He's got power. He's got speed. Saquon Barkley looks all the way back, folks. He looks like the first-round pick he was coming out of Penn State for the New York Giants. All right, that's number 3. Number 2. Talked about them all morning long. And I think they may be in line to be in an AFC Championship game. I think they're one of the 3 best teams in the AFC. That is the Houston Texans. And some people will say, well, Bonte, they beat the Colts by 2. You know my old adage. Division games are just different. Division games are different. They went for it on 4th and goal, up 2. C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs, we're going up 29-20. We're winning this game. Oh, wait, we need a 3rd down to ice the game? How about the throw for C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins on the sideline? And how about the catch? And then again, you get the sideline erupted, and then you get Joe Mixon running for a 1st down to ice the game. They got a different swagger down there in Houston. They host the Bears on Sunday Night Football next week in Houston, Texas. Reliance Stadium's going to be on fire. And then they play Minnesota. They could be 3-0 before hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars in the divisional showdown. Number 2, the Houston Texans. They have arrived. They are here. Last year was no fluke, folks. They're going to be one of the teams to beat in the AFC when it's all said and done. All right, number 1.
I
Can't believe I'm doing this. Part of it was because I know I can't go to the game because the Warriors have a home opener against the Clippers. Same time the Niners are hosting this team. The Dallas Cowboys ran around differently yesterday. They ran around differently yesterday with their defense and Mike Zimmer. Micah Parsons was everywhere. And I watched his interview after the game where he said, I tend to get bored. So now Mike Zimmer's challenging me to do different things. And this rookie corner, number 21, I had no idea who he was. They lost Bland for a couple months. This rookie corner was nearly picking off everything. Now, I'm not sure how bad Cleveland is. They missed Conklin. They missed they missed Willis and Conklin. They're starting tackles, so I don't want to sell all the stock of Cleveland yet. And they will get Nick Chubb at some point this season. But Dallas's defense flew around, and CeeDee Lamb looks like the best wide receiver in football. I mean, he was running reverses. He was catching passes all over the middle of the field. I can't believe looking at the Cowboys saying, okay, all right, they're going to have something to say in the NFC.
Saints-Cowboys next week. Very interested in that matchup to see which one of these teams is actually for real. Because I could see a blowout like the Cowboys, like just stomping on the Saints because Derek Carr, it's Texas.
I can't even begin to take Derek Carr serious.
Well, we can't, right?
Is that game
it's in Dallas at James World.
Now, if he wins or he looks good, I will walk it back.
And having said that, they did win a couple years ago on Thanksgiving in Dallas. I think Derek Carr put like 400 yards. So it can happen.
With the Raiders?
With the Raiders.
Regarding the Dallas Cowboys, their defense is so elite. Like they are. Their front is elite. DeMarcus Lawrence, when he's engaged like that, he's a monster.
Yeah.
He's an absolute monster. I thought Zeke looked good. Nobody's going to bring this up.
Zeke had juice yesterday.
I thought Zeke looked good.
He had juice yesterday.
He did, dude.
I was laughing.
He looked good.
He looked good in that 15. He looked slimmer.
And it might have been the smartest thing to just kind of calm everything down by just giving Dak the money.
Yeah, right before on game day.
Look, I think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs. Like, it's almost automatic for me as long as they stay healthy. The question is, like, is it going to be Eagles or Cowboys to win that division? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the Cowboys. Like, that was impressive. You know who was not impressive yesterday?
Who's that?
Tom Brady.
Oof. Oof.
Now it's his first. It's his first start.
Hold on, I got a bonus take. I got to get.
Good, give me your bonus take. I like it.
I don't think the Patriots are going to be as bad as we thought. I don't think they're going to be as bad as we thought. That defense is good.
Remember, Chip Kelly also won his home
I
opener.
know. So did Jim Tomsula. Beat the Minnesota Vikings. Carlos Hyde for over 200 in all black uniform. So I remember.
Awesome spin move.
Awesome spin move. You're right. That circle button was working that
Dennis
night.
Erickson also won his opener.
The circle button was working. Mike Nolan won his opener too, right? They beat the Rams. They
Fred Otis Amy.
The opening kickoff. They did an onside kick and duped the Rams. Remember that? I did. Miami too. Sneaky game.
Sixth one. All right. Give it to me.
Sneaky game. The circle on the calendar for week 2 happens on Thursday. Buffalo in South Beach against the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm taking Buffalo. You know that it's 10 years? 10 years today?
I may wear my Dolphin jersey that day.
10 years today since the opener of Levi Stadium?
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of cool? Not technically today, but this week.
Well,
this was the first ever start at Levi Stadium.
Is it kind of cool?
Oh, my God.
What do you mean?
Every week, there's always a stadium complaint.
Well, 10 years in. What do you think?
Did you just have a rant about the stadium last week?
I always will have a rant about the stadium.
I want to know what you think about Brady before we get into the stadium.
I thought Brady was way too manicured. I'm a big Brady fan, just in general. And I think that the stuff that I see on social media, he seems more relaxed. His teammates love him, and I wish he would just don't worry about being perfect. Just be yourself. And I felt like he was way too manicured, and it's very difficult because you're like 8-second blurbs. You're boom, and then you got to wait, and then boom, and then you got to wait, and then boom. I just think we underrate how difficult the job is in general, and I think that Greg Olsen has clearly mastered it. And Brady's not as good as him right now, period.
No.
Now, maybe he gets there, but right now he needs to, relax, dude. Take a shot of Hennessy with Marshawn and chill out.
Marshawn on the sideline yesterday talking to the coach mid-game. That's pretty gangster. The commercial with Brady was cool. Somebody just pointed this out on 510. Xfinity Mobile text line where he's talking to himself and it's the young kid in a Niner uniform or whatnot. Look, I got to get used to his voice. I'm not accustomed to hearing him speak like that. So that's going to take some adjusting to do. When I think of color analysts, I want a little some grizzled, some toughness and whatnot. He's such a quarterback. He sounds such like a quarterback. And you hear the excitement during the play. When he's doing the touchdown, he's kind of stepping over Kevin Burkhardt. But Greg Olsen had won me over, man. Greg Olsen was good from day one. His intensity, the way he looks at the angles, and he could break it down from so many different aspects of the game. And I was reading the article from Andrew Marchman in the New York Times this morning, where basically Greg Olsen, not only does he get bumped to the number 2 team, and he take a pay cut. Now, his pay cut, he's going to be fine, right? $3 million. But he went from $10 to $3 million. Going from the A team, he got bumped from $10 million to $3 million. And he's calling the Pittsburgh Steelers Atlanta Falcon game instead of the Cowboys-Browns. Burkhardt missed Olsen. That report they had, and there were so many times during the game, especially early on. Now, in the second half, I kind of went to another game, was listening to other announcers, basically the Raider-Charger game with Nance and Romo. But there are so many times, the Cowboys, they would score, and there'd be so much dead air. It'd be 7 seconds of dead air. It's like, Brady, step in. Step in right now. Go, urgent. And he just didn't know when to step in. His timing was off. So that's something he's got to develop. The timing was that was my biggest takeaway. The timing was bad.
Yeah, that contract doesn't look great right now that Fox signed. It just doesn't. $400 million.
Yeah, for somebody who's never done it.
I guess you're doing it for the celebrity of it, but yeah, I don't know.
Do casuals tune into a game because of who's broadcasting?
No. Casuals will tune into a game if Taylor's in it.
Okay, well, she's in a lot of things. She's in at the U.S. Open.
Oh, Taylor Fritz, that was tough. Poor guy.
He got smoked.
He did. Yeah, everyone knew that was going to happen. Young center.
Tiafo, loser Friday. He just ran out of gas. Speaking
of color analysts, real quick, Joe, because we were broadcasting yesterday on our airwaves. We had the Raiders-Chargers game, and we had the Bengals and Patriots. Alex Mack was doing the color commentary. I don't know who it was for. God love him. It was tough. So as bad
the former center?
Yes, he was doing it for who? He was doing for sports.
Cal.
Sports USA. I forget the name.
Was it the Cal game?
No, it was Raiders. It was Raiders Chargers yesterday.
Chargers.
Yeah, we had it right here on our airwaves, and I was listening, driving up yesterday, and it could be a lot worse.
Well, this is the thing that, like, just because you're a great salesman doesn't mean you'll make a great sales manager. Just because you're one of the smartest players that ever played and you have a good personality doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a TV star, right? You know, the boss and I have these conversations all the time because certain big stations, if you will take somebody from radio and put them on TV, and I'll tell him, like, right off the rip, like, that guy's not going to make it on TV. Like, I'm the consumer. Trust me, I know. Like, I consume this stuff. I'm the knucklehead watching pre and post game shows and warm up shows and all that stuff. And I just know who's good and know who's not just by watching it. And there's times where guys grow in or gals grow into the role that they're in. There's no doubt about it. But some people just have it and some people don't.
So
I'm skeptical on Brady.
So when people move on in all these walks of life, just go to Shasky. He's a consumer. He knows.
Well, okay, for example, this guy Danny Parkins, who was on radio in Chicago. Is it Perkins? My bad. Perkins. He's really good on radio. Really good on radio. I watched his introductory video, and I've seen him on The Herd. He's filled in on The Herd. He's not going to do well on TV. I'm not trying to be mean. He's a really smart guy. He's sharp.
Well, it's early, right? I mean, how long has he been on television?
Mark my words.
How long
it will not work on TV.
How long has he been on television?
Bonte.
How long has he been on television?
You had pizzazz from day one, and I could tell you were going to grow into the role. I'm just telling you the truth.
How long has he been on television?
I apologize. You guys were right. It was Parkins. He formerly of The Score, obviously, over in Chicago.
And he's a smart, sharp dude.
He's been on TV 2 months?
Yeah, for 2 weeks, really, with his current show that he's on right now with Mark Schlereth and Craig Carton, Breakfast Ball on FS1.
But I've watched him fill in for Colin Cowherd multiple times. Like, for example, like, I don't think Jason McIntyre is all that appealing when he's by himself on that show either. I just don't. And then clearly the FX, the Fox Sports people really like him, and people like you get on. Like Nick Wright. Say what you want about Nick Wright. It's the voice and the face and everything. And he makes a great villain. And I'm like, this guy is he's gonna do really well because people will hate him, right? And like, I could see it already. You have to either be loved or hated one way or the other. You have to evoke motion. And I think he's a great guy on radio. I don't think it's going to translate to TV. TV's different.
Well, I want to see it play out. Get this guy some time, just like Brady. We got to give Brady some time. Week 1, look, I expected some rust. From Tom Brady, or just this is new for him. This is so new to be in the booth after doing everything that he's done in the offseason and outside of football. So I do believe by week 12, week 13, Brady will find his voice. He'll find his timing. This was a dry run. And it's the real thing, right? There's so much practice you can do. Like, for example, when I did television, we did all these practice runs. Then with this live, it's like, oh, snap, this is live. We got to go. And it's going to take some time. So same thing for the Danny, is it Parkins or Perkins? Parkins.
I threw you guys off. That was my bad. Yeah.
Parkins, give him some time. Maybe he grows into the role. Maybe he finds his voice. Maybe he finds his niche and he grows on. But I think it's too quick to judge Tom Brady on, is he going to be good or not? Let's see it.
Well,
like Olsen, I just think Olsen set such a high bar.
Well, that's true.
And he became so beloved. And it was like, damn.
But I think part of being a great broadcaster is you do have to pick and choose your spots of criticism. And one thing that I would say there are certain announcers in lots of sports that are so unwilling to critique anybody. I see this in golf a lot. A guy hits a bad golf shot. This is a bad break. No, this is what made Johnny Miller. You have to be able to critique people at the highest level. You can't be friends with everyone. You have to pick and choose your spots. You can't be angry at everything. Javi Lopez is a great example. Early on, Javi was a little rough around the edges. He's really grown into the role. I thought he's gotten a hell of a lot better. His rapport with Fleming is so much better than it was the first couple of months. But also, that being said, Javi doesn't have the cachet and the immediate lightning rod criticism that a Brady. Brady in that booth he's going to evoke emotion. There's a lot of people that hate Brady.
Yeah.
I love him, but I know that there are a lot of people that don't like him. And so they're waiting for the cracks.
I do think, you brought up Javi. I do think the booth of the future for the Giants, and even when they were trying out Jeremy Affeldt, I could see it with Javi, his tone, his quirkiness, his sense of humor. I think the future of the Giants booth is Javi and Dave Fleming. And there's no disrespect to Hunter Pence. One, I don't know if Hunter Pence wants to do it every day. I don't know if he wants to call 150 games, 140 games. But I think Javi and Dave Fleming could build. It could be the next great broadcast booth here in San Francisco when it comes to the Giants. But I thought Brady did okay. He'll get better and better and better.
I remember when Drew Brees was on, I think it was CBS, and like immediately I watched like Drew Brees is
you could see
he's not built for this.
Yeah,
like not at all. Brady's already better than that. Like he's not where Drew Brees was. But I do believe like he's gonna get critiqued. You know, he's gonna. It's tough. It's a tougher job than people give it credit for.
By the way, it is a tougher job. I agree with you.
I think everyone says, I could do that. No, you can't.
Yep. And it's tough for Burkhardt. And it's tough for Burkhardt. You build this rapport with Greg Olsen.
For sure.
And now you got a new guy. You're like, okay, I'm going to have to carry him a little bit early on after working with Greg Olsen. And Olsen and Burkhardt was just, oh my God, they were vibing so well in that booth. So it's going to take time for both of them. They'll get better and better and better. Brady will find his voice. I do like the excitement, even though we're stepping over Burkhardt. But I like the fact that he's getting excited in the booth. Like, he's still getting jacked up about big-time plays. So I do like that as well. Frank Gore. He'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame. There's a B-roll video got sent to a lot of season ticket holders and a lot of media members that was some of his speech. Frank Gore yesterday was pretty cool. He basically choked up, teared up, saying, man, I had 2 torn ACLs and 2 shoulder surgeries, and they took a chance on me. And so Frank will be inducted. They'll have the ceremony at halftime. It'll be cool to see 21 on that field and get his number retired here with the San Francisco 49ers on a big day. Monday Night Football, 888-957-9570. What's your X factor? What's your X factor for today? Mine is the defensive line. Yours is who?
Oh, I'm going to say whoever the linebacker is that's starting next to Fred Warner. If it's like DeAndre Campbell or if it's Dominic Flanagan-Fowles, I think the spotlight's going to be on those guys.
Devondre Campbell coming over from Green Bay. He has some things to say.
Big spot.
It's a big spot to fill.
Right?
Big spot. And to your point, Rodgers does know him. He does know him. Does know him in Green Bay, but the Niners know this Jets defense too. So there's going to be a lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar schemes. But my X factor defensive line, how can you slow down this Jets offense? How can you slow down Breece Hall? So who's going to play? How much can we expect these guys to play? Let's start with Brandon Ayuk. He played 82% of the snaps last year. 82% of the snaps. He's on the field basically all day long. Kyle Shanahan, how much does he expect Brandon Ayuk to play?
Don't know yet. I think he plays most of the game usually. Probably be surprised with that same amount, but he's in good shape. He's had a really good week. His soreness hasn't been too big after each practice. He's pushed it real hard, do some stuff extra after, and he looks good and he's ready to go.
He looks good and he's ready to go. Very eager to see what Ayuk does after the hold in with the San Francisco 49ers.
Even if he's just a decoy to draw Sauce out of the frame, out of the picture, I think that he can be extremely effective without, having a 100-yard receiving night, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Taking away Sauce Gardner. I wonder if Sauce Gardner, they're going to allow him to shadow Brandon Ayuk. Will he follow him all over the football field? Would it be Deebo Samuel? So Brandon Ayuk, we'll all be wondering after the big flashy contract and the money that he's going to receive. Now you see the breakdowns of base salary. It's basically about the guarantees that he did receive. How much will Brandon Ayuk play? How effective will he be? What about Trent Williams?
We'll see. I'd like him to, but you got to watch it. We got to talk to him. I haven't done this too much with a tackle. Those are little O-linemen are different with rotating and stuff, like skill positions and everything, but it also seems weird to just watch Trent sitting on the sideline next to us. But that's something we'll be on top of throughout the game, and he'll be honest with us and how he feels, and I know Chris will be watching that a ton.
Well, Chris Forster, offensive line coach, I was just going to say, Shasky, he said this about Trent.
Trent is Trent. He continues to be Trent. He gets out there, and I think as always, I think we've talked about before, and getting guys ready to play, there's that push and pull of being full speed against somebody shoving on you, and that yesterday got him a little bit. But today he seemed much better, and tomorrow he'll continue to push himself, and we'll see how it goes.
We're going to really find out about conditioning, where this team's at fourth quarter, if it's a tight game. Last night, Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah, you heard that?
I'll give him credit. He made a really astute point. Both these teams are not ready to go to overtime.
Nope.
They're just not. And you could see that the Rams defense in particular was gassed. I mean, we talk a lot about preseason and getting ready, and nothing's going to get you 100% ready for a real game just because it's different. But you could see that the defense of the Rams was completely gassed late in that game. Completely gassed.
They were done. They were done.
So I think you're going to find out in the fourth quarter tonight, especially like Trent Williams, does he have a lot of pre-snap infractions where you start to get tired, you're huffing and puffing, you lose your focus a little, is there a hold, things like that? I'm going to be hyper attentive to what Trent Williams is doing.
Binoculars will be out on number 71. It will be out on him. By the way, 95.7 The Game is live from the Santa Clara Hilton today. Make sure you stop by. Stop by and go see the fellas. Steiny and Goo from 10 to 2. Willard and Dibbs from 2 p.m. to kickoff. 2 p.m. to kickoff. Stop by, say what's up to those boys. And then after the game, they won't be at the Hilton. They'll be here in studio. It'll be Mark Grandy. It'll be Sterling Bennett. It'll be Kyle Matson for 49ers Overtime. Immediately after the game, you'll want to tune in to 95.7 The Game for that. Overtime still rolling strong here at 95.7 The Game. That'll be right after the game again. That's Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Kyle Matson right after the game when the Niners take on the New York Jets. Again, the Jets, their pass D is really good. They don't play with leads. They weren't able to play with leads last year because their quarterback situation was porous, and I'm being kind there. With Zach Wilson and whoever else. But they have Mike White, Zach Wilson, who the hell knows? But their pass defense was second in the league. Second in the league in terms of yards given up. 169 yards given up per game. Can the Niners run on this team? I do think they can run on the Jets. But will they be able to run with Christian McCaffrey? If they don't have Christian McCaffrey tonight, or say if they have a Christian McCaffrey who's 80% compromised, it is week 1. Would you err on the side of caution to say, you know what, Christian, sit this one out? Or is this game too important for the 49ers to start off on the right foot?
Well, they're going to say they're all important. That's what they always say, right? The standard answer. I just think you start off, whether CMC's in the lineup or not, this feels like a start the game off by letting everyone touch the ball, meaning I know you want to run it down team's throat. I think you got to throw it a little here early in the game. Get Debo his touch. Get Kittle his touch. Get Jennings a touch. Or Ayuk, depending on who's in on the first series. Like, I think you got to spread the ball around, classic Niner style, just to get everybody feeling good and to get that defense backed off that line of scrimmage a little. And I think it's Brock. I keep coming back to Brock. I think we're avoiding the obvious here, and the obvious is that everyone's going to be out waiting. The country is waiting for Brock to show signs of not being as good as he was, and I think he's going to come out and he's going to look really good. I think he's going to look really well oiled. He's going to spread the ball around, and I think Shanahan and him have been practicing for 2 weeks on what this opening script is going to be. And I think they're going to spread it evenly across the board, and all of our favorite guys are going to get touches early. It's going to back everyone off, and then they'll be able to establish a run, whether it's Jordan Mason, whether it's CMC or whoever. Like, I just think they're going to come out hitting the ground running.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. And that would be great for Brock Purdy to kind of shut people down, especially with Aaron Rodgers on the other side. Now, Aaron Rodgers, how he looks, it's going to get a lot of headlines early, right? They're going to be hyper-focused on him after not playing last season. Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Tyler Conklin, what's going to happen here with their offense? But I get it. Brock Purdy's going to get all the headlines, how he plays, whether it's good or bad. It's going to start off first take. It's going to start off get up. It's going to start off on our show, the quarterback. But the offensive line and defensive line here, I think, can help out tremendously. Can you slow down Quinnen Williams? Because Quinnen Williams will push that pocket. He'll push Brendel and he'll push Banks. He'll push Plumlee into that backfield. Hopefully they can slow down Quinnen Williams in the middle because it all starts with him. If he's controlling the line of scrimmage, and he's controlling the A gaps and the B gaps, and the Niners can't run the ball against Quinnen, now you become one-dimensional. I don't think this is a team you want to mess around with to become one-dimensional. So how this offensive line fires off the football, your point is well taken about throwing the football early on and spreading it around and loosening them up a little bit here to be able to run the ball, especially later in the football game. But both trenches here, man, this to me is a trench-type game. This feels like a physical fist fight where the score will be ugly, the game at time will be ugly. He's got to be more physical than this football team coming in to the West Coast. They're going to try to set a tone here. So defensive line and offensive line for me, it comes out of the trenches tonight.
Well, let's go to the outside. Like, Deommodore Lenoir, to me, should be able to match up somewhat with Garrett Wilson. To me, that's an interesting, very interesting matchup. And then Mike Williams, the bigger body guy, like, I'd probably throw Charvarius on him.
Yeah.
And I know that they don't like to do that exclusive stuff, but like that makes a lot of sense. And now I go back to like tight end, right? You got Conklin out there. Like,
Charvarius knows Mike Williams for the AFC West days.
Exactly.
Kansas City, Chargers, they had a lot of battles against each other.
You know, and they can't allow Breece Hall to run wild in this game. I think that is paramount, because once they get that play action game going, that's when they're going to take shots down the field. So I want to see the secondary that we've been hyping up, and I've been right there. I think it's a really good secondary. Here's a great test.
Yep.
You're a Hall of Fame quarterback. I know he hasn't played in a lot. And two really good receivers who are very different from each other. One's a silky route runner with great catch radius. The other guy is a big body dude who wants to go downfield.
Looking at some stats here. Week 1 NFL passing touchdowns. Week 1 NFL passing touchdowns, and I think it's a direct correlation to teams not playing their starters in the preseason. So in 2019, you had 61 touchdown passes in week number 1. 2020, you had 52 passing touchdowns in week number 1. 2021, it bumped back up to 61. 2022, 51 passing touchdowns week 1. Last season, 37 passing touchdowns, so a big-time drop-off from the previous 4 seasons. And pending Monday Night Football, so far you've had 33 passing touchdowns. And you brought up Jalen Hurts and watching Jordan Love throw off his back foot, and at times Kansas City was a little off, and Baltimore was a little off, and you look around the league, everybody was a little off. Goff, a little off. These teams not playing in the preseason early. I think they're going to have to play their starters moving forward. If you're going to play preseason, play your starters for a quarter. Because the rust is coming in. Cincinnati was awful yesterday.
Well, Cincinnati also didn't practice with Jamar Chase.
Exactly.
And T. Higgins has been hurt. Your point about that, it's hard for me to say play more preseason games when I know they're going to add another regular season game.
Not playing preseason. I'm saying with the preseason games, play your starters for a quarter.
Yeah.
Whether it's 2 preseason games, 3 preseason games, because you're going to go into week 1 and you're going to see a lot of sloppiness.
I think you're going to get that no matter what. I agree that they need to be more like the Niners, for example. They didn't have a practice game. Like what do they call it? Organized scrimmages. They didn't have any of that. I'm interested to see if like there is an appreciation built up or a depreciation built up where losing out on those reps actually has hurt them. I'll be very interested to see. I thought they had a pretty good drive in the preseason third game. It was also 2 weeks ago.
And it was against their threes.
Yeah, like this is a rhythm-based offense. But they've come out and looked pretty good every opener except the Chicago Bears opener in the last few years.
That was a rough one. Cardinals one was pretty rough too.
Yeah, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I'm talking about Detroit. They blew the doors off Detroit for 3 quarters. They blew the doors off of Pittsburgh. I think they're going to be I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, it's an interesting trend though. That passing touchdowns have been down.
Here's another stat for you. This weekend, even with 1 game to go, there were more kickoffs returned for more yards and more returns than any week at all last year, meaning the new kickoff rule created more yardage and you had more action on that play this week than any week of last year.
Shout out Arizona. Return a kickoff out in Buffalo. They had a drive. They could have stole that game yesterday. But I do like the new kickoff return. It just takes time. Again, people are not patient, ready to just punt on the new kickoff after seeing it for a couple of weeks. Let it play out. I think it will create some more drama. But by the way, in college football, they're still doing the kickoff. Still seeing some returns out there in the college game, too. At some point, we need to play the call from Northern Illinois. Beating your Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Shasky.
Such a horrible loss.
Oh, my.
Brady Quinn called it the top 5 worst losses in the program's history.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
It's a horrible loss.
Can you roll that call? That call was unbelievable. Unbelievable for me.
Almost as bad as Auburn losing at home to Cal.
Yeah, hey, Cal about the Cal. But they tried to hose Cal so bad in the 4th quarter.
Did you hear Dave Fleming on the call?
I was listening on the radio because Anna took me off for my birthday, so I had it on pause. I knew Flynn was on the call, and I listened to most of it, but Flynn's a bad.
Cal's jerseys looked unbelievable.
I did like the yellow helmets.
They looked incredible.
I loved the yellow helmets.
Good for Cal football. And thus concludes our talking of Cal football for this. No, I'm teasing.
There was a lot of damn near upsets in college football this week. It was getting hairy for Oklahoma. Alabama was in a struggle for a little bit.
Deion on the hot seat.
Well, Deion, they're cooked.
Yikes.
They're cooked. Coach Prime's cooked. Kay Warren looked great. They played
He'll
FAU.
be a great coach for Florida State someday.
No, he's not coming to Florida State. They're not.
Come on, give him a chance.
No. I love you, Prime, but no.
Are we sure Shadur is a first rounder?
He's got first round talent. Doesn't have a first round mindset right now.
Or offensive line.
Or offensive line.
Yeah, he'll be the first to let you know in post game too.
This is a great one. 510. Do you think Antonio Pierce was too conservative yesterday? I thought Shanahan was coaching the Raiders yesterday. It's for the 510. Punting there? Punting on that 4th and 1?
I told you it was one of the most cowardly moves in the history of the NFL.
There's nothing that I've despised more when a team rolls into a season with like the Gardner Minshew, Brian Hoyer. I know Brissett's doing it, but they have their quarterback of the future.
Right.
Nothing despises me more than we're just going to do bridge quarterback with no young guy on the roster. It's like, what? That was your grand plan? You couldn't come out of that draft without a quarterback, Raiders? What?
No one expected Penix to get taken in the top 10, I guess.
Well,
that's your job.
Josh McDaniel.
Well, that's the one. You should have had CJ Stroud.
Right.
They had a trade package on the table that they were going to, let's get to the injury report. I'm getting mad. Stop.
Ow!
Will we see CMC on the field tonight? Christian McCaffrey questionable for the 49ers with the cash trade per NFL Network's Mike Garafolo. Kyle Shanahan is confident that McCaffrey will be able to suit up tonight. He missed practice earlier last week, but was able to take part in later sessions. The expectation is that he will get his normal workload. It's a little concerning, though. Whenever I see Achilles on the injury report, calf Achilles, that's not good. That's not good at all. So we'll be monitoring that all season long. His touches, will he get 30 touches? Will he get 25 touches? Will he get 20? How much will Jordan Mason be involved tonight against the New York Jets? More coming up with that. Stugotz on the other side here as the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Stugotz from the Dan Le Batard Show. And it's not on ESPN no more. It's moving to Peacock right after Dan Patrick. How about that? Stugotz coming up on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Well stated. Get a morning boost at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on all packaged coffee.
Oh, baby! Finally, after 210 days from that disaster in Las Vegas in February 11th and what happened in overtime, the Niners are finally back on the field, taking on the New York Jets today. It's been a long road. Been a long road to get to this point. The hold-ins, the holdouts, who's getting traded, who's not getting traded, who's coming back. Armstead's gone. Ricky Pearsall, this first-round pick, who's he going to be? Is he replacing somebody? Damn, what do you know? He's in the hospital. He got shot, nearly lost his life. Now he's back. But he's going to be out for the first 4 games. But all that goes away. Kickoff at 5:15, Monday Night Football against the New York Jets. And I can finally get past last season. Well, we'll probably never get past last season. But we can finally turn the page and look ahead to what this team will be, what the 2024 Niners will look like. Are they deeper? Are they better? Are they more athletic? Where's Shanahan at? Did Purdy get better? Debo looks like he's in great shape. So many questions that we have, and we'll start to get some answers tonight, Shasky, against the Jets.
It's a big one. It's a big one for the 49ers. And I'm taking one of my buddies, Jamie D, who is a sad
I can't believe
Jets,
this.
Mets, Knicks fan.
How could
and
you?
I believe Stu Gatz is the exact same thing. A Jets, Mets, Knicks fan. He's from New York. He's one of my homies. He's never been to a Levi Stadium, so I said, let's go to the game. And he's a diehard Jets fan, and why not? Rocco's joining me. You know, we're doing the old 3 for 2.
I
we're
hear
going
you.
in there.
I hear you. What's 3 for 2?
I'll tell you off air.
Yeah, I don't know if they're 3 for 2, but I mean,
I've got 2 seats, but there's 3 of us going. Let's just call it that.
No, you know, just enough to say.
Michelle won't let me take the little guy. She says bedtime's at 8:00 at night. I said, "Hun, it's freaking Monday Night Football. His first game needs to be a Monday Night Football game." She says, "I think his first game is going to be that Chiefs game." And I'm like, you know what? I'm not mad at that, but I think I'm going to take him Sunday night against the Cowboys, and we'll just figure it out.
Make the first game be against the Patriots.
No, we're not doing the Patriots.
Why?
Because we're not doing that.
It's a win.
It's not good enough.
It's a W on the board.
First game's got to be memorable for me.
Well, for him, jeez, what's wrong with you, man? The 3 for 2, you're going to ruin everything for everybody. All right, let's bring in Stu Gatz. Let's bring in our boy Stu Gatz from Dan Lepardard Show. And by the way, you got the applause button? You got the applause button? Who the hell needs ESPN when you've got Peacock following up Dan Patrick? What is up, Stu Gatz? Long time no talk, buddy. Wow, you've come up. 20 years?
What is going on? Listen, guys, I was listening to you on the front end there. Like, I'm certain the Bengals thought that was going to be a win yesterday. So I'm with you on the Patriots. You can't just chalk it up as a win. You can't do that.
Hey, well, I did chalk it up yesterday. I'm on all my Survivor pleading. So, so that's done.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's done, Gatz. That is done.
What's it like being a Jets, Mets, Knicks fan? Because that's what you are, right? My buddy Jamie's the same thing, and the poor guy just has no sports love in his life.
Oh no, I hate sports. I mean, it's weird that I work at it, that I traffic at sports, but I am a Mets fan, I'm a Jets fan, I'm a Knicks fan. New York, you have 2 choices. I'm also an Islander fan, and that's the only team that's made me feel. Yeah, but they made me feel good. When I was growing up in the '80s with 4 straight Stanley Cups, and they went to a 5th loss to Wayne Gretzky, Yari Curry, Mark Messier, and all those guys. And I think they won the next 4. I had 86 with the Mets. I've had nothing, absolutely nothing with the Jets. So you have decisions to make in New York. Jets or Giants. You have, Rangers and Islanders. You have Mets and Yankees, and then we're all saddled with that crappy organization, the Knicks. And I made all the wrong choices. I mean, that's it. I made all the wrong choices. I went out to Shea Stadium. The Jets were playing at Shea Stadium in like the early '80s, and I went out because I live right by there. And I went out to a game, and if you remember that team, the Sack Exchange, Richard Todd, like they were just good enough and just exciting enough to suck an 8-year-old me into their organization. And so, unfortunately, I am saddled with this team for the rest of my life.
Talking to Stu Gatz, joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? If you would have waited a couple years, you would have been able to root on Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, Lawrence Taylor, been a big Blue fan. Come on, Stu Gatz. And then the Mets, of course.
But now I'd be stuck with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that is true. And at least you got a 30 for 30 coming. We just had Marty Lyons on last week. Who's part of the Sack Exchange. So at least you got a 30 for 30 coming up out of that, Stu Gatz.
Yeah, I know, but here's the thing with the 30 for 30s on the Jets, right? Like they can only do it on
on like specific like units within the team, right? They can never do it on an individual team. It's got to be about Mark Gastineau, Joe Klecko, Marty Lyons, Abdul Salam. That was my favorite team. That's how I became a Jets fan. But they can't do a 30 for 30 on the Jets. I guess they could do on how lousy they are. But they have to find like a specific unit. Like maybe they'll do one on Revis next, you know?
Yeah, Revis Island, right? Holding out, run out Hard Knocks. So what's the secret, though? You know, Le Batard, 20 years in the game, man. 20 years in the game. That's unprecedented in the radio industry. What's the secret sauce to that?
Wow, it's a great question. Dan putting up with me, me putting up with Dan. No, but there's some seriousness in that where, you know, I would say over the last 20 years, I have spent more time with Le Batard than my wife. Like, I've spent more time with Le Batard than my own family. And so I think the key to, and thank you guys, because you're right, there's not a lot of radio shows that last this long. The key to our shows, we've never lost sight, is knowing your roles, not taking yourself too seriously, knowing that the people next to you and around you care about you. So when you walk that fine line of funny, sometimes funny can be mean, but you know it's coming from a caring place. So I think the most important thing really is just kind of, you know, there's not a ton of ego. There's some, but there's not a ton of ego. We all know our roles. We all know how we each contribute into making our show that's something unique, different, and special. And we have all for 20 years kind of stuck to that role, knowing, even though he doesn't announce it, knowing that there is one man in charge, and that man is Dan Le Batard. We just kind of bounce around him, react to him. And as years have gone by, you know, we've started making more fun of him than he's making of us. So, so that's it. Just really knowing your roles and knowing what makes a good show and knowing that we're all contributing to what is a good show.
Yeah, man. Bonte's the journalist who's on television on our show, and I very much am in the similar role that you've been in the last few years. I beg this guy to get me on TV all the time, and he's no chance. He's over there, he's spooning with Chris Mullen every single night during Warrior games, and it just makes me sick. I don't get a FaceTime, I don't get a text, I don't get nothing.
No, he gets
Stu, it's difficult.
No, Stugotz.
This is difficult.
This is the problem here, Stugotz. He gets his name mentioned on the damn postgame show every single day. Then my fiance's like, what was Shasky? You just saved. We spend segments on Shasky. He doesn't even realize that he wants more. See the disease of me, greed. You don't have greed, Stugotz.
No. He wants to be the guy on TV. You're missing it. That's what he wants.
Exactly.
Right. He wants all your gigs. He wants all your roles. He wants all your money. He wants all your pain. He doesn't want to be talked about. He wants to do the talking. And I understand that. But I would ask you this. Is your show, if you left and went to do something else, would you have as much success as you're having right now?
No,
he'd have more success.
Well, that's your answer, my man.
He'd have more success.
Hey, Stu,
I'm the anchor of the show, Stugotz. By the way, I heard Stugotz was out there. Little birdie told me you're out there in Mexico about a year ago having fun at a Grateful Dead concert. And you brought us up. Stugotz, true story.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, no. Bully's wife, Liz, was saying, I read this guy, Stugotz, and he brought you guys up from the morning roast or whatnot. I was like, what? Stugotz?
I
really?
did.
Remember that?
Yes, no, I do. Listen, when I'm at Dead shows and I'm doing what I'm doing, whatever that may be for that particular night, yes, what I'm always doing, what I'm doing, the way I lead conversations is with the morning roast. Yes.
Hey, Stu, Aaron Rodgers and the Niners, we've plowed this terrain so many times. You can't grow anything on this terrain. But like, the Niners should have had him. They should have drafted him. Then they've played him a million times in the playoffs and they've owned him. And like from afar, we all realize like this is one of the greatest players to ever play the game, period. But he doesn't have the second Super Bowl that you have to be in that upper echelon of the greatest players of all time discussion. What are you going to get from this guy this year? Because that's the biggest question, I feel like, in the entire NFL right now.
I said earlier on the show, if I get 5 plays, I'll be happy. Not 4. Just give me a 5th play. Let me see a 5th play. Give me a first down. I'll be happy. I don't know what we're going to get from this guy. I don't think anyone knows. Maybe Aaron does. I doubt that he did. I don't think anyone knows what we're going to get from a guy who, yes, 4 years ago, was the back-to-back MVP. I think he threw a combined 9 interceptions in 2 seasons. He was that good at Green Bay. But now you're dealing with a guy 40, coming off an Achilles, hasn't played football in 16 months. And so I don't know if anyone really knows what to expect. I will tell you this. If he is healthy with that team And I will say this about Joe Douglas. He has done a tremendous job drafting. He has done a tremendous job of putting the pieces around Aaron Rodgers in order for the Jets to have success. I would say if Aaron Rodgers could even be Aaron Rodgers, his last season in Green Bay, that would have been, it wasn't great, but it would have been the greatest season a quarterback's ever had in Jets history. If you give me that kind of season, if you tell me Rodgers is going to play 16 or 17 games with and Tyrod Taylor's coming off the bench now to back him up, so if he has to, give him a start or two, he could do that. If you tell me he gives you anywhere between 15 and 17 games, with their surrounding talent, I would tell you the Jets are going to be a playoff team.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about the Jets here, but I know you got a hard out here. Stu got here on the River Islands guest line. The Tyreek Hill situation yesterday. How bizarre was that?
I was telling Dan, that guy, because, sometimes football players are hard to recognize. Like, that guy needs to drive around in his car wearing his uniform with a helmet on. like the fact that happened right outside his own stadium. Now, people were there, and they said he was driving fast. We had Jeff Darlington on this morning. Jeff Darlington just happens to be the guy that's always there when athletes are getting arrested right before they go out and play. He's 2 for 2 this year, and we had some fun with that. The whole story is weird. Like, Calais Campbell approaching the cops because he's like, hey, you know who that guy is? And then Calais Campbell, who was the NFL Man of the Year at one point, he also got detained, I should say. So it was just one of those, I know reporters are still looking into it. It's a crazy situation. You would think that the officers around that stadium who are assigned to that game would know who Tyreek Hill is and would give him a pass once they realized what he was doing, what was going on. Maybe there's more to the story. I don't know. All I do know is when Tyreek Hill goes out on a football field, listen, off the field, you can question him all you want. But on the football field, he's a top 3 player in the NFL. He's crazy.
Oh, he's a stud.
Top 3 dance, too, with the handcuffs.
Dan does this thing on your
that was great, right?
Dan does this thing on your guys' show. Like, he doesn't know what quarterbacks are any good. And he believes that, a lot of these guys could throw up certain numbers, X, Y, and Z. And this is regarding, Tua, because that's a big thing. Tua got a big contract. If I gave Brock Purdy that exact same contract, how would you react to that as a non-San Francisco 49er fan? Because he's a lightning rod, Brock Purdy is out here.
No, he is. It's interesting because, first off, I think your coach and that quarterback, they have some pressure on them. It's time to win. It's time not just make the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, it's time to win. You have all the pieces. Go win if you're the genius coach. I would probably laugh if Brock Purdy got that kind of money. But here's the interesting thing. Because you wonder if it's Kyle Shanahan or if it's actually Brock Purdy. Same things you wonder with Tua, right? But think about what Tua did yesterday. He got the big deal. 3 guys, quarterbacks, got the big deal in the offseason, right? Trevor Lawrence, Tua, and Jordan Love. He beat Trevor Lawrence yesterday, and Trevor Lawrence was not very good. He was shut out in the second half. I didn't hear any fuss when Trevor Lawrence signed that big deal. It kind of just happened, and that was it. They moved on. The other guy was Jordan Love. And Jordan Love is now out 5 to 6 weeks. And I don't want to say it's funny, but the interesting thing about this whole discussion, Tua was the guy that couldn't stay healthy, right? Tua was the guy. And now Jordan Love is the guy who goes out. Jordan Love got paid based on 8 games and 1 playoff game of an NFL season. Tua's had 2 years where he's been really, really good. But as it relates to answer your question on Brock Purdy, I'd laugh. I don't think Brock Purdy, to me, Jimmy Garoppolo got you to a Super Bowl. I don't think Brock Purdy is the reason the Niners are good. I think all the surrounding parts are the reasons that the 49ers are good.
All right, Jets, Niners, how does it end for you tonight, Stu Goss? Will you be miserable tomorrow morning?
Yeah, it ends with the Jets in last place. I cannot believe those 3 teams. We're in last place right now, and that's going to continue. I think the Niners are going to win tonight. But I cannot believe the Dolphins. I cannot believe the Patriots. And I can't, think about it. It was looking good, guys. Bills were down early. Dolphins were down at half. And the Patriots were trotting out Jacoby Brissett. So I was feeling pretty good. But all 3 teams won. The Jets play San Francisco. Those 3 teams are 1-0. We'll be 0-1.
Travis Etienne, take care of the football. When do you guys debut on Peacock, Stugotz?
We debuted already.
Has it already happened?
Yeah, but we're on in so many places. I have trouble. I don't know, man. I have no idea.
Yeah, I know.
They're on Max, Bleacher
Did you guys
Report.
find yourself like scrambling to find football yesterday because we're all getting old and we don't know what's going on?
Well, DirecTV. I mean,
YouTube TV had me pretty dialed in.
Yeah.
They know my algorithm. My wife's got all the housewives on her thing. On my account, it's like NFL in your face. Click, and then I just lied there with the little guy, and we watched football all day.
Let me say this, Stu Gotts. The TV money's been so good for me that I have my own separate YouTube account. My wife does the Hulu. So, boom, we're done. You go to Hulu,
And you wonder,
I go to YouTube.
and you wonder why your co-host is so jealous and envious.
Thank you. As he shoves it down my throat.
The Warriors didn't make the playoffs this year. We didn't go out the country for a vacation. Pockets hurt, Stu Gotts.
They haven't done enough for your career.
They've done nothing. Damn it, Warriors. Let's go, Steph. I need more than a gold medal.
Still, you're a big fan. Love you guys' work. Thanks for coming on.
I love you guys, and I can't wait to go to my next Dead Show and talk Morning Roast. But here's the key. If you both agree you are better together than you are apart, stay together, guys. That's the key to 20 years.
Stay together. That is the key. Good stuff, Stu
Al
Gotts,
Green,
man.
baby.
Al Green.
Let's stay together.
River Islands.
As we talk dead.
Grateful Dead. Talking Morning Roast. Yeah, I'm on all these drinks or whatnot. Oh, that was funny. Stu Gotts a funny guy, man. That show really is blown up. How's Poppy doing, by the way? I wanted to get that in. I wonder how Poppy's
he's doing well.
He's doing well?
But he's in like retirement mode.
Yeah.
He's in retirement mode,
So
essentially.
He's not even doing it.
My dad fancied himself the Poppy of our show.
Of course. Come on.
I can't find the Toms.
Listen, I knew exactly what was going on when Papa Sassy started calling. and somebody, when I looked at YouTube, I was like, oh, Papa Sassy's got his own photo on YouTube. I knew exactly what was going on. I was Bessie Bomani sitting on the side, and there was Papa Shasky and Shasky.
Oh, see, I'm very intrigued.
Yes. It's the best. It's the best.
Oh, man. That is funny.
Stu Gotts is the best, though.
He is
really
funny,
the
man.
best.
He is funny.
But it is funny because, this is why, I know a lot of people, you bring up the name Brock Purdy, and people have feelings all over. You're disrespecting him, and you're this. I think the majority of Niner fans think he's really good. I think the majority of Niner fans, in fact, I almost say unanimously, Niner fans think he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay? Yeah. Is he the best quarterback in the entire league? I don't think anyone thinks that. I think they think he's really, really high level. But I find it fascinating how everyone around the country who's not a Niner fan looks at Brock Purdy and they think that he is just a figment of the Shanahan offense. Not that he's not decent, but that he would be literally nothing if he didn't play with these players around him and in this particular offense. I think that's harsh. I do. I think that's really harsh. And I'll take it a step further. I'm surprised how many people think that you could put Danny Dimes, a.k.a. Daniel Jones, in this same offense and get comparable production.
Who said that on the show?
I think people
somebody
think that.
did say that, though, on the show.
Think that.
No, somebody on the show said that. I forget.
Well, it was the Eagle guy who came on
Shore Parks, right?
Oh, Elias Shore Parks, that dummy.
Guy.
Yeah, that dummy.
And it's wait, hey, hold on. The year that he went to the playoffs, I believe he threw 15 touchdowns, Danny Dimes, and whatever. He ran for 800 yards that year. He's not a good player.
Oh, that's who it was. It was Spike Eskin.
Okay, well, he's not a good player.
What, another idiot.
Would Jalen Hurts look different in the Shanahan offense? Sure. I don't know what it would look like, but I think he'd look different. Just like Brock would look different in a variety of spots. I'll say this, though. Even if I threw Brock on to the Carolina Panthers, I think he'd look better than Bryce Young right now. I think he's but again, but that's a non-winning situation.
But here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about the whole playmaker aspect of everything. Oh, he needs playmakers. He needs playmakers.
Everyone does.
That would get so... Joe Burrow yesterday was without T. Higgins. They don't have Joe Mixon. They don't have Boyd in the slot. They've lost a lot of playmakers on that offense. How did Burrow look yesterday? He was checked out Charlie.
He threw for 150 yards.
Yeah, he was checked out Charlie.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you need playmakers. There's no knock on that. But how can you elevate your playmakers? Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have 3 different guys or 4 different guys with 1,000 scrimmage yards. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Brandon Ayuk wasn't a 1,000-yard receiver with Jimmy Garoppolo. Deebo Samuel had to run the ball to be effective with Jimmy Garoppolo. He was more effective as a runner than a receiver with Jimmy. basically. So how can you elevate your playmakers? When you get a quarterback who can elevate. So what did Houston do? They had playmakers last year. They added more.
Yeah.
They added more. What did they do with Mahomes? They add more. Of course you need playmakers in today's day and age. How can you elevate these playmakers? That's the difference between the good and great quarterbacks. And Brock Purdy's been really, really good because he's helped elevate these playmakers while they've elevated his play.
So when I watch Jalen Hurts, right, and I'm picking him out in particular, there are times where I'm like, dude, I don't think he understands coverages and sees the field that well, right? Like, I think he's really smart. I think he's a really smart guy. But there's a difference between understanding post-snap in the pocket, what you're looking at and where guys are going to go and all that. And that's a whole nother level of sophistication, right? A whole nother level of sophistication. There were times yesterday I'm like, I don't think Herbert's seen it. Now, there are one-off games where Purdy hasn't seen it, right? It just, the Cincinnati game comes to mind. He didn't look right all game, right, in that one. Those are few and far between. I think Purdy would look pretty good, not amazing like he does, but I think he looked pretty good in almost every single system because at the base of what makes him really good is he understands coverages pre and post snap, and he understands what routes people want to run, and I think he's a rhythmic timing thrower who understands how to dice up zone defense. I think that carries into a lot of offenses.
No, it does. Now, I don't know how good Purdy would be in Carolina. I don't know how good he'd be in New York City.
I want to make that clear. I think they would lose because
you need personnel in today's day and age. You need, but a quarterback. But we see quarterbacks with playmakers like Zach Wilson, for example. The Jets were everybody's picking the Jets to do something last year. Zach Wilson basically crapped the bed on himself. And that offense could not function.
No.
They could not function at all. Derek Carr, we see it at times with the Saints, cannot function. So give Brock Purdy a little respect here, folks, if you're not giving him the proper respect. Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback. He's in the top 8 when it comes to quarterback. We need to draft 8 quarterback. We need to draft quarterbacks here. You take 1, everybody take Mahomes, 2, probably take a Josh Allen. Brock Purdy's one of the first 8 quarterbacks selected if you're doing an all-quarterback draft.
Let's say I were to take Mahomes off and put Purdy for Andy Reid. I think Andy Reid and Purdy would be unbelievable together.
It'd be good. It'd be
you
really
know what
good.
I mean? Unbelievable together. But the point that I'm going at, though, is I think the whole country is sitting here ready to critique the ever-living you-know-what out of Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
At every turn. At every single turn. And if you don't think that that's going to happen, watch it tonight. And I hope he just comes out gunslinging, slicing them up.
It is his contract year. There's no doubt about that. Jay York said last offseason he will reset the quarterback market. And Dak just became the first $60 million man in the league. All that guaranteed money, what did Dak get? $209 guaranteed money or something? $209 million?
But here's the thing with Dak. I think he's a good player. Not a great, I think he's a good player. You're going to go 11 wins minimum and make the playoffs. Now, where he really falters is in the playoffs. But he's a good player. I think, Kirk Cousins. I'm taking Dak over Kirk all day.
Boy, Kirk Cousins. Oof. We want to talk about a bad contract.
You like that?
Verducci, Duke. We'll get to you on the other side. We got Shasky's 5 plays he needs to see today. 5 plays he needs to see today. 888-957-9570. What's your X factor for tonight? Mine is the defensive line. Where's that defensive line going to be? Are they going to be able to slow down the run? Are they going to be able to get after Aaron Rodgers? 888-957-9570 is the number. Your X factors for tonight as football's finally back in the Bay Area. Niners and Jets, Monday Night Football, highly anticipated season opener. Feel like we've been talking about it for weeks now. Well, it's finally here, and we're all over it. More details about the Hilton on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals. Sweet corn, 27 cents each, limit 12 items. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack for $4.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Incubus, live. Performing the album Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. This Thursday at Chase Center. With special guest Coheed and Cambria. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Incubus performing Morning View in its entirety, plus the hits. Are you ready?
Korn, live in concert in the Bay Area. Shoreline Amphitheater, October 6th, with special guests, Gojira.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Verducci. DJ Ducci, he had a great time. Speaking of Ducci, he's on the line. We'll get to him in just a second. Let me let everybody know that 95.7 The Game is live from Santa Clara Hilton today. 10-2, Steiny and Goo. So we get an Eagle and Cowboy fan. No, I'm kidding. Steiny's not a fan anymore. But we get a Cowboy fan infiltrating the grounds of Levi Stadium. He'll be there at the Hilton, 10-2. And you know he's going to be feeling extra spicy because the Cowboys went crazy yesterday in Cleveland. Willard and Dibs, 2 p.m. until kickoff. Stop by and say what's up. And then after the game, I was thinking, what the hell is this guy doing here at 8:30 in the morning? I forgot he did a show in Sacramento. No, I didn't forget. But he's got a sweater on. The Insiders. My boy, Mr. Ham, Kyle Madsen. Well, Madsen, he's going to do a show from the San Francisco studios today. He's live on remote. He's on a little field trip. Then after the game, overtime, the tradition continues. Mark Grandy, Sturdy Bennett, and Kyle Madsen for 49ers overtime. There'll be some elbows. Everybody's going to need their touches, man. Madsen's going to need his touches. Sturdy's going to need his touches. You know, Shasky's probably going to call in. He'll be listening. Good luck with that. Nobody can touch us when Shasky calling it in.
I mean, it's not my fault I had to save the day every now and then.
Oh, here you go.
You know?
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you saw it. It was Superhero Saturday over at my brother's house, and all the kids were wearing the superhero things.
Yeah.
So, I might have to put on my superhero cape and call into the postgame show.
We knew it was Superhero Saturday because you sent the picture to us, and we saw it. It was great.
This is adorable.
It was great.
The little boys, Teddy knows how to share. George, we're working on that.
Yeah, baby Chaz right now is wearing her miraculous ladybug pajamas, so
nice.
she's doing that. And
Nice.
a lot of times I have to be Cat Noir, but then I like to be Hawkmoth, the evil villain. Akuma, go get him now.
I thought you were going to hit me with a Hawk Tui.
No, not a Hawk Tui.
I'm so Hawk Tui'd out.
Don't talk about that. You're the only one that I've heard about Hawk Tui for a month.
Stop it.
The podcast and the this.
She's got a podcast now? She's got a podcast?
Of course she does. Because everyone does. Of course.
It's called Talk Tua.
No, it is
it's
not.
Stop
I
it.
swear, it's called Talk Tua.
Oh, my God.
Have you subscribed
Well,
to
you know
it?
what? You know what? Good for her because they fired her as a teacher, right?
I don't think she ever was a teacher.
Oh, that was a lie? Oh, my gosh.
I heard Odyssey's picking it up, though.
No way.
That's a joke.
I'll let you get in a
You
position
had
to-
me because that sounds like a Danny Freisinger move.
She'll never guess who's joining us in studio next week.
Oh, man.
That was also a joke.
Oh, man. Somebody disagrees with you, Shasky. 510. Disagree. Brock on last year's cheat sheet wouldn't have made the playoffs. They had one weapon.
Okay, so Pacheco's not a weapon?
No, I guess not.
Kelsey's not a weapon?
Dare
How
I
about
say-
Rasheed Rice, a second-round pick?
What about Jet McKinnon?
And then,
He was a weapon
did you
last
see
year.
that division? Like, the division was atrocious.
It was atrocious. It was.
Who was going to knock them off?
They may not have won the Super Bowl.
No, that I agree with, yeah.
But playoffs for sure.
I mean,
for sure.
Again, look at that.
defense is
The
good.
division stunk.
Yeah. I mean,
Antonio Pierce is lighting cigars week 17
I know,
because
dude.
the season's over.
It's Mike Singletary 2.0. It is. I had a big argument with Big Dog City. Of course, my best friend down, we went to the Terrence Crawford fight.
What was the argument?
The argument, I was like, dude, you got Mike Singletary 2.0. He was like, everybody ripping us. What did you don't like about AP? It's like, dude, I think you should have went Harbaugh. What does Harbaugh ever did? It's like, well.
I don't know, won a national championship?
I mean, help the Niners become relevant again in 3 straight NFC championships. Ask Stafford about Jim Harbaugh going out to the Orange Bowl and whooping up on VTech. I mean, he set that program up for success for another decade. So I think they missed the boat on that one. But that's enough Raider talk. Let's get back to the Niners. People are fired up.
Raider talk.
Raider talk. Come on, man.
And then their running back is like killing it for Green Bay.
Oh, Josh Jacobs?
He looked great.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs in that number 8. Green Bay's in some trouble, though. Green Bay's in some trouble. The better running back on the field was Saquon. I can't get over Saquon, man.
Of course, he's been great.
No, but he hasn't been on the field. And, I tweeted something like, hey, man, this is going to have – that's a CMC type of deal for Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
When the Niners traded for CMC and elevated their offense, this move for Saquon. And Swift, I think, is a solid running back. He ain't no Saquon Barkley. That's for sure. Saquon Barkley. And people are like, whoa, he's not durable. That was a knock on Christian McCaffrey before he came to San Francisco.
Saquon is
not
a
durable.
beast.
He's an absolute stud.
He was dominant on that team that went to the playoffs for the New York Giants, even though he was hurt.
Boy, he
was their
fresh.
whole offense.
He looked fresh in Brazil.
I just don't be just on the Eagles. They're going to be there at the end. We're going to have to find a way either to go through them or someone will have to knock them off before they get to the Niners. I'm telling you, I don't think Jalen Hurts sees the field that well, and I have a hard time unseeing it.
Yeah,
because I watch him make really poor decisions in critical situations, and he did it over and over and over again. I'm not saying he can't have great games, all that, but if that's going to be a constant theme for him this year.
I thought he was a lot better as the game went on, though. I thought he was a lot better. And he ran, but he made some big-time throws, too. You got to give him some credit. And it's a new system with Kellen Moore. They're running a lot more motions. They were dead last in terms of pre-snap movement last year. They ran motion 68% of the times. And who had it? Who had the stat? Was it Orlovsky or somebody? I forgot where I saw it
No,
from.
they had the stat on the broadcast.
The 2 interceptions he threw, they didn't motion on the play. So pre-snap motion is going to help him tremendously.
He just holds the ball.
He does hold it. But he'll get better with Kellen Moore. He'll get better. Give him some time. I can't believe I'm backing up a Philadelphia team.
I just the whole Kellen Moore thing.
It's the Saquon thing. That's what it is. Saquon and A.J. Brown. When A.J. Brown, Jair Alexander started talking smack to A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown started dominating.
Yeah, but he also
dominated. That looked like he looked like T.O. That was T.O. 2.0 right there. Oh, wow. Anyway, enough about Philly. Let's get fired up for tonight. Verducci, Eldorado Hills, what's happening, baby?
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday. Niner Nation, baby. Wake the hell up. It's Monday night. Let me tell you a couple X factors for me. One is that right side of the offensive line. I want to see how Pooney does and to be able to hold down Quentin Williams. And then secondly, it's the 49ers fans, baby. We got to be loud. It's got to be lit on Monday night. And let me tell you, if you guys are looking for a tailgate party, we're going to be there in the green lot. I'm going to be in an F-150 with gold rims with my boy Lawrence Stahl and also Brittany. And then a quick happy birthday to Ray Almeida's wife, Lorraine. But I did write you all a little something. I had a little slam poetry I wanted to tell you all. I was in studio on Friday, but I wanted to give the other roasters an opportunity to be able to speak with you all. So I didn't know if I could drop a little slam poetry for Monday night to get everyone fired up.
Drop it on us. Drop it on us.
All right, here we go, baby. And this is a perspective of what you all have done for me since the pandemic, and it's just the love that I know I have and I share with everyone else here on 95.7. Oh, baby, Bonte and Shasky, two kids from the Bay. Now living out a dream, talking sports every day. Giants, 49ers, Warriors on the rise. From 6 to 10, they got the city alive. Born and bred in the town, now they sit on the mic, breaking it all down. It's more than just hype. From Candlestick Days to Steph's deep threes, they're talking legacy, history, everything with ease. Two Bay boys living out what they love. Morning roast on 95.7, that's the Bay above. Man, the pandemic hit me hard, and everything crashed. Business gone, lost hope in a flash. Battling the Delta, couldn't catch my breath. Black mold creeping, I was close to death. But yo, Bonte and Chasky, they kept me sane. Their voices every morning like sunshine in the rain. Talking sports was brought peace to my mind. When the world turned dark, they were my lifeline. This show wasn't just noise, it was saving my soul. Through every struggle, they helped me make me whole. From the North Bay to the Southeast Bay to the West Highway 80 to 50, you know who's the best. Morning Roast connects us all, that's a fact. People from all corners calling in, giving back. Juice, Fimo, Mike, always spitting their truth. And Dante Wiley said Ignatius in the booth. Country Ride listeners, Bay Area pride. From the hills to the flats, we all ride side by side. It's more than just a show. It's a family vibe. Bring us together no matter where you reside. Papa Shasky up in the heaven with a grin. Looking down at his son, proud of the win. Morning Roaster legend, his spirit in the air. Shasky carries on with the love beyond compare. Bonte by his side, they're holding it down. For the love of the Bay, for the streets and the town. They're not just talking sports, they're talking life. Helping people through struggle, through all of the strife. Big thanks to Covey, Kate, and Lowe for holding it down. During the pandemic, you kept the Bay from wearing a frown. Guru and Simons from 10 to 2, always on the grind. And Dibs with Willard, afternoons blowing my mind. Matt Nahegan, the boss, running 95.7 with pride. Taking sports talk higher. He's the Bay's top guide. Big props to Lubman, Spadoni, and Jesse Moore. The masterminds making sure this show soars. From the Bay to beyond, this crew's the dream team. Morning Roast keeps it real. Keeps the whole city gleam. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's go, baby.
Wow.
Mark the tape. Song of the year?
Poet of the year. No doubt about it. Poet. He's a poet.
Well, I think we've got enough poems and freestyles now that they're going to be their own separate categories in the Doobie Awards.
Wow.
Sam's so excited someone referenced him.
Talk about it. Reference a lot.
Yeah, he does. Sam's popular these days. I go out and about and be like, man, how's Lubman doing? They ask me, the tweets me talking.
Adam is too much from.
They say Spadoni's just mad and miserable.
They're not wrong.
I tuned in
a lot happening. I just needed a win yesterday, guys, and they just couldn't do it for me.
I was in the shower. I needed it. I don't even know how long it took me to get to the Raiders game. It probably like 3 minutes in. Oh, no, it didn't take long. It didn't take long. I can hear the tone. I'm in the shower saying, just get to us, Spadoni. Get to SoFi. Big Dog City walked out doing a video. At SoFi Stadium said, I know y'all talking. Don't come on TL talking about something like, boy, Raider fans down bad already.
I wish I had Big Dog's confidence after a game like that. Well, maybe that's just how he is. But that was the most gutless punt in the history of the NFL. 4th and 1, down 6 at the Chargers' 40-yard line. You're Antonio Pierce talking all the smack about everything, and you punt the ball, leaning on the defense is getting gashed in the second half. Please. Joe, that was gutless.
Playing Gardner Minshew at quarterback is the equivalent of playing Michael Conforto every single day.
That's a great comp. At least Michael Conforto hits home runs. I don't know what Gardner Minshew does. Dump off to Alexander Madison.
You and Michael Conforto, man. Johnny's got bigger problems than Michael Conforto.
He's garbage.
The whole damn team's garbage. Like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? Michael Conforto is the reason.
No, I'm just
I got bigger issues than Michael Conforto.
He's the avatar for my frustration.
Oh, man. From one poem to one freestyle.
Uh-oh.
Duke in the city.
Let's go.
Lakeview stand up. What's happening, Duke?
What's up, Duke?
Come on, man. You already know what it is, man. Niner mob, Niner gang, bang, bang, the Niner empire, whatever we calling it, this what we do. Verducci, that was sick with yours, but now I'm going to hit y'all with some bars, man. You know how we do it, man. The man with the plan, Shanahan in white, got the social on his mind, got the Jets tonight. B.A. running hard, a sick boy. It's a drag. It's a touchdown play because he got a big bag. Now his family celebrate because his family celebrate and they flashing the bands. People coming through the side and guarding the cross. Swiftly and Jim's got the Niners that I see with that boy Rick Ross or another touchdown by Purdy with sauce with a hey ditto kiddo down the middle, YouTube and Twitch. You know, like the sizzle A1, 2 gap, McGaffrey on the fiddle. If you see the red smoke, probably mean game over. Niners done mow down one more opponent. If you play our team, you better be opponent. We ready.
Let's go.
We ready
to ride. All the Niner Mob Empire gang, let's go.
Let's go.
Baby.
Oh, baby. Duke in the view. Duke in the view. He's running away with the freestyle of the year. He even paused real quick. He's like, hold up, and found his flow and brought it back.
I'm so pumped. My favorite thing is when you come into the parking lot and you're going in slow because traffic, and then it's like slowing down. You roll down the windows. You're blazing your music, okay? You got to have the right place set on.
You know
what I'm saying. Then you smell the barbecue.
You're so right.
What?
You smell the barbecue and you smell other things.
Oh, well, of course you do that. Then you see the guy who's got the chair that's mobile, the lounge chair that he rolls around in.
Oh, yeah.
And then you see that freeloader, banjo man. And then you're going around and you see the 408 Empire flags and you're like, let's go. You can't wait to park. And you're slowly creeping in. Everyone's high-fiving. You see the stadium and it's just, there's just something about that parking lot.
Call me a sicko. But you're right about the drive down. I think about the drive down to Levi's way too much. Way too much. Even 2 days ago, I was like, all right, I think I'm going to leave the house around 1:45, maybe 2. Like, thinking about gas and the highway, then how it's going to look, what shades I'm going to wear. Like, I'm just thinking.
Playlist.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about what shades I'm going to wear, what's the fit.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in the press box today.
So you think you're like Steph Curry, like showing up to the arena?
No, it's just for myself. It's for myself. It's,
Is that Bonte Hill driving in with the Chargers?
Chargers got over 100,000 miles. I was talking to my boy Santana. Santana, we play his music all the time. Shout out to Santana. I ran into him yesterday. He goes, my wife's car's always got 95.7 The Game on. And she's like, and his son, he loves it. He's like, keep it on. Bonte and Shasky are my boys. That's my guys. Keep it on.
Let's go.
So Santana, he's got something brewing soon. He was like, I may need you for a cameo in a video. And I'm like, dude, being in music videos is what I live for, man. I wanted to be a rapper so bad. I had no flow. But no, I'm thinking about the fit, the drive down, the music. The music's got to be on point.
Of course.
The music has to hit. So what's the playlist today? What is on Shasky's playlist?
11.5.
11.5?
Gotta have 11.5.
Gotta have 11.5.
You got 11.5 in the house. I'm not going to say the parts, but that's definitely in the mix. Gotta have some Nicotina. Gotta have some Max Ray. Gotta have some E40. I mean, those are mandatory. And then I like to mix it up with a little Huey Lewis. Okay. Gotta have a little Huey Lewis, because when I think of the 80s and the glory days, I think of Huey Lewis.
So let me ask you this, because I'm like in the moment type of guy.
Yeah.
Would Sabrina Carpenter be appropriate?
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, you guys back there, I know Matson knows Sabrina Carpenter. Spadoni in London, you guys know Sabrina Carpenter? She's got that espresso song. She's got this other song.
Please.
No, Bad Chib or something like that, or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm a big Sabrina Carpenter fan, but some Big X Plug is going to be played. I'm the biggest. I'm the baddest. And that's how I feel about Devo and Big Trent. When they walk out with that boom box, what's going to be on their playlist? I feel like some Mexican OT may be in the rotation.
And then you got to play what I call one of my favorite songs of all time, Levity and Be Legit. Would you come and swoop me? I'm in your city. Would you come and swoop? And you know exactly what song I'm talking about. Spadoni, come on, man. No?
Yeah. No,
What are you pointing?
No, it's Spinoni. He's got some things cooking.
City to city, Leviti and Be Legit. I don't care what anyone says. Every time I hear that, it's like dun dun dun. There's just something about that song that gets me fired up for Niner football.
Well, we need to get fired up because Travis King spent $19.99 on our super
He
chat.
got big money.
Quote, we needed to hear that Travis King featuring E40, 49er faithful official to hype up the Bay Area. So I'll get on that.
We'll get it. He spent $20. Dude, Travis King is swimming in dollars these days, man. Damn. Right on, Travis. We appreciate it.
Faithful ride with me.
Yeah.
That is a hitter.
It's a banger.
It's a hitter.
He's got the new one, too. He's got the They Not Like Us remix.
Yeah.
That's going to be your hit. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta.
You
Alex.
don't bump City to City, Be Legit?
I love City to City.
Dude,
Are
I
you
used to
kidding
Be
me?
Legit at so many
It's
Candlestick games.
Come on, Be Legit. One of my favorite songs all time. We never got to my top 5 playlist. We got the Lutmans and Shaskies. We'll do mine.
All we have to do is turn on another radio station. It's all Jay-Z songs.
No. 17 Reasons. 17 Reasons. The first song. The first song would Be Legit. I'm a Southwest rider. Yeah. What? Are you kidding me?
There's about 5 bangers on that one.
Yeah,
Scotty.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Put the phone on your butt. It's a booty call.
Let's go to the unofficial, official statistician of the morning roast. It's Alex in Atlanta. It must be football season, Alex. Although I see your tweets all the time about the Giants, and trust me, the Giants are frustrating. But I do believe a new day's coming October 1st. You'll be able to pop some champagne October 1st when it pertains to the Giants. But go ahead, Alex. It's your time.
All right, Bonte, first of all, I can't watch a Niners game this season without listening to a little California Love before the game starts, so I got to throw that track in there.
Okay.
Shout out that track. But first of all, I think, we got to take into consideration the Jets had a great defense last year despite their mediocre record and their incredibly mediocre offense. I mean, Pro Football Focus, ranked these guys, gave these guys a grade of a 91. I think that was the highest grade they gave out for a defensive unit last year. They had the top-rated coverage. A lot of that had to go to give credit to Sauce Gardner there. They had the second lowest first down conversion rate in the league last year at only 24.9%. But I will say this, they're very susceptible to the run. They were giving up an average of 124 rushing yards a game last year, gave up 14 rushing touchdowns. That was 25th in the league. So I think the Niners got to go the route of, establish the ground game early with McCaffrey, maybe, spell in some Jordan Mason early on, get that ground game going, grind out the New York Jets defense, and then open up the passing game that way. I think the Niners are going to win this game 23-14. I think you're going to see Aaron Rodgers throw a couple picks. I think Mooney Ward's going to come away with one of those picks, and I think it's going to be a good start to the season tonight.
I love it. What's so funny now? What's happening?
I love the YouTube comments. I seen Bonte in the parking lot in his Charger at the Saints game preseason. Blood acted like he was Steph Curry.
No, stop it. I was with my family.
It's funny.
Shut the hell up. See, I see this is my problem. This is my problem. No, see, Steph is a man of the people. So I do, being compared to Steph Curry one way is a good thing. He was at the U.S. Open.
Just smile.
I was at the U.S. Open. But I had the family. I had baby Chaz on the shoulders. We were walking. And Bonte Hill stops for everybody. He shakes heads. He says hello. He gets their names, even
Except
though he
Eagle
forgets
fans.
them. Oh, Philly Dave, he's all in my DMs now. How you like Saquon? You got to brag. Well, Saquon's on one of my fantasy teams, and I feel really good about it. So I still like the fans in Philadelphia more so. They've always got good players. And in the Mitchell and S store, Anna says something I agree with her. She goes, babe, I'm not going to lie. Eagles gear go hard. He goes, Philly got some sick gear. And I was like, yeah, the Kelly Cranes are one of the best jerseys of football.
Yeah.
The Randy Cunninghams go crazy.
What'd you make of the New York Giants going to those throwbacks?
I like them, but they're terrible.
They're horrible.
They're a terrible team. You don't like the uniforms?
No, they're horrible.
I like the helmet.
Okay. They're horrible.
You don't think the uniforms
When I think New York Giants, I think of the NY or Giants across the helmet. I do not think of those jerseys.
Yeah,
I think of Michigan when I see those jerseys.
I mean, they're just a bad team. I picked them in to pick them to win the game. Just I was like, Giants got to win somehow. And I don't believe in Sam Darnold like that. All of a sudden, Minnesota's going into their home opener feeling good, feeling really good about them. And that's going to be a trap game next week. So Niners got to come out fast in this one. They got to come out fast. And I think that with a fast start in the lead, I really think with just one good half of football to open up the season, they'd be able to wash away all the noise.
One drive.
All the noise goes away. Everything goes away. So that's why I want them to fast. Because if they do, like, I'm not even going to put this out in the ethos, and I don't believe they're going to lose this game. But if they do, tomorrow is going to be a you-know-what. It's going to be an S show. Because everybody's going to, the offseason, the hold-ins, the holdouts, McCaffrey. Oh, no, the sky's falling. 0-1. A loss tonight would be devastating for this fan base. It really would be.
I'm not even talking that into existence.
No, I'm
Let
not
me give
talking
you
into
5
existence,
plays
but-
that I have to see tonight. Are you ready for that?
I am ready for your
I don't
5
want to
plays.
hear about negativity.
No, it's not negative.
Optimism.
I'm just telling you.
I'm ready for
games. We got to keep it real. We got to play both sides of the table.
What's
Can't
on
just
the
say
spread?
win, because you know if there's not a W and there's an L, you know what tomorrow's
I'm
going
not
to
even
bring.
thinking like that. It's Monday Night Football. The Niners own. Give me Monday Night Football music. That's what I want for tonight.
So you want to know the Monday Night records? Monday Night records all time. Seattle by win percentage is number 1. They're 31-12. The Steelers number 2, 56-31-1. The Niners third all time when it comes to wins on Monday Night Football. They are 52-31, the third best winning percentage on Monday Night Football. So they are very successful. Although Aaron Rodgers, the last time he lost on Monday Night Football, Shasky, was this right here.
The Packers playing at the goal line as Wilson scrambles to keep it alive. The game's final play is a Wilson lob to the end zone, which is fought for by Tate with Jennings simultaneous. Who has it? Who they give it to? Touchdown! One guy goes up, touchdown. The other said no time. Has to be looked at because it's a score. Still have an official down there in the pile looking.
It's Russell Wilson. Biggest play is under review.
You can't go to replay to determine who caught the ball. So that call has to be made on the field. You see the one guy go up touchdown and the other go timeout like it's a pick.
How does MD Jennings not get credit for the interception? I have no idea.
I tell you what, man. This John Gruden has a spot in television, man.
That's the last time Rodgers lost on Monday Night Football.
That was one of the great moments with the replacement refs ruining everything for everyone. Golden Tate's such a liar.
Oh, ruining everything.
Hate that guy.
Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. But that's the last time he lost on Monday Night Football.
12 years. So he's won 10 straight Monday Night Football games, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but he also hasn't faced us. So let's do this. All right, let's go. Let's go. Bring on him. Bring him on.
All right, give me the music. 5 plays.
5 plays I have to see
yes,
tonight.
he's got to see.
Number 5.
No bonus plays? Wait, no bonus plays? No honorable mentions? No nothing?
This is
Because last time you did like 10 plays.
This is a regular season.
All right, you're
Monday Night
dialed
Football.
in. You're dialed in. All right.
First play of the game. I need a Debo jet sweep pop pass, shoulder right into Sauce Gardner on the sidelines. And I need Debo to jump up. Woo! And I need George Kittle to headbutt him right after it. You know you want it. I want it too. Let's see if these Jets want it. Let's see if they are physical enough to take the Debo pounding. The offseason of Debo is going to showcase itself tonight. I've got Debo with 150 all-purpose yards, and it starts on the first play of the game, which is a jet sweep pop pass type of a play where he goes flying on this end around, and it's, here we go, Sauce. Do you want to tackle? Who's ready to see it? That's play number 5.
I don't think Sauce wants to tackle. I've watched him. I've watched him plenty of times. I don't know if he really wants to tackle. I don't know if he's about that life. We'll see. We'll see tonight.
Play number 4.
Number 4.
We're setting up. We got an offset eye. Kittle is on the right-hand side of the formation. Juice comes in motion going to the left. I hike it. I play action to that side. Kittle comes dragging across the formation, making a linebacker have to stay with him, and we know no linebacker can stay with George Kittle. Purdy, play action, flips the hips, comes right back around, throws to the vacated spot. A simple little 3-4 yard drag crosser to George Kittle as he makes a play, headbutts a linebacker and a safety, goes over him, flips the ball, and gives you one of those. You know exactly what it is. That's the second play of the game I have to see right off the rip. Now Debo's touched it. Now Kittle's touched it. Bang!
Play action pass, drag across the formation. going the other way. You got a free defender coming in, so Purdy's going to probably have to make a play on the perimeter, make a move here and there, and flip the jerk. Enough with the headbutts, Don. I don't want concussions. I'm to get headbutts, concussions. Just truck somebody over. Just run them over.
Play number 3.
Number 3.
Play number 3 is a simple one. They run this a lot, and I actually found out what it's called. It's called Rider, all right? It's a sail play, all right? It's a play-action play that the Niners run a lot. And you saw Trey Lance run this. You've seen Jimmy Garoppolo run this.
Wait. Would you find out what the play was? Would you find out the name call?
Well, there's a guy who's, understands great throwers of the football, and he names some of these plays. And, they told me this was the Rider formation. So you have Ayuk on the left side. You have Debo on the right side, okay? Usually you bring Kittle across the formation in motion because you know that the Niners like to motion a lot. It's a play action where the quarterback takes a deep drop. Ayuk clears out the entire left side as Debo comes up and over as he's sailing on a deep crosser, if you will, and he goes back to the vacated area that Ayuk clears out, and you throw a nice little rhythm pass that's going to come up and over in a shoulder of Debo Samuel. To me, they are running the Rider play, which is a deep play action sail pass. You know exactly which one it is.
I read it on
It's the
NCAA.
perfect intermediate route that Purdy throws so brilliantly. That's play number 3 I have to see, and I'm waiting till at least the second or third series for that one.
Yeah, that's a play that I run on NCAA. You send a guy deep, 2 defenders go to free safety or the strong safety and the corner, and then boom, if you get enough time to throw the ball. Now you got to have time to make this play happen. So hopefully the offensive line holds up, but I like that play a lot.
Midway through the second quarter, you're going to see this play, number 2.
Number 2.
After they've established the run, after opening things up with the passing, getting everybody touches, I need to see it. A simple little smoke screen to Debo Samuel in the flat, and I want to see him just run right through Jets linebackers. And if Kinlaw happens to be in the way, then so be it. Kinlaw's got to go down, and he's got to go down hard.
Oh, Mook Dog, he's in the building. Mook Dog's back. Mook Dog is back, but we're going to see smoke screens. It's another Shanahan staple. They've always go for a receiver screen or two, right?
I have a feeling Cowings gets one of these too.
Cowan would be nice. I wonder how much he's going to play.
It feels very predictable, though, if he comes out in and you just throw to him right away.
No, you can't
So I
do
think
that.
he needs to run a couple of routes before that they just go to him. But to me, like,
Send him deep.
I'm telling you, this is a Debo game. That's why I've
Send
got
him
3 Debo plays lined up
You
here.
got 3 Debo plays. So the last one,
It
no
is
plays
not.
for BA? Because you got...
I got the Debo jet sweep pop pass to start the game. I got the Ayuk clear out, which is a Debo pass over on the sail. Rider.
And now you got a smoke screen.
And now I got the Debo
And now you
smoke
got
screen.
the Kittle's drag.
These are plays I have to see tonight.
All right, and number 1.
The number 1 play that the Niners run, and it's the obvious one. Number 1, you gonna?
He just did
Oh,
it.
I didn't even hear it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. The number 1 play is this one.
A wise man once said, Shask. No, I'm not going to stop.
Adam is too much for me.
CMC toss play to the left. This is CMC toss play. It's very simple. You just toss it to the left. I got Brendel pulling. I got Banks pulling. I've got Trent Williams pulling. And CMC's going to the short side of the field as all the linebackers come flowing. And then it's the stutter step, 1 foot into the ground, cut up field. You know you're going to see it. It is a staple of the Shanahan offense. And I'll know after this toss play how agile, how spry, how strong CMC is on the cutback. And I know him. He gets nice and narrow on these cutbacks, and he leans through. And then next, spin move, juke, boom. 14 extra yards.
I love that.
CMC toss play. Let's go. Number 1 play on my book that I have to see.
No place for BA.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't think this is a BA game. I think he's going to be used as a decoy.
All right.
This has Debo Kittle written all over it.
Physical game.
I think that this is a tone setter game.
I like that. 5 plays. Shasky has to see. Anybody else want to chime in on that? 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now I'm envisioning a graphic. I'm gonna throw you a little dime here. Graphic. Shasky's got the chalk. He's got the 5 plays, and he's got the 5 linemen. The center is a square, circle, 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 circle. He's got his running back. He's got his quarterback. And his 5 plays. He's got the drag route. He's got a smoke screen. He's got all this stuff. He's got the back chalkboard. Rider in quotation marks.
I need the John Gruden body, but with the Shasky photoshopped head, and Madden's hands are just up, and you just see all the little ask Shasky. Look at that.
Yeah, ask Shasky. Shasky's grinders.
As a designer of play calls,
I mean, speaking of Sam Darnold, as a thrower of the football yesterday.
Hey, man, y'all
He
gonna
threw
leave my
for
dude alone.
206 yards. Can we all chill?
But they shut the playbook down, though. They didn't have to throw
That connection.
He
I'm
threw a
calling my
bomb to
shot
him.
right now.
He threw a bomb to him.
Niners win by 20 next week.
Hey, man, listen. I think of my boy Shaka in Berkeley. We'll get to Minnesota. I want to get through the Jets first, and we're going to recap this game, and we're going to have a short turnaround with the Minnesota Vikings. These 10 o'clock starts, short week in Minnesota. I don't like it. That's a good football team. Aaron Jones, 14 carries, 94 yards. That offense, look, Minnesota's a rebuilded team. They may win 9 games, but offensively,
9 in that division.
Well, Green Bay's lost Jordan Love for a minute. Chicago's defense is really, really good. Offensively, they could be challenged this year, but Jefferson and Addison, they got some players, man. Minnesota's got some players. We'll see. It is the New York Giants, though. It
is Sam Darnold.
Yeah, trust me. I don't believe in Sam Darnold. I don't believe.
And I love how he threw an interception, and everyone's asking, "Oh, it didn't even happen. Didn't happen." Come on, dude. Sam Darnold. Give me a break. The Niners played against him every day in practice. I think they know what's coming.
You're confident, man. 20-point win in Minnesota?
Well, it's a Casper game. You're going to make this man see ghosts.
Shout out Dave Casper.
Ghost to the post.
Seen ghosts.
Oh, man. Real quick, before we... You know what? Georgia Los Altos. Step right up, Georgia Los Altos. Then I got to play something that made my weekend. It really did. George, good morning, man. Long time, no talk. You remember how depressing that walk was from Allegiant Stadium? One of the most depressing walks I've had in my life.
I bet it was, man. I bet it was. It has been a while, brother. Welcome back, Bonte. You were gone. It wasn't the same, bro. But Joe held it up.
No, he did. Oh, wait. Wrong bad. I'm thinking of coach of Los Altos Hills. Got the wrong one mixed up. But, George, I haven't heard from you for a long time. You're one of our most knowledgeable fans.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. I'll tell you the guy that I think is going to make a difference tonight is the biggest dog we have on offense. It doesn't get a lot of press, but down conversion, he's always there. And I'm talking about Jauan Jennings. He's gonna be under the radar against the defense, and he's going to surprise a lot of people with what he can do out there. He's an absolute dog, man. So I think he's going to be a big difference maker on third downs. He's going to get some great catches when we really need him the most, and I think he's going to be a big, big factor tonight.
He is another tone setter. He's very underrated, Jauan Jennings. He's got a lot of momentum coming off of that playoff run, too. Jauan Jennings, third and Jauan. Brock Purdy loves him on third down. Jimmy loved him on third down. And in a physical football game like this, I do like Jauan Jennings. Hey, that's a good call from George Los Altos.
Gosh, Jimmy. He should have been wearing the full Rams regalia like Russell Wilson on the sideline.
We suspended for
No, I know.
Yeah.
But even though he's inactive, just wear the full outfit like Russ. Russ inactive, full outfit, shoulder pads and everything.
All right.
Just looking like a clown.
We were talking about Tom Brady earlier, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't have any memorable calls yesterday or whatnot. Look, his first game. He's going to get better. He will get better. But, I love me some play-by-play announcers. And football was off the hook this week. It started on Thursday. Chiefs, Ravens, they set the tone. And then you got Eagles and Packers in Brazil. They helped elevate. I was like, wow, maybe we need Friday Night Football from here on out. And then you get college football, right? Everything's happening on Saturday. Cal goes to Auburn. They get a big win. Shout out to Cal Berkeley. Big win. Bear territory. Auburn, Alabama. Going to the Plains and winning that football game. Stafford bounces back. Michigan loses to Texas, and it wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. And then we got the upsets of all upsets. Andy Garcia, the voice of Northern Illinois, with the call of maybe the year. How about you shut it down? You cut it. You didn't play the whole one. Spinoni, we didn't need the whole call. We didn't need the whole call. I can't do the abbreviated version of this, but here it is.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country.
All right, I need the whole thing, Spadoni. I need the whole thing. Because what he said at the end, I had goosebumps, and it goes, how many times are you going to play that call? I said, I don't know, maybe 4 more times. Because
You really hate Notre Dame.
I used to love Notre Dame. Used to love them. I don't even hate them. I get no emotion, but we overrate Notre Dame every single damn year. It's quarterback. Who is it? Riley Leonard?
Yeah, transfer.
Oh, gosh. Come on, man. Their passing game is stuck in 1975.
Sure.
When are they going to evolve their passing game?
It's hard to get kids to go to a 4-year university where you actually have to go to school.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Bonte, but graduation rates matter at a private school like Notre Dame.
You sound like my guy, Bob Fitzgerald. Well, I love you, Fitz. I hear that from Fitz all the time.
But it's the truth.
And you better start doing what USC's doing.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Last time Notre Dame won a national championship, who's their quarterback? Tony Rice. And they were like, well, Tony Rice with our standards really shouldn't have been here. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is.
Exceptions can always be made.
It's a lot easier getting kids to want to go to Southern California than it is to go to South Bend.
Oh, so we're blaming South Bend for why Notre Dame's bad?
It's a little more difficult.
I mean, guys go to...
Maybe they're just overrated.
Guys go to Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah.
They go to Baton
Because
Rouge,
the
Louisiana.
acceptance rate is like,
Right.
are you breathing?
But I mean,
yes, you're in.
I mean, Happy Valley, Penn State, people go there. They don't know what the hell's happy. That valley ain't happy.
Michigan's a pretty big time institution.
Ann Arbor.
People go there.
I've been to Ann Arbor. Ain't much in Ann Arbor. I've been up there.
And Harbaugh had to beg them to lower their standards so he could get players in.
Who's going to do it anyway? It's what time it is. I think what's in the there, man. You got the entire call. I want the entire call. The entire call. Because he said something at the end. And I thought about Darryl the Guru Johnson when he said it. Do we have it? We have it? Play.
We do. It's long, but I want to play on the other side because
right.
I also want to hear Bonte. The coach afterwards, Thomas Hammock, might have been one of the great, most emotional speeches I've heard from a head coach in a long time.
Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Notre Dame.
Notre shame.
Your team's 0-2. And you have DJ as quarterback.
Hey, who's won a national championship recently? I think Florida State had like 3 since the last time Notre Dame's won 1. Oh.
Still 0-2 at DJ, though.
Seriously.
Hey, at least we didn't lose in Northern Illinois. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Our last keys to the game. 3 things you got to see tonight. It's going down. Jets, Niners, the day's finally here. It's been 210 days since the Niners hit the field for a meaningful game. Well, it means something today, folks. Purdy and company are back. They are back in business. That's what's up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out Travis King out there making hits for the streets. How about that? How about that? You know when your team's doing well? When you get rap songs. Like, every city can't have a rap song. Like, if the Colts were good, who's doing the rap out there in Indianapolis? You know there's somebody out there dropping Colts bars.
You do know that Gary, Indiana is pretty...
Oh, no, my little brother lived there for a while. I know all about Gary.
Are from there.
I know all about Gary,
and let's just put it this way. I'm sure there are some artists that are...
I met somebody at Dumas' wedding. One of his boys was from Indianapolis. And it was like, yeah, Naptown, you got to stay downtown. You just basically have to stay downtown. Oh. If you venture out, it could get rough. By the way, our boy Big Cam. So I see Madsen in here. Our boy Big Cam. Matt Nahiga was desperate. We couldn't find anybody to run Warrior games this year. Sterling Bennett tapped out.
Okay, why are you crushing someone? Here we go.
No, I'm not crushing someone.
With this?
We were desperate, man. We needed somebody to run Warrior games. I got my boy Killer Cam running Warriors games. The pride of SF State. Killer Cam. But guys, he just keeps resurfacing, man. He can't kill Killer Cam. And now they got my boy stuck on Warriors games. Good luck working with R.C. Davis and Tim Roy. No, Cam, I'm proud of you, man. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Network coordinator for the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, network coordinator.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
absolutely.
Cool.
Alex Scott. Alex Scott was once a network coordinator. Yeah. Now we got Killer Cam, one of the ones and twos.
Was Sterling, who's on the postgame show today, he did it last year?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Were you ever network coordinator for the Giants?
Oh, yeah. I did Giants games. I did Warriors games. Absolutely. The only games I didn't do were Niner games. I did a lot of Giants games. A ton of Giants games. Did Warrior games, too. Important Warrior. I did the Warriors game with AFS to the Western Conference Finals for the first time since 75 when they beat Memphis in Game 6. And I was stressing, Chaska. I was in the studio by myself. And my heads were just the whole time. I couldn't even enjoy the game.
You were like Caleb Williams yesterday.
Yeah, I was. I was jittery as hell. And then Tim Roy goes, Bonte, I really feel like we're entering the golden era of Golden State Warriors basketball. What do you know? Tim Roy was right. 4 championships later, a few banners, finals appearances, a new building, and all that stuff. By the way, the Warriors, check this out before we get back to football. Chase Center, apparently Chase Center, they've generated over $4.2 billion for the San Francisco economy, including over $2.9 billion in direct spend and over $1 billion in spend recirculation since opening in 2019. I mean, wow. It's a lot of numbers here. They generated a lot of money. A lot of money.
So it's funny, whenever they do those economic impact reports,
right?
People that are actually in the know say that they're all BS. There's no way to quantify the actual amount of money that any kind of event, whether it be the Super Bowl, a stadium, or this, like you have a general idea if something's working or not.
Yeah.
But I don't know, the specifics of that. I'm sure the Warriors have made tons of money, and I bet that they would never admit to all of their stuff publicly. And they have to for tax purposes, but you get where I'm going. And then what's the economic trickle down for the Starbucks in the area and all that? I don't know. Who knows?
Hey.
But I know it's wildly profitable for the Warriors.
Yeah, no, and they had a block party yesterday celebrating a 5-year anniversary. I saw Festus out there.
God, 5 years already.
DJ D Sharp was out there on the ones and twos, man. I mean, Chase Center, Thrive City's always packed. Concerts, comedy shows, basketball games. Wait till they get the Women's Final Four. We've got the All-Star game coming. So the Warriors, printing money, kind of like the San Francisco 49ers. Before we get to NIU, because I want to hear the call over and over again, let's get to Father Time in Napa. It's been a while. Father Time, undefeated.
Hey, long time no talk. I'm going to give you some names. You ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
John Taylor. I'm ready. John Taylor, Brent Jones, Roger Craig, Jerry Slipping, Rice. You guys think those were playmakers, maybe? You know what quarterback they surrounded primarily? His name was Joe Montana. I am not suggesting that Joe Montana and Brock Purdy should be in the same room. What I am saying is this notion that, he's only good because of playmakers is ridiculous. It's a symbiotic relationship. Football is the best team sport of all time. Those that say that Brock Purdy only has it because of his, his supporting cast don't even understand football, right? They don't really know what's happening. I mean, what about the defense that sets them up in great field position? Enough of that. I think it's Poetry Monday, right? I listened to some 4.5 minutes of quote-unquote slam poetry. Can I hit you with two of mine?
Sure.
First one is for my. Why not? First one's for my Irish family, right? There once was a boy named Brock Purdy. Picked last because he was so nerdy. But he started a game, and it ain't been the same. He's going to get paid because the Niners will win that for surely. And then lastly, for real erudites, look up that word, Niners fans. Real erudites, here we go. Haiku. New season, open, grass, sky, fall. Game speak pure true. False, wisdom, expert.
Why is he flushing, man? You know you can't flush those, Spadoni. Come on, man. He's doing poetry on the air. It takes a lot of courage to do a haiku on the air.
This is football. This isn't. Come on.
It's romantic.
What is this? This is John Facenda.
It's the mosaic of 49ers football, man.
No, that's the Sunday night afternoon show.
You can't.
Before Walter comes on.
I don't know. I'll take a limerick. We start going haikus on game day. I don't know. That might be more baseball season.
Hey, Father Time, I guess your call was good, man. You need to contact Florida Water Plumbing, Drain, and FloridaWater.net. Cam, was that a thumbs up or thumbs out? Should he have been flushed? It was hey, man, I'm trying to be cool.
Just don't flush Tim Roy on the call. Don't do that.
The first one, I don't know. When he said for Shirley, I was like, oh, boy. What is going on with this show? We haven't had nobody curse yet. We got to hit the trifecta. Where's Tony at to get in the zone? Where's BPA?
Tony,
where's our hard hitters at? No, Tony. Get in the zone, Tony. Where's BPA? No, you know what BPA's doing? He's too busy tweeting at us about Farhan. Hey, BPA, I don't care about the Giants right now. It's football season.
Did you see him obsessing over Josh Allen? And I sent him all of the stats.
Oh, no, he said Josh Allen.
Well, if we want to have a sophisticated conversation about Josh Allen, like, he keeps losing in the playoffs. And I'm like, well, wait a minute here. Like, gosh, I don't know. Someone's trying to call me right now.
13 seconds, Kansas City, Arrowhead Stadium. He did his job. Last year, the kicker's got to make the kick.
Yes.
Receivers have to catch the football, for crying out loud.
I looked up the numbers. These are his stats in the playoffs. He averages, these are 10 games, 275 yards passing.
Yeah.
He has basically 60 yards rushing per game, half a touchdown rushing, and his 21-4 touchdown to interception ratio in the playoffs.
He's been really good.
Really good?
He's been really good. He's been really good.
Really good. 21-4?
I know. He's been, that's why Josh Allen was the one guy who asked Shanahan rethinking his entire process about the quarterback position. Josh Allen did that.
Does anyone think that McDermott knows what he's doing on the offensive side of the ball?
No, that's why he's got Joe Brady there.
And I'm not trying to rip. I like McDermott probably more than most people do. Like, he's won a lot of games there.
He's good.
Josh Allen has yet to miss a game, okay, in 5 straight years. And we could argue about, could he win the big one or whatever. He has won double-digit games 5 consecutive years and not thrown less than 29 touchdowns in any of those years.
He's amazing. He's amazing.
He's a great player.
He's amazing.
Allen is awesome.
And they got a whole new core there with Shakur. I mean, I know he was there, but Keon Coleman's new. Matt Collins now's got an elevated role. By the way, my boy James Cook looked great. I've been obsessed with running backs. I don't know. Because, you ever get exhausted sometimes? Maybe not. But we all talk about quarterbacks. Quarterback. I like to talk about other positions sometimes. And so, like, running back, I think it's been diluted so much. And for some reason, we've been brainwashed that running backs aren't that important. Hell, they are. Saquon, McCaffrey, Mixon yesterday with the Houston Texans. You got James Cook doing things at all 3 downs. By the way, our boy Ray Davis got some run yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Ray Davis got some run yesterday to back up to James Cook. These running backs, man, you need a damn good running back. You need some running backs. No, Josh Allen is. I don't know what BPA was, so I didn't reply to one of them. BPA is just. I don't know. He's out there. Richie Rich, Livermore. What's happening? Richie Rich.
Guys, how you doing?
What's up, Richie Rich?
What's up, baby? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
So
good.
I think Rodgers ain't played in 2 years, right? I think it's really imperative. Bosa and Malcolm set that tone off the gates. Knock him on his ass right away, put the pressure on him.
Yep.
That's going to determine the game, if you ask me. I think the offense is going to roll. They're going to click. They're going to roll. And Debo's going to have a big game tonight. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's how it starts right there. So what's up with you guys? You guys going to tailgate today or what?
I will be down around 2:30, but I'm going to be locked in. I'm set. I'm in the press box today, so I'm going to be in journalist mode. I'm going down on the field. I need to see the warm-ups. I need to see how Rodgers looks. I need to see Garrett Wilson run some routes before practice or before the game. I need to see how Christian McCaffrey looks in his warm-up. How does he look in his warm-up? So I'll be locked in.
I'll be walking around the parking lot.
I may wait one lap, but I'm locked in, dude. I'm in that stadium early today.
Hit that lap and get a beer at the Niner Empire with me, B.
Niner Empire will be going there. So, hey, Rich, real quick. What's changed about the tailgate? Because everybody's made noise about the tailgate. I've been lost in the sauce here when it comes to the tailgate at Levi Stadium. What's the restrictions? What is everybody making a fuss about when it comes to the tailgating?
So they said the music, no more loud music, which is crazy because we always have it lit, right? So that's the main thing where it's like no music.
Why?
Like a noise, like a noise ordinance. It's like, what the hell?
Who would make that?
Then,
who would fight for? Who would even want that? Well, what?
That's what I'm saying. You know, Niner Empire, they always got performance. They got, they got the Bay rappers coming in sometimes, and then you got that new parking lot deal now. So when you come in, like they're directing you where to go. So if you're in a big group, they can separate you now, which is jacked up because you want to get there together, right? Or you hold a spot for someone like, hey, B, I'll see you there at 3 or whatever, so I'll hold you a parking spot. But then you come in, and now they don't allow you to go there. They just put you wherever you want. So it's kind of messing the experience up. It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a noise ordinance complaint. What Karen in Santa Clara is doing that? That's ridiculous.
It's crazy. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I said the same thing. I'm like, all right, well, I know we're going to break the rules, so what's going to happen after that? You know what I'm saying?
Are they going to just have cops walking through saying, hey, I need you to lower your music for a tailgate?
No. There's no way they're going to.
Well, you never know.
That's insane.
Yeah,
no, that's insane.
Yeah.
I know Santa Clara.
The same thing, y'all. So, Santa Clara. They got the Karens out.
No, but you know what, though? The Santa Clara PD do a great job. We met a couple when we did a broadcast.
No, I don't think it's the police's fault.
It's not the
this is clearly someone in the area, a resident of some sort, is complaining. It's absurd. And if there's a politician that's trying to enforce this rule, get a life.
Yeah.
Get a life.
Exactly.
Get a life. I mean, seriously.
Fellas, I'll see you guys, baby. Go Niners. Let's get it cracking.
Part of signing up for having the team play in your city is, you get some of the overflow. Some of the overflow of negativity is like, it costs a little more to clean and to set up the ingress, egress. Like that goes with the territory. And, it's going to be loud on game day.
It should be loud.
Yeah.
It should be loud. 888-957-9570.
Keep it quiet at your tailgate. Don't have too much fun.
888-957-9570. The Niners will win if. I want you roasters to fill in the blank. 888-957-9570. We'll do a little rapid fire here before game day. We'll hand it off to Steiny and Guru live at the Hilton Hotel. And then don't miss the kickoff show this afternoon with Willard and Dibbs live 2 hours before the game at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great treats, the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Again, the Hilton Hotel with those chicken tenders and that sauce. 888-957-9570. Play a little rapid fire. Before that, we'll play some. I got to play this call. I got to play the call. But 888-957-9570. The Niners will win if, and you fill in the blanks. Spadoni, do we have the full call from Andy Garcia, NIU? Then we'll play the highlight. Shas, we got to play the full call. This got to be up there for the call of the year. Call of the year.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country. NIU 16, Notre Dame 14. The football gods were shining down on NIU.
The football gods. Somewhere there, the Guru Johnson loves that. The football gods exist, Steiny. The football gods were shining down on NIU. What an interception there in the fourth quarter. The kick almost went. Their final kick was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then you got the coach. What's the coach name? Coach Hammock? Coach Hammock. Go ahead, Spadoni. How about this after the game? And here it is right. Oh, I have it? All right, I have it right here.
This is NIU's first win against a top 10 opponent ever. And for people who need context, you wore this jersey. It's deep for you. Why?
I'm so proud of our kids, the coaches, just everybody. They believed. They believed. And we came here and got it done.
You told your guys this week that you didn't need anyone to be a superhero or superhuman. They just needed to be their best. What kind of performances did you see out there?
They listened to what I said. I told them all week, we don't need luck. We just got to be our best. And they was their best today. And we was able to get it done.
Where's this emotion coming from for you?
All these guys that have been with our program, been through the ups and downs, and to continue to fight, it's like they my kids. I'm happy for the adversity, to push through, no matter the situation. I just couldn't be more proud. I'm sorry.
Biggest win in IU history. One of the worst losses in Notre Dame history. That can't be good for Coach Freeman. I'm pulling for the brother, man. I'm pulling for the brother. But what made me jump off the Notre Dame bandwagon was how they did my brother Ty Willingham. And then all of a sudden they wanted to praise Charlie Weiss when he won with Ty Willingham's players. Man, Coach Freeman, I hope you didn't buy a house out there in South Bend.
Can you name? Oh, he's fine. Can you name some famous alum from NIU?
Tony Romo.
Ned Coletti.
Did Jimmy Garoppolo go there?
I know Jimmy Ward did. I think he's Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, he's Eastern Illinois.
Him and Tony Romo and Sean Payton. Yeah.
Eastern Illinois?
Yeah.
Oh, so Tony, I thought Tony went to Northern. So Jimmy Ward.
I thought Jimmy was in Northern Illinois, too.
Yeah. Jimmy Ward and Jaquaski Tart.
Wow.
And Michael the Burner Turner.
Wow. Michael the Burner Turner. I once had a Chargers fan tell me we should Herschel Walker and LaDainian Tomlinson. Trade him, get all the picks. We have Michael Turner. He can do what LT does. I'll never forget that guy. His name was Tom. Worked at Peach Coffee with me.
You remember that quarterback NIU had? I think he was like top 5 in the Heisman. Jordan Lynch for a second. Jordan Lynch. Yeah, they played in like the Orange Bowl, I think that year.
Oh, yeah, they got blown out, right? Who destroyed in Florida or somebody?
Something like that, or Virginia Tech or something. Yeah.
NIU. The Notre Dame fans are not happy. They're not happy. Damn, Oregon almost got upset by Boise State. All right, let's focus back on the NFL. 888-957-9570.
I'm reading here that Great America is the one that complained about the noise. Great America. Shut up.
They're getting shut down in a minute.
Aren't they closed on game days?
Shut up.
Oh, my God.
So wait, how can they be too loud for them if whatever?
What a nightmare.
So, when are Niners moving back to San Francisco? 2030, 2035? New stadium. Look, downtown's dead right now in San Francisco. They're shutting down malls. I tell you what, forget the drive-in theater, the Cow Palace. You knock down Bloomingdale's. You knock down the whole parking structure. You put a stadium right there. You got BART. You got Underground Beauty, the Metro system. You got Beauty on the street. Just build it right there. Knock down Bloomingdale's. Knock down that Old Navy. Shout out to Old Navy. I don't want you guys to lose money. Maybe relocate somewhere. Put the stadium right there. Get it back in the city. Now you get a football stadium, and then a 10-minute walk, you get the Giants Stadium, Oracle Park, and then a 15, 20-minute walk, you get the Chase Center.
It's going to be roasting today. I'm looking forward to it.
So, I'm not trying to say, if you want to move back, there's plenty of space in the city.
Oh, in our lives, they will have a new stadium in our lives. I don't know when. I don't pretend to, I'm knock on wood, hopefully going to stay alive long enough, but I believe that they'll have another stadium at some point. Look at the shelf life on these stadiums. They're not that. I think Arrowhead's 50 years old, and they're going to try to get a new stadium. And Arrowhead's still nice.
Well, they threatened to move to the state of Kansas.
Well, now's the time to do it when you're in the midst of a dynasty. You kind of do whatever you want.
2030, the Niners will be back. You guys want me to be mayor now? No, hell no, I don't want that job.
I saw the mayor yesterday.
London Breed, shout out to London Breed.
So yesterday was the fire, was the first responders, but the fire and police mass.
Wait a minute, you did a lot yesterday.
Yeah.
You went to church.
9:30 mass, it's family mass.
You saw Rocco's daughter play soccer?
After that.
How the hell did you watch Red Zone?
I went straight home and lied on the couch. I even door dashed and swooped it up myself. Guerras for I got myself some food for the week and some sandwiches. Oh, your boy is efficient these days.
Did a lot on a Sunday.
And I cleaned out the garage first thing in the morning.
Only thing I did, actually, yesterday was laundry day, so I did laundry, but was able to do it during commercial breaks.
It was pretty cool, though, at St. Cecilia's. So we show up. I didn't know it was a special mass because I usually go. I'm going, there's no parking. What is going on around here? And they had 2 fire trucks, like both facing each other with their ladder thingy all the way up. Yeah. And they had it had to be 100-foot American flag.
Wow.
And so there were sheriffs, there were police officers, there were EMTs, there were fire department, firefighters. Everybody was there. And then Mayor London Breed was there. So was the bishop. It was great. It was a beautiful mass.
Did you say hi to the mayor?
I saw her walking by. We did an unofficial head nod. I don't think she saw me.
She knows who you are.
Uh-huh.
She knows you very well.
And then I saw Father Patrick. I saw Father Mike. I saw
you post a picture of Uncle Danny.
Yeah, I teared up. I was thinking about my own dad and seeing the little guy. He loves his uncle very, very much. And Danny was in full uniform, and he let him hold the little star, and he was holding the star. Yeah, LJ was at.
He was fire truck.
He was having a
kids
great
love
time.
fire trucks.
Dude, they love them.
They love fire trucks.
I just bought him this new big plasticky truck set. My brother's got all the toys at his house.
Yeah, Chester. Figure the toys. Every time you try to throw a toy out, no. So I haven't played with this in 2 years, so I don't care. Well, it is. By the way, we did something fun in Burlingame. Shout out to Burlingame.
What'd you do?
Washington Square Park. They have movie nights every other Friday.
Oh.
So they had the movie, Spinoni would know the movie. Is it Sing or Sigh with all the different animals and stuff like that?
Sing. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey's the koala.
Yeah. There you go.
Really?
We went to go watch Sing. We got
it's fun.
at the gym class. Yeah, we had a fun night. It was a good night out there, bro.
McConaughey was at the Texas game.
He was.
Quinn Ewers looking good.
Hey, Arch what? Arch might not play this year.
Arch got a little punch going. Did anyone else notice that?
Arch might not play. Well, it was a little cold in Michigan. Maybe it was built there,
It's not like Peyton Manning and Eli Manning were like the gold standard of physiques.
It was their brother, Coop.
888-957-9570. I see some texts already. We'll get to the calls. 888-957-9570. The Niners will win if this happens. Shasky, you start.
Yeah, if Nick Bosa sacks the quarterback, and if Brock Purdy has time to throw the ball, as long as he's got time to throw, I think that they're going to put up at least 30 points in this game.
Ooh.
God, I can't wait for that.
I can't wait for that either. Let's go to, is it Kondo and Martinez? Is it Kondo? Kundo and Martinez.
Yes, sir.
Kundo, what's up, baby?
Sir.
The Niners will win
the Niners will win if they win the turnover battle. We got 2 top defenses here. Got 2 great quarterbacks. Brock Purdy just has to take care of the football. You got the resources. You got the weapons. You got to go get it done. Third down Jenny's got to do a thing. You just got to represent, man. Let's go get this W week 1.
All right. There it is. Lubin and then Spinoni. I put it as Spinoni, but Spinoni first and then Lubin. Love is what looking at Giants box scores right now.
He's doing a great job.
I'm teaching Cam how to do the.
He is. He's being a great, wise Jedi master back
Cam,
here.
Come on, keep it real, Cam. He showed you the batting averages from this weekend in San Diego, Petco Park.
Not that much to show. No, the Niners win tonight. I want to see a time of possession victory. Hold on to the ball. Jets can't score if they don't have the ball, right? So I want to see one of those nice long 9-minute drives from Kyle Shanahan to start this game. Put points on the board right away. Let's double them up a little bit. I want to see the Niners always having the ball tonight.
All right, there it is. Spinoni.
Pressure Aaron Rodgers, you win this game. That's literally all you have to do. Get in his face. He will get flustered. He is not the same guy anymore athletically. Get in his face. You will win the game. So, Nick Bosa, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at Leonard Floyd to have 2 sacks tonight, too.
Oh, I like that call.
I do like
kind of like that prop bet.
I have no feel for what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. If he came out and looked great, I'd believe you. If he came out and looked really rusty, I'd believe you. If he just came out and looked completely washed, I'd believe you. Like, I really want to see his mobility in the pocket. And then, when you have an injury like he had, do you get a little gun shy?
Yeah.
Part of what makes the great quarterbacks great, and you saw Stafford do it over and over last night. I'm getting hit in the face mask, and I'm going to stay in there, and I'm going to try to deliver this ball across the field. Rodgers, he's an all-time player. I want to see if he's willing to step into his throws tonight.
888-957-9570. The Niners will win if they get relentless pressure on Aaron Rodgers. Now, numbers, I don't know what that looks like. Could you get a couple sacks? Could you get a couple holding calls? Can you keep the New York Jets in long down and distance situations? Again, I don't want Aaron Rodgers or company, because if it's starting to face 3rd and 3, 2nd and 3, 3rd and 2, 2nd and 1, all of a sudden Breece Hall, that tells me Breece Hall is a factor in this football game. So how do you eliminate Breece Hall, the home run hitter for the New York Jets? keep the Jets in third long situations, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12s. Keep them in long down and distance situations so that pass rush can have time to get to Aaron Rodgers.
Breece Hall scares me so much. If we were talking about the one guy that I think could really crush the Niners, it would be the run game with Breece Hall. That means they're controlling tempo. They're staying on down and distance. That opens up play action. Even if Aaron Rodgers isn't able to move around like he used to, we know that he likes to keep the ball out of harm's way, but keeping him in long 3rd down situations gives your pass rush time. They got to bottle up Breece. Yeah. They got to.
This is Fred Warner. We haven't talked, we've gone a couple weeks now. We talked Bosa. Yeah. We talked Leonard Floyd. We talked Collins. We talked Hargrave. We talk about the corners. We talk about Mustafa. We talk about Tig Brown. We discussed the offense ad nauseum. But Fred Warner, number 54, with Breece Hall's out of the backfield, Fred Warner will probably be shadowing him. You don't want Devondre Campbell trying to keep up with Breece Hall. Fred Warner, his assignment tonight is following Breece Hall everywhere he goes. Fred Warner's got to play lights out. Now, I don't anticipate him not doing that, but this has to be behind the defensive line. Fred Warner's got to clean up things sideline to sideline, that intermediate passing tree right there in that deep zone where there's 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. He's got to drop back in that zone to deal with Breece Hall's running screen plays, flare routes, swing routes, whatever it is. Fred Warner's got to be in his face.
Are you worried at all about the start for the rookie Dominic Pooney or for Colton McKivitz?
Not really worried about anything, to be honest with you. Not worried, like nervous energy maybe, anxiousness just to see, because I understand week 1's not the end-all be-all. That's my mindset. Week 1, there's going to be some sloppiness. There's going to be things you want to clean up. Nobody's going to play a perfect game in week number 1, unless you're the Saints playing the Panthers. But Pooney will get a crash course with Quinnen Williams. We're going to see right away. If he struggles against Quinnen Williams, now all of a sudden, Johnny from the bleachers in section 402 is going to say, well, what about Burford? What about Burford? Play Burford. So you don't want that after week 1.
Well, I look at like all the young players that showed flashes in the preseason. Bo Nix, Caleb, Jaden Daniels. A lot of those guys struggled yesterday.
Yep.
And Pooney has looked really good. Will he struggle? It's just, this is a big spot against a really good team. And I can understand being a little overwhelmed in week 1. I don't know if you heard the broadcast during the Caleb game, but they said, hey, we did the C.J. Stroud first game last year, and then we had him 5 weeks later, and it was like watching a completely different player. Yep. That first game, he was not the same. Mm-hmm. And then weeks later, it was as if he had matured multiple seasons. Yep. So, week 1 is always different.
It's always different. You never know. I mean, hell, the Bengals lost to the Patriots. The Jaguars were about to go up 24-7 on the Dolphins. And Travis Etienne, who didn't fumble all last season, fumbles at the 1-yard line. Next thing you know, the Dolphins are back in it, and they still a football game. Hell, the Bills were down 17-3. Arizona was rolling yesterday in Orchard Park. Rolling.
Who gets more sideline shots, Saleh or Shanahan?
Oh, it's Shanahan. It's Shanahan. Because a lot of people believe Shanahan has the most riding on this season. Not in terms of him being on a hot seat, not in terms of him fighting for his job, but in terms of getting it done. We just had Stugotz on. And what did Stugotz drop in there? Well, Shanahan's this genius. We'll go win one then. It's like, that's what everybody says about Shanahan. Go win one then.
I'm watching the game last night, and I can't tell you how many times they cut to Dan Campbell and Sean McVay and Dan Campbell and Sean McVay and Dan Campbell and Sean McVay. It's just over and over and over again. Those teams... Like, Dan Campbell is their identity. I mean, he really is. And Sean McVay is their identity. It's a trip how the coaches have so much influence in the sport of football.
Is Shanahan the identity of Niners? Is he the face of the Niners? Or is that
when you have CMC, it's so hard for me to say that he's the face. Because CMC is like one of the faces of the league. The league's got to be thrilled he's out of Carolina.
Brock Purdy, Bosa, Debo. You could make the case that Shanahan may be the face of the 49ers. When people go to him saying he's got the most writing on the season, we jump to Shanahan, not Purdy, not Bosa, not Debo, not Ayuk. We jump to Kyle Shanahan as a guy who has the most writing on the season.
I think we also get 4 or 5 cutaways to John Lynch. We're always good for a couple of those. Howie Roseman on the sidelines. They kept showing him late in that game for the new the Eagles broadcast on Peacock. Was it Peacock? Friday night, Peacock.
Friday night was Peacock.
Yeah, and they kept cutting to him on the sidelines. It does feel like John likes to come down onto the field, but they'll even show him in the booth.
Did you see Arizona Cardinals GM?
No.
He was on the field. So that last play, where Kyler Murray threw it to Dortch, I don't know what that sound was. Kyler Murray threw it to Dortch, and it was incomplete. That's outside. We could hear outside.
Yeah, it was crazy. I felt like there was a plane landing on the building here.
CMC needs to get a new barber if he's the face of the league. His haircut's not bad. But he threw an incompletion right to Dortch on the goal line there. You see it on the 4th and 7. Dortch, it's an incomplete pass right there at the goal line. That was Arizona's GM right there, watching the ball, he's like, damn it.
With Marvin Harrison Jr. wide open?
First, Kyler was running around, man. Running around. That would have been.
I'm here for all the Kyler Murray memes. They're so funny.
They were balling yesterday. 17-3. We're rolling. Rolling.
They'll show like the Altuve Aaron Judge photo, and they'll be like Kyler standing next to his receivers. There's just so many good ones.
Oh, man. Kyler, 57 rushing yards yesterday. Titans were up 17-0 on the Bears. They come back and win thanks to their defense. So the cutaway stuff, who's got a lot riding on it? Man, it's football season. And we're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow.
You think that they're going to bring up the Ricky Pearsall incident over and over and over again?
They'll talk about Ricky Pearsall. They'll talk about everything that's happened up to this point with the 49ers, and they'll discuss the Super Bowl, how they lost in overtime. Like even Mike Tirico yesterday, there was 13 overtime games last year, and none ended with a tie. Even the Super Bowl with the overtime. And I'm like, thanks, Mike. We knew that. We knew that. You didn't have to bring that up.
Happy birthday, Ricky Pearsall, by the way.
Is it his birthday
today?
It is his birthday today. Yeah, Niners tweeted it out a little while ago.
How old?
22, right?
I believe 22. Let me double check.
23, I think.
23, yeah, maybe. Are they going to do something for Ricky Pearsall? Will he get a standing ovation?
24.
24 years old. Wow.
24?
Man, he's old.
Trey Lance is still younger than him.
Damn. Trey Lance, man.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Oh, poor guy.
Did he gobble up any hearts yesterday?
No, he's the third string, right? Isn't Cooper Rush in front of him?
Oh, man.
You can't even get on the field.
Poor guy. Just a poor guy.
Poor guy or poor us?
Honestly, if I'm the Raiders, I just trade for him to start him the rest of the way. Why not?
If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm like, yes. Every time Deshaun plays bad, it's like take a little more heat off the Trey Lance trade. Because that's not right now. The Deshaun trade is the worst trade in the history of the NFL.
You think so?
Oh, Bonte, $230 million guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
They made the playoffs with Baker.
Yeah.
They beat their rival, the Steelers.
But you got to remember, a lot of people were down on Baker.
No doubt.
A lot of people were down on Baker. When he left Cleveland, his stock was sold out. Like, people were complaining about commercials and this and that. Baker did it.
He went to Carolina and the Rams before going to the Bucs.
Baker's balling in Tampa. Tampa Bay. Good win for them yesterday.
No, but like Deshaun was a good player and looks like he can't play.
Yeah, he doesn't look good at all. Doesn't look good. All right. Fast five time.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I do love that.
I can't wait to hear Troy on the call tonight. That's a guy that when you have two really good quarterbacks, that's the perfect person I want on a broadcast. As I jump in with my final thoughts first and just cut off your lead.
No,
so I apologize.
Fine.
And also, real quick.
I want you guys to come in and take it first.
Real quick.
Don't get the ideas, love it.
We heard from earlier, someone called or texted in about Big Pun. We have a rejoin and stuff like that. He messaged all of us on Instagram. This is what he said. Thank you guys for the love. I had a heart attack.
Oh, my God.
I got cleared 5 times. I was out for 3 days. First thing I did this morning was turn on the roast. Love you, brother. So Big Pun,
I love you too, buddy.
You're on the mend. We love you. Glad you're with us.
God is good, man.
Yeah,
Look, my dad had one of those. I've seen a lot of different people have them.
Yeah.
Some people bounce back. And Lucas's dad had a heart thing, and he's still playing ball. Yeah. It's so random. And like as we get to this, so why when I see people fighting at games, life is too short. Everybody, like I told you, I want to bring my son. I seen you post pictures of your daughter going to games. Life's too short. And there's enough stuff that could kill you. Why fight someone at a game when you spent hundreds of dollars to park and to go in and enjoy yourself? Like, everybody respect everyone tonight. And let's not have any stupid videos circulating and any real life drama. Let's have fun, Niner fans. Let's be, somewhat civil. You could tell jokes and all that stuff. Let's not fight. Come on, fan base.
I agree.
Let's be better than that.
I agree. Things happen. Things happen at these stadiums, man. Just keep your mouth shut. Love it. Go ahead with a final thought.
My final thought is, I think Niners really need a 1-0 start to the season just to completely clear away all the craziness of the offseason. It was a crazy offseason. It was even a crazier training camp and preseason. You start 1-0 tonight. Offseason, preseason, what are you talking about? I don't remember any of that. So that's on the line tonight.
My final thought is, Coach Prime, you might be in trouble, buddy. You might be in some trouble, Coach Prime.
When I seen him throw that ball,
when I seen him throw
I said, Prime?
Oh my gosh. You in trouble.
Nebraska hasn't had a win like that since the 90s.
Yeah, they need that bad.
Well, and they had 50 million, what was it, Martinez's? Who were the quarterbacks?
Yeah, they had a lot of Martinez's.
Like five different Martinez's. I thought it was the same guy, just there for 12 years.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. When I seen him throw that ball. Anyway, that's my final thought. Prime time, you might be in trouble. And we ain't talking about CBSSportsLive.com and their media members. We're talking about your job status in Colorado, man.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Can you do that? Where's the, Alex, you might be in trouble. Where's the, he wasn't lying. Alex is in trouble. They shipped his ass out the next offseason.
I mean, by the way, the Jaden Daniels thing, he's going to be a really good fantasy quarterback. I watched that game. He can't hit the right side of a barn currently.
Yeah, I know.
And he scored a couple of late touchdowns.
Oh, fantasy-wise,
he's going to be
legit.
great for fantasy.
But
I don't know about
reality.
him.
Well, it's early, Shasky.
No, I know.
It's his first game of the season.
Quinn.
Yeah, but it's his first game of his career.
Quinn?
It's his first game of his career. Give him some time. Give him time. All right? These guys are not bust or geniuses after week one. No overreactions. We will have overreactions to week one later.
No, I will react. The Giants suck and the Panthers suck.
No, well, they suck, but you can't say Jaden Daniels.
The Raiders
I don't know about him.
How'd Bo Nix look?
Oh, yeah. Your boy Bo Nix. Shots it up.
Should have had 5 picks.
I'm not going to talk about that. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Head on down to the Hilton, where Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibbs will be at all day long, starting now right here on 95.7 The Game. Have a good day and enjoy Game 1 between the Niners and the Jets.
It's finally here.
Credit Union.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson from the Hilton Santa Clara, just down the street from Levi Stadium. Monday Night Football tonight. 49ers versus Jets. Aaron Rodgers, Brock Purdy, and Daryl the Guru Johnson all going to be there tonight. What's up, my man?
I got to tell you this. I need your guys' help. I feel like I'm playing. I sat there on the couch like a bump on the pickle Saturday, Sunday, and you're telling me we get to come here and end week one with the Jets-Niners showdown? I'm juiced, man. I really am.
So, in other words, you sat on a couch for 2 days. That, to me, is the opposite of playing.
But no, I was just getting ready. And now I'm just ready to go, but I'm not shamed. There was some emotion behind those 2 hours. Saw a lot of football, and now it's about, can the Niners defend the throne of the National Football Conference, Donnie?
Yeah, week one in the books, except for this one tonight. And Aaron Rodgers comes back to the Bay Area. Of course, he played at Cal, missed all but 4 plays of last season, Goo, and just give me kind of an overview of what you're going to be looking for in terms of tonight's game, and how does the Goo assess what may or may not go on tonight?
Pressure bust pipes, right? And Aaron Rodgers, when you look at his regular season or his postseason record against the Niners, he hadn't had a lot of success. And the reason, Stoney, is that front line, that vaunted defense, year after year has given Aaron Rodgers problems on the biggest stage in the playoffs. And you know, one guy we haven't mentioned all offseason is Hargrave. And the reason I bring him up, Stoney, is we talk about Bosa, and it's just a must that he get after the quarterback. But you know what? It takes a gang of defensive linemen. It takes a gang of schemes. And I'm looking at Bosa and Hargrave to get after Aaron Rodgers, because, Stoney, if Aaron Rodgers stays upright, then I think the Niners have problems, and that increases the Jets' chance of winning this game. But if you come at them like you've come at them in the past, then it's nothing to see here. But I told you I'm high on the Jets. I think they got some action. So what a test for the Niners defense and Saleh going up against Kyle Shanahan.
I guess the biggest piece of news going into this game is that of Christian McCaffrey. Kyle Shanahan talked about the calf and the Achilles, and he's listed as questionable tonight, but Kyle Shanahan indicated over the weekend that he expects him to play. But here we are before game one of the regular season, and we're already talking about maybe their best offensive player nicked up a little bit, and we'll see more tonight. But I don't know whether that's something to worry about right off the bat, or whether the 49ers essentially be very cautious with Christian McCaffrey and maybe limit him tonight, and keep monitoring him all season long, because everybody knows that they're going to have Christian McCaffrey if they're going to eventually get back to the Super Bowl.
Now, nobody knows my partner Steiny speak like me. Let me just throw this at you, because you kind of mocked me. Your radio mocked me in regard to my concern about McCaffrey when, he didn't play the preseason. That wasn't a concern. It was just the calf. Now, hours away from game time, Steiny, you're saying, Goo, you know what? You might not have been crazy.
No.
If that workload is decreased, because Steiny, he has to get at least 25 touches.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to be talking 49ers all day today, as well as other stuff around the NFL. It was a great day of football yesterday. I found myself watching most of it, for sure. But if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, it starts tonight against the Jets. And 888-957-9570. I'll just start out by throwing it to 49er fans and saying, what is your biggest key to tonight's game. You know, one of the things I think we're going to try to have to do this year is not go big picture too soon. And I was gonna tell you, Goo, what's the key for the 49ers to get back to the Super Bowl? But I think that's a long, long way off. No need to talk about that now. Instead, we'll just focus on the Jets tonight. And what do you expect out there from, let's talk about the 49ers offense first. What do you expect from the 49ers offense today against those Jets?
Well, it's funny you asked that, Stoney, because it was going to be McCaffrey right, McCaffrey left, especially with Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk not getting a lot of reps this offseason. But I was watching that Dallas Browns game, and CeeDee Lamb, a stud receiver like Ayuk, pretty much didn't get any work in the offseason, and he was featured. So you look at McCaffrey, and I'm already looking at the YouTube chat, and they're like, don't rush McCaffrey back. Don't do too much. So if you default to maybe putting the ball in the air a little more, Stoney, you would think Brandon Ayuk would be a guy you could utilize. But I do wonder, the lack of reps, does that mean anything? And again, I bring up Lamb because it seemed like it didn't yesterday. They threw him the ball. So Brandon Ayuk, how much will he be featured, or will he be an option for Brock Purdy starting this season?
Well, the one thing that caught my eye about a week or so ago was a story by Matt Barrows in The Athletic, and it analyzed Kyle Shanahan's play calling. And in the postseason last year, and it was probably somewhat of a function of them getting behind in 2 of the playoff games, but they actually passed the ball more than they ran the ball in the postseason last year. Kyle Shanahan loves to go 50-50, 50 run, 50 pass, but it was skewed toward the pass in the postseason. And the question now becomes, do you think that with Brock Purdy starting his second year at quarterback now for the San Francisco 49ers, he knows enough of Kyle Shanahan's offense, and Shanahan knows enough about what Purdy can do, that he does open up the playbook a little bit more and lets Brock Purdy be more of a, let's say, an independent type quarterback, or at least a quarterback who's going to throw more than he did in the previous season and a half. I think that's one of the things that I'm going to have an eye on tonight, because the suggestion is that maybe the 49ers will be a little more pass-oriented in a traditional sense this year as opposed to in years past.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Stoney, that's an early nugget from you early on, because what have I been consistent with all offseason is, why was the Niner offense pedestrian in the playoffs? And I didn't know that nugget. And now that you tell me they kind of threw more than they ran, and they got weaponry, and maybe this year I want to see 85 featured more down the field, and maybe that starts tonight. But that's interesting, and I'm not saying that's why the offense was pedestrian in the playoffs, but to find out they actually threw more than they ran, that's kind of off script, right? And I don't want to say they didn't have the best results. They got to the Super Bowl and went to overtime, but it'll be interesting to see if they let him take off the training wheels, because I don't look at Brock Purdy like I looked at Jimmy Garoppolo, Stoney. He keeps his eyes downfield and he'll sling it.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. And Guru and I have come up with 5 of the biggest questions for this season for the San Francisco 49ers. And we definitely want to include you guys in this. If you want to come up with your biggest question this year about the San Francisco 49ers, your biggest issue, the challenge to overcome, what they need to do to have another successful season, you can jump in and tell us at 888-957-9570. And Goo, the one to me, and we can spend time on each of these, obviously, because we got all day, but to me the biggest thing I'm going to be looking for this season, and I'm looking at macro, not micro, is Brock Purdy. I still think that he's the most important player on this team. I think that Brock Purdy is now entering just his second year as the starter on opening night. And I think the question now becomes, we know he's good. We know he's solid. We know he makes all the right plays. Does he have another level in him? Does he have another step to rise up to that can help this team even be better than they have been the last 2 or 3 seasons. I don't know if it's going to come statistically. I don't know if it's going to come stylistically. I don't know if it's going to be the eye test. But to me, if Brock Purdy can continue his ascension, and I think he's gotten better since the first game he played to today, and if he can take that next step this year, I think this team's going to be in real good shape, and they'll be there in the end when everybody wants them to be there in the end.
You know what? I like that, and I'll just tell you this. I go to the origin of Brock Purdy, how he drove to the stadium that day he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo, not knowing he was going to get thrown in the game, and a star has been born. I think I can say that ever since. And I just look at him starting in the Super Bowl, those playoff games. Last year, after coming back from the elbow on the surgery, Steiny, I just feel like, this is going to sound crazy, I just feel like he's already proven the moment is not too big for him. So now here we go, Monday Night Football, week 1. But just like you said, it's bigger than that. And if I had to bet, Steiny, I know we saw Dak get $60 million yesterday. I believe if he turns in the same type of season last year, Brock Purdy that is, we could see him reset the market. But I'm with you. You want everybody to improve, and I feel like there's another level there. But if there's not, and somehow tangibly we can't see it, I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is his best has damn near been good enough already.
Yeah, it has.
I thought you were going to say, good, you sound crazy. Like, you know, he like if I asked you, what's he need to improve on, Steiny? You know what I mean? It's not something so glaring. Everybody needs to improve. He's put him in position.
Yeah, you know, he's probably like everybody else. If you look at the numbers on these teams, they're impressive. Ayuk over 1,000 yards. You know, Debo's dynamic. McCaffrey 20-plus touchdowns last year. Purdy 31 touchdown passes.
31
and 11 picks. You know, so that ratio is terrific. I don't know if it's going to be numbers where we're going to see the improvement. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Brock Purdy throws more interceptions this year than last year, but that doesn't necessarily, to me, equate to a worse season. I'll know it, I think, we'll know it when we see it. Has Brock Purdy been good enough? Maybe, but he can quell all doubts with a terrific season, one that's even better than last year. Maybe they win one more game than last year, and they head into next year as the defending Super Bowl champs. But one game at a time, and tonight he goes up against Aaron Rodgers, quarterback that's had success against the 49ers in the regular season, but not a lot in the postseason.
Yeah, that was a nugget given to us by our own Dan Dibley, Steiny. Like, put some respect on Aaron Rodgers' names, but as Dibs knows and everybody out there, it's about postseason and what happens in. Can I give you one of mine, Steiny?
Sure.
So we talk about tandems, and we talk about this reputation that the Niners have built under Robert Saleh, who will be in town as the Jets head coach. We all know that. DeMeco Ryans, and arguably they had the best, the Niners, that is, linebacker tandem. And I know you're going to be like, Guru, you sound like a broken record. But there was no yin and yang like Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. And Steiny, for the life of me, if this Niner defense is going to, continue to be nasty, then we got to see a guy like Devondre Campbell who's going to get the first crack at replacing Dre Greenlaw. And just where I sit right now, I can't wait to see if Aaron Rodgers can manipulate no Greenlaw out there, Steiny, because Greenlaw, arguably, if he wasn't the heart and soul, he was the blood pumping. He was he was an artery. He was something in there. He was a valve. And the fact that you're going to go out there tonight up against Hall, up against Wilson and Aaron Rodgers and all that knowledge and IQ without, the services of Greenlaw, I can't wait to see if that hampers the Niner defense, or, you know what, they're good, Steiny, but they're not great. And the second half of that Super Bowl, Mahomes and company and Kelsey, they manipulated and took advantage of no Greenlaw. So I thought that injury, it hurt in the meantime, obviously, during the Super Bowl. But now, Steiny, it's kind of like, do you feel the brunt and pain of it as you start this new season?
Ordinarily, this question would be kind of foolish to ask, but I'm going to have to ask it. And that is, who do you expect to play better tonight? Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy? And obviously, it's a question that we'd probably normally answer Aaron Rodgers, but he's only played 4 plays last year. He's 40 years old. And tonight, he starts another season, but he hasn't played football in a long time. 4 plays in 2 years. But then on the other hand, you have Brock Purdy, who's been healthy all of last year, entering his 3rd year now as a starting quarterback, 2.5 years if you want to be exact. And he's shown you everything you need to have seen from him. He's been solid. He's been better than expected. But if I asked 49er fans and NFL fans, who has more questions going into this game? Who's got more doubt? Who's got more skepticism? Is it Aaron Rodgers or is it Brock Purdy?
Wow, I like that. Now I'll take a crack at it. I think Aaron Rodgers, I just mirror what Tom Brady did in his first season at Tampa Bay. And I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady, but he's up there. And what happened is we all got robbed of watching his impact when he got hurt 4 plays in last season. We saw the success that Brady, the maestro, had helping Tampa Bay get a Super Bowl victory. So when you ask me that question, I feel like it's still Brock Purdy from this standpoint. Aaron Rodgers, he's already a made man in regard to one of the best to ever do it. He's got 1 Super Bowl. If we want to nitpick, it should be 3 or 4, and I get that. But the bottom line is he's heading to Canton. His thing to me, Stoney, is his antagonist is, can he get over or get past his injury, this injury at his age? But the football stuff there is still there. Brock Purdy has the pressure of, all right, I got a contract situation. I can control it. It starts tonight. But the reality is he's still in his football puberty of doing it consistently. And, you know, the world knowing, because it looks good right now, Stoney, that he is their future franchise quarterback for the next 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, I actually think, and I'm not saying, I don't like to say who's got more pressure on him, because I don't really feel that's result oriented. But I do look at tonight's game, and I think by far, the biggest unknown is Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, and especially if you put him up against Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy has been nothing but solid since he took over. I think we know who he is. I think we know that, by and large, I think Brock Purdy's, the way he's quarterbacked so far in the NFL, I'm starting to think that we can use that as his baseline a little bit. Is he going to get drastically better? I don't know. He might not have to. Is he going to get drastically worse? That to me is inconceivable as long as he's got weapons around him. So
and Kyle,
I think Brock Purdy goes out tonight and does essentially what he always does, which is be solid, be consistent, not make mistakes. But it's Rodgers who's got to show that he's still a great quarterback in the NFL. And I'm not saying I would bet against him, but he's got some things going against him. He was out all year long with an injury. He's 40 years old. He's quarterbacking a team that isn't the Green Bay Packers. So in other words, he still hasn't built any familiarity with this team. And so I think if you're a Jets fan, tonight's game is going to be a nail biter, because depending on how Aaron Rodgers looks, I think it's going to possibly dictate the season. If he's got a lot left in the tank,
I love that.
I guess the New York Jets are going to be pretty darn good. But if Aaron Rodgers has lost a little bit of his mobility, maybe his arm's not quite as strong as it has been in the past, he's always going to be a smart quarterback. There's no doubt about that. But I'm looking at Aaron Rodgers almost like tonight is the start of a new evaluation period for Aaron Rodgers to see what kind of quarterback he is now at 40, coming off a significant injury.
See, and I love that. I don't agree with you, Stoney, but I love it. And in a crazy way, I feel like you're saying, and if you're not, I am. We know, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Guru, you said this to me. Guru, the season's not over after week 1, but in a crazy way, it sounds like, Stoney, you're trying to convince convey maybe this game is bigger for the Jets and Aaron Rodgers than it is for the Niners, who a lot of people, and rightfully so, are assuming will be right back in the NFC Championship. And if they go out and beat the Jets, hey, they beat the Jets. They're the badass Niners, and they've been that since 19. But if the Aaron Rodgers comes in here, and Steiny, I think you're missing this point. You tell me what you think. I think he's like a fine wine. You say, what are you talking about? Yeah, he got injured. It was his lower extremity, his Achilles. But Steiny, that arm was on the shelf. That body didn't take hits. And when we last saw him throw the football, he still had the arm strength. He still had the mobility. So I'm expecting that to almost be better and stronger. But as far as if the Jets came in here and won this game tonight, again, here I am telling you, I think the Jets are going to be something. I mean, that would go a long way to set the tone for the Jets. And I know we're not in New York, but I think the Niners symbolize to the Jets in the football world, like, hey, you didn't just beat Arizona. You beat the badass Niners, who a lot of people think are going to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Who's got more questions coming into this game? Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy? One guy 23, 24, the other guy 40, but the guy who's 40 played just 4 plays last year. When I think about Aaron Rodgers and where he is right now, I think he's probably essentially, obviously one of the best quarterbacks of all time, but I just can't look at his resume right now and just assume that he's going to be the same quarterback that he's always been. I can't assume that right now. I got to see him play. I got to see him withstand hits. I got to see him play most of a season. And if he can do all those things, then I think the Jets are going to be okay. But again, 40 years old, didn't play last year. Let's see how he responds. He may show, it's possible he may show some age issues tonight and throughout this season. And so that's the way I look at Aaron Rodgers. Even though he's been quarterbacking for whatever it is, 17, 18 years, I think we're entering into a new phase of kind of his evaluation. And maybe when we watch him tonight, we'll say, well, that's the same old Aaron Rodgers. He's the same player, but he's got to kind of show that he's still the same player.
Yeah, and he's not out there by himself, Stoney. I know we played fantasy. I'm in 5 leagues. Breece Hall is a threat. He's one of the top running backs in the league. So I just envisioned a scenario early on, the play action pass to Breece Hall, and if somehow the Jets were able to get the running game going, they got weaponry, Mike Williams, Lazard on the outside, along with Garrett Wilson. So it's not just him trying to uplift others. Obviously, that's the goal, but there's talent around him. So if the Jets can block it and give him time, that's what worries me about this game is can Bosa and the gang, create that pressure and make it hard, because we have seen the team in red and gold get after Aaron Rodgers and make it for a long day and night.
888-957-9570 is the number. Monday Night Football tonight from Levi Stadium. The 49ers against the New York Jets. Aaron Rodgers making his return after being hurt for all but 4 plays last season. And we'll see what happens as he comes back to the area where he played college football at the University of California. You think that Rodgers not getting drafted by the 49ers almost 2 decades ago, does that matter anymore to anybody? What about you, Gil?
It doesn't matter. I know it matters to him, but the bottom line is we've seen him play the Niners with winner goes to the Super Bowl, and you look at his postseason record against the Niners, it didn't carry enough weight, and I'm not just blaming it all on Rodgers, but hell yeah, Stoney, you remember who let you go or didn't pick you, but the bottom line is the results on the field in the postseason. Aaron Rodgers could not extract revenge against this team.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about the quarterbacks, Brock Purdy and Aaron Rodgers. Brock Purdy and Aaron Rodgers, one young, one old. What do you expect from them tonight? And who has more questions coming into this game about them? Is it Rodgers or is it Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's finally here. Niners, Jets, tonight.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
We want to hear from you all day. 888-957-9570.
Are you ready for some football?
We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara all damn day. No need to touch that dial. We'll get you ready for kickoff on the Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until...
When are you going to get a heart?
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
All righty. Monday Night Football tonight, Levi Stadium. Guru and Steiny down at the Hilton Santa Clara. And Dibley and Willard will also be doing their show from down here 2 to 6. If you're in the area, stop by. We're essentially adjacent to Levi Stadium, but there are a lot of festivities down here at the Hilton Santa Clara. They have their own tailgate, a lot of people already. I see them mingling in 49er jerseys, a couple Jets jerseys floating around, but we got Monday Night Football tonight in Santa Clara, Goo, and boy, it feels like since there have been games Thursday and then Friday and then Sunday, it feels like we've been waiting longer than normal for this game just because I feel like I've got so many games under the belt already.
No doubt, but it still has that, to me, partner, it still has that playoff feel because it's the lone and only game, as you mentioned, and two heavyweights, both one from the AFC, one from the NFC. And I think I'm growing up, Stoney, because I sent you and Evan a text earlier this morning driving to the Hilton, and I always kind of blew past this and didn't give enough credence to it, but you played that sound all last week from the great John Lynch, and he was saying, Tim, talking to Tim Kawakami, you can't just expect the Super Bowl. You got to earn it. But I do think about the mental grind that starts tonight, Stanya, and this whole season, for a team that's been there and can taste it and just couldn't get over the top. And you finished last year off not just losing a close game where I feel they should have won. It goes overtime. So, Steiny, I am looking at it from that vantage point now, the mental grind that I don't think I've given enough credence to now. This is a bear to ask, but it's their job. They get paid handsomely. But outside of the Chiefs the last 5 years, Steiny, who's won more than the Niners? And here we go again,
I can't think of anybody, but, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the 49ers are 0-0, and they've got one of the best rosters in football, and there's no reason, barring injury, that they shouldn't be there at the end, whatever that means. This has all the makings, obviously, of a playoff team. They want to go bigger than just the playoffs. They've got the personnel to do it, and it's just a matter of dotting your I's and crossing your T's during the regular season, establishing a level of play at a high level. And if they can do that again and stay healthy, I think they're just going to win 10 games by accident if they're conscientious and playing good football. So what they do after that, once they get into the playoffs, I do tend to think of that more of a crapshoot. More of sometimes you can just play a bad game at the wrong time. But I think if the San Francisco 49ers stay healthy and everybody does essentially what they're supposed to do, this is obviously a playoff team, and then we're going to find out how much better than just a playoff team they can be. But it's going to be a long process, and the bottom line is they can't skip steps. They got to play 17 regular season games, and they've got to figure out a way to win enough of them to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm looking at a guy, Steiny gets 10:34. The game's at 5:15, and the beautiful thing about sport and fandom is we got people out here already. And I'm thinking about something you asked me last segment as I see an Aaron Rodgers jersey walk past us. It wouldn't be fair to compare resumes from Aaron Rodgers and Brock Purdy, being that Brock is so young. But it sounds like right now, because you brought up the word health, and that's what got me going here. Right now, you feel more confident in Brock Purdy as a quarterback just because of what Aaron Rodgers happened to him last year, and just in your mind, because I don't have that fear of, not even that fear, that question, can he come back physically? You would give the nod to Brock because he was upright last year.
I think Brock Purdy's more of a sure thing right now than Aaron Rodgers. Absolutely. Brock Purdy's played the last year and a half at a high level, and Aaron Rodgers, his last couple years in Green Bay, so-so. Yeah. Then last year he's coming off an injury. I absolutely think that to a football fan that pays a lot of attention, you go into tonight's game, and it's like you kind of know what Purdy's going to do. You know the game plan that's going to surround him, and you know what Kyle Shanahan's going to do, and chances are Purdy's going to be able to execute. Aaron Rodgers, though, on the other hand, I don't know. I mean, yeah, he could step out on that field tonight and be Aaron Rodgers from 5 years ago, but I think there's also a chance he could step out on that field tonight and just doesn't quite look like the player he's been throughout his career, because that's what happens when guys get older, and he's 40 years old. So wow. He's not only – the other thing about Rodgers is he's not just going to have to get by tonight. You know, he's got to play football for 4 or 5 months for this team. And again, I get it. Brady did it, but Tom Brady to me is an anomaly, and Aaron Rodgers is essentially starting over right now.
But see, if Aaron Rodgers was listening to us right now and just
I don't care.
And heard your, I didn't say you were scared or you didn't care. I'm just telling you, he'd probably say, Sonny, slow your roll, because right now it's not just you. There is doubt about Aaron Rodgers, right? But he has a great defense. He's got some weaponry on the offensive side of the ball, so that equates to me as motivation. And you could be right; it could all blow up in his face, and he looks like he needs a cane and a wheelchair. But if not, partner, and he's Aaron Rodgers that we're accustomed to in this system with this defense, that's what, you know, has me thinking, oh, this man's coming out here like, yeah, it's week one, but he knows what's at stake. He knows he's being doubted.
Yeah, I mean, if you were just to ask me, who do you think's going to have a better year, Purdy or Rodgers, I would say Purdy, just because he's in this system. He had a great year last year. It doesn't look like he'll take a step back. And I believe this is who Brock Purdy is as a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, one of the greats of all time, no doubt about it, but he hasn't played in a while. And the other thing is he may have all the physical tools still at his disposal, but I wonder if that injury is in the back of his head and if it limits him in any way. I mean, the thing I remember about last year when he got hurt on the Leonard Floyd play, it didn't look like anything crazy. It just looked like a regular tackle, and the next thing you know, Rodgers is out for the whole season. So I look at the Jets, and I know their fan base and their history hasn't had a lot to cheer about, and this could be the year for the Jets, but it can only be the year if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback he's always been.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It starts tonight for him. And I'll say this, with your comp, what you just mentioned, let's just say Purdy were to outplay him. That's not actually a death sentence, for the Jets or Aaron Rodgers, Donnie. If he were to, if Purdy were to put up better numbers, the Jets are in a different conference, but they still could accomplish their goals. Let's just say he's right behind them, his 1B to his 1A.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are at the Hilton Santa Clara live, and Dibley and Willard will be joining us at 2 o'clock. They'll take you to 6. And the game, of course, starts at 5:15. 49ers against the New York Jets. And over the weekend, Kyle Shanahan was asked about running back Christian McCaffrey. And McCaffrey obviously been a little bit dinged up, but here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say about the availability of Christian McCaffrey.
That mean questionable game time decision, questionable for Christian, or
just questionable?
That is, Stoney, just questionable. But man, Stoney, he is the Steph Curry of this offense to me. And I know it's a quarterback league. I get it. Brock Purdy's right there. J.P. Mason. Even if McCaffrey wasn't hampered, I want McCaffrey's workload decreased, when you can. Make that something that you focus on so he can be greater later. But, man, if he's questionable, Stoney, I mean, my God, we're not going to see him, student body left and right with McCaffrey, because that would be stupid.
Yeah, I wonder. The one thing about
he's a gamer, McCaffrey.
The one thing about Kyle Shanahan, though, I think we've learned is if you're playing, he's going to use you as if you were healthy. And the one thing that I feel like about Kyle Shanahan, and maybe I'm wrong, is that he doesn't want to play a guy. If a guy's not healthy, he doesn't want to play him and then have him in a limited capacity, because I think that really handcuffs Shanahan and some of what he can do. So I think
about the threat, though, the decoy?
Maybe, but I think if McCaffrey's in there, I think he's going to be looking like he would any week of the regular season. I think if McCaffrey plays, he's going to be getting his 18 carries and 6 catches out of the backfield. That's what I would predict, but you might be right. I mean, if they don't think he's 100%, I don't know. Do you play him and kind of limit him, or do you just say, you know what, let's go with Jordan Mason tonight?
No, it's funny you asked that because McCaffrey, I'm paraphrasing, these words came out of his mouth last week, Stoney, about, if it was a real game, he could have went. And, basically he's not even worried about it like I am. He would probably tell me, shut up. But, the words are what they are, questionable. But I guess I'm just overzealous in this Niner regime and team and this era trying to get back, and we're just already before a game has started, a little worried per se, at least I am, about him getting hurt because, we already know across the board in sports, Donnie, all it takes is one injury. Look at the Jets last year to throw everything off.
Yeah, I when I made up my list of like some big themes for this year, obviously to me, Brock Purdy is the biggest key. Can he take his game to the next level? But this is kind of what I mean is that I think the 49ers have two things kind of to do. And one is Brock Purdy's got to get to the next level. And as far as I'm concerned, McCaffrey, Kittle, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, they have to stay at the same level that they've been at. There can't be any fall off of their veteran players. I mean, this team's getting a little bit older. They're a little bit thinner, let's say, in the depth department than they have been in the past. And so this year, the veteran players, in addition to having to stay healthy, I think they've got to have solid years. There can't be a lot of drop off. And then on top of it all, Nick Bosa needs to have a bounce back year. So you need your veteran players who have been here a while to stay at the same level. You need Bosa, I think, to have a bounce back year. And then you have to have Purdy continue his progression in terms of getting to a top 10 quarterback in the league or top 8 or top 6 or whatever it is. But if Purdy continues to improve and this team can hold up around him, they're going to be there when it matters.
Yeah, and I'll throw this back at you, partner, because you got me thinking about what role we'll see Brandon Ayuk in. I expect Trent Williams out there, Stoney, throwing over 300-pound men left and right with his right and left hand, both hands. So I don't expect any, pitch count with him. But I brought up CeeDee Lamb yesterday. He had 10 targets. What do you think of Brandon Ayuk? Do you think we see some type of, target plan his way to where he's snap count to where he's not out there like he was at camp all season?
Well, I think the one thing that
because if I'm the Jets, I would love to hear that.
Yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan used Brandon Ayuk in 82% of the snaps last year. He was asked about that earlier this weekend, I believe, and he said, he's going to be out there. He's in pretty good shape. He's had limited soreness, so I'd expect him to have at least 80% of what his normal workload is. Trent Williams, different story, I think. I think you got to play that more by ear. He's 36 years old. Let's take a listen to what Shanahan said about Trent Williams and how much he may play tonight.
I thought he did good. It was nice to get the extra practice on Monday. I think it was Tuesday to the rest of the world. Then he's had these 3 days. Each day he's gotten more comfortable. He was obviously in shape and stuff, but it was good just to get back into hearing the cadence, coming off the ball, moving with the other guys, and got better for him each day.
All right, so that's Shanahan on Trent Williams. The one thing he did say is they'll definitely be monitoring Trent Williams. He may not play every play, but he'll obviously be in their guru for most of the series, I got to imagine. But Shanahan did say they were going to be cautious with him and make sure that he's doing well before they continue to send him out in the field.
And I'll tell you what, if I'm Robert Saleh or a player on the Jets, what do you give me for this, Donnie? I feel like we're playing the Niners at the right time. Not that we're going to win, not that it's going to be easy, but the Rat on the Table brought to you you by Atco, is the offseason with two of their best players, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk, to where they might not, go 100 in regard to the snaps. And then you look at, the possibility of McCaffrey being limited or the Niners just erring on the side of caution. You got to believe if you're affiliated with the Jets, Donnie, it's like, yeah, we got him at a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I would think so.
Might not mean a damn thing, but
yeah, you just watch the games yesterday. You never know really what's going to happen week one in the NFL. Some teams are more ahead of others, etc. But no, I think that's a fair statement. I mean, if you want to look at the overview of the 49ers, I think it's safe to say their training camp didn't go smoothly with the injuries to Pearsall and McCaffrey, and then the hold in by Trent Williams and the holdout, or vice versa, the holdout by Trent Williams and the hold in by Brandon Ayuk. Maybe the 49ers are a little behind right now. And if they are a little behind right now, the Jets seem like a team right now with some personnel and with a hell of a quarterback if he's healthy, and maybe they could make something happen here tonight at Levi Stadium.
Man, and we haven't even talked about Robert Saleh and his job status. Like, he wants to get off to a good start, Stoney. They're talking about he might possibly be on the hot seat if the Jets don't get it done or get off to a hot start. So all those elements make for what already is, just from name recognition, two-story franchises, Monday Night Football. Niners should have won the Super Bowl, Stoney. They didn't, but here we go again, and the fans are starting to come into the Hilton and get ready to tailgate, and the Niners will do their part and get after it.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Emmanuel Acho, FS1. He does a show from 10 to noon called The Facility. Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game. We've had him on before. Great interview, extremely entertaining and extremely knowledgeable. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Jets tonight. It's the season opener for the 49ers at Levi Stadium. 888-957-9570. What's the biggest key tonight to get the 49ers a win? Is it limiting Aaron Rodgers? Is it getting McCaffrey going? Is it Purdy avoiding mistakes? Is it Bosa living in the Jets' backfield? 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think the key is to tonight's game? And I'm going to take the easy one first. And I'll just say you got to take care of the football if you're the 49ers. You got to take care of the football. Purdy's interception to touchdown ratio has been terrific. Avoid the mistakes, and I think you win the football game tonight.
Yeah, and that starts with blocking. We talk about Quinnen Williams on the other side. He's a beast, right guard. The Niners are running a rookie out there, Dominic Pooney, and hopefully he'll have a good night. But, Stoney, if that could get messy, it's kind of funny, and I'm a part of it. We always throw rocks, or I have, at the Niners' offensive line as being the weak link. But year after year, Stoney, they were good enough to get the team to the Super Bowl. When you look past Trent Williams, and I'm excited for Dominic, and it's a big challenge. But when you talk about what the Ravens were able to do, I look at the Jets with that type of defensive style, manning up with the guys on the outside trying to bring pressure. So we'll see how the Niners handle that. But it has all the ingredients tonight for just a big game, man.
Yeah, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, live at the Hilton Santa Clara, getting you ready for game time. 49ers versus New York Jets, 5:15 kickoff. It's the final game of the NFL week number 1. And it feels like we've been waiting forever for this, but this one counts tonight, and we will see how 2024 goes for this team and whether or not they can get to the Super Bowl. I think there's no doubt about it. That's the goal. I mean, you cannot assume that the 49ers are going to get back there, but the goal is obviously not only to get back there, but to get back there and win. Yeah. And again, there's no shortcutting it. They're going to have to play 17 games. They're going to have to win playoff games. It's a long road back, and you brought up the mental grind mind of it. I've been, doing a lot of reading, and they all the players seem to insist that it's a new season. They can put last year behind them and start anew. But I do agree there may be a little mental issue to get over early in the season because, it's going to be a 6-month haul.
Yeah, and when you talk about I won't even say monkey, just the target on your back that the Niners have, it starts tonight with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers trying to send a message. Who better would you want to beat in week 1 on the road in their house as the Jets have the opportunity to do so? But also, Steiny, there comes an innate pressure with the fact that they're being so good. And the Niners are that good. And all you want them to do is kind of just get it done so they can just capitalize on a roster they built and have the fans rejoice to say, you know what? It all panned out in the end. We were the best team.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Levi Stadium, now 10 years old. 10 years old. And the organization invested $200 million into the stadium, However, they still haven't figured out the sun issue, but it won't be an issue tonight, at least.
Yeah. Come on now. Just put a little SPF 50 on you. You'll be all right.
Well,
there you go.
Well, it's a 5 o'clock start, so it should be nice and cool and temperate tonight when kickoff is kicked off, if you will. 888-957-9570 is the number. Give me something you're looking for, big picture, not just tonight, but for the entire season.
It is Nick Sorensen and the combo of Brandon Staley. I'm not mad that I feel like there's 2 chefs in the kitchen, but just the way I live my life, the way I've worked at different jobs, when you have somebody that's done the job prior there in the room, that means something to me. And I'm not saying Nick is under pressure or Kyle and company don't have, 100% confidence in what he's going to do. But I just think about the success, right? I think about the failures of Nick Mullins and Beathard. Why would I bring that up? Then you get you get Jimmy, the good Jimmy, and you turn it around and you start to win. Now you got Purdy. I just can't stop thinking about looking at DeMeco Ryans yesterday on the sidelines as the head coach, Robert Saleh. And I'm looking at you, Stoney, like, you know what? The bottle stopped spinning for whatever reason. They even got to the Super Bowl, but Wilkes was the odd man out. For whatever reason, he couldn't look to see what those 2 great minds did, and he came with his program, and again, for whatever reason, Stoney, it didn't work. I just wonder, next at bat is Nick Sorensen. What is he going to bring, and are they going to be that ferocious, nasty defense that we've seen over the years? Like, I can't wait to see that, and what a great test tonight against the Jets.
Yeah, that's actually an area that I'm not as concerned with you as you about, just because he's been in this organization. He's already been in this organization, so I expect the players to be familiar with him, and I don't know what to make of the Steve Wilkes situation from a year ago.
They got to the bowl, right? You want to do that.
They did get to the Super Bowl, and their defense actually played well enough for them to win the game, but they didn't get it done. But if you hear some players talk, and obviously Kyle Shanahan had some issues with Steve Wilkes. He's no longer here, and it's one of those things where we'll find out whether he was the issue or whether he wasn't the issue.
Yeah, and again, I'll sound like a broken record. You guys tell me to stop playing, as I will, but the Dre Greenlaw, how you fix that and remedy that for this defense is what I'll be watching. It starts tonight, so I was talking to Evan early on about, to me, if you ask me what's the biggest question, it's not the D-line depth. That's on the list, but it's how do you replace a dog like Dre Greenlaw?
What does Aaron Rodgers have to prove tonight, if anything? What does Brock Purdy have to prove tonight, if anything? One guy has been solid for the last year and a half. The other has been terrific for his entire career, but he's coming off an injury, and he played just 4 downs last year. So what can we expect from Aaron Rodgers? To me, that's going to be a fascinating part of tonight's game, because I think of all the players on the field, the one guy we just don't know about is Aaron Rodgers. We know what he's capable of, but we also know that he is 40 years old, coming off an injury. The 49ers obviously are going to prepare for the prime time Aaron Rodgers. And the bottom line, though, is he that player anymore?
You didn't give me love for this take, Stoney, but I'm patting myself on the back. I just feel like the one positive from him getting hurt is the wear and tear. He didn't take hits. He was just on the sideline and the arm's ready to go. So I'm being proactive, thinking he's going to be, if he gets time and he's upright, he could be dishing that rock to some weaponry that the Jets have.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Who has more questions about him tonight, Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy? Aaron Rodgers or Brock Purdy? Also, coming up at 1 o'clock, Emmanuel Acho. He is FS1. He's a co-host of The Facility. We've had him on before. He's a terrific guest. We're going to break it down with him coming up next. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Only a few weeks left to play in the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy select varieties and sizes of Lay's chips or Funyuns, only $1.99 when you buy 4. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and is used with permission.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. I brought him in and asked him, where did this stuff come from? He said, it's bigger than you think, coach. He had told me that almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in, and I said, hey, you as parents need to do your part. You guys need to figure out how, why, and when this stuff is happening, and we got to get it fixed.
Coach Sanchez and his team took vaping head on. Learn how he and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 27th through September 29th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event, September 27th through September 29th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Did you know when you purchase lumber and building materials from Golden State, it's like picking a top athlete? We have staff just like the Pro Scouts for San Francisco's Orange and Black, who search the country for elite players. At Golden State, we pursue the best sources for wood and building materials in the industry. For the full list of Golden State's preferred partners, visit goldenstatelumber.com and click Brands. Proudly celebrating our 70th year, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book.
Hung Lou? I'm sorry? My boy Hung Lou?
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
All righty, we are live from the Hilton Santa Clara, getting ready for Monday Night Football. Tonight, 49ers versus the Jets, Levi Stadium. It is the opener for the 49ers, and another year where they have Super Bowl aspirations. Can they get it done this year? We'll see, but it all starts tonight against the New York Jets. Guru, this little tidbit before maybe we'll take a look at what happened yesterday in the NFL. But Adam Schefter on the McAfee show this morning said that in mid-August, the San Francisco 49ers either sent a letter to Brandon Ayuk or gave him a letter that said that he had to practice or he would not play this year. And I guess what we're to infer from that is they had made a decision that if he did not practice, that they were prepared to keep him on the sidelines, at least for the start of the season and maybe longer.
I saw that report, and I just kind of, Steiny, thought about, what does that do for today or right now? The fact that, you know what I'm saying? They got it done. It's euphoria about the new season. I don't know. And there was another report floating around there that he almost was traded the day that they got the deal done. But I guess they didn't do that, Steiny. They didn't stand by their word. But there's no bad blood when you get married after an argument. And that's what or a disagreement. And so that's why I'm being proactive. Like, there's nothing to see here.
Well, I don't know if there is. I don't know if there isn't. I just I know that Ayuk is going to play tonight. We'll see for how long, if he'll be in doing his standard workload, which last year, like I said, was he was in 82% of the plays. But according to Schefter, the 49ers, if they had to, were prepared to let Brandon Ayuk not play essentially all season long. There was also another report by Jay Glazer of Fox Sports and Joe Spadoni back in our home studio. If you could cue that up. This was an interesting report from Jay Glazer. Just some more nuggets about the Brandon Ayuk contract situation. Take a listen.
The day it actually got done, the 49ers were trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was already en route there. And then all of a sudden, Brandon Ayuk happened to show up early to the facility that day. Went downstairs, tried to meet with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was trying to get in touch with the front office, but they couldn't take his call because they're trying to get the trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Shanahan actually ran all the way upstairs, said, hold this. Let's put a hold on these trade talks right now. Pittsburgh will call you right back. They went down and talked to Ayuk for about 2 hours, and they said, look, you have until the end of practice. We're either trading you to Pittsburgh today, or you could take the deal that's been on the table. It's up to you, but you have till the end of practice. He says, this is where I want to be. Brandon Ayuk remains a 49er.
Wow, so it looks like there was a lot going on behind the scenes. If it's
sound like an episode of The Office.
Yeah, I mean,
hold on, stop, put the phone down.
Yeah, we'll it's kind of interesting. Apparently, the 49ers gave Brandon Ayuk a couple of ultimatums. One is that he wasn't going to play unless he practiced, and two was, hey, you need to make a decision. Sign a contract here, we'll trade you to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So is there going to be any residual from that? I'm not sure. It sounded like Brandon Ayuk was over it.
And didn't want to go anywhere, right, Stoney? That's what I got from this whole offseason.
I guess
the Niners
not.
didn't want him to go anywhere. It was like when you're disciplining your kid and you really, I tell you what, this is going to be the last time or I'm going to spank you. It was kind of like that. You didn't want to do it. Either party didn't. They didn't want to part ways.
Yeah. Let's go out to Shaka. Shaka's in Berkeley. What's going on, Shaka? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm blessed. Man, how y'all doing? I know it's exciting to be out there in Santa Clara, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
95.7, man, best sports station in the world. Hey, man, I know y'all saw the game yesterday. We allowed 2 field goals. I'm not bragging. It's early season, 1-0. But the next week against the 49ers is going to be interesting. How do y'all feel about that?
In case you don't know, Shaka, of course, talking about his Minnesota
and
Vikings.
The Sam Darnold revenge game. But we're going to start tonight, Shaka. Then we'll give you the skinny on next week. I guess that game's in Minnesota, right?
Yeah, I don't think you could find one San Francisco 49er player right now thinking about Minnesota.
Well, Shaka's happy, that's all. They took care of the lowly Giants.
They did. The Giants look like the worst team in football.
Man, boy.
Not named the Panthers.
They've been.
Panthers, too. Yeah, good call. All right, Goo, I know this has been one of your biggest stories of the offseason, and he did your game, the Cowboys-Browns game. What'd you think of Tom Brady?
And listen, I got 8 quarters worth because the great Tim Jordan asked me what I thought when I came in. I went back and listened again. Who am I? People could say I'm Tom Brady of the radio. They can't stand me. But the bottom line is, if, Tom, you're listening, you weren't bad, you weren't great. But that job, you have to come out of your shell. I need some bam, boom, like Madden, boom, Chris Collinsworth. You got to be a little, even my guy the Olsen that he replaced, I needed some of that. And I think Tom was kind of just sitting on his hands, Steiny, a little too churchy. He was very, very quiet, very quiet. I just need more, more of a, I don't want to say character, but give me some volume, Steiny. Give me some passion.
I mean, he's really not that kind of guy. I thought
that's a problem, but you're right.
Well, I thought he was really good, to tell you the truth.
His insight, like I said, he knew what he was talking about, but Steiny, I guess it was the way he was. Devontae Turpin returned one for 60 yards, and all you got was a sound of, like, Tom, give me some, a little, but I just needed some more energy, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I would have bet $1 million that the day after Tom Brady made his debut, he was going to get ripped.
Okay.
I mean, there was just no doubt about it. He was just gonna. And I don't know. I look at Tom Brady in the same way I kind of look at Bill Belichick, and that is, I feel like everything they say is interesting because it's coming from two of the greatest to ever do it. I mean, I've seen more Bill Belichick stuff in the last 6 months than I've seen during his entire career with the Patriots in terms of him talking about football or talking football with people. And I kind of feel like Brady's the same way. When you hear Brady talk and it's Tom Brady, you just, I don't know. I thought he was good. And I think he's somebody who obviously is going to get better. That's a job where you get better the more reps you do. But I thought he was good, and I enjoy listening to him because when I recognize his voice, and it's part of the reason he got paid, but when I recognize it's Brady's voice, then you also acknowledge that what you're hearing is something from the best quarterback that's ever played the game. So
that's interesting.
Even when Brady says something that you think is obvious, I feel like when he says it, it's true because it's coming from Tom Brady.
Yeah, I just think, it's all a preference, right, on what we like. But I just think when you look at the great ones around the league in all sports, Steiny, you get more, again, what I was looking for is some passion. And you're right. Everything he said, technical-wise, was on point. It was interesting, and that's why I said he wasn't bad. But if you're telling me it's Tom Brady and you know who he is and why he's in the seat, then you're not looking for what I'm looking for, I guess. When I say I need more passion, I need him to be more demonstrative, maybe a little louder. He was kind of real faint. His voice was faint. But you're looking at it like, is Tom Brady the greatest quarterback to ever do it? I'm not looking for a John Madden.
I'm not looking.
Like Chris Collinsworth. No. I love that.
No. Yeah, no, I'm not looking for that. I'm not. I mean, John Madden was a genius, and he had that part in him, and that's one of the reasons why he was great. I don't think that's who Brady is. I think a guy can be great as long as they're the best at being themselves. I think Brady's going to be fine, and like I said, I just like hearing him talk about football.
Yeah.
Scott is in Monterey. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, we finally made it, huh? It's been quite an off-season and stuff, but we're finally here at kickoff here in a few hours. It's definitely exciting. I'm glad we were able to retain most of our roster and compete for another championship. I think the biggest question mark is, with Ayuk, if, he has quite a tough task tonight, faced up against Sauce Gardner. So especially not missing all of training camp to be able to get in football shape and be able to go up against one of the best cornerbacks in the league. It's going to be quite a challenge, but I think we have enough weapons that we'll be able to, be able to attack the Jets defense and hopefully pull off the Week 1 W.
There you go.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
Appreciate the call,
Gardner,
Scott.
one of the top corners in the league, Stoney, and you wonder, if Ayuk were to, be out there in his normal role, would he shadow him or would he shadow Debo? But what have we heard all off season long from a physical standpoint about Debo Samuel? He's in great shape. He looks explosive. So, this could be a big game for him if Sauce was to spend a lot of his time guarding Ayuk when he's out there or vice versa. But the Niners got weaponry second to none, so I can't wait to see how the Jets and Robert Saleh go about it, because the whole chess game between Shanahan and Robert Saleh, Stoney, that I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it, because, you talk about familiarity. He knows what the Niners are trying to do. He was a part of it.
Yeah. That's a good, good aspect to check out tonight. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, your season starts tonight at Levi Stadium against the New York Jets.
Yeah.
We are down here at the Hilton Santa Clara. We're doing our show from here 10 to 2, and then Dibbs and Willard will pick it up from there 2 to kickoff, and they'll be on till 6 o'clock. So if you're down coming to the game, stop by the Hilton Santa Clara. All kinds of festivities out in the parking lot, tailgates, jerseys, paraphernalia, swag. It's all here down at the Hilton Santa Clara. And if you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. The first question I was kind of throwing out to our listeners is, who's got more questions about him tonight? Of the two quarterbacks, who do you think has more questions? Rodgers or Brock Purdy? We've been having some fun with that. Obviously, Rodgers hasn't played in about 2 years other than one series last year. And Brock Purdy, he's now entering his second season as the 49ers starting quarterback. 888-957-9570. Goo, you asked something during the break that I thought was kind of interesting, so much so that I ended up writing it down, and it's this. We were talking about Bosa, and you said, he's got to have a better year. And then you said, when you get paid, what's really at stake? And I think what you meant was Bosa's gotten paid all that money, and now how is he going to play? And if he has a bad year, what does it really mean? He's under contract.
From the fans is where the venom will come. And I think it's already quietly started with last year. But, he took ownership and admitted, nobody cared, Stoney, but he wasn't that dominant in the playoffs. And, when you get paid, you don't have to return the money. So from that vantage point, he won. Now it's about the consistency. Can you live up to that contract? And I think a lot of people are watching. We got the guys in the morning, guys in the afternoon. Evan, we've all talked about it. We want to see him be a game wrecker. And I think, he had a full off season, no excuses. Stoney, I think there'll be, all year long, 2 scoreboards for Bosa in regard to, can you be what you were to justify that contract?
Yeah, I mean, if I do think, you look at a guy like Bosa, who's been paid,
highest paid defensive player in the league.
Exactly. And I'm just trying to compare Bosa with somebody like Brock Purdy. One guy's gotten paid, the other guy's on the verge of getting paid. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, a year like this year, Bosa's going to get more scrutiny than Purdy, but if and when Purdy gets paid, now all of a sudden he's going to have to perform at a high level consistently, and that's when I think people start viewing players differently. I don't think there's any doubt that you cannot and will not be able to look at Brock Purdy the same when he's making $1 million this year and 2 years, and he signs a contract where in a couple years he's going to get paid 50 or 60, I think we look at him differently. And I actually think that's completely fair.
Now, and I agree with you. Let me just throw this to you and the listeners. The mental aspect of life and sports, Donnie, you're telling me tonight when Purdy is under center for the first snap of the 2024 season, you don't think in the back of his mind anywhere, he's not thinking about, okay, hey, we're trying to win a Super Bowl, and I am too, and I'm the driving force behind that. But, Stoney, I do wonder the contract status, which is, we can say it, we can put the rat on the table, is dependent on him just living up to what he was last year and the year before. I just wonder if you're reading a blitz or you're on a 2-minute drive or you got to make a tight throw, if somehow that adds pressure. Like, if I were Brock Purdy, I would know, hey, the stakes are different. We're trying to win the game. That's number one. But when it's all said and done, it's like you golfing, Stoney. You know there's something else more in play for you individually. And I wonder how him or other athletes handle that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Well, we can throw that out to 49er fans. And is there any concern among 49er fans that Purdy's got to get this done, quote unquote, in a contract year? Will he kind of feel that sense of urgency because, he knows he's in for a big payday? He's
human.
This is one of those things where I do take the individual into account, and I don't know. There's just something about Brock Purdy where I think it'll affect him less than a lot of other type of players. Why? I don't know. I just feel like when you get drafted in the 7th round and there are no expectations, I think he's just going out there and playing football. He's executing the game plan, and that's kind of who he is. I don't anticipate him making any kind of different decisions because he feels pressure or urgency. It's a long season. Put together another year like last year, and everything's going to fall into place. But maybe 49er fans feel differently at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mike. Mike is in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Good, guys. Happy Monday Night Football Day.
I just wanted to. Are you headed to the Hilton?
I am not. I'm actually hosting no, it's okay. I'm holding a 49ers football party at my place. So
nice.
We're going to be doing it over at our place.
Nice.
So what I wanted to talk about was I wanted to say that the X Factor tonight is going to.
Uh-oh. Oh, Mike, we lost you. The X Factor tonight. He's got to call back because that's called the tease.
Yeah, can you?
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, start over. Start over, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah. The X Factor tonight has got to be Juwan Jennings.
How come?
And I say that because all the attention, especially with Ayuk not being there for pretty much the entire preseason. And also with Debo, they're going to be putting all that attention. Sauce is going to be out there. You're playing a high, intense defense. The only other person you can think of maybe being that safety net for Brock is going to be George Kittle. But I think Juwan Jennings is going to have one touchdown tonight, and that's going to make a lot of difference in it. The defense is going to play their part in it, but I think Juwan Jennings is going to be the X factor tonight with the attention on the other receivers.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you very much. Gooby, see high-scoring game tonight or low? Or middle?
I'm going 24-17, so that'd be 41. What a tiny computer. How do you...
That's a little bit in the middle, maybe low side of the middle. Evan, what do you think? Low side of the middle?
24-17.
24-17. Would that be an average score? It's a little low. Little low for Evan. He gave us a thumbs down, but I don't know if he meant it's low or that the show isn't so good right now. I'm not sure.
That would be the under.
Okay, that would be what is the over-under?
43.5.
43.5.
Oh, so that would be under
43. You know what?
24-7.
I was telling my buddy before the game started this weekend, right before the Eagles game, I was like, man, I feel like betting the over on every single game in week one. It just felt like offenses were going to be clicking, and they kind of did in the Eagles-Packers game, but I think it was about half and half. Half the teams went over yesterday, and maybe about half went under. But I'm starting to rethink my theory there. I think it's going to be a little bit low scoring because the 49ers didn't play a lot in the preseason. Rodgers didn't play at all in the preseason. I'm expecting the defenses to be a little bit ahead of the offenses. So I'll go 21. What's the line? 4.5?
Yeah, 4.5.
Because I have a bet on this game in our gambling contest.
Let's go Philly -2.
What number do I get? Did I get locked into a number already, or is it the number that I see at game time?
I tweeted the graphic. Give me a second. I'll let
3.5, 4.5.
Because Niner fans
I was going to say 21-17 Niners, but I don't know if that covers my bet from Friday that I made. It might have been 4.5. To make it 21-16.
Because I'm rooting for you to go broke. So
21-16.
You had 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
Okay, 21-16 49ers tonight. That's what I got.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. I like Juwan Jennings, Stoney. I know he can play. He got a new deal. He kept the season alive, I believe, against the Packers in the playoffs. But what if I told you I'm not mad at the call, but you got a hierarchy here where I want it to be Debo. And if they take away Debo, then I want it to be Ayuk. And if they take away Ayuk, I want it to be McCaffrey or Kittle. I'm not saying it can't be Jennings. It's about the W, but it's got to be one of those guys, not Jennings. But if it happens like that, Niner fans are going to be happy. But going in, you kind of want one of the big boys to be dominant.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Pat. Pat is in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, guys. Good to talk to you. Yeah, I had a hypothetical question for you. Hypothetical for both of you. Let's say that Purdy comes out and his season is kind of a B, a low B. He does good, not as good as last year, not disastrous, but a B level performance, maybe low B, which I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens. So we come a year forward now, and they have to negotiate contracts. Do you think Purdy would be the guy that would say, you got to pay me $50-60 million like everybody else, or do you think that he might be open to saying, Brock, can you get by with $35 million a year so that we can sign some other players? He seems like he might be the atypical guy that may say, I can manage on $35 million a year. I think I can get by, take care of my family okay, have a better team around me. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I'm just kind of wondering.
Yeah, Stoney, kind of goes to what you said about what you think of Brock. What, you break that down a little more. Like, who's going to say, I'm okay with 35 when if I want to be Ayuk-ish, I could get 50 or 55?
I mean, to me, it's going to be obvious, and not the specific number, but by the end of the season, I think it's going to be obvious whether he's going to reset the market or whether you don't have to reset the market with him.
But I guess what we're really saying is we're speaking on him, and we don't know him like that. But a lot of people are, I guess, trying to convey he's not programmed that way to where money is everything. Like, he'll leave something on the table. And I'll just tell you this. If we get to Christmas and he's in the MVP conversation like he was last season, I think he, rightfully so, and his agent are going to try to bring the house down.
Yeah, I don't...
Pay me.
I don't doubt that if he has a great year and they win the Super Bowl, he's going to get paid. But if it's short of that and it's not altogether clear, did he have an A year? Did he have a B year? Did he have a C plus, a B minus? I think that's going to dictate how much he gets paid. 888-957-9570 is the number. Monday Night Football tonight at Levi Stadium. Also, do not forget, don't miss the kickoff show on Monday. That is later today with Willard and Dibbs, 2 hours before the start of the game. You can also join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's finally here. Niners.
the Falcons game? Was Cousins a statue?
Yeah,
Evan's saying yes.
Yeah, he was. And Evan, that's the L I took. Or who was that? Our guy, Ken. Yeah, he didn't. Steiny, he looked bad.
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Marin. Hey, Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So I think that the real key player here is going to be. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, I think the key is going to be J.P. Mason. I'll tell you why. A couple things. I don't think the line has played enough together, especially without Trent Williams. He's got to pound the ball, keeps McCaffrey from running too much. It beats up their pass rush. He's going to be the key to the game.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, we'll find out what McCaffrey's got in the tank tonight, if he's going to play or not. Right now, he's listed as questionable for tonight's game.
Does that concern you, Stoney?
No, it doesn't. You know why?
But
what are you giving me that look for?
Because you came in and you called me crazy when I was worried about it 2 weeks ago. But now that you see it, calf/Achilles questionable.
Well, 49ers are going to hurt. They're going to get hurt this year. Well, somebody's going to get hurt. It's just like we saw with Jordan Love yesterday on Friday.
We actually got good news if that's a real report.
Josh Allen hurt his hand.
Yeah.
So.
It happens. It's a tough sport, right? Exactly. Nobody's crying for you.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Season opener tonight for the San Francisco 49ers right here at Levi Stadium. Get down here early. Say hello to us at the Hilton Santa Clara. And kickoff is at 5:15. And the question I was throwing out there early to 49er fans was this one, and that is, which quarterback's got more questions about him coming into this game? Is it Aaron Rodgers, one of the best of all time, but who got hurt last year and is coming off a serious injury? Or is it Brock Purdy, who's shown a lot in a year and a half as the 49ers starting quarterback, but a lot of fans think now it's time for the Niners to get over the hump, and is Purdy the guy to do it? Who's got more questions about him tonight, Rodgers or Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. We talked a little bit about Tom Brady making his debut. And what do you think of that game? I mean, we can talk about what happened yesterday in a lot of those games. Cowboys 33, Browns 17, Goo. You got to be feeling dynamite. You got a quarterback who just got paid $60 million per, and he came out. I'll tell you what, he might have played better than any quarterback in the league yesterday. The Cowboys, are they for real?
What I'm going to do is not come off as a hater, because I've been very pessimistic. I will say this about the defensive coordinator change in Dallas, from Dan Quinn to Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer's disguising his defense, and I saw it in preseason, Stoney, and it came out yesterday like I thought they had the Browns confused. Now, Deshaun Watson, he's without two of his tackles. Two of his starting tackles were out, and his starting running back. But it's bigger than that. I am worried, Stoney, and football worried that this dude is done. I don't know if it's injuries. I don't know if it's mentals, but he couldn't hit the side of a barn, and Cleveland is in trouble, and this guy got $200 million guaranteed. And I know we got Acho coming up later, but the streets and anybody with a pen or a format to write an article, they're throwing in the towel of one Deshaun Watson. And I got my popcorn, but Dallas offensively didn't do that much in the second half. They won the game, but partner,
they blew them out.
Yeah, but the biggest takeaway to me from that game was Deshaun Watson, and Stoney, he looks like a shell of himself. And real quick here, I think of Mike Vick, who went to prison. And I know different reasons why he was away from the game, and it wasn't 3 years, but good God, he came back and still had his fastball. Watson looks, Stoney, something's wrong. And I hope I'm wrong about him, because I was rooting for him.
Do they still have P.J. Walker is the question.
Yeah, he's
because they've shown that they can win with him. So We'll see what
Joe
happens.
Flacco, who quarterbacked their playoff game last year.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, they're without Nick Chubb for at least 4 games, the first 4 games. One of the best running backs in football. I think we can all agree on that. Nick Chubb, and I'm going to need – did you win your fantasy? This
Willard
week?
has me up by 20 points. I got Hall going.
So Willard's up 20, and you got Breece Hall.
Yeah, and I got a late-night text from Willard saying, here we go. I left the door open, so we'll see. Maybe some late touchdowns for Breece Hall.
I got you.
You want Willard to lose. He bullies you. You want him to take a L, right?
But it's against you.
Oh,
so
damn.
No, yeah.
Yeah, you can
listen, I got enough problems with my fantasy team.
Right.
Let's go to Ivan. Ivan is in West Oakland. What's up, Ivan? How you doing, man?
How you fellas doing? Thanks for taking
Dynamite.
my call.
Yeah.
Week 1.
You know what? I'm just calling to say how disgusted I am that Mr. Jerry Jones wants to give out money all willy-nilly. He can throw me some money over here. Dakota Prescott does not deserve a dime of the money he is going to get. He's a broke football player. He's a buster. He's not going to win a Super Bowl. Mark my words. In the length of this contract, he ain't ever going to win a playoff game, probably minimum. And for sure, he ain't going to smell the Super Bowl game. Cowboys suck.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Goo? Yeah. No, I'll just say this about that. And I was telling Evan while you were gone during the breaks, Donnie, the bottom line is we're looking at these quarterbacks. What do you have behind the guy if you don't want to pay him and start over? And Dak had that to his advantage.
Oh, Trey Lance.
Okay, so what do you have? My point is nothing. But the bottom line is Brock Purdy, what did you say? This is year 3 for him?
Second year as a starter.
Yeah, he already has more playoff wins than Dak in 8 years. So just think about that. And I know it's a team game, but 2-5.
It is a team game. Has Dak ever quarterbacked an offense like the 49ers?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, so in other words, we've compared this 49er offense to their Super Bowl teams, and now you're telling me the Cowboys had comparable.
Dak had Jason Witten, Dez Bryant, Zeke Elliott in his prime. Yes. Come on now. Oh, my gosh, Donnie, yes. And I'll say that's equal or the same. If you want to say a step below what the Niners have. But, man, that's what makes it maddening.
Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. I think that maybe I'm a contrarian here, but I can't stand the fact that we had to wait until Monday night to finally see our team play. I've been kind of juiced up and amped up till Thursday, and to make me wait till Monday night, I feel like it's been a rough wait. But you guys are finally in my part of the hood, only 10 miles south. So I don't know. Hopefully, I can at some point come and see you guys when you're hanging out at that hotel. But here's my question that I need to get answered. When you said, what's the question you need to get answered? Yeah. My problem is the only question that needs to get answered is whether they can win a Super Bowl. So week 1, week 7, week 17, they're not going to answer my questions. The only time you're going to be able to answer my question is in January. So it'll be a long season, and all we're doing is just waiting to see if they can win the big one. And, Goo, I got to say this. Look, Dallas, they had a great team last year, obviously, from a record standpoint, and then, it didn't work out in the playoffs. But as for as many points as Dallas seems to score, I think last year they won some game like 40-0 at the beginning of the season. For someone, I got Dak as one of my fantasy quarterbacks on the Superflex. That guy, whenever they score like 40 points, he can never get more than like 12 points. I don't really understand how that math ever works out. But,
hey, Bobby, let me leave you with this. I hear what you said about January, but my partner doesn't know it. I've learned this from him. You're assuming everything is going to go well to get you to January, and I'll just leave you with this. Be careful what you wish for, because you need health. Health is wealth, so you can't just assume they're going to get there, buddy.
I don't assume anything, Goo. But unlike, when the Giants won like 107 or whatever it was a couple years ago, I really enjoyed the journey. But the Niners have taken the road this road trip so many times, I can't enjoy the journey anymore. I need to get to the destination. Are we there yet? I'm going to be that kid in the back seat that the dad has to throw in the tape at or slap because he keeps saying, "Is he there? Are we there yet?"
Well, Bobby, I can help you.
Yeah.
I can help you, and
Can't
I wish
do
I
that
had
anymore, Bob.
I wish I had my sound of John Lynch talking about how you have to earn Super Bowl contention. And Bobby, I would just tell you this, and you're a very logical man. You're a very rational man. I would say that it would be premature to say there's only one question, and that is whether or not they can win the Super Bowl. That's premature. I think it's about the regular season. And do they show you in the regular season that they're still one of the best 2 or 3 teams in the league, so that when you go into the playoffs, not that you're assured that you're going to win it, but you want to go into the playoffs saying we can absolutely win this because we're one of the best teams in football. But right now,
They've done that the last 4 years, though, Stoney. That's why he said he was getting tired of the same scenery, the same ride.
Exactly.
I'll take it all day, every day.
But you can't get to the playoffs without making the playoffs. And I say this right now. On paper, the 49ers look like one of the best teams in football.
Yep.
Obviously, they do. But as of right now, they're not really a Super Bowl contender until they start winning games and making sure that everybody knows they're one of the best teams in the league. And they still have to go out. And prove that. I certainly think they will. I certainly think they're going to win at least 10 games. I certainly think they're going to make the playoffs. But there's no substitute for going out and doing it. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, New York Jets tonight, Levi Stadium, kickoff at 5:15. If you're going to the game and you get down here a little early, stop by the Hilton Santa Clara. We're tailgating in the parking lot. Guru and I will be doing the show from 10 to 2, and then Willard and Dibbs, they will take you to kickoff from 2 to 6 o'clock. And the San Francisco 49ers 2024 season is about 6 hours away. And I'll tell you what, the Hilton is getting crowded.
You see him?
I see 49ers jerseys left and right. I see a couple Jets jerseys. And I am never not amazed when I come down here and see all the people that come from these other cities to watch their team play in Santa Clara. It's just unbelievable. The hotel is crowded, and it's all football all the time here, Goo.
Yeah, going back to Bobby's call, I guess we're different. You let me know if I understood the premise of his call, Stoney. Monday night that's like the most prestigious spot on the card all week long, even if you play Thursday, Sunday night. Nothing like Monday night. Did I hear Bobby right that he didn't like that?
I don't like it either.
Why?
Because I like Sunday at 1:25. What do you want? That's when I want to watch a football game.
But you got to share the stage with all the other teams.
No, you don't.
Tonight
you lock in on the Niners.
But
I mean, that's the way. You're asking me how I like my football, and I like my football.
You like what you like, but you're wrong.
I like my football kicking off at 1:15 after I get off the golf course at about 12:15, and I want to go over to my buddy's house and lock in with just the 49er game. See, when the Niners game's on, I don't really pay attention to the other games that are on. That's not me.
But you understand the world is, because they're looking at their favorite team. Tonight is just one. If you want football, it's going to be Niners Jets. No other game is going. Nobody's catching passes. Nobody's throwing it except here in California and Santa Clara. That's what I love about it.
Yeah.
You're the only show in town on Monday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like 1:30.
You're weird. No, I get the 1:30.
You know what I like better? I don't mind the 10 a.m. East Coast games.
I get it. But my point is, you got to share the stage with the world's watching tonight. Like Biden's watching tonight. If he turns on, hey, I want to watch football, he's watching Niners Jets.
Well, there's also some baseball, I think, tonight, right?
Speaking of which, Giants fighting. Dude, I couldn't believe.
That's why
I would have cussed everybody out.
That's why. You notice?
What?
Who's got the hang dog today? A little bit. Little bit of the hang dog for me.
Your terminology, your lexicon is second to none. Hang dog. What's he talking? What laugh is that I have?
The Padres lose 2 out of 3 to the Giants.
Oh, please.
What?
Give your right arm.
Those are facts.
Wake the Padres up when a good team's in town.
Let me ask you this,
Losers
Evan.
do what you just said.
Are you, I got to believe you'll take a Chargers win and the Padres losing 2 of 3?
That's great.
I didn't watch a single inning of baseball yesterday.
You're a baseball guy.
Yeah, yesterday was the start of football season.
Oh, talk to him.
Baseball season is over,
Let me
Steiny.
guess, Steiny. How many innings did you watch? Oh, boy.
I watched a highlight of Fitzgerald and Luciano in the dugout getting into a little spat.
Yeah, see, we're not even talking about the result of the game. You're talking about the two players yelling at each other.
Did Luciano come in contact with his head when he pointed?
Tyler Fitzgerald decided to run 60 feet to his left to try and catch a pop-up and drop the ball, and then got pissed at his second baseman.
Yeah, Tyler Fitzgerald thinks a lot of Tyler Fitzgerald right now.
This guy is such a D.
There is an eye in Fitz.
And Luciano looked like he poked him in the head. I'm trying to get clarification. Was there contact? But Luciano not going after the ball. Like, he was just like, I'm out. You better go get the ball. Boy.
Yeah,
get it together, Melvin. Get your troops in order.
By the way, Bob Melvin, who's the toughest year of his career. Bob Melvin. Yeah.
Well, he got fired last year. I think that probably was the toughest.
No, he said this year's tougher.
He'll be gainfully employed next season.
But it's actually, you know what his toughest year has been, so you think it was last year.
Yeah, anytime you get fired.
Sometimes that's good.
Well.
He got out of that cauldron down there.
To come to what?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He got into that, hey, Tim, something happened with my phone calls and stuff because I was going to take a call. And what do you think happened there, Tim?
Spadone quietly on fire.
Is he? Okay, let's go to him, Spadone. Thank you. Hello, you're on 95.7 The Game. Norman.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Love the show.
Going well, man.
Good,
Talk
good.
to us.
Good. Bob Melvin, I think, one of the great ones, but we'll talk about that later. But what do you guys think about the Niners, so much wear and tear, going to so many playoffs and, going to, the Super Bowl and then just blowing it?
Well, I think there's 2 things you got to overcome. You got to overcome the mental part of it and then the physical part of it. Is there a physical part to it? With a team that's made the postseason 4 out of 5 years.
Yep.
And is this the year that injuries catch up with the 49ers?
That's the question.
Or is it the mental part of knocking on the door 4 out of the last 5 years and knowing now that it's just, September 9th, and you've got a long, long, long way to go to get back to the Super Bowl? I think there's absolutely something to that.
But you got to give them credit because they come back from Heartbreak Hotel, not just the Super Bowl losses, Steiny. The Heartbreak Hotel to the Eagles and wonder what's going on with Brock. They got off the mat. Lost to the Rams in 2021, got off the mat. So we got to give them credit for that, right?
Yeah, unless they're at the end of this run. And, to me, that's one of the big questions that we're going to be talking about all year long as the season goes on. Whether the 49ers are winning or somewhere in the middle, or even if they're having a tough season, the question's going to start to come up that this is probably the last iteration of this 49er team. And what will they look like next year? Whether they win the Super Bowl or not. But I do think conventional wisdom is kind of suggesting that if this thing doesn't get done this year, there's probably going to be some changes. And it may start at the wide receiver position. I was reading Matt Barrows earlier today, and if you can't tell, he's my favorite 49er beat writer because I think he's just absolutely terrific, him and Matt Mayoko. And Barrows said, one of the big questions that's probably going to be answered this year is which receiver do you keep, Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk? Because he doesn't see he doesn't see it as a certainty that both guys are going to be able to be on this team next year if and when they have to pay Brock Purdy. So that's going to be another thing we're probably going to measure this year. Wow. Which receiver is likely to stay and which might go if that's the route they got to take.
Now, that's the macro, Stoney, but I could hear some fans driving in now, like, don't even make me pour a drink to think about that. I'm thinking about cashing in and getting that chip, because just think about, again, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But had they won that game, that Super Bowl, just last year, Stoney, wouldn't those decisions and everything we talk about be, it would be,
But they're not. Like, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Like they're dealing with the reality they're dealing with.
But they got a season. My point is, they got a season and games to focus on before worried about it. We're going to lose Stoney or Guru. They want to focus on this season as a collective to get that championship and then deal with those.
I mean, the reality of the situation is, if the 49ers have to make tough decisions at the end of this year, will the decisions be easier if they won a Super Bowl or harder if they won a Super Bowl?
That was my point. Totally easier, Steiny.
I mean, if they win a Super Bowl, everybody's going to know that they're going to have decisions to make, and maybe we'll be more prepared for the guys who won't be on the team.
Among those lines, you think Brandon Ayuk, when it's all said and done, that was an easy decision?
For who?
The Niner front office.
To sign him?
Yeah. I'm thinking about it.
No,
all these things are coming out like they went to bed maybe thinking this dude might be in another uniform.
I mean, they ultimately controlled it. So, it's like...
went 15 rounds.
No, but when you said, they went to bed at night not knowing if he's going to be a Niner or not, I would say, why wouldn't they know? They still had all the power in the world, and apparently... in mid-August, at some point, according to Jay Glazer, the 49ers gave Brandon Ayuk an ultimatum. Sign the contract that's been sitting in front of you, or we're trading you to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he ended up taking the contract that apparently had been sitting in front of him. 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers, their season starts tonight at Levi Stadium. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, what are you looking for tonight, specifically against the Jets? And what are you looking for this season in terms of getting back to the playoffs? What's the most important part of the San Francisco 49ers as it relates to getting back to the postseason and being a Super Bowl contender? 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Emmanuel Acho joining us. He is a co-host of The Facility. We've had him on before. He's terrific. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and as I've been telling you, Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike those other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. And tonight, the lock of the day is Brock Purdy with more than 238 passing yards. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Are you going to have a little salad? Some beans? Maybe a touch of pasta? Some chicken? Spaghetti? Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
All righty, welcome everybody down to the Hilton Santa Clara, adjacent to Levi Stadium. We're going to be here all day at 95.7 The Game. Guru and I here for another 2 hours, and then we will hand it off to Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. They will take you right up to kickoff, and the San Francisco 49ers 2024 season is about to begin.
Thanks.
And the New York Jets are the opponent. Aaron Rodgers is the opposing quarterback. And Goo, it feels like we've been waiting all summer for this, and maybe that's because we have.
Yeah, no doubt. And the Niner fans, don't get mad at me. I'm rooting for you. I keep it real, but there's just some type of last dance feel possibly to this Niner roster as currently constructed. And what I mean by that is I know Purdy's a baby. He's going to be here for the long haul, I believe. But, Steiny, when you talk about the likes of Trent Williams and guys that are, a little older on the birth certificate, this might be their last great chance to get after it. So what's mind-boggling about this offseason to me is the disease of me started a year earlier with Trent coming out of nowhere saying he wanted this break. Got it. Brandon Ayuk playing hardball. Got it. So now all you need to do is just put validation on this era that has started in 2019, and I'll leave that there. I won't go the woulda, coulda, shoulda, but Steiny, I am so I could do a case study on how history in the NFL would be altered had the Niners won that Super Bowl last year and the one in 19, but I won't do that to you.
Well, you have.
Well, I just gave you the parameters of what the case study would be based on, but I won't go in depth because it didn't happen. So move on. It's about tonight. Jets.
Jets. That's the rest of it. I think so.
The Eagles got one. I don't know how that one
that goes EAGLES, Eagles. And I think Jets is JETS, Jets.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken.
Spadoni knows.
I could be mistaken. Spadoni. Yeah. Oh boy.
No, he wants to lose out. The Raiders.
Well,
they need a quarterback.
They need a coach. That was the worst.
I agree. I agree, actually. That was the most gutless decision I've ever seen in the history of NFL football.
Spadoni, and that's who he's supposed to be, is the riverboat gambler, the guy that played the game. And for you to punt, Steiny, that was a turnoff, man.
Well, in case you just don't know what we're talking about, and we'll get back to the Niners and the Jets in a minute. I see calls, so we'll get those. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. But we can also talk about what happened in the NFL yesterday. Raiders down 16-10.
This is
midway through the fourth quarter. 4th and 1 at the Chargers 43. Let's pin them back there. Joe Spadoni, your thoughts?
Jesus.
You cannot tout your chest and act like this big tough guy coach and then be one of the softest decision makers in the history of the game. He's always been conservative. I don't understand it. It's very frustrating, and it is just not on the brand with the way he speaks to the media and his players. And it signals to me he has no faith in his offense at all. And that set the tone for the whole season.
He went from Hulk Hogan to Pee Wee Herman with that decision to be. I'm like, oh, no. Steiny, that was weak sauce.
Well, I mean, it's funny. 20, 30 years ago, I don't think that would have been a big controversy. But in this day and age, with the analytics and more teams going for it on 4th down, it certainly looked like.
And the D was playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why he did it. And that's definitely why he did it. But my question is this: if you got 4th and 1 at the Chargers 43 and you punt it and you pin them back there, which they kind of did. I think the Chargers had the ball at the 8.
So we're talking 23 yards. Well, okay, they got him at the 8. Okay.
So now you get a 3 and out, and they punt. You're probably getting the ball now at your own 40, let's say. And you still gotta get a touchdown. So yeah, I'm kind of with Spadone there. I didn't like that call at all.
And with me, I agree too.
Yeah, but Spadone did it first. He's also he's the Raiders fan.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd defer to him there. 888-957-9570. Let's go to J-Dog. He's in Boston. We've had some issues with some Boston callers in the past week, but we will listen to J-Dog right now. What's up, J-Dog?
What's up, brother? What's going on, baby? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I'm just so thankful that we'll finally hear me, the president of the I Hate Kyle Shanahan fan club. Steiny, take your fan away from the red button, okay? I'm not here to run your man down. I know you're in the payroll, okay? Say, BB, it's okay. J-Dog, I didn't want him here from day one, but I don't got to have it my way. And at the end of the day, you got the red and gold on Monday Night Football, the kings of Monday Night Football. What a beautiful day. And I think this is probably one of the best challenges we could get right off the rip. What a matchup. Sauce Gardner on Brandon Ayuk. We get to see what this interior offensive line, what this interior defensive line is going to get tested more than it probably ever would with any other team. The Jets got a lot of talent. We got a lot of talent. Let's roll the ball out and let's see what happens. And I can't wait. And this is just a matchup that should be on pay-per-view. Aaron Rodgers coming back, and I'm just so excited about it. I love everybody. I love the faithful. I love you, Guru. I love you, Steiny. Thanks for taking my call.
What about Shanahan? What about Shanahan?
Hey, take your hand off the red button, baby. I told you, baby.
Do you love
I told you, come on with positivity.
All right. Thanks, J-Dog. Appreciate the call. For one day, he's going to let it go.
Thank God I wasn't born on the East Coast. That game would not start till 8:15.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's too late.
Oh, now Monday Night Football's too late.
If you're on the East
Now,
Coast.
that's interesting.
Duh.
Oh, okay.
If you're on the East Coast, partner.
So it's the biggest game unless you're on the East Coast.
No, I'm just saying, we get off work here in Cali. It's perfect. Coincides. You get ready for the game.
What do you get? You got 3 hours before the game
East
after
Coast,
our show.
10 o'clock games are one. Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, I like Cali, the best coast.
Let's go to Matt. Matt's in San Rafael. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, guys. I'm getting ready to head down. Get to see it. I'm kind of excited.
Nice.
There you go.
So I want to touch on what J-Dog just said, and that's, for me, the biggest question mark. The thing I'm most interested in seeing is how the guards and center do against what is a top-notch interior defensive line. Quinnen Williams is a monster. And then how we do interior-wise against the run, because that was the problem last year. I know they went out and made some moves, but Hargrave's got to live up to the huge price tag he came with, because last year he just didn't. And then the last thing is the safety play is going to be interesting. I think the corners might be some of the best in the league, but the safety play is still a question mark, and I'm interested to see how they do, not just against the run, but against the pass.
Yep. No, I mean, you're talking about Jake Brendel and Dominic Pooney, a rookie, starting to tackle, and Brendel at center. A lot of people think that could be a place where the 49ers get attacked.
And Williams is a beast on the other side. He's got company.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the defensive line, it didn't seem like they had the kind of year last year that they had the previous season in terms of dominance. Bosa with only 10.5 sacks. I feel like they've got Leonard Floyd now on the other side. Yeah. I like him. I think he's good. I think he's solid, and I think he's just what they kind of need on the other side. And we'll see what kind of year he has. But Nick Bosa, 10.5 sacks. He's got to have a better season. I think we can all agree.
No doubt about it. And like I said, he's already the winner in all this as far as the contract, because he got it, highest paid defensive player in the league. But he needs help, Steiny. And it's kind of funny to me that Kinlaw's, all the whipping boys are gone. Armstead, Kinlaw, who will be, here on the field with the Jets, his revenge game. But the bottom line is Bosa needs help, and we hadn't talked about Hargrave much. I thought last year he left a lot to be desired. His whole thing was, I can get after the quarterback, but on the run, I'm okay. But now it's a necessity. And you talked about Floyd. We need to see his impact, but imagine a Niner defense that is not causing havoc at the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers could have a field day. So these questions are valid.
Yeah.
Concerns.
888-957-9570 is the number. It is the season opener for the 49ers tonight against the Jets. What are you expecting from that game tonight? What do you want to see from the San Francisco 49ers? I think the most fascinating matchup, obviously, is the quarterback position. You've got Brock Purdy getting a start from week one for the second year in a row. And Aaron Rodgers, one of the best to ever do it, but he's coming off a significant injury. Is he all the way back? And even if he is all the way back, how great of a quarterback is he still at the age of 40 years old? We'll get our first clue tonight. 888-957-9570. Goo, I want to sprinkle in from time to time some stuff that happened over the weekend. I don't know if you caught Friday's game, Eagles versus the Green Bay Packers.
What's my middle name? You know I caught that game.
Those are two NFC teams that are expected to challenge in one way or the other. Jordan Love got hurt late in that game. It looks like he's going to miss 3 to 6 weeks with a sprained MCL. But what'd you think of the Giants and the Packers, two teams that figure to be giving the 49ers some of their stiffest competition this year?
Well, you said it earlier. This old adage in the NFL, Stoney. Early on, the defense has the advantage over the offense, I believe. And that's what was on display for me with the Packers and Eagles. Hurts didn't make me think any better about him. They got the dub. Sirianni still seems like he's just there. Something is going on internal. But at the end of the day, they got the win. But Stoney, defensively, I was kind of like, okay, you can still move the ball on that Philly defense. Nothing to write home about. And I'll say this for the Packers. They basically won the Super Bowl because when I saw that highlight and in real time, it looked like Jordan Love's knee popped. So I'm like, okay, you're done for the year. So to only lose them for 3 to 6 weeks or 3 to 5, if that's the correct prognosis, Donnie, Green Bay still got a chance. But I take it back to last night's game, too, if I can add, the Lions and Rams. I mean, they were throwing that thing around, and it was offense galore. So I'm just looking at it from a Niners standpoint. They're like all those teams are in the Niners' way. And obviously the Niners will hook up with the Rams twice. But I guess what I'm saying, Stan, is what everybody has said all off season. But I mean it more now, naturally and organically, that it's going to be tough this year for the Niners because, again, everybody knows they've been Billy Badass. Now you got some ailments, and it's just about, will Purdy regress? If he does, what else will regress around him or progress around him? So it's kind of a balance, but all in all, it's not going to be easy.
Give me one NFC team and one AFC team. Which in each conference do you think look like the best team through 1 week? Talk about what doesn't matter, but who were you most impressed with in week one in the NFC and in the AFC?
Well, it's 1 week, but the Houston Texans, I was looking for regression, and it's just 4 quarters, but they picked up where they left off, Stoney. They got a defense. Stroud is Stroud, and he did nothing to make me, lose confidence, and maybe he'll come back down to earth. It was one game, but at the end of the day, the NFC was, can I give a combo award? It was the Lions and Rams. And I know Shasky got me on the name of Ram defender, but Stoney, the way Stafford runs that offense, I know Nakua went out, but I'm like, man, they're going to be a problem. So I look at the Niners, Lions, and Rams, and I'll throw Eagles in there. You didn't ask. There's a class of the NFC early, but I felt that way. No, the Rams are, the Browns are doo-doo brown. That was just Deshaun Watson, Stoney, just disintegrating right before our eyes. I hope I'm wrong.
888-957-9570 is the number. And I'll let you answer this one, Guru. It's from R. Herrera on the YouTube chat. Steiny or anyone else, please tell me what makes Aaron Rodgers one of the greatest to play quarterback? Can you answer that?
Yeah, his one is arm talent. Two, his ability at the line of scrimmage to read and process what's going on. His ability to extend plays and stay accurate on the run when he delivers the ball. And that's why I got him in my top 5, top 10 of all time. I think he's validated that with the Super Bowl ring, although that came early. But, Stoney, you're going to laugh? Don't. I think about the Hail Marys to where he there's a science to those throws. We've seen him complete it, at different junctures of his career. And I just think now this dude has been counted out, and now he is at his Tom Brady phase of his career. He's got a great defense. Not good. He's got a great defense. He's got a coach that's fighting for his job, I believe. He's got offensive weaponry, and I believe he's in a perfect spot. So if he can stay healthy, I think we could see him in the AFC Championship game going up against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if you have him in your top 5, your top 10, or your top 15. It kind of doesn't matter. If he's in any one of those, he's probably going to, he's going to go down as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. What does it take to become one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time? Well, you got to win a Super Bowl, no doubt about it. And then on top of it, you have to put up big numbers. And he's done both of those things throughout his career. So even though he's only got the one, that's more Super Bowl wins than a lot of quarterbacks who've played in this league.
If I had to, I think I know you, and I don't know how Evan would answer this, but real quick, it was random, Stoney. If you had a choice to be the MVP of the league or a champion, which one would you take?
Champion. I mean, unless I'm the third string quarterback. If I'm a starting quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team, I don't care what level I'm playing at. I would rather be, would I rather be Trent Dilfer or Dan Marino?
And I guess that's what I was asking. Or when you're just the MVP of the league, what does that say? You were the best in the league. Like nobody can, that's an individual award, but nobody could take that from you.
I think I would want, assuming I'm a starter, I mean, if you're saying you could be Dan Marino or the third string quarterback who wins a ring, then I'd rather be Dan Marino. But I think the goal of every quarterback that's ever played in the NFL is to win a Super Bowl. I think that's something that to me is greater than the Hall of Fame, and it's greater than an MVP. And a Super Bowl ring is what everybody plays for.
Yeah.
Let's go to Adam in Pleasanton. What's going on, Adam? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey. Dynamite.
I wanted to touch base on what you guys were talking about earlier about Antonio Pierce. Yeah. I do agree with you guys that I think he made the wrong choice to not go for it. However, the Raiders' offense was very stagnant. They had tried 4th and 1 on their own 40 in the first quarter, and they got stopped on 2nd and 3rd and 1 also in the first quarter on back-to-back plays. So I do understand why he did punt it. I don't think it was the wrong choice, but the Raiders' defense was, they were making plays.
Yeah.
So I do understand it, but I do believe it was the wrong choice.
Real quick, what about having the confidence in your offensive line and give them another chance at it as opposed to say, you know what, you guys have been failing, I don't trust you. I just thought Antonio Pierce being a former player, he would give those guys that chance so they would know, Stoney, damn, coach believes in us. Let me just go maul this dude and let's get this 1 yard. That's my 2 cents.
Adam's gone.
Adam. Yep.
Adam's gone. But no, I thought the game's getting too late. The game's getting too late for you to punt.
Okay,
right
there you go. So we agree.
And the other thing is when you punt, to me, when you punt there and there was 7:15 left, and you don't just need a stop. You kind of need 3 and out almost, because if they utilize any clock and they get a couple first downs, the next thing you know, you're down to 3 or 4 minutes, and now you're in desperation mode. If they don't, I guess maybe what Antonio Pierce is thinking there is that if they don't get that yard and the Chargers get 25 yards on their next drive, then they hit a field goal to put the game away entirely. But the bottom line is I just thought with 7.5 minutes to go and you're in Chargers territory,
Damn, Steiny.
You got to try to go get a yard right there.
And I'll tell you what bothered me about it is, I just felt like Antonio Pierce was that guy, you know, being that's his, not shtick, but that's his MO is we're going to be ultra aggressive. You know what I mean? So that didn't fit what I thought he was. And now a Raider fan could say, hey, you need to watch more. I'll watch. But I just thought that was who he is as a coach, and that was infectious. And when players know you're kind of, you know, trusting them and going against the grain, because one thing that gets lost from a Kyle Shanahan standpoint, Steiny, in that Super Bowl, he rolled the dice a few times on 4th down. Like, Kyle, what are you doing? And it worked out for him. And he didn't get credit for that because they didn't finish. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 925.
This is thinking from the head up.
925. Can you guys mention that Cal beat Auburn on the road? Big home game this weekend against, I don't know who they played this weekend.
Auburn.
No, that's who they played last weekend. That's who they played Saturday.
Yeah.
I said, he said big game this weekend.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who they're playing against.
If I gave you
what's that? Who? San Diego
they'll
State.
win that. Hey.
Why is that a big game?
If I asked you, do you know the divisions and who's in them? I'm watching
guess.
the game this Saturday. Like, you got to, hey, somebody did the screen wrong. This is not the Big Ten. I'm like, oh, it is. Because it's a fact. I'm like, oh, God, I need a manual.
By the way,
Acho at one.
One of the best, best games. What'd you think of Darian Mensah this weekend?
He was all right.
Yeah, you got to just take that sack late in the game, don't you?
I would have.
Yeah. Instead, he tried to make a play. And Evan, you have any idea who Darian Mensah is? We had a barn burner down in the Big Easy this past weekend.
And what's so funny is I watched that score thinking of you.
34-27, Kansas State over Tulane.
Yeah.
Tulane, boy, we gave that one away. We're not going to.
How you hit your wagon to these random teams?
My daughter goes there. It's pretty simple. How'd North Carolina A&T do this weekend?
They lost.
Did they? See, you know.
Yeah, they did lose.
You know, you got
the name.
You got to pay attention.
Winston-Salem beat them.
Uh-oh. That doesn't bode well.
Right.
That doesn't bode well for
went to the game.
What's North Carolina A&T's nickname?
Wolfpack.
Wolfpack. Okay.
I'm guessing. I think it's the Wolfpack. I don't know. Damn, you guys.
So it's about midway through the fourth quarter. Tulane and Kansas State are tied. Tulane's up all game. They're moving the ball. It's 3rd down. They're at about the 20. They're in field goal range, and my guy Darian Mensah, freshman, redshirt freshman, trying to evade the rush, and he just tried to do too much, Goo. He should have just taken the sack and let's get our 42-yard field goal and play defense.
Yeah, it's the Aggies, by the way. It's North Carolina.
But instead, he tried to make a play. He gets strip sacked, and the guy takes it 65 yards to the house. And the next thing you know, we're down 34-27. Now, we still did drive the length of the field. And had a touchdown to tie the game, a potential touchdown. And what ends up happening is a terrible, I'll tell you what, when you're a fan, you can blame the referees. And we got hosed. We got such a bad call. An offensive pass interference, and it wasn't even involving the guy who caught the pass. It's just such a shame to see Tulane get hosed like that down the stretch.
I got to do this before Denver.
We got Oklahoma next week. Oklahoma,
you'll
the
lose
Sooners.
By 50. Tell your daughter I love her. Tell my niece I love her, but you'll probably lose by 40. Listen.
I don't know about that.
I got to do this before Dibs comes in.
What?
Steiny, officiating is at an all-time low. And I'm telling you, the review and the video component has not got it better.
I need specifics.
You're going to pick one team to say they're lined up wrong? You're going to do one team to say illegal formation, and then you see it from the other team and nothing's called?
Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that true?
From what I'm watching.
So you saw one team.
Vision.
You saw one team in what game?
It happened Thursday again with the Ravens and Chiefs. They kept calling it on the Ravens and not on the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are fair. The Chiefs were set. The Chiefs have been. They're set. They're set. They set for that
coming
split
in, Steiny, with bling. Look at them.
That's.
Dude, with the ropes around them, Niner gang, bang, bang.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, if you're, and I've seen more and more of these over the last 5 to 10 years, but the big gold chains,
where do you get
They're
them?
not gold.
Well,
they're not gold. They look gold.
Hey.
And
I love the effort.
Put it this way, if those necklaces were truly gold, you would never, ever wear it out of the house because it'd be worth $17 million. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Do not miss the kickoff show, and it is today with Willard and Dibbs, 2 hours before the start of the ball game. And join us right now at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
John Sally.
It's finally here. Niners, Jets, tonight.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
We want to hear from you all day. 888-957-9570.
Are you ready for some football?
We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara all damn day. No need to touch that dial. We'll get you ready for kickoff on the Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering. Symptoms can include numbness, pain, tingling in your hands, legs, and feet, or balance issues. If not treated, neuropathy could result in confinement to a walker, wheelchair, or worse. Has your doctor prescribed pain medications or even dangerous opioids and told you to just live with the pain? Drugs like gabapentin only mask the pain. They never fix the problem. SF Bay Wellness, a leader in neuropathy reversal, uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate, and SF Bay Wellness has patients who drive miles for relief. Much of the treatment can be done at home. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-946-3783. That's 844-946-3783. What are you waiting for?
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Y'all want to hear about the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford? Well, if you're age 50 or over, you can save hundreds when you switch. Are you ready for some exclusive discounts too? Phone's in the air now. We're going to sign you up, baby. Go to visithartfordauto.com today for your free quote.
When you're with the Hartford, the Bucks got your back. Provided by Hartford Fire Insurance Company, not AARP or its affiliates. Individual savings vary. The Hartford pays a royalty fee to AARP, which is used for external purposes. For information and restrictions, go to thehartford.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
All right, the bar is open. There is no doubt. Right here at the Hilton Santa Clara, adjacent to Levi Stadium. The tailgate also happening. We are 4 hours and 45 minutes from kickoff. Jets at the San Francisco 49ers. Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers, and the San Francisco 49ers 2024 season gets underway, and it feels, Guru, like it's been a very, very long off season. The 49ers, of course, lose the Super Bowl and then have an off season that maybe didn't go quite according to plan with some guys not participating. But here they are, week 1, September 9th. The Jets are in town with Aaron Rodgers, and it is Monday Night Football. Need we say more?
Hey, kid, go all the way. Steiny, I'm with you. And let me tell you why I feel like this is a doubleheader of euphoria for me. Let me tell you how the Guru computer works. So the Jets, you talked about it. The big question, Aaron Rodgers. What better test than this Niner team that's been the standard the last 4 years, okay? Then on the flip side, we talk about the Niners, their departures, their injuries. I know it's just one game, but Steiny, you do know nothing lasts longer in sports than 1 week in the NFL, right? So they get to go up against that vaunted Jet defense, which I thought just took leaps. There was growth. Yeah, they played their ass off last year, but they couldn't get anything from the quarterback. But they were in games. They were stellar and had nothing to show for it. So there's something for both teams at stake. Obviously, a win in the NFL, but no, just a great way to start a new season. And I thank the Lord, the football gods, that the Niners don't get a downtrodden team, and they get an upstart Jet team that I believe is going to be a factor in the AFC. So plenty of, questions to go around, Steiny, that I love.
All right, we're going to see if we got our main man on the street right now out front. We're hoping Matt Nahigian, one of the greatest reporters of all time.
Is he out there?
Is he out there talking to the 49er faithful right now?
Steiny, this could either be a complete disaster or the greatest thing that ever happened to this show.
All right, explain where you are, Matt.
So I'm outside the Hilton. There are mobs of people. We're less than 5 hours away. I walk around. I walk up to these guys and I go, "Hey guys, you listen to 95.7 The Game?" They're like, "Hell yeah." I said, "Steiny and Guru?" They're like, yeah. I said, "Okay, well, I'm going to put you on the air with them." So here is Tyson from Hunters Point.
Hello, what's going on?
Tyson, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, we doing good, man. Live and direct from Hunters Point. Hey, what's going on? Campbell Stick Original.
Give us a prediction tonight, Tyson.
Prediction? Aaron Rodgers getting cracked in the first quarter. He going to be out by the second. You know what I mean? Game going to be over by the third quarter, and we're going to whoop their ass 36-16.
Oh.
All right. And then last one for you, Tyson. Do you have any concern about this year?
The only thing I got is Campbell, who's taking Greenlaw plays. He's taking Greenlaw plays. I'm kind of suspect on him, and I'm kind of suspect on Greg Odom because he's taking Hufunga's place. And I'm also concerned about Malik Collins taking Armstead's place.
Wow.
But other than that, can they stop our offense? I don't think so.
All right, that's Tyson.
Every drive going to be a touchdown.
Yes,
Every drive going to be a score. Yes,
Every single drive. 77 points coming tonight for the San Francisco 49ers. But the Greenlaw
injury was on his mind, Stoney.
Yeah,
I like it.
It absolutely was. We'll check back with our man on the street in a minute or two.
I'm going to give Nahegan an A.
It's early. Good. It's early. Big Al. Let's go to Big Al and Chico, and then we'll head out to more 49er fans. What's up, Big Al?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm so fired up for this game tonight. One weird storyline that I was thinking about and talking to my friends about was it's really ironic and weird that this is a 1-year anniversary of when Leonard Floyd injured Aaron Rodgers. And it just so happened, that the Niners acquired Lenny Floyd over the offseason, and now ironically, he's playing against Aaron again. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens with that. And, underrated storyline. And that it's in both of the players' minds, both of them. So really fired up for that.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call. Yeah, of course, Leonard Floyd was involved in the play last year that got Aaron Rodgers injured, and this year he's a San Francisco 49er. I think that's something that I got to believe Aaron Rodgers made a note of it, but I got to believe that once the game starts, it's not going to enter his mind. That's just my feeling. Maybe I'm wrong on it. I don't know.
Well, we got to be careful because I don't want to assassinate his character, but I know he's not cool with his parents, Aaron Rodgers, and anybody else on that list, Donnie. So he holds grudges. So I do wonder. But what can you do? Go out there and try to kick some butt tonight if you're Aaron Rodgers.
All right, let's see if our main man on the street, Matt Nahegan's got some more 49er fans at his disposal. Nahegan, are you in the vicinity? He's not.
We got to say hello to the lovely Michelle. Another year. Yeah, look at her.
And
good to see you.
And see, that guru is why you don't give a grade to somebody after their first play from scrimmage.
But he don't control the electronic part of it, right?
Well, he's got the on-off button, apparently, and he is now hit off, Matt Nahegan. But Matt Nahegan making his way around here at the Hilton, where it's really starting to fill up. Tailgate getting ready to begin. The bar is absolutely open. 49er fans left and right. I see Nahegan right now. He is giving high fives to a group of people, and I'm wondering, he's doing social media stuff.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Goo, because this is important. What Nahegan's doing right now is admirable. He's out in the parking lot. He's talking to fans. He's taking pictures for social media. Don't you think that's something that may be beneath the program director?
No.
Isn't that a job for an intern?
This is where you get him wrong. And the dude can do it all. He'll go in the producer's room. He'll play a drop. He'll create. He'll edit video. The dude will get his hands dirty. That's what I love about him. And he's showing you right now, partner, like you couldn't I couldn't see you go doing that. Maybe on a payday Friday. But other than that, Stein, he'd probably get, I don't know. He's getting out there. It's called action.
Yeah, that is something that I'm not great at. I'm not great at, which is ingratiating myself to strangers right off the bat. But Nahegan, he's obviously more outgoing than I am, and he can pull it off. But if you're just joining us, we are at the Hilton Santa Clara. down the street from Levi Stadium. A lot going on here. There's food, there's drink, there's going to be music.
Yeah.
If you're going to the game tonight, stop by the Hilton Santa Clara. And kickoff is at 5:15. Willard and Dibbs going to be joining us in an hour and 20 minutes, and they will take you to kickoff. It is the season opener to the 2024 San Francisco 49ers season.
I don't want to throw a curveball at you, but we kind of started the show with it, Stoney. Give me one more item, if you can, off of your list of your top 5 biggest concerns for the Niners, because I love that, but I kind of agreed with you, but I was like, give me one more if you can. Give us one more.
Well, I'll give you a couple more, but I'll give you one more here, and I think the thing that's going to interest me a little bit is the 50-50 run-pass ratio that Kyle Shanahan says he always strives for. And the reason he explained over the years that he likes running half the time and passing half the time is because that's the best percentage to keep a defense guessing. Now, the question becomes, if Christian McCaffrey is not fully healthy, does he go to the air a little more? And I'm not coming up with this thought. It's from Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Yes. He did a breakdown of the 49ers playoff situation last year, and they passed more than they ran. They changed up that ratio or that percentage in the postseason. Now,
Can I ask you why?
Probably because they got down in 2 of those games.
Wow.
And maybe they passed it more than they actually wanted to. But I am interested to see Brock Purdy. He's now entering his 2nd season as a full-time starter. And I do wonder whether the eye test will show us that Kyle Shanahan maybe is giving him more and more responsibility the more he plays. And if that responsibility includes throwing the football more than they have in the past.
I'll tell you what, if Brock Purdy hasn't earned that, I don't know what a quarterback can do to earn that then, Stoney. How about that? I mean, I thought Brock, again, he wasn't Super Bowl MVP. He didn't throw you out the game or turn it over, so I thought he did well from himself. But if we talk about just the inception of Brock Purdy at this juncture, what does he need to do to gain that from his head coach, if we want to call it more trust?
888-957-9570 is the number. And my question to 49er fans, what are you looking for as this season starts? The Jets are in town, and you know you have Super Bowl aspirations. You didn't get it done last year. It's been a long off season. You know you got to play 17 regular season games. You got to win enough games to make the playoffs. You got to make another run in the postseason. Right now, right here, it sounds pretty daunting. It's a long, long way away. But what, if you're a 49er fan, gives you confidence that at the end of the year, this team will be there again? If I had to answer my own question, if you want to jump in, of course, 888-957-9570. Believe it or not, when I think of the regular season with the San Francisco 49ers, this is kind of where I do give Kyle Shanahan a lot of credit. And I'm not saying he's got all kinds of things to prove in the postseason. Obviously, he's got to win a big one. But the reality for me is that the 49ers have had talent the last 4 or 5 years. Right. There's no doubt about it. And in each of the last 3 years, the Niners have won 12 football games, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. And the question, or I should say the thing that makes me confident, or would make me confident about the Niners, is I just feel like if this team stays remotely healthy with Kyle Shanahan at head coach, and with the amount of weapons they have, they're going to win their share of football games. He gets them prepared. I think they're professional enough that they don't need him to motivate them in terms of getting revved up for a game. I think they've all been around enough that they know they can do that themselves. And Kyle Shanahan gives them the game plan that they believe in, and if they stay healthy and they execute, they're going to win a lot of games, probably enough to go to the playoffs. And then once they get to the playoffs, fingers crossed, Well, then it starts all over again, but it really can't start all over again until they get there. And they've got to win enough games to get there, Goo.
I'll tell you what, you did that perfectly. I understand where you're coming from, but what if I told you, your partner, I'm more concerned, and I know the Niners are going to be good. They're a problem. Don't get me wrong. But, Stoney, what if I really told you I'm more concerned about the defensive slippage, and that's injuries / what we saw last year with the lack of pass rush from Bosa? What if I told you I'm more concerned about the D than the O? The O is like an all-star team. Now, again, I won't say what happened to him in the playoffs, but, man, defensively, Stoney, and it starts with 97. If we can all admit, and he has, that him missing camp last year, was that really the only reason that he didn't look like his monster self or the Incredible Hulk? It's imperative. And now he's got a whole new cast. You talked about Leonard Floyd, Collins. Is it going to work? And then what about Sorensen? You got a new maestro, a new conductor calling the defense. And I know right now, driving to the game or listening to us, it sounds simple, but Stoney, that could take a while. And sometimes you see it didn't work for Wilkes, right? Or that could have been the politics aspect of it because you still went to the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is the offense, to me, I have no questions. Ayuk and Trent Williams, okay, you'll get back to 100%, but we might see you kick ass tonight. But that defense, the secondary, I am wondering, can they be had? So I think a great test is Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Wilson on the outside, and the rest of the receivers for the Packers. How is that going to play out? And what are we going to be talking? Well, we'll be talking about the game tomorrow, but, I mean, I don't see this team losing tonight, but what if they did?
I mean, when I think about the 49er defense, I think it's pretty simple. They got to be better than they were last year. Why'd they fire Steve Wilkes if they don't expect to be better than they were last year? I mean, I think that's the
problem.
He got fired.
Right, no doubt.
He got fired.
But could there be underlying issues to let him, what I mean? He was the fall guy.
They fired him. So the guy who comes in next must do better than him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fired Steve Wilkes. So I absolutely think that the defense has to be better than it was last year. And look, we all remember the game where Kyle, threw Steve Wilkes under the bus
Monday
a little
night,
bit.
Minnesota.
And ever since then, we've kind of been looking at Wilkes a little bit different. They played a great defensive game in the Super Bowl. They weren't able to get it done. But, when you fire your defensive coordinator, you better not be worse defensively the next year. Otherwise, you made a mistake.
And that's why I bring up Bosa, because he was the one really throwing Wilkes under the bus, saying we were prepared for the run but not the pass or whatnot. And then you're crashing down more than a few times in the Super Bowl. But this was a play. Tell me if you remember in the Super Bowl, Stoney, because I just saw it last week. If you're Wilkes, you got a play set. You call your defense, and it's a big play. Kansas City's got the ball third down. Kyle calls timeout because he didn't like how his team and what Wilkes called. So he called the timeout, and the look on his face was just disgust. And that's why, to me, right or wrong, Wilkes got fired, because right there, that's the head coach, and offense is his thing. He's looking at his D lined up like, I don't like it, and called timeout. I was like, Wilkes ain't making it back from that.
Yeah.
That happened.
And we'll see whether the 49ers improve on the defensive side of the football.
That's a big question, man.
But again, if you fire, I think it's one thing when a defensive coordinator leaves to take a head coaching job, and the 49ers have seen that happen. I always think of that as a good thing, because it means that your coaches are sought after. And so obviously they lost Saleh, they lost DeMeco Ryans, but Steve Wilkes was fired. He was let go because they didn't think he was doing a good enough job. So now it's up to Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley to take the defense to the next level. And as long as we're talking that way, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the defense, according to the Niners, has to be a little bit better. And I think when you look at the offensive side of the ball, it's very, very good, but maybe they've got to just go up one more tick offensively and maybe Brock Purdy is the quarterback that can take them to the next level and get it done. But that's the goal of this team, Goo, is to get to the Super Bowl and to win it, I think, this year. And that is, I mean, it is so tough to head into a year like the Niners are heading into it, knowing that, think about it, even if you get to the Super Bowl, I don't think it's going to be enough for this team. They've got to somehow find a way to break through, and it feels like this has got to be the year, because if it isn't, then they're going to have to attack next year with a little bit different of a group, and some players who were very instrumental the last few years may not be around.
And they create, I love you for putting that out there, because I agree, and there's nothing wrong with it. And there's 30 other teams, I won't put the Chiefs in there, that would love to be in the Niners situation. So when you break it down that way, it's just a natural pressure. But Steiny, that's something you want to meet, because this team has created that bar and standard from what they've done. And you mentioned the 12 wins, getting to the Super Bowl and NFC championship games. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing, but they created that standard. They created their own standard.
Yep, and that's why it feels like all or nothing year for the San Francisco 49ers. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. Coming up in 10 minutes, we've got Emmanuel Acho. He is the co-host of The Facility on FS1. You can watch that show from 10 to noon. We've had him on before. Terrific guest with a lot of insight. And the San Francisco 49ers season begins at 5:15. That's when the kickoff is. 888-957-9570. Goo, real quick, we got 4 or 5 minutes before we take a break. What else caught your eye, not only yesterday in the NFL, but go ahead and go back to Thursday and Friday when the Chiefs played the Ravens and the Eagles played the Packers. What stood out most in your mind from this weekend's football games?
That a lot of teams don't have that guy, that home run threat, either throwing the ball, running the ball, or getting after the quarterback more than the San Francisco Niners. So I watched this weekend, Stoney. It was San Francisco-centric. And there's just, I guess, no excuse for this team to not get a ring or get that validation. And I'm not going to call anybody a bum, a choke, but at the end of the day, I'm watching Baltimore, I'm watching Kansas City, and what they did with lesser offensively at their disposal last year in the Super Bowl and still won. And my biggest takeaway, Stein, even watching Dallas and Cleveland, is like, this Niner roster is happy hour. It's loaded. You know what I mean? And you just want to just validate it.
And then the one part of their offense that we really haven't talked anything about, but I think he's primed to have the best year of any of their offensive players, and that's Deebo Samuel.
Yeah. And remember, real quick, not to interrupt you, remember he said it was the contract related. Like, if I have a good season, I'm going to come ask for more. He's a pro, but best not believe he's not thinking about that.
Well, he came in great shape. And he says he's ready to go. He's been raved about by the coaching staff, by fellow players. And maybe you think this is his year because obviously Brandon Ayuk held out, or should say didn't hold out. He held in, but he didn't practice.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets off to a slow start. You got McCaffrey, who people are already starting to worry about in terms of injury. I do think this year is setting up for Deebo Samuel to be a very big one. And that's another guy's workload that I'm going to keep an eye on, because you remember 2 or 3 years back when he was in a contract situation, there was a lot of concern about how much he was used at running back. I don't think he liked to be used as much as he was that season at running back, but maybe this year he goes back to that kind of workload, because it is the all or nothing year, if you will.
I think he misses that. What would you say to that? Remember, we thought that's why he might want to get traded, or he wanted to get paid more, as they rode him like an old 78 Cadillac Seville, but you could depend on him. Do you think he misses that since the inception of McCaffrey?
Yeah, I don't know. I
think I
have
would.
no idea.
If you're talking about touches, I think I would miss him.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You can't say it, but I would miss it.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. It is the season opener for the San Francisco 49ers. They play the New York Jets, and that game starts in, 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes from kickoff. We are live at the Hilton Santa Clara. Things are really starting to jump here. The bar is open. The tailgate is going. There's food. There's drink. There's music.
Yeah.
We're right next to Levi Stadium, and the season begins tonight on Monday Night Football. It is Aaron Rodgers. He is going to start tonight, obviously, for the Jets after getting hurt most of last year. Brock Purdy embarks on a huge year, both personally and team-wise. Can the San Francisco 49ers, can they get it done this year? It all starts tonight. It all starts tonight at Levi Stadium. Full house, Monday Night Football. What more can you want? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in, as I said. But on the other side, we've got Emmanuel Acho. He is FS1's host of The Facility, and you can watch that 10 to noon. Emmanuel Acho coming up on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Only a few weeks left to play in the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets when you buy select varieties and sizes of Lay's chips or Funyuns, only $1.99 when you buy 4. No purchase necessary. See store for official rules. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro and is used with permission.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
You know that rundown car or truck that's sitting in your driveway or in your backyard? What if I told you you can have it towed away and turned into money in your bank account fast? QuickAuction.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
Steiny and Guru with you from the Hilton Santa Clara, where things are
percolating,
no doubt about it. The bar is open. The tailgate is open. There's food, there's beverages, there's music. We are adjacent to Levi Stadium.
Give me a jersey,
Monday Night Football is on the horizon. San Francisco 49ers against the New York Jets. And the San Francisco 49ers begin their quest for a Super Bowl, another year where they're expected to be in the mix. The question is, will they be able to get it done this year? And that's really the only thing on 49er fans' minds.
Now, I know we got Acho coming up in a couple minutes, so I'll keep it quick, Steiny. Let me just ask you, before the pigskin is kicked off tonight, would you say the Niners offseason has been a distraction? Or is everything good in the hood right now?
I don't think we can make that determination until we see them play. And it also is something that maybe there are things that linger into the regular season, but for how long will they linger?
Wow. So you're wait and see.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You know, on a night like tonight, it feels like you've got to expect maybe a little less from Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams. We don't know how much they're going to play. Kyle Shanahan called Christian McCaffrey questionable, and he said he's definitely going to monitor the way Trent Williams looks. Both those guys didn't practice until the last week, so maybe it's worth keeping an eye on those two players. And then, of course, there's Christian McCaffrey. Like I said, listed as questionable. Yeah. Will he go? Will he be in the starting lineup tonight? Will he get the touches that he normally gets, 20 to 25 per game? All that remains to be seen, but the kickoff is going to be at 5:15, and I think we're in for a heck of a year and a lot of ups and downs, and we'll just see where it all ends up, Goo.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I can't wait to walk the field before the kickoff. Here comes Dippers. We're all ready, and what better test than the Jets, right?
Well, there's probably better tests than the Jets, I would think.
No, I mean, man, you're playing your former defensive coordinator.
I would think
Acho. He knows your little secrets. I wonder, that component of this chess match.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about the Jets is I don't think we know what to expect from the New York Jets. They're supposed to be pretty good, but that's assuming that Aaron Rodgers resembles Aaron Rodgers. And like I said, about 7 times today, he played 4 plays last year, and that's all he had.
We got our guy.
All right, let's get right to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, he is the host of The Facility on FS1. You can watch that from 10 to noon. Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Family.
Fellas, it's game day, man. Let's get it popping.
It absolutely is. Obviously we're going to start out with the Niners and the Jets, and maybe we'll jump around to some football in a minute. But what's the thing you're looking for tonight? I know that we're out here in San Francisco. We tend to dwell on the Niners, but boy, is this game mostly about Aaron Rodgers and what he's looking like after only playing one series last year?
1,000%. Let's start macro. This game has an impact on the history, you could suggest, of football. If Aaron Rodgers gets going this season and has a dominant season, we will talk about this for decades, half decades to come. I mean, this could be everything if Aaron Rodgers can lead the Jets to a deep playoff run or to a Super Bowl. So let's not understate the magnitude of the game we're about to watch from the Aaron Rodgers perspective. He could get hurt again, and then it means nothing, or he could come out and dominate, and this means everything.
Acho, you're a former player. I'm loving the new show, but let me ask you about the Jets head coach and former defensive coordinator for the Niners, Robert Saleh. By all accounts, I think his job, he's on the hot seat. The fact that he has intel and knows how this Niner offense works, what does that mean, if anything, in tonight's showdown?
It means a lot, but remember, bro, the Jets are just a good defense, and Saleh is just a really, 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 really good defensive mind. So even if he didn't have intel, he ain't got intel about the other offenses, and they still good on defense. So at the end of the day, players got to make plays. You know, when you call man-to-man on 3rd and 6 or less, which everybody and their mama knows on 3rd and 6 or less, you're getting man-to-man. You still got to guard Ayuk. You still got to guard Debo. You still got to guard Kittle. You still got to be able to fill the gaps and make one-on-one tackles versus McCaffrey. Football players still got to make football plays. So it helps a little bit to know scheme. It honestly would be a greater advantage to the players if they knew the other players' tendencies. So it helps, but it's not everything.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a host of The Facility on FS1. You can watch that from 10 to noon. I can't believe I'm going to ask you this question, but I'm gonna. In terms of question marks coming into tonight's game, who do you think has more questions about their game right now, Rodgers or Purdy?
Rodgers, bro. Rodgers. I can't particularly say it's close. Here's my question. Is Rodgers even good when he's healthy? You feel me? Like, let's go back to the year before last year. Rodgers wasn't great down the stretch. For those that are listening, Aaron Rodgers did not have one 300-yard passing game in the 2022 season. Now, you can attribute that to young wide receivers, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, et cetera. Sure. But this is Aaron Rodgers we're talking about. You can attribute that to a thumb injury. Sure. But you didn't have one 300-yard game. Your season was on the line, week 18. All you had to do was beat the Detroit Lions, a sorry Detroit Lions team, mind you. Not the Detroit Lions team from last year that took the Niners, down the wire in the NFC Championship game. A sorry Lions team, and Rodgers couldn't do that. Rodgers got more questions than Purdy.
Acho, you're talking to a guy that thinks the Niners should have beat the Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl. They didn't. But at the end of the day, how imperative is it for Kyle and this Niner roster that him and Lynch have built to get over the top and validate what they've been since 2019 and cap it off with the Super Bowl?
It's everything for Kyle. It's everything for the older players, Kittle, Warner, Debo. They've been twice. Trent Williams, he's been once. It's everything for those guys. But really for Kyle, bro, I'll be fighting for my life on my show, The Facility, saying Kyle's the second best coach in football. But I can't win my argument so long as Sean McVay has a Super Bowl. So long as Sean McVay has a Super Bowl, it don't matter that Kyle be giving McVay that work. It don't matter that Kyle be winning a division with ease. It don't matter that Kyle's won 3 straight NFC or went to 3 straight NFC Championship games. So long as McVay can say, hey, but I got a Super Bowl now. Wow. McVay didn't have to beat Mahomes. McVay was privileged to beat Burrow. If effing Shanahan would have played Burrow, I suggest Shanahan too would have a Super Bowl. But it's not about ifs and buts. It's about what happened. They got to get it done.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me go back to Rodgers because I'm kind of fascinated with his upcoming season also. He's 40 years old. I don't expect him to fall off a cliff, but to the trained eye like you have, when a guy's 40 years old and coming off a serious injury, what are the kind of things that you're going to look for that'll just give you a little clue that maybe the average fan won't see, where you'll say, I think he's who he always was, or you know what, he might be slipping right now?
Great question. Does he try to extend the play, or does he just try to get rid of the ball? If y'all remember Eli Manning, when Eli got older, he ain't even try to extend plays. Eli was just like, look, I'm going to slide and take this sack, or I'm about to throw the ball out of bounds. Aaron Rodgers has never done that. Aaron Rodgers was like, I'm going to try to make a play at all times. I'm curious if Aaron Rodgers' body will betray him. His mind will not. Aaron Rodgers is not a punk. He is going to try to make the play. I'm curious if his body will cooperate.
Acho, my partner and I we're so different, and he laughed all off season when I said we got reports that McCaffrey's calf was barking. Now it's calf/Achilles, and he's questionable. We'll know a play, but as a former player, how serious is that when my man hadn't been tackled at all going into a year where your coach rides you like a horse?
I don't like calf injuries, bro. Y'all can knock on wood if there's any around you, but calf injuries turn into Achilles injuries. My Bay Area listeners, you already know. Ask Kevin Durant. NBA Finals, 2018, if I'm not mistaken, or 2019. You can ask Aaron Rodgers last year. You can ask my dog Jordan Hicks, my little brother, starting middle linebacker for the Cleveland Browns, my figurative little brother, if you will. Calf injuries turn into Achilles tears. So I don't chance it. That's why the Steelers sat Russell Wilson. It was the smartest thing they could have done. Don't chance a calf injury. I don't play with those.
Wow.
Emmanuel, Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams obviously missed most of training camp. One's a wide receiver, one's an offensive lineman. Which is going to be the one, let's say, that's going to take more time to bring up to speed?
Easily Ayuk. Easily Ayuk. If you're Ayuk, you got to have him on a pitch count. You don't want a quad pull. You don't want a hamstring pull. You don't want a calf pull. Remember, the best way to get in football shape, the only way to get in football shape is by playing football. Trent Williams, he's got to take 5-yard kick steps every play, and he might go 5 yards forward every other play. Ayuk, he got to run 30-yard go balls. He got to run 3-step slams. He got to run bang gate. You know what I mean? Like, he's got to go full speed. How many plays will Trent Williams even actually go full speed? You feel me? Like, how many plays will he ever actually have to open up? Nah, I'm much more concerned with Ayuk.
Acho, I've been watching sports 40 years, and never have I seen anything like I did when I saw Tyreek Hill face down in the street in cuffs, and I wasn't there, but I can say nothing, whatever happened, constituted that. Just walk us through your thoughts after seeing that video, because I was disgusted.
Well, thankfully, I spoke to Calais Campbell, former Walter Payton Man of the Year, starting defensive lineman for the Miami Dolphins. Had him on my show earlier today, the facility, and he really shared with me how he walked up to the scene, and Calais also was put in handcuffs. I guess there was one officer that was unruly. There was one officer who was kind of taking things beyond the natural order of the government, if you will. To me, I hate seeing it. I hate that for Tyreek Hill. I hate that for the world we live in. Just the image of an officer with the knee in Tyreek Hill's back. Again, what constitutes that? You know what I mean? So right. I don't know that athletes deserve special treatment. I don't think that they necessarily do. But I believe every citizen deserves to be treated like a human. And I just don't know if everything there was humane.
Emmanuel, let me ask you this. I know it's only been one weekend of football. Who was the team that you found most impressive, and then what team was the least impressive?
Ooh, I like this. Least impressive and most disappointing, I'll say, Cincinnati Bengals. Most disappointing. You can't lose to the Patriots on a first-year coaching Jacoby Brissett, not if you have Joe Burrow. Most impressive. Really, really, really good question. Honestly, it's got to be the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Think about that. Like, the Baltimore Ravens are a top 5 football team at the worst. Lamar Jackson played about as good as he's going to play against the Chiefs. 400 yards of offense, a 1-to-1 touchdown to turnover ratio. That is Lamar Jackson. For those that try to say, so he could play better. No. In 6 playoff games, he has 9 total touchdowns, 9 total turnovers, 6 passing touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He is a 1-to-1 touchdown to turnover guy. And in that game, Lamar Jackson played as good as he can play, and the Chiefs still won. So, got to be the Chiefs.
Acho, we'll get you out of here on this one. I've hoped, like my name was Bob, for the reemergence of Deshaun Watson. But, Acho, that was so – I don't know if he's done. Just share with us Deshaun Watson. It was one game, but, Acho, my goodness.
Honestly, bro, I don't even like talking about it. It's so bad. Wow. And you know what your mama used to say, if you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. I don't really have anything nice to say. And I like Deshaun's camp. I know Deshaun personally. Will Muschamp, my coach, he said after an interview one time, I'm going to get fined if I comment on that. If I comment on that, I'm going to get fined. And that's how I feel, man.
Wow, Steiny.
All right. Hey, Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us. Really looking forward to tonight's game, and hopefully we'll catch up with you in the future.
You know it. Bang, bang.
All right, that is Emmanuel Acho, and he comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And the thing that stuck out to me most is... I know
where you're going, I believe.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to see Rodgers bounce back, too.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. I thought you were going Durant with the he don't like calf injuries.
Oh, no,
But that, too, with Aaron Rodgers. It is about him, Stoney. And I think the Niners possess a great challenge for him to kind of early on, prove to the world that I'm back, not just physically, but I still got my game, which I think he does. But as far as that calf barking, which now we got, what is it, a combo, round table combination of Achilles. Like, he don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think his answer was interesting when I asked him about what do you look for with Aaron Rodgers? He's 40 years old, and what are the things that he'll look for to see if he thinks he's on top of his game or he's not on top of his game? And the one thing he seemed to suggest is, will he try to extend plays,
right,
or will he essentially try to get rid of the ball if he is under pressure? So that's one thing I'm going to look for. And I'll tell you what, the stat he told about Rodgers didn't have one 300-yard passing game in 2022.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Wow.
Yeah, not good at all. But I'll tell you what, Stoney, he's in a different uniform. You know what I mean? They're going to plan to attack differently. So the vintage Aaron Rodgers is one that's on the move that it can extend plays, Donnie.
888-957-9570 is the number. The season opener tonight at 5:15. That's when kickoff is. Jets at the Niners. And if you're coming down to the game, stop by the Hilton Santa Clara.
Yeah.
It's already starting to jump, ladies and gentlemen. The bar is open. The tailgate is open. We got food. We got drinks. We got live music. There is action down here at the Hilton Santa Clara. And it's going to be a lot of fun as the 49ers start their season and start their journey to ideally a Super Bowl. Not just an appearance, Goo, a Super Bowl victory.
Yeah, that would take place in the Bayou. I think I told you it was in New Orleans. That's where the Super Bowl is this year. So it starts right now. And, I mean, what better way for the Niners to kind of say to Stoney and Goo, Bonte, Shasky, Willard, and Dibbs, and all the callers, off-season didn't mean diddly squat. We opened up on Monday night, and we kicked the Jets' ass.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing I think we'll have to be careful about, though, because the 49ers absolutely blew the Pittsburgh Steelers away in the opener last year, and it looked like everything was great. And then we find out that by the end of the year, Bosa told us that he didn't have a great season.
Right.
And it may have been a function of him missing training camp. So it's a long season, and tonight's game, obviously, Trent Williams is going to play. We'll see how much. We'll see about Brandon Ayuk, how many plays he will be in for. Christian McCaffrey, we'll still wait and see if he plays. He's listed as questionable, according to Kyle Shanahan. So the 49ers will have some pieces that they're going to have to monitor tonight as they go up against the New York Jets. Let's go to Danette. Danette is in, I'm not sure where Danette is, but, we don't have her? Okay, we don't have her. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation.
They're out there, Stoney. Look at all the red.
Yeah, there's a lot of red. A few green Jets shirts going on.
Not walking around confidently, though. I'm looking at them.
Well, that's because they're Jets fans, and that's how they're normally walking around. That's a franchise that hasn't had a lot of success in the recent past. Hell, in the long lost past, too.
Remember Richard Todd and Al Toon and Wesley Walker?
Of course.
Mark Gastineau and Klecko?
Of course.
Pacific Sack Exchange. Look at me.
Are you sure it was Pacific Sack Exchange?
Sack Exchange. Yeah.
The New York Sack Exchange.
Look at Evan trying to
It's the New York Stock Exchange.
The what?
They're Jets, so it's not the Pacific Stock Exchange. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's no big deal.
No, that was Will Clark, Kevin Mitchell
There
poster.
You go.
Pacific Stock Exchange.
There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Get it right, dude.
Absolutely right. Dibbs and Willard have entered the fray.
Christy, too, the lovely Christy. Hey.
Willard outside making friends. Dibley outside not talking to anybody. It looks like. No, I don't know what they're doing, but they're going to join us at 1:40 for the crossover.
Let's go.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's the opener tonight against the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers, the player that the 49ers passed on back in 2005? 2005? Evan? Aaron Rodgers draft?
Berkeley.
2005. He dropped to 24. The 49ers took Alex Smith, and the rest is history. Remember, he said
they'll remember.
He's not going to be nearly as sorry as the 49ers will be for not drafting him.
That he did say.
Is that even a factor?
Yeah.
Something that he said 19 years ago. I guess we'll find out tonight. Well, it
wasn't a factor when he was in a Packer uniform in the postseason.
Not in the postseason, but he's had success in the regular season. 6-3 against the 49ers in the regular season. 0-4 in the postseason. 49ers favored by 4.5, I believe. 4.5 tonight. And I've got a 21-16 prediction.
You need that 49ers, for your bet.
49ers win tonight by 5 and end up covering. Jets with 3 field goals and a touchdown, and the San Francisco 49ers with 5 field goals, a touchdown, and a missed extra point. That's what I've got. If you want to,
that would be the under.
I've got. I'm going to lose my first week in fantasy.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't want to rub it in.
Well, you haven't won yet.
I'm down 20 to Willard.
And Breece Hall?
Yeah.
That's going to be a tight one, I believe.
Willard sent me a late night text. I left the door open.
Is that how excited you get about a Willard text?
It's
interesting.
About the subject matter, and he sent me a text. Hey, Acho, quit saying every question Steiny had. Because you act like an infant. You want to run around here parading like, you know what I mean?
One of the things my 3 decades in the journalism business has done for me, it's taught me how to ask a succinct yet insightful question. And you would think, how long have we worked together?
It's going on 7.
Yeah, you would think after almost 7 years, something might have rubbed off on you, but that's okay. It's all right. Okay, 888-957-9570. It's your last shot to get into Steiny and Guru. The Too Short segment is coming up on the other side. And once again, if you're coming to the game tonight, pop by the Hilton Santa Clara. It is going on right now for a tailgate. The bar in the lobby is open. The tailgate is on in the parking lot. They got festivities galore. There's drinks, there's food, there's music, and there's a football game tonight at 5:15. Jets versus San Francisco 49ers. And it's finally here, ladies and gentlemen. The start of a season in which the 49ers, once again, hope to get back to the Super Bowl. And ideally this time, they can get it done. Don't miss the kickoff show on Monday. That's today. And that's coming up in exactly 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Do not miss Willard and Dibbs. They're going to be on at 2 until the start of the game. And join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Once again, delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. It is all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's finally here. Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
I'll tell you what.
It's going down.
Every other sport, it's got to take a knee to the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, the chasm between the excitement of the NFL and any other sport is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is absolutely ridiculous. Football's king, and it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. Go get this. So, and I don't know if I brought this up Friday or not. Maybe I did. But, you know, when I was a kid, you know, I was into football, and my friends were into football, and they were into sports, and we watched all the games. But football now feels significantly bigger than it was when we were kids. It feels like every game is more of an event. I feel like more people are interested in football now than ever. And my anecdote is my mom's 86 years old.
Mary.
And she goes to Eagles watch parties. And I'm looking out at the parking lot here at the Hilton, and it's packed.
Yeah.
And everybody's in red. There's something about football, man. It's big, getting bigger, and the chasm between football and every other sport, it really does seem to be growing.
And I'm looking at the great Tim Jordan, who's looking at you when you said that about it being Elvis, because the NFL is king. There is no off season. I think the off season, there's so much just attraction from fans that are following football, Stoney, but I do believe the internet has made it bigger. Now, you could have done that for baseball, and they could have done that for basketball, but the internet, I believe, has just made the gap between those other two sports and the NFL just as big as the Pacific Ocean. It's incredible, and I'm here for it. We got a game tonight.
And if you want more proof that football is king, let's go to Portugal.
Oh.
That's right, Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, and talk to Gene. Gene apparently is in Portugal. Is that true?
Hola. How you doing, guys?
Hey.
So let me guess, the game starts at midnight in Portugal? Is that about right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah, I got to watch it on my phone, unfortunately.
Big team.
It is what. Yeah. How you doing there?
I'm
I'm going to introduce you a couple of new Portuguese friends of ours. Okay, here they are.
Hi, I'm Sandra from Lisbon.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Lisbon. Pleasure to meet you.
This is Auntie Jan.
Hey.
This is awesome.
Hey, Lisbon.
Gene, we're reading people.
All right, Gene, you worried about Aaron Rodgers?
No, I'm not worried about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's the last 4 times we played him, we beat him.
Yeah.
I think he's been on the downside for a few years. No, I'm not really worried about him. But I'm more worried. I'll tell you, I'm worried that he might get injured. But I'm not worried he's going to beat us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm more worried about us. You know, with Trent and Ayuk, or I don't know how ready they're going to be, and then McCaffrey is questionable. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my fear right there, man. That's my fear, Gene.
Yeah. I mean, I like the 4.5 point spread. I think it would have been bigger if we were healthy and full. But you know, I'll take a 3 or 4 or 5 point victory tonight. I'd be perfectly happy with that.
Appreciate it, Gene, and arrivederci.
Yeah.
No, that's Italian.
Oh boy.
Hasta mañana. Till tomorrow.
Well, I think Gene might be a little mad at you when he gets back to the States.
Why?
He's introducing us to family, and then Aaron Rodgers. It's like, he just cut him off. Back to Wiggins. Like, God.
I can read the room. They were indecipherable.
Okay.
They'd been drinking. They weren't making any sense.
Okay.
Gene was enthusiastic, which will get you on the air. But then knowledge is what keeps you on the air.
That part of
and
it.
That's why we had to say.
Dude, this is a showdown, Steiny.
No, it's not. It's a game, a mainstay versus an upstart. This is an upstart Jets team. That's what they think. But can we really say that the Jets are the cream of the AFC?
Revenge game, Steiny. Could you imagine if he made a big play?
Sure.
Yeah. Robert Saleh coached on these sidelines.
How much do you give the Jets an advantage because Robert Saleh is familiar at least with the 49ers offense.
I'll be honest with you. Before we talked to Acho, who's a former player, I thought, it meant something, but he was like, hey, the Jets are good even if they don't have intel, Stoney. So I guess that's what it's all about. I mean, Sauce Gardner, one of the top cornerbacks, and you talk about the hardest position to play in the league, Stoney. I mean, that was my biggest takeaway. Cornerback is a bear, man. You got the rules going against you. You can't do anything. You got guys with world-class speed. You got to keep in front of you and not try to get embarrassed. So when you see it done, that position played well. Kudos. But what if he follows Ayuk, or what if he shadows Debo? I mean, I can't wait to see how Purdy progressions are and what this Niner offense can do. I said 17, that's 41. Yeah, I don't see a lot of points scored.
Well, if he ends up shadowing Ayuk's got the pressure on. He better get open. Yeah. He's a fish. Well, not really.
30 million.
So here's my question. Even though he doesn't get paid $30 million till next year, do you consider Ayuk is now a $30 million receiver? Okay,
yeah,
well then he better. He's got no excuses.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's got no excuses.
No doubt about it. And that's why the 10.5, I believe, from Bosa last year wasn't. Yeah, once you sign it, Stoney, to me, it's gone. We're ready. We're rocking.
We are at the Hilton Santa Clara, getting you ready for Monday Night Football. The San Francisco 49ers against the New York Jets. Kickoff at 5:15. If you're getting down here to the stadium, pop by the Hilton Santa Clara. The tailgate is going strong. There's music. There's drink.
Drew Down. They're playing Drew Down, Stoney.
What's Drew Down?
The rapper from Oakland, Mustang Pony. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Drew Down.
I thought Drew Down was somebody
of the year they're playing right now. Yeah, he's on the chat too.
Is it the same person?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because
one's a rapper, and then we got the professional Drew Down in the chat.
I got you.
Yeah, they're playing Pimp of the Year right now.
But yeah, there's action down here in Santa Clara. Looks like a full house, obviously, tonight at Levi Stadium for the start of the San Francisco 49ers season. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And it's just a lot of fun. So if you're coming down, head this way and say hello. We'll be here for another 20 minutes, and then we're handing it over to Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. They'll take you right up to kickoff. All right. Here's what's coming up. We got the crossover on the other side, and of course that's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do not miss the kickoff show. It starts in 20 minutes with Willard and Dibbs. That's 2 hours before the start of the ball game tonight. And don't forget, get down here to the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs coming up on the other side. It is the crossover. NFL football tonight from Levi Stadium. 5:15 kickoff. 49ers Jets. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals. Sweet corn, 27 cents each, limit 12 items. USDA choice boneless beef.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara.
All righty, it's crossover time. Yeah. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson, joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. What is going on, gentlemen?
Woo! Yeah, Steiny. Let's go, Steiny.
Now, you guys got here at 9 in the morning, I imagine.
Well, I did.
Wait till you go walk through.
Okay.
Wait till you do it.
The Sea of the Red.
Oh, my God, the energy out there is good.
It's incredible.
It's good. It's real good. Oh, man.
And they call this work.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Look at Steiny.
Steiny. Yeah. Bang, bang, Niner gang, Steiny.
Yes.
You're going to hear it. You're going to feel it. You're going to, dare I say, smell it when you walk outside.
Okay.
Niner Nation is pungent and fragrant and ready.
Tonight's kickoff, obviously 5:15, gents. And here's the one thing that to me is the theme tonight, and it's you can't ignore the fact that Aaron Rodgers is playing after getting hurt last year, and Brock Purdy starting his second full year as the starting quarterback for the 49ers. And in a way, it feels like Rodgers has more to prove in a way than Brock Purdy.
No doubt. I think it's because of the age and the injury and the fact that, Brock with his team's already done it. Aaron has not done it with his team. And so who did we talk to earlier with Sauce Gardner? We were talking Beningo. Joe Beningo.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Joe Beningo.
Joe Beningo. Yeah. Jets fans have been waiting for 50-something years.
Forever.
Yeah,
Sauce Gardner.
Super Bowl III. Good.
Wow, look at you.
Your favorite. Yeah, it's been that long since they've actually gotten there and won one, and so this is their only chance. You want to talk about Super Bowl or bust with the Niners? I think it's more appropriate for the Jets.
Well, I'm trying to remember what he told us. It was something along the lines of like he was just kind of getting out of college the last time the Jets went to the Super Bowl. Now he's about to turn 70 years old.
Just think so. Tomorrow is not promised.
No.
Nothing is promised.
God,
He's 70. Think about that. About to be 70 years old, and he was like, just buying beer for the first time the last time they went to the Super Bowl. So, that puts all it would take anybody off. It puts it all in perspective. But you're not wrong, Steiny, at all. I mean, it has been a long time. If you really track it, not just since we've seen Aaron, but go back even further. When was the last time we saw Aaron play well? I would argue it's been 3 seasons.
Well, I didn't
a long time.
Yeah, Acho, we had Emmanuel Acho on. I didn't realize he didn't have a 300-yard game in 2022, the year before he got
his
hurt.
Last year with the Packers was underwhelming for sure.
But he's in, I believe, a good spot in regard to, and I'm just telling Steiny, take the injury away, you can't. But there's some parallels to what Brady stepped into in Tampa Bay. And if you don't think Rodgers is hearing what Steiny said, people thinking he's done, I get it, but you got Sauce Gardner, you got Quentin Williams, you got Breece Hall. So if Aaron Rodgers can tap back into what Brady did when we thought he was done and his arm was noodle arm, I think the Niners almost makes it's the greatest test for Rodgers to win and say, I beat the Niners. You still got to show us more, but to start the season off by, if he were to come in here and get a dub and look like Aaron Rodgers, people would be like, oh, wow, you're accelerating what we were waiting to see. Yeah. That's a big place for him. Opportunity.
It's a big opportunity, but I do think it's different than Brady because Brady, when he went to Tampa, was not coming off an injury.
No, you're right.
He was 10 years removed.
But we thought he was done. A lot of the streets thought he was done.
Right, but turned out he wasn't done. And I'm not saying that Aaron Rodgers is done, but he's doing something that Brady didn't have to do, which is come back from injury at 40. When Brady was 40 or 41 in Tampa, he was just Tom Brady in Tampa. He was old, but he was not coming off injury. This is a whole different thing now.
This game, to me, it boils down to what you guys are talking about right here, which is the rebirth of the 49ers pass rush. And whether or not, if you want to tie this to everything that's been discussed with Steve Wilks or whatever, none of it matters now. Now it's just about okay, what do you look like? And if the if the Niner pass rush comes out and has a really good night, this is going to be next to impossible for Aaron Rodgers.
Which has been for him in the postseason against the Niners.
He can't move that well. Even if he's playing well, even before the injury, he no longer moved the way he used to move. He used to move really well, and he does doesn't anymore, and I would refer, if I'm a Niner fan, this is what I'm looking at. And it's your boy, Steiny. Did you watch the Atlanta Falcons yesterday?
We brought it up late.
That's what an aging quarterback off of an Achilles looks like.
That was bad.
He couldn't move.
He couldn't.
He couldn't move, and they couldn't score. And that's what the opportunity that sits there because T.J. Watt ruined that game.
Man.
He ruined the game. And Nick Bosa should be able, you'd hope, if you're a Niner fan, to be able to do something similar like that tonight, because Cousins had weapons, Bijan and Drake London and Kyle Pitts, and he's got all kinds of stuff there, and they could not move the ball. And that's what I hope the Niner defense creates tonight.
And that's what Acho was talking about when we had him on. I was asking him, what does a guy like him look at for Aaron Rodgers to kind of figure out how much he has left? And he said he's going to be watching for whether or not he's still trying to extend plays or whether
throw it away.
He kind of throws it away more because he's thinking about the injury, and maybe he's also thinking about the age. But, I'm excited about tonight. And you guys got any predictions?
Well, I would say I feel like
I went 24-17 Niners.
My thing is, you want to call it 24 or 25. First one and only one to get to that number wins the game.
All right.
It looked to me around the league like defenses were ahead of offenses. Yep. It's real hard to be in sync now. The shortened preseason, top players don't play very much. Niners had some holdouts, whatever. All of it sort of lends, and especially in a game like this where you got a lot of name value on both defenses, I think points will be at a premium. If the Niners can get to 24 tonight, I'd take it, and I think that they'll win. But I'll go 27-17.
Yeah, I'll save my pick for later in the show because
wow.
These guys have this cute little thing called Fade the Dibbers.
Fade the Dibbers.
Oh, okay.
It's become a thing.
Yeah.
We
got something like that. I hit on mine. I had
whatever.
It's 1-1. It's 1-1.
They think that I'm wrong all the time,
right.
and then I came out and won on Friday night, so I'm 1-1, and in fact, I'm actually more of a winner than the three of these jabrones combined. But it's okay for the bit, for the show. I'm willing to play.
There you go.
The heavy,
I got
whatever,
you.
Grandy. How about that fantasy scoreboard?
Fact check.
Why did you
fantasy
do it like
scoreboard,
that?
Grandy.
Fact check. Time for a
Grandy.
fact check.
How much of Robert Saleh and his familiarity with the Niner offense means anything?
I don't think it means anything at all.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, does this Niner offense under Brock Purdy remind you of what it looked like under Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't know. Christian McCaffrey, like these are people. Trent Williams. These people weren't here when Robert Saleh knew this offense. He knew the Raheem Mostert offense.
Wow.
So you know what I mean? Like I don't know. These guys, like when you're Kyle Shanahan, when you're Robert Saleh, when you've been around the league, like these guys all know what the other one's trying to do. They know exactly what they're trying to do. It's just a matter of who's able to kind of impose the will and execute what they're trying to do. And like that's what we're looking at tonight.
What's your sense of the McCaffrey situation? Listed as questionable. It still feels like Kyle Shanahan expects him to play, but going into week one, Dibs,
Calf Achilles.
Calf Achilles.
Oh, man. Acho
Guru's
said he
worried.
brought up Durant. Acho brought up Durant.
Hold on a minute. Guru's worried?
It wasn't just me. Acho brought up Durant. We didn't even ask him. He said he don't like calf injuries. That was all.
Sure. Is that wrong?
He's not. Wow, Will.
Well, and I mean, do we know the nature of the injury? Has he missed any regular season games because of the injury?
No, I think of flare-ups, though, because he's going to play, and then do you aggravate it? Does he get worse? That's all.
I mean, you're assuming that there actually is an injury, and I'm more of the mind, like Mark was saying all along, like it's a mosquito bite or a bug bite or whatever he was saying. I don't think that it's a real thing. Now, do you want to give him 25 touches a game over 17? No, you don't. But you're going to lean on him early, and you're going to lean on him often because this is one of the games that counts. And, if he comes up and he has a little bit of a cramp or an ache or a strain, then I'll be worried. But in the meantime, no worries. Go out there and play football because you're not going to have Brandon Ayuk in full. You're probably going to have about a half of Ayuk. You're probably looking at maybe 35 snaps from Brandon, depending on how the offense.
So no pitch count for McCaffrey.
I don't think so. No.
Goo, let me ask you this. What would make you more worried? The way the situation is right now, or if the 49ers said, you know what, we're gonna take the safe route with McCaffrey. We're gonna give him the first 5 weeks of the season off, but when he comes back week 6, he's gonna play a 12-game season, and we are gonna be ready to go.
My man control with the best of them, but obviously not the second one. Come on now. I'm just telling you, I watched these games again. We'll get into Tom Brady. I guess I can do it right now real quick. You weren't bad, but I need some personality, Willard. I need some volume. I need some energy. And he just was ho-hum.
Well,
and he wasn't bad. Now he was like, he's Tom Brady. I get it, but that job requires some Greg Olsen, pow, boom, John Madden.
He's an offensive player, and all the offensive players are half-stepping into week 1 is what it looked like. I'm going to give him a little space the same way you give all the quarterbacks. Yeah, but the other thing is, I mean, you know this. We're watching Red Zone. I only you get bits and pieces of Tom as they go out to the Browns Cowboys game. So I didn't go over it with a fine-tooth comb at all. But look, he's Tom Brady. Is it going to feel overpaid no matter what he says? Sure. But the McCaffrey situation that you're worried about, I almost don't know how to answer that because he's been tucked away in a closet. I have no idea.
And it was barking then. That's why there was no contact.
We don't know. I don't know anything. I know that they tucked him away
and they shut him down.
But then he worked on the side for weeks. He's been running on the side for weeks. I just think the word Achilles makes us uncomfortable.
Okay, no doubt about
obviously.
It. And that's all I guess.
But at the same time, I got to trust that the 49ers are not going to put him in a bad situation. And we have no frame of reference as to what he looks like right now. He might be fine.
Because Kyle laughed at a reporter basically when they asked about his touches when there was no injury. And he acted like there was no scoreboard at all. And all I want from Kyle now to say, at least you're with this news, you can spell them if you're up 21-3 late in the fourth.
And they do. They usually do when they're up 21-3 in the fourth. They do spell them, and they go to Mason or they go to Elijah Mitchell. Whatever they've done in the past, they'll do it again. But in the meantime, if you want to win a game, you're going to go with your best players, and he's your best player. So he's going to carry the ball, and he's going to get the ball thrown to him. And if something happens in the course of that, that's just football.
Yeah. Well, I'd say this, too. In the age of fantasy football, I laugh sometimes at how many press conferences turn into reporters asking coaches to give the game plan. They do, because we all want to know, is the lead running back an 80% guy? Is he going to get 62% of the carries? How many? It's like, because that's the way we watch ball now, that's the questioning we ask, and of course they're going to laugh at you. It's like, I'm not telling you who I'm playing. I'm not telling you. What do you want? First play's a run play? Like, what do you want from me? Kyle's not going to give you that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And Dibbs, I know he's among your favorite players of all time. I know he's done a lot of good things in this league, our league, but it truly is a legacy year for Trent Williams, don't you think?
I don't think it's a legacy year at all, because if Trent Williams were to, right now, on his way in the stadium, step in a pothole and suffer a high ankle sprain and miss the whole game, he's still a first ballot Hall of Famer. So in terms of his legacy's intact. Now, what he can be for the Niners, and it's funny you use the word legacy because I'm fresh off the Dwayne Dibley Memorial race up in Ferndale when my brother famously declared that it was about a legacy. Yeah, he said it 4 times. Mikey 1.0 couldn't get off it. So this is not about a legacy for Trent Williams. What this is, he could vault himself into all-time pantheon, Steiny. He could be a part of the Niners pantheon if he's a part of a Super Bowl winning team and he's already first ballot. He becomes one of the all-time great Niners, more than just one of the all-time great players.
I think about what you're talking. I think about it this way, where you're talking about the names that are on this team. ESPN sort of put out a question to the public today, like, do you feel like the Niners have it in them for one last shot at a Super Bowl run? And you know how I feel about that.
Oh, you don't like it.
The window's not closing. That's stupid, or else you shouldn't sign Brock. But It's not so much about the window. I think this is kind of the way we shaped that question, which is, if you're a Niner fan, how much do you care about this current crop of players being the ones that break through for a ring? For instance, Frank Gore on our station on Friday.
Yeah.
He never got one.
That hurts,
man.
like
if we do move on and Debo never got one.
That would hurt.
Or George never got one.
Some of the best to ever do it.
Maybe you get one 4 years from now and they're not on the team anymore. That
matters.
And I agree with you. When I look out on this crowd and I see these jerseys, it feels like 70% of them are of players that may not be on this team in 3 years. Maybe not in 1 year. I don't know.
I see a Montana and Rice, and I think you're right.
Yeah, they got one. I think they got one. You know what I mean? But like that's
deep.
Especially George and Debo. Yeah. But because Trent, he's not homegrown and whatnot.
Well, he doesn't have one either. So this has been his best chance.
And so him too. But when you see like George, the famous I will be back here. I will be back here. And then he got back here, and it got even more painful. And now so now he's becoming. Some of these guys are becoming the best players to have not won, or the best team to have not won. And so that's
that hit me, man.
I think that's where the urgency sits.
And I asked Acho just about this Niner run since, and I know this is old and tired, but it means something. We were talking about Kyle and the validation of what they built, how, to you, Acho, how important it is. And he was paraphrasing he argues that Kyle's the best coach, but he loses because there's no bling. And somebody can say McVay has one, and you got to go to the back of the line. And this is not taken away from Kyle, but it's what you said. You want to stamp an era of greatness that you guys have built and been so close, man.
Yep.
That's all.
That's what I feel. I mean, there's so much blood, sweat, and tears and great plays and everything from these crops of players. I think, the Niners, even with the McCaffreys and the Williams and whatnot, they have a homegrown feel, and that a lot of their best players were drafted here and they've been here for a minute, so you feel like you've gotten to know them. And yes, as a fan, you want it for you. Let's be real. That's how most of us wake up in the morning. We want things for ourselves. But I do. I'd hate to see Fred Warner and
Debo might be gone, so he could be looking at this year like this might be my last run. I'm hoping he's not, but that's a reality for Debo.
Yeah, for a lot of guys, I'm sure. And it's funny, as Mark was saying that, looking at the jerseys, and I'm looking out here at the great Hilton tailgate party, and it's a mix of former Niners who have won and current Niners who haven't won. I'm yet to find a jersey of a player who is, either not current or somebody who hasn't won one.
Oh, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
Like a tweener, like a Jeff Ulbrich or a Joe Staley or,
What about these reports about when the season's about to start? It already did Sunday, and you hear Jay Glazer talk about Ayuk almost got traded. Did you?
Well,
when I said it felt like an episode of The Office. Hey, get off the phone, stop. But does it really matter now? Because everybody should be happy. Bobby McFerrin.
It's interesting. It's an interesting story. To hear the way that it all sort of
But is it? Because I thought we already knew Ayuk almost got traded. Filipponi.
No, but I mean, when you start getting the picture of the papers were being signed and people are running up flights of stairs.
Get off the phone.
Right? Stop. It's like every movie where you're chasing someone at the airport who's about to get on a plane and you're never going to see him again. That's what it felt like. I did take something from that, which is what a lot of us guessed for the entire summer, which is that Brandon had absolutely no interest in leaving the Niners, and that never made any sense. But I'm also with you. I'd rather these stories don't come out today, because that's not what today is about. I don't want, you know what I mean? Today is about pop your drink, get your people, get your food, get your seat, and let's go. I don't want to be talking about this guy, this fight. At least put it off for another day.
Yesterday was obviously first NFL Sunday. Anything stick out, Tibbs, to you, either overall or with an individual team or player?
Nothing too sticky. I do think that it's noteworthy that Houston was able to find a way to win that game, even though it got a little sideways. I do think that Houston is a team that is one to watch, and that's a game that definitely could have gone south on them. And then you get to the Sunday night game, the Jared Goff Bowl. so to speak. And, that was a close one.
What about Antonio Pierce not going for it, 4th and 1 with 6 minutes left?
He should not be the head coach. It's Mike Singletary-esque is the way I look at it. Antonio Pierce is, I don't think that he's cut out for the job, and I think that it's another example of a Raider organization that is broken from the top down. Yes, Mark Davis, I'm looking at you, and you can change cities, you can change states, but you still have no clue. And your team is now going on one of the longest playoff droughts in the NFL, and it's not by accident.
I think that's well said. That Antonio Pierce, if you don't know what Dibbs is talking about, not going for it on 4th and 1 at the opponent's 40, 6 minutes to go, and you're down by 6 is wild, especially in 2024.
Well, that's what I was going to say. 30 years ago, we might not have said much about it.
So, but put that aside for a second for this breaking news.
Oh, what do you got?
Which is that the injury to Puka Nacua is significant. Rams head coach Sean McVay just told reporters that Puka is an injured reserve candidate. Again, that's not the season-ending IR that it used to be, but at minimum, it's 4 weeks. And whenever they say at this point he's a candidate, even if they don't put him on, that tells you you're looking at minimum 2 to 3. So Puka Nacua is going to.
And they had something so good. They complement each other, him and Cup.
And again, it's a reminder. I don't want to put the thought there, but it's a reminder going into this game tonight from Puka Nacua to Jordan Love.
Preach on it,
man. These seasons, to what happened to Aaron last year, these seasons can change in a damn blink of an eye. Right. So the Rams are 0-1 and now missing a star. And the Packers are 0-1 and they're missing their quarterback.
Who we all had penciled in the playoffs. Packers in for sure.
And I don't want to celebrate other injuries, but I do think this. If the Niners win tonight, they had a phenomenal opening weekend. Phenomenal.
Arizona
when you look at the Rams losing, the Cardinals losing, the Packers are not what they are. What now? The Packers are compromised. The Eagles won a game. Okay, I didn't think Jalen Hurts looked great. I know people, the Cowboys, whatever, dude. Deshaun Watson. The Falcons are nothing. Like, if the Niners win tonight, that was a strong opening weekend for their standing.
Do we know anything? Do we get an update on Josh Allen?
Thank you.
From what I heard last night, there was very little concern.
Okay.
Yeah, his hand is.
Arizona could have won that game. It's NFL goo, but they could have won that game. Cardinals. I'm excited,
as you should be.
This is a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun.
Rest in peace to everybody who took the Bengals in their survivor pool.
Oh, my God.
I tried to tell everybody on Friday, don't do it. The Bengals start slow. They're a hot mess.
I woke up to real quick an email that said, if you want back in, since everybody lost with the Bengals, you got action.
I tell you what, they didn't just lose, but Jamar Chase is ripping the coaching staff after the game already. I just think, wow, that's
nasty
not
work.
That's not a
nasty
team.
work.
They're not a team. They're not a team.
Another broken organization.
The Bengals.
Have been forever.
Oh, my. Even with Zach Taylor, good young, bright mind.
Yeah.
All right,
we are a team here.
I'll see you inside, Steiny.
You guys can take it the rest of the way. Don't go anywhere. Willard and Dibbs have the pregame show. Kickoff 5:15. It's football season on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. We are here. So welcome in, and I'm actually going to throw this out literally right out of the gate. Special hello to anybody who is on their way right now. We would love to hear from you. What a way to pass the time as you sit on Tasman or wherever you may be, driving down to this unbelievable party, because it is already jumping. If you're on your way, give us a call. We don't even care what the hell you want to talk about Niners related. Do it. Express your excitement. give us the breakdown of the game, talk about week 1 action from yesterday. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are here. It is 80 degrees, and everything on this property and in this area looks exactly as I imagined it would.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of red and gold and some black jerseys as well, and it's Niner fans as far as the eye can see. And we do have some Jets in here.
Oh, yeah.
I see Sauce Gardner, actually, who it looks like he's wearing pajamas on the bottom, which is okay, Sauce.
It's a look.
Yeah, when you're Sauce Gardner, you can do whatever you want, but the fans are coming out, and if you're on your way right now, you're probably late, but, go ahead and pack your patience, and you eventually will make it in.
Well, I tell you what, we're at the stage of the game where the Jets jerseys don't bother you yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everybody, I see it here at the bar at the Hilton. We're looking at it at the tailgate, out here in the parking lot. Everybody's still being very, very nice to each other. I don't want to bring anything down, but I certainly hope that continues into the stadium. The most played out thing in all of sports is watching all of these fights break out all over the stadiums, all over the country. That Raiders-Chargers game, you've got to be kidding me. What were there, 8 of them or whatever? I have no interest in going on social media tonight and seeing any of the fights from Levi's Stadium, so that's another thing I wanted to get out of the way. If you're coming to the game tonight, have fun, but good God, keep your fists to your damn self.
Well, when in doubt, go ahead and, flip someone off and throw some hands. Please don't.
Please don't.
Throw hands.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm dead serious. All right, Goo, I'll see you inside.
See you, boys.
I'm kidding, but it's inevitable, and I do know that there is a certain amount of frustration already, and so, folks, if you're coming in and you're finding things to be a little bit slower than normal, be patient. You'll get in. It's a whole new world in the parking lot.
It's fine.
Everything is going a lot slower than it used to.
If you had tickets to this game, you've been getting emails for about 4 days now that tell you, leave now.
Right.
Leave now. So this is not surprising everybody. Everybody I've run into so far is in a complete celebration sensation type of a mood.
Yeah.
We're here. This is what we've been waiting for, and the day is sparkling and perfect. And I certainly hope, and to the point that you're making, just wrap your head around it. It's going to take a minute to get here and get where you want to go. If you just go in with that expectation, you're going to be fine. This is going to be a wonderful, wonderful night in Santa Clara.
Yeah, of course. And it's the crowning moment of what we've all been waiting for the better part of 6 months, which is week 1 in the NFL. And, all the magic of yesterday, and the Thursday game was awesome, and the Friday game was fantastic, other than, the terrible late injury to Jordan Love, where looks like he's going to be out 3 to 6. And, I thought it was going to be a high ankle. It turned out to be the MCL, which is not much better terms of him returning to play. But here we are, the end of week 1, and this is what we all wait for. We wait all summer, and yes, we grind through every pitching change and every pop fly to short, which is no longer routine. And,
pops to short are fine. It's pops to second.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, everybody run and go get it. Marco doesn't have a glove. That'll be the end of our baseball segment here on 95.7 The Game. But anyway, Willard and Dibbs, we are live on the scene at the Hilton. You know the story. This tailgate is unlike anything else. I was actually calling the kids when I arrived, and the first thing they said to me was, Dad, where are you? And I'm like, where I'm at. I'm at the Niner game, but it was so loud because the DJ is just bumping out there. The energy is great, so we hope that you'll join us. I think both of us have a lot to say, obviously, as we get this thing started, but we really want to defer to you. It's your day. The fans in the Bay Area, I feel like this has been a long wait because it's not just about the 49ers. It's about being a Bay Area sports fan, and with the Warriors missing the playoffs and the Giants being as drab as they are, this is a hell of a day. This is a day where something, I feel like something you can count on is being rebirthed. And that's kind of what I woke up feeling today.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it because, the Warriors, we know what we can count on, and we can count on Steph Curry making threes and being exciting. We can count on Draymond Green being volatile and being an unbelievable two-way player, but we can't count on them being a championship team anymore, which is fine. They've done enough for us. Unfortunately, we can count on the baseball team being what they've been.
Wow.
Which, again,
something you want to count on. How about that?
No, totally.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But, as far as things you can count on, this is the thing.
This is it.
You look around the parking lot, and I can go left to right, and you could talk about Bosa, McCaffrey, and Warner, and Debo, and Ayuk, and Purdy, and Kittle. And, all you have to do, Mark, is look outside from window to window, and you can see 8 different jerseys that are on display, and you can realize, they have that many good players. Like, even the people who are in Montana and Jerry Rice, that's fine. We appreciate the legends, but you go all the way across the lot, and you see player after player after player that is going to be great. If healthy, is going to shine tonight. And so you get excited about a Jets game and a Monday Night Football outing.
Let's ride. Look at the dancing. Now, see, look, we got Jets fans and Niner fans dancing together out here. They're dancing together.
That's Debo and Curtis Martin.
That's what I want to see.
I didn't even know they knew each other.
I want a Niner victory and some damn kumbaya. Like, it's okay. Don't need to start punching each other.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. Look at this beautiful.
Sure.
This is beautiful. We got Giants. We got Niners dancing with Jets. We got black dancing with white. This is beautiful out here.
It's
wonderful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, is it Alexander and Morgan Hill? Will you lead us off? 888-957-9570 on the way to the game. Wherever you are, we don't even care what you want to talk about Niners related. Let's talk about it. Alexander, thanks for calling. Willard and Dibbs, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys?
We're great, man. What's good?
So I just wanted to talk about how I think how the game is gonna go and how I think the Niners are gonna play tonight and how they can get a good win against New York.
Let's hear it. What are the keys?
All right, so I think a big key is putting pressure on Aaron Rodgers because he's not very of a mobile quarterback. And I think putting a good pressure on him is going to affect them a lot if they can't get the ball off. I think Bosa and Javon Hargrave.
Whoop. Did we lose him?
I think so.
Yeah, we might have lost him. Well, cell service is going to be wonky in a situation like this increasingly. But fair point made right out of the gate. It's where my mind is first as well. I know, I don't want to get too far into X's and O's and keys to the game, but if the 49ers pass rush is on point tonight, that's where I would point first. If you asked me as a Niner fan, what's one thing that you could see be really effective tonight, I would point to the pass rush.
And I would say that could be the case for the entire year because we do know that they have had some defensive line changes this year, and you've had new players come in. Eric Armstead, we saw him play yesterday in Jacksonville, so you've had a whole bunch of changes come in, and I do think that the D-line in general is going to be a big key because then it takes the pressure off your linebacking core, and you don't have Drake Greenlaw for the better part of the early season, and then you got a secondary where you're going to be playing a lot of nickel, so the more you can rush the passer, the better you're going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a staple of Kyle Shanahan's teams since he took over, which is that they want to go kind of front to back as opposed to back to front on the defensive side. I'll never forget when Kyle Shanahan was here the first year and they had whatever it was, 2 interceptions for the entire year, and then pretty much the exact same secondary had a great year the following year, and it was because they added Nick Bosa to the team. And their pass rush created a good secondary. And what's really exciting this year is if they can get that pass rush going, I actually think from a personnel standpoint, this might be the deepest this defensive backfield has ever been in the Kyle Shanahan era.
Agreed. And, you're going to look at Isaac Yiadom, who's going to come in and start when they go to the nickel package. He'll be the outside corner, and you'll move Demo into the slot. And so I do think as you start to get further down the depth chart, even in the D-line, I think that you're going to be a deeper group than you were last year. And that's where I think the big change for this defense, we haven't talked a lot about it, and Nick Bosa, everyone wants to criticize him for last year having a quiet year, which I don't think was as bad as many people are saying, and you bring him in, and you've got Floyd now, and you've got other people in the front and you've got a good secondary, I think this defense is poised to be better than they were last year.
888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs at the Hilton in Santa Clara. The tailgate is popping. The game is getting close. It is exactly 3 hours from now. The 49ers season is going to open. We're taking your calls. Ryan and Irvine next up, and apparently Ryan is right here on the grounds at the Hilton. What's good, Ryan? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, boys? Hey, excited for tonight. I had a random story this morning. My wife and I, we walked down to Michaela's for breakfast. It's a little breakfast spot right down the street. And in walks Malik Mustafa with his family. He had probably 8 or 9 of his family members with him. And it was just, I don't know, it was pretty close, pretty funny actually, because I whispered to my wife, hey, that's Malik Mustafa. She's like, who's that? I'm like, he's gonna be big for the Niners, just trust me. So, but his sister heard me whisper that to my wife, and his sister looked at me and was like, yeah, no, it is him. It's him. It was pretty funny. But no, it just made me think, what an exciting day for him, for his whole family. And he's probably dreamed this his whole life, and it's here today. A big moment for us as fans, but these players, I mean, I think they're pretty good to respect that.
Yeah, Ryan, your cell phone's popping a little bit too, but we got the story.
Yeah.
It's a great story. I want to know how many Niner fans would have been able to recognize Malik Mustafa. Did he have his jersey on or something?
I wonder, yeah.
He came in for breakfast. Who the hell
like a high school kid where you wear your jersey to school, right?
He's got his Letterman jacket on. Dude. Hey, how many stars? Yeah, there's only one. I'm a rookie.
I'm a rookie.
Yeah, Malik Mustafa walks in to a breakfast place, and a Niner fan already recognizes him. That's probably as fun for Malik as it was for Ryan.
Exactly, and Malik's with his whole family, 9 people going to breakfast, and that's awesome. And, you do what you do, you get ready for game day. And I wonder what it's like for a rookie like that, where you spent all day yesterday, going over film and getting ready for your game, but also watching everyone else, every other rookie gets to play. And then finally you get to Monday night, and now you get to make your debut against Aaron Rodgers. Wow.
Did you see any rookies yesterday that caught your eye?
I'd have to look back at it. I didn't really catch. I mean, I was kind of like you on the Red Zone channel.
Yeah.
Just, watching the fantasy.
I mean,
watching the picks.
I saw Marvin Harrison Jr. by himself 30 yards down the field, and Kyler didn't even see him. I saw him get 1 catch for 4 yards.
I went up against Roma Dunze. Grandy had him on his bench, and not much from Roma Dunze.
Well, Caleb Williams hit no one, so that didn't go well. I saw Malik Neighbors already shrugging his shoulders in the locker room like, I don't call the plays.
Exactly.
I don't know what you want from me out there. Jaden Daniels would be my answer. Nothing's going to be a completed product or anything even close. But I thought Jaden Daniels had little shades of Lamar Jackson with the way he moves, his size, his speed. I thought that was an interesting player yesterday, the quarterback for the Commanders.
Interesting, but I just wonder how long that's going to last, because he didn't really look to throw. He got back to his back foot, and it was, how do I run and how do I get out of here? And I will say I watched a lot of Brian Robinson. I have him on my bench this week, and he's an interesting player for that team in the run game.
No doubt.
But I didn't see a ton of Jaden looking to actually throw the ball. It was a lot of just, how do I make a play running the football? But a lot of that's the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute. But yes, if you drafted Terry McLaurin on your fantasy team,
you're probably pissed.
Sorry, that's not going to work this year. But anyway, back to the San Francisco 49ers. I think this would be an interesting place to kind of start and continue our discussion with a lot of Niner fans on their way into the game. And we brought it up during the crossover, which was ESPN sort of referring to this almost like a last dance. One last shot at a Super Bowl for this group, and depending on how you read that, you could be offended by it, or you could sort of welcome it in, because I am not one to believe that suddenly the Niners Super Bowl opportunities are over after this year. I don't even know if some of the roster things that we're being told are going to happen are actually going to happen. I know you can't, quote, just keep them together forever, but if you're going to restructure Deebo Samuel's deal, I have a hard time believing that you're going to just cut him at the end of the year. That seems unlikely to me. So maybe there'll be surprises there, number one, and maybe it will be more than 1 year. But there's another way to look at it. Doesn't necessarily mean the window's closing, but what about these players? How important is it to you, the 49er fan, that an actual Super Bowl ring happens for these players? Not for you, the fan.
Right.
But what about George and Fred and Debo and Trent and those players who clearly only have, who knows, 1 to 3 maybe years left.
Yes, but I wonder what the fans would say, because if I guaranteed you a Super Bowl in 8 years, as opposed to maybe over the next 3 to 5, would you take the guaranteed in 8? I think the answer would be yes, because you would get one as a fan. And yes, as a fan, you would love to have one for George and Debo and Trent and Brandon and Kyle and whatever. The rest of it, Juszczyk, not Shanahan.
Yep.
I do think that is a thing, but at the same time, I think a fan would rather have one for themselves as opposed to one for them.
I'm not going to disagree that the fan is going to think of themselves first, but I can only speak for me. It matters to me. I would be beyond bummed if George Kittle and Fred Warner and Debo Samuel do not get a ring in a Niners uniform. I would be tremendously bummed. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's take your phone calls. We're live. We ready. Niners Jets tonight. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's finally here. Niners Jets tonight.
Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
We want to hear from you all day. 888-957-9570.
Are you ready for some football?
We are live from the Hilton Santa Clara all day. to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HabasLaw.com. Coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Here's Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Yo, dog, you got to inject this into my veins. This is incredible right now.
Ain't nothing but a gangsta party.
Brother, we were here last year when the New York Giants were here, and I don't know if just the other New York team is more ticked off than this New York team, but there is something about what we are looking at, which is this Hilton tailgate party, which is growing and growing and growing, and the vibes are impeccable.
It's looking a little bit like Christmas with the red and the green.
Oh, my goodness.
Mostly red, a little bit of green. It's beginning to feel a lot like Christmas.
It sure is. It sure is. And I mean, the dancing and the drinking and the wallflowers.
Just me and you.
We got the wallflowers, but I mean, oh my goodness, this is a good-looking crowd right now.
Great crowd, and people are flowing in. And you know what? There's nothing quite like Week 1, but the only thing better than a Week 1 is a Week 1 a Monday Night Football Week 1. And wow, folks are getting ready. They're getting lit. They're getting litty, so to speak.
You know. Thank you.
Grandy.
Ba-da. There it is. Ba.
Wait for it.
Okay. 888.
Let's go.
888-957.
How many eights?
957. Too many eights, but whatever. Again, if you want to just scream and yell about the Niners, you go to the front of the line. We could sit here and be like, so, Nick Bosa, we think he needs 13 and a half sacks this year. Whatever, okay? Let's hear from you. Come on, Noah in San Francisco. LFG, what do you got? Come on, Noah.
Guys, how you doing?
We're so good.
Awesome, Noah.
We're so good.
Oh, man. I'm so pumped today. What you guys just asked, like, would you rather guarantee one in 8 years or a maybe in, 3 years with this group? I'm going to take the maybe just because I love these players so much. And there's this quote from a Roger Kahn book, The Boys of Summer, and it's like you rejoice with a team in victory, but you fall in love with a team in defeat. And it's been twice now we've watched these guys like Debo and Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa in particular almost win the Super Bowl, and I just really want it so bad for them. And I'm really rooting for that group of players. And, there's questions, I think, whether this team has gotten better or not in the offseason. I think what they do have is a higher drive than ever to do this, and I'm just so pumped for them.
Noah, I'm with you, man, and thank you very much for the call. There's 3 names in particular, and this isn't to rank them or whatever, because Trent and Christian, even though acquired through trade, I think are meaningful to 49er fans as well. But there's 3 guys, and this is the way I think about a Niners star, because you could have a Jeff Garcia or a Frank Gore, and I could go on and on, of players who are you really left your mark. You left your mark, but right, you didn't win a Super Bowl, and that's kind of reserved for a different level of a Niner legacy. And it feels to me like George Kittle, Debo Samuel, and Fred Warner are 3 people who have left a mark that could be Super Bowl ring level. And I just, that's how I feel. I would be very, very disappointed if somehow, some way, those guys are no longer 49ers and they don't have a ring.
Yeah, and I get that. And, certainly it would put them among the pantheon, as I was telling Steiny earlier about the pantheon of all-time greats. And you think about Patrick Willis and Joe Staley.
Yeah. No,
you mentioned Frank Gore and Navarro Bowman and even, Justin Smith, who wasn't, of course, an original 49er, but he did so much for the team. And you can think about all of the other 49ers who were here for a long time who didn't get that ring. And do you think less about them? No. But you do feel like Joe Staley in particular, it would have been nice for him to get a ring, and he had the chance in New Orleans against in Baltimore in the Harbaugh Bowl, and he didn't get it done. They didn't get it done, and so you feel bad about it. But this group is a little bit like that, especially you mentioned Debo and Kittle, guys who have been here for a long time, and Fred Warner as well, who hopefully will be here for years to come. But if you get, through this window and you get through these chances and they don't get one and ultimately they retire, then you'll feel bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the names you brought up. The only difference being they had a shot. They went to a Super Bowl. Beyonce turned the lights out and it almost happened, but it didn't. But these guys, there's two things that I feel are different with them. A, they've been there twice. They've been to that mountaintop twice and got knocked off at both times in disappointing fashion with second-half leads. And secondly, I just think that this 49er team is better than those 49er teams. I never felt when they went against Baltimore, you may have been like, they got a shot to win a Super Bowl. This group I look at, and I'm like, you should win a Super Bowl. This to me is the best team in football and just hasn't shown it in its biggest moments yet.
I see that part of it, and the Kaepernick team that went to the Super Bowl was a little bit of not a one-off, but what he was doing to the league at that time was something we had never seen.
Yep.
And he was such a difference maker, and they rode that momentum, and Harbaugh had everybody all ginned up, and quietly Harbaugh back at it again, 1-0.
Who's got it better than him?
Nobody has it better than him.
It was weird to see that chant inside the Chargers locker room. That was weird.
At the same time, I am not surprised they went out there and won.
No.
And that's what Harbaugh does, but you think about that team at that time, and it felt less sustainable than this does. I mean, you got a quarterback on a rookie deal. You've got maybe the best roster in football, and you're humming. You've been there for the last 5 years. You've been there at the penultimate weekend at least. And so, you absolutely should be there.
Let's keep going. How about Rich in Fremont, one of our favorites? Hey, Rich, thank you for calling Willie and Debbie. What's good?
Hey, man, the whole day is good. Let's keep it real, man. I'm still feeling electric from that red and gold summit I went to. Got to hang out with you brothers. It was nice. But, hey, let's keep it real. I got my prediction right now. 23-10, Niners, baby.
23-10, I like it. Yeah, no, and you're feeling kind of that defensive energy that you saw around the league yesterday, aren't you, Rich?
Yeah, I am. And I tell you something else. I expect our defense to not only show up, I expect our defense to deliver. And send a message to Bobby Saleh that he never should have left the Niners. Because he's there now, guess what? You're the enemy, and that's just the way it is. So let's keep it going, brothers. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, enjoy it, Rich. Thank you very much. Yeah, and you like a defensive struggle tonight too, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt. And, partly on what we've seen throughout week one so far, but I also look at these two offenses, and Brandon Ayuk is not going to play the full game. He probably is going to end up playing about half the game. I don't know what the snap count will be, but it's going to be somewhat limited. McCaffrey was limited in camp. He didn't play at all in the preseason, and Trent Williams didn't play. So I look at an offense that's probably going to start a little bit slowly. And the Jets, same thing. You have a quarterback who hasn't played in 364 days. And when he did play, he played 4 snaps. And I look at a Niner defense that's better than last year. It's a defense that I think is going to control things in this game. I like a very low-scoring game.
Yeah, what you're saying makes a lot of sense on paper. I'll say this, though. I think that, defense ahead of the offense thing that we're all feeling, having watched the first week of football, is not going to be sustainable. This is my other reaction to the new kickoff rule. I think scoring is going to go up. And I do think on the down low, that's what the NFL was looking for, because they've essentially made it so that kick through the end zone just comes even further out.
Yeah.
And so you're watching field position around the league just got better with these new rules, and that's going to lead to games like we saw with the Eagles and the Packers down in Brazil, where I thought both offenses were mistake prone.
Yeah.
Both of them looked wobbly, yet what did we get? 63 points in the game
Eventually.
Yeah. Although it was a high-scoring first half, too.
It
Not
was,
for the
but
Eagles.
you had 2 Eagle turnovers that led to 6 points. And that's where, that game could have been 55-49, right?
Well, you had wide receivers popping off all over the place.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed goes crazy.
Yeah, he did,
A.J. Brown goes crazy. Devontae Smith was solid, and then obviously there was Saquon, not a wide receiver, but, he goes crazy as well. You had a lot of skill position players. doing their thing. And I thought field position had a big part of it. And you're not wrong. Turnovers led to even better field position. But I think eventually you're going to get to that once offenses get in sync. Most of them just aren't there yet.
And I don't think that will be the case tonight. I mean, you're looking at one offense, the Niners, that didn't really fully play together. No Trent Williams, no Ayuk, and McCaffrey didn't play either. And the other side, you have a quarterback who hasn't played football.
Yeah.
He played 4 snaps 364 days ago. And beyond that, and you mentioned it in the crossover, and you were right to do so, he had a bad year. The year before in Green Bay, it was a down year. He was not great. They were not good. They didn't make the playoffs. So it's been damn near 3 years since he's actually played good football.
This is how, if you're a Bay Area sports fan, this is all you need to know. The last time Aaron Rodgers was good, so were the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah. Oh, God. That long?
Same year.
2021?
2021.
Jeez. And the last time he was good, didn't the Niners go there and beat them in the snow?
Sure did.
Yeah, that was his last game. That was his last good game.
Hufanga.
That's right, the Hufanga game.
Yeah.
And that was 2022, but it was the 2021 season.
Still one of my favorite,
Joe Buck did.
Well, but
we need to get Joe Buck on.
It's one of my favorite dumb fan moments, just because I remember that football game. And sitting around the living room with the kids, and we're watching this game, and Jimmy Garoppolo just can't get anything going. And my kids who just walked in will back me up on this.
Okay.
As they lined up for that punt, I go, man, we need a punt block or something. We got to do something to get something going. And then, boom, Hufanga, and the Niners are tied.
Yes.
And they go on to win the game. That was oh my gosh, I'll never forget that game.
That's great.
How about Sean in Fremont?
Let's do Sean.
What are you doing, Sean?
So, guys, I'm excited. I kind of like Dibbs. I think it's going to be low scoring, but I got a contact in Reno telling me -4. Do you want to get any juice on the game? I think the Niners are going to cover. Niners by a tutty at least. That's what I'm thinking.
I like Niners
Sean,
by 10. I like Niners by 10 tonight. I don't mean that I would bet that.
Oh, boy.
I just, my final score is Niners by 10.
Well, I hate to give away my pick too early because we all want to fade the Dibbers because, Dibbers is Captain Loserville. You go ahead and fade me all you want later today. I'm coming for you. I'll have my pick, and that'll be coming up here in about an hour and a half.
By the way, a set aside is when we play Fade the Dibbers and the Niners are in the game. Because one of two things is going to happen. You're either going to pick against them, and we're just going to be mad at you for picking against them, or you're going to pick for them.
And you're going to be mad that I picked for them.
None of us are going to want to fade you because nobody wants to pick the Jets plus 4.5 tonight.
The whole idea is that I lose all the time. So whatever I think, you go against it. So if you really want to make money.
Not all the time,
all
Dibbers.
The time.
Don't get sensitive.
I'm not sensitive at all.
No.
This whole bit was built on my failure, and you know what? All y'all are losers.
Dibbs,
I'm the winner of it. Yeah.
Dibbs, most of the time. Not all the time. Don't feel that.
Your boy's 1-1.
Most of the time.
Your boy's been hot this year.
Well, and what happens if you go 1-1 constantly? You lose
then
because
the bid
you play.
Dies. Yes, the bid dies.
But you're also paying. You're paying Vegas the juice.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, 888-957-9570. How about is that Fred X in Oakland? Is that what I'm seeing? Hey, Fred, what you doing?
Oh, man, we just got off work. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, what's up, Fred?
Oh, no, I just wanted to talk about the success of the Niners. I don't remember them being successful since I was in elementary.
Well, they've been, I don't know how you measure success, but last 5 years, they played a lot of playoff games,
Yeah, that's not the goal, though. I thought the goal was to win the Super Bowl.
Damn right it is.
Yeah, no doubt, Fred X.
That's always the goal.
Yeah, so if you don't accomplish your goal, that means you're a loser, right?
No, I disagree with that as firmly as I possibly could. I mean, Fred, have you ever had a goal and not achieved it? Did you, sit in front of the mirror the next day and be like, I'm a loser, I suck? Come on, man, life is more contextual than that.
Yes, I have. And being a loser is what gives you the drive to be harder and be a winner.
Well, I don't worry about Fred. Thanks. I don't worry about the Niners drive at all. That's just, to me, and I know that that's a thought out there for a lot of people. I think that that's just black and white thinking at too firm of a level for me in professional sports. I'm not gonna hold people to either you win the whole thing or you suck and you're a loser. That's absurd. That's just the way I look at it.
And I agree with that mentality because 31 teams will not win the Super Bowl this year, and so of the other 31 teams that don't win the Super Bowl, are they all equally losers?
Like, no.
No, I mean, like Carolina right now, you could look at Carolina and say, wow.
My God.
I mean, not Minnesota, but the New York Giants, they look like they're going to struggle. There's some teams already that you could look at and say, all right, you're probably going to be losers the most of the time in this year. But for me, if you make it to the Super Bowl and you don't win, and I said it last year, that's where the bar is. And that's where the bar is this year again. Get to the last weekend of the year, be one of the last 4 teams playing, and then you can decide from there how you want to judge this team.
Absolutely. Look, it doesn't change the goal. It doesn't change the bar. It doesn't change the expectation. That's literally the basis of the conversation right now. That if the likes of George Kittle, Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, if these guys don't win a ring in their 9 or 10 year, I would be devastated. I would be devastated for them. I would be devastated for us. That is absolutely the hope. You're never going to hear me call those people losers. That's just not going to come out of my mouth.
No, and that's not, for me, that's not the way I look at it. And, ultimately, you can only be in so many big games, and so few teams get to be in that spot where you're one of the last teams remaining, and they've been that team for the last 5 years.
Let's keep it going. How about Ozark Bob, who's calling from Missouri? Ozark Bob, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I've been waiting for this day all dang season. I'm so ready for the Niners to put in work tonight. I can't believe him. Oh, I think we're going to do really good. Aaron Rodgers, he hasn't played in over 2.5 years. God, the last time he played, he was a shell of himself. So I have all the momentum in the world on our Niners D to put in work today.
I'll just say this, and Ozark Bob, thank you very much. I agree. I do have questions, or maybe, if you will, kind of anxiety a little bit in terms of what the 49er offense is going to look like tonight. However, if I had one prediction that I really feel good about, it's that Aaron Rodgers is going to struggle. I think that this is like, he's a pro. He's such a vet. He's seen it all. You're not going to overwhelm him with the moment or anything like that. But the energy that's going to be in that building, what his body has left, combined with the personnel on the field on the Niners defensive side, which has something to prove. That group is going to play like they've got something to prove. I just think that's going to be I think it's going to be tough sledding. I think the Jets are going to have a really hard time getting to 20 points tonight.
I think it's, for me anyway, it's the rust is the biggest factor because Aaron Rodgers didn't play in the preseason, and he only played 4 snaps last year, and so he hasn't really played with this team at all. He played with them for 4 snaps last year, so even the cohesiveness of being a part of a team, if you were coming off of a season where you'd already played with them, fine. But you're not coming off a season where you already played with this team. You haven't played with them at all. And so the rust combined with the newness of being a part of a new team, that's all going to lead them to, I believe, be a little sluggish.
We got another Fred. We just had Fred X. How about Fred Regular? Fred in Richmond. What's going on, man? Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. I was just calling because that Fred X, he wasn't no Niner fan. I don't know what the heck he was talking about because the Niners are fire right now. And I just want everybody to know that Nick Bosa is going to be Defensive Player of the Year this year, and he's going to start off with 3 sacks tonight on washed-up Aaron Rodgers. Thanks for having me on, y'all.
Fred, appreciate it.
Thank you. The real Fred, please stand up.
Please stand up. Please stand up. I like what he said. Obviously, if Nick Bosa has a huge night, I think that's going to bode very, very well for the way this thing all plays out. But, yeah, just to go back to what he's referring to, if you're just joining us and you missed the previous call from about 10 minutes ago, that black and white thinking, and you and I have talked about it a lot, like either you win the Super Bowl or you're a loser. look at this crowd. Look at this space. Look at these people. Look at the number of jerseys. Look at the dance, and look at the excitement that this has created. How are you going to call these people losers? How are you going to do that? How everybody here showing up to watch losers? Come on, man. You know, and I don't even, like, by the way, I'm as excited as all get out for this game tonight, but week one is week one.
Right.
I tell you what's actually riding on tonight. The Super Bowl and the playoffs and the division do not ride on tonight. What rides on tonight is sort of the sound of the start of the season, because I do think that if the Niners don't look right tonight, you're immediately going to get people point to all of the things that happened in August,
of course,
that were frustrating, and they're going to say, this is the manifestation of that.
And that would be a manifestation sensation.
You're welcome. I'll let you right to it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I do think that in many ways it's right to draw those conclusions if Brandon Ayuk can't play a full game, and he won't. And if Trent Williams looks a little sluggish, and he might, whatever look happens tonight, if you lose, you're going to point fingers at a lot of different things. And now if they come out and they win, then you go, oh, boy, the Ayuk thing, genius. They played it great. And Trent, yeah. And McCaffrey, go ahead and skip camp, all the rest of it. It's a results-based game. I do think that regardless of how they do tonight, the Niners are set up in a good spot for the first part of the season to kind of ease their way into it. You obviously want to win every game that you can, but the schedule does get tougher down the road.
I'm going to point to your results-based comment, though, and agree with you. And to me, that means this. If the Niners win the game tonight, go home happy. Don't do what we were doing at the beginning of last year. Remember, it wasn't just did they win?
Right.
How did they win? Are we going to line up the phone lines tomorrow and be like, but Kittle only had 3 catches. I know they won by 10.
Exactly.
But you get, like, that's the thing that I remember from last year that I think at minimum early in the year, get rid of that thought. Watch around the league. Look what happened yesterday. Look at the surprises.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots are 1-0. You know, you look at Jordan Love is hurt. Puka Nacua is on IR. That is now confirmed, by the way. He will miss at least weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the Los Angeles Rams. Jake Ferguson, we haven't heard yet, but he's going to be out. I almost guarantee it for the Cowboys. Things change in an instant, and so I just look at tonight and give me more points than the other team, and I'm going to go home and sleep real good.
Yeah, and that's how we should always look at it, because the NFL is so tough, and it's so difficult to win, and it's difficult to make a playoff berth and make a playoff run and get to the Super Bowl and all the rest of it. It's not a birthright. Just because your roster's good and your coach is good, it doesn't mean that you automatically get to be a Super Bowl team.
I want you to look at that video right there. You see what that is right there?
Yeah.
You see that? You know who that is?
That's Ricky Pearsall.
You're damn right it is. You're damn right it is.
With the roller bag.
If you want something else to fire you up, obviously Ricky Pearsall will not be playing football tonight, but Ricky Pearsall is in the building, walking one foot in front of the other with no bandages, no anything, smile on his face, and a little hey, how you doing to security as he walks into the building tonight.
Nice.
And that should make everybody feel good. Ricky Pearsall, just a week ago, his life in his hands, and now he's going to be there with his teammates tonight watching ball.
Pretty awesome. Awesome to see Ricky in, and you know, you would expect him to watch it from a suite, but just to even have him in the building is pretty awesome.
We are live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can check out our setup right here at the Hilton Santa Clara, which has the best tailgate to get everybody ready, especially for a game like this. The enjoyment is easy outside right now. So we invite you there. We also remind you we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Y'all stuck in that traffic out there? Give us a call. Whatever it is, Niner-related, we'd love to hear your excitement right now. 888-957-9570. That's our number. We take your calls. Our man on the scene, Jake Hutchinson, is inside Levi Stadium, joins us in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
Did you know that most people wait
It's the Kickoff Show with Willard and Dibbs, getting you ready for the huge Monday night game. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
I can't even think about this. I'm supposed to read this, but I can't even think about this. Look at those three first words. What are those three first words?
Oh, God. After the game?
I can't even think about that.
I thought we were going to stay in the moment, Mark.
I can't even think about after the game.
What about, like, you and I staying in the moment? Something that you and I promised each other. We promised we'd be authentic, and we promised each other that we would be in the moment. And we're talking about after the game?
I mean,
I'm not even ready for the game.
Yeah, like if I asked Lovely Christie, who's sitting right here, what's our plans after the game tonight?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. Did we win or did we lose?
Well, job number one would be to find your three kids. And
they got their own car. They got their own car. They'll get home.
No, because
they'll get home.
I love it. They got here early, and then they were gone.
Gone.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I told them the door's open. By the way, the door's open in 10 minutes.
Okay.
And from where we are, it's going to take them about that.
Yeah.
Certainly to get through the gates and all that. I said, go watch them all warm up.
That was
go
great.
check them out.
And you
Don't
guys
sit here and look at us. We're boring.
Yeah. You did the lovely family picture, and then after which they were all kind of giving you the collective Heisman, like, Dad, can we go now?
No, well,
You're
to
boring.
To
you
a
and Dibbs
kid,
are boring.
Everybody knows this. To a kid, if you take a family photo, it's as if they did you a favor.
Oh, yeah.
So as soon as the photo's over, they're like, what are you giving us for that? Like, do we get ice cream? Do we get money?
Yeah.
Well, your daughter is at an age where she's still smiling at that camera.
Barely.
Look at that thing.
It cost me a scoop of ice cream to get this picture.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's 2.
It cost me 3 tickets, brother.
Good call.
So anyway, no, go inside, go watch some people warm up, have a good time, get to know the stadium. But I'll go ahead and read this. After the game ends tonight, be sure to go you know where. Get in your car or turn on your smart speaker and lock into overtime on 95.7 The Game. That is with our own Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. How about that name? Kyle Madsen.
That's my boy.
He's going to be all on the mic and the call with the best post-game show in the Bay. They are not going to leave anything out. No stone unturned. Believe me, Grandy on the lead. That's somebody whose emotions wrapped up in this now.
Yeah.
He's going to tell you what he thinks now.
And he's a little bit grumpy, unfortunately, because Dibberclaws took him behind the woodshed in fantasy.
Oh, I didn't even look at the other scores.
Scoreboard.
Is it over? It's over?
Unless Garrett Wilson fumbles thrice. If he fumbles 3,
could happen.
It could.
It could happen.
And that would be the ultimate fantasy bad beat.
Guru needs like 21 from Breece Hall tonight. I'm loving that just because I'm like, dude, you got to go root for a Jet.
Totally.
And I know he's not. Is he a through and through 49er fan? Whatever.
He's a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, but he's going to be in the building.
He
and
is.
Guru of anyone we know is going to get caught up in the emotion.
It's so funny. No cheering in the press box, and Breece Hall's going to break one, and he's, come on, Breece, get in. In the press box.
I know what all of you doing who have Breece on your fantasy squad. You're being like, Niners win.
Totally.
But Breece scores the touchdowns in the loss. I know what you're doing. You know what I tell my kids? Because one of those kids who was just here has Breece Hall on his fantasy team.
Yeah.
You better not root for him tonight.
No.
You root for him tonight, you'll never get another ticket again.
Good call.
That's the end of that. So I don't care about your fantasy team. Tonight, you are a 49er fan. So anyway, to wrap that up, Grandy, Sterling, Kyle, all on the mic. The second the clock hits 0, bang. They're on the mic with all the reaction, and they'll be taking your calls as well throughout the night. So especially if you're here in the building, as you get to your car and you're driving home, give the guys a call and let it out, whether it's good or bad, after this one is over tonight. 888-957-9570. I'm going to do something in the radio business they call forward promote.
Okay.
But you sent me a little text yesterday, not about this game, not about any other game, but about Brockster's Millions.
Oh, yeah?
Because I don't know if y'all noticed when you woke up yesterday, the quarterback market got reset. It's no longer $55 million, it's $60, and that belongs to Dak Prescott, who went out there and went 1-0. So what that means for Brock, I want you to react to that here in just a little bit, but let's keep going with the calls first. Skills in Vallejo is on the line. Skills, appreciate your call. What's good?
Hey, what's up, Willard? No problem. What's up, Dibbs? How you doing? I wanted to just, because I called in Saturday to try to make this point, got a little sidetracked. So if this point has been brought up already, or you guys kind of covered it already, my bad. But I'm just, even with the Jets pass rush not at full strength tonight, I'm just a little concerned about what kind of, not overall shape, but kind of football shape we're going to have Trent in after that holdout of his. Because basically, there's a difference, obviously. You guys know that. Baseball players who are holding out or they're on strike, they can have their kids, they can throw with their wives, they can have them hit some ground balls, stay in shape that way. Hoop players, they're holding out, they can find a pickup game pretty easily. Or like we do here in Vallejo, just go around the neighborhood with steak until you have enough players to play. But for a guy like Trent, like he's trying to simulate giant men charging at him. And I don't know how you can simulate that when you're holding out. And I don't, if anyone could do it, it'd be him. I wouldn't put it past him to find some way to stay in great football shape. I just want to hear what you guys have to think about how effective he'll be tonight. Thank you.
Yes, Gills, thanks. I mean, how would you answer that, specific to Trent Williams?
I think that he'll be fine. I mean, short of him suffering an injury, I think that Trent's going to be fine. I mean, when you play this long in the league, you understand what the job is. You know the play calls. He's not new to the team. He understands the scheme, and I do believe that he was fit enough. Now, the one thing to watch will be at the end of a long drive, because if Trent Williams gets into the second half, third quarter, and we're talking about a 10-play, 11-play, 12-play drive, that's when you might see a little bit of fatigue. He's going to be huffing and puffing now. He's, no preseason, no camp, no games. So I do think that as we get deeper in the game and deeper into a long drive, that's where you might see it. But I have no worries about Trent Williams.
I'm not really worried about it. Could he need a breather here or there? Sure.
Yeah, but you don't do breathers for offensive linemen.
No, not usually.
Yeah.
But again, you're talking about like Brandon Ayuk's not ready for a full complement, and Trent is. Why is that? Is that the nature of his position? Is it the fact that he's such a grizzled vet in this league and he's so great? Could there be this? Like at the end of it all, I know what we worry about. Should they play Christian? Trent full snaps? What are they doing with Brandon? I'm going to fall back on, at least until I see it, I'm going to trust that the 49ers aren't stupid. You know what I mean? Like, I think as fans sometimes we look at these things and we go, well, what about this? What about that? Well, the Niners know all of those factors as well. And their assessment is that Trent Williams is ready for a full complement of snaps, and he is absolutely their best option for those complement of snaps. Could something bad happen? Absolutely.
Sure.
Bunch of bad stuff happened to a bunch of teams yesterday.
Yep.
And so, sure, that could happen. I think eyes will be out for it. And if there, he needs to miss a drive or something here or there, then you miss a drive. But I think these decisions are not made willy-nilly.
Yeah, and I don't think that he's going to miss a drive unless he gets injured. I mean, if he's going to be fatigued or winded, he'll have oxygen on the sideline, and I'm sure that he'll get recharged and be out there. I just don't know if you want to play him, you're going to play him. And it's different than Brandon Ayuk because of the very nature of what you do offensively, and you do a lot of two-receiver sets, and so in those sets, you'll have Ayuk in there. But I would guess that tonight you might see a little bit more of the 22 personnel, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, which is just one receiver. And when it's one receiver, it'll be Debo. And when you go to 2 receivers, maybe you put Jawan Jennings out there as the receiver opposite Debo in place of Brandon Ayuk, because I think that you're going to look at Ayuk playing about half the snaps he normally would.
You know what? And I actually have very few concerns about that wide receiver group with Ayuk missing a few plays here and there, whether it's half of his complement. I think about, can Chris Conley come in and make a play here or there? Of course he can. We know Jawan Jennings is a big piece on third down. My mind's on Jacob Cowing. Could he end up making a big play? I bet he is in the playbook tonight because he offers something downfield that the 49ers have not always had. And so can the rest of that group kind of fill in adequately as Brandon gets himself up to speed? I don't have too many worries about that.
Yeah, exactly, because you have an offense that's really not predicated on Brandon Ayuk being in there every snap. You've got George and you got Debo and you got Christian. You have other weapons and you spread the ball around anyway. So if you're going to get into a spot where maybe you're not going to throw it to Brandon anyway, then let Jawan go in there and play, or Chris Conley go in there and play, and The only thing that would be a concern is if you fell behind and then you felt like you had to throw it a lot and then go to 3 wide receivers, then you want to have Brandon on the field, absolutely.
888-957-9570. Special shout-out to anybody who's still on your way in. If you're looking at that traffic, if you're bumping us with the windows down as you're on your way into Levi Stadium, give us a call. Give us a little report on what it looks like out there. If you have found a tailgate and the directed parking is still okay, like we would love the reports of what it's like out there on the scene, Levi Stadium and beyond. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs. We next go to Dollar Bill in San Francisco. And be ready, this is a Jets fan, okay?
Oh, that's right.
All right, Dollar Bill, what's up?
On an opening night, babe. Hey, I just want to give you guys I actually am not. I'm going to be watching it at home because I want to watch the game. I don't want to have to. This game's too important to me. I want to watch it. I want to watch it at home. But I just want to give you guys a little love. And the only time when I'm really looking forward to is I'm going to be looking forward to calling tomorrow and talking all the 49er fans off the ledge to let you guys know that, hey, just because you lose game 1 to the Jets, that your season is not over.
Thank you, Dollar Bill. I need those comforting words right there.
Actually, Dollar Bill, will you just make me a promise right now? Make us a promise right now. I'm not gonna get back and forth on the week. And of course he hung up.
Yeah.
Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill.
I know you're listening.
Down to 50-cent bill. Downgraded.
Make a dollar out of 15 cents.
Hey, a dime and a nickel.
Dollar.
Thank you.
You gotta call tomorrow.
Yeah.
Either way, no matter what happens, we'll let you get loose. We will let you get loose if the Jets win this game tomorrow on our show. But you better get your medicine now if they don't. That's the only thing I would say to any Jets fan who wants to trash talk it on the way in right now. Look, it's week 1. I mean, I hope this doesn't sound sort of like anticlimactic or something like that, but this is a losable football game.
Sure.
This is absolutely a losable football game.
4.5 is a spread?
Yeah, it's week 1. Everybody looks a little out of sync. The Jets roster has plenty of players on it. They've got a very, very good team. What did we say about them all last year? All last year we said this team's a quarterback away.
Yep.
Do they have one now? I actually don't know. I know he's better than what they had last year, but I really don't know exactly what we're going to see from Aaron Rodgers. But this is a future Hall of Famer and a capable thrower of the football, obviously. So, yeah, I expect this to be a challenge. I expect some uncomfortable moments tonight.
And that, for me, is where the real pregame lies, is what is Aaron Rodgers going to look like? If he looks like he did a couple of years ago, efficient, mobile, accurate as ever, the arm is still good, the legs are back, well, then they've got action. If he looks more like the way he looked in his last year in Green Bay, where he'd lost a step and he looked like he didn't have the same level of confidence, the arm was still good, but he was not making the same level of play, and that was now 2 years ago. So which Aaron Rodgers are you going to get? The Jets don't know. The Niners don't know. Nobody knows what a almost 41-year-old Achilles survivor Aaron Rodgers looks like. Well, that to me is the whole game.
I agree, although let's bring both quarterbacks into this. If I'm one of these coaches tonight, with this defense, with these pass rushers, okay, from Quinnen Williams and Javon Kinlaw, I know Hassan Reddick didn't show up, Nick Bosa, Leonard Floyd, I can't wait to see what we see from Malik Collins. I'm excited about what I think is maybe the most underrated acquisition of the offseason for the 49ers. But bottom line is this, you're not looking to break this thing open downfield tonight. It is week 1. And what I want from my quarterbacks is to get rid of the football. You've got good pass rushes out there, and neither team has your game-breaking speedster downfield wide receiver. That's not who Debo is, who Ayuk is. It's not who Garrett Wilson is. It's not who Mike Williams is. So what I think is the game plan for these teams tonight, and maybe really the reminder for both quarterbacks who love to hold the ball and scramble and create more time and make things happen because both have been really good at it. Obviously, Aaron used to be, and Brock is now. I think that this is, if I'm coaching those guys, one of the things I'm really saying is, look, don't be a hero.
Exactly.
Get rid of the ball. We're going to do some quick hitters and see if we can string together some first downs.
Make the plays that are available for you to make. And, like you're saying, don't try to be the hero and don't try to make something that's not really there. And that's where the Shanahan offense is really predicated on that anyway. It's, here's the play. If the actual primary read's not open, go to the secondary, move the chains, keep things moving, avoid the negative plays. And that's where I think that Brock Purdy's been so good in this offense, is realizing what the play calls for, and if it's not there, making something positive out of it. And I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to hit the ground trying to do too much after missing an entire year. And he's got a pretty good team now with Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. I mean, he's got weapons. And Aaron Rodgers, you could say what you want about him, and I have. He's no dummy. He knows how to play winning football, and he knows you get the ball to talented people, and that's how you win.
Yep. And again, the environment is going to be very difficult, but Aaron is not going to get flustered in that kind of an environment. This is someone who's won a Super Bowl. This is a guy who's played games at Lambeau Field and Soldier Field and all of these places constantly. All the fields. And so, look, I think that this is going to be loud. I think it's going to be rocking. I think it's going to be a true everything you want out of a Monday night game. But the old Aaron Rodgers I know, he can handle that. He can handle that. We'll see tonight. We'll see what kind of pressure they give right up the middle.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tony in the city. Hey, Tony, what's going on? Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, fellas, man. Opening night, man. This is fantastic. Let me tell you something. Aaron Rodgers is no Flash Gordon. He's washed up physically, mentally, emotionally. He's just a washed up, crazy old conspiracy theorist. We're going to absolutely destroy them. It's going to be embarrassing for them. Just you watch.
I hope you're right, Tony. Why are you so confident?
Because, man, we play a punishing game, man. We play really punishing. When we get the ball, we run it. We just pound right through them. Trent Williams is going to come out like a monster. I really think we're just going to absolutely kick the crap out of them.
Tony, thank you for calling. I hope he's right. My eyes, look, I know that it's week one. We all want to see the offense. We want to see the whole thing hum. My eyes, when you talk about the punishing style that the 49ers play on defense, well, the last time we saw them, I'd argue no, they didn't. I know their Super Bowl was solid, certainly solid enough against Patrick Mahomes, except for if you really want to dive deep into this and you remember that the Chiefs offense was not all that last year. They did not have a great year. And so the Niners played well on defense. Dre Greenlaw gets hurt. The dam breaks. Overtime, all of that stuff. But you take that performance. But the other two performances that they had in the playoffs were not good. So the last time we saw this defense, it was not up to par, not in my opinion. So that's where my eyes go tonight. Because you talk about the punishing style that they play, well, let's see it. Let's see it. I want to see this defense look not just, they weren't bad last year, but I think all of us felt in our belly they could have been a little bit more dynamic. I'd love to see that tonight.
And I wonder what the coordinator change is going to do for this defense, because clearly they were not on the same page as Steve Wilks, and Nick Bosa said as much after the Super Bowl, where he said, they didn't even really plan for the zone read that Patrick Mahomes pulled on that short yardage play. And so I wonder if Nick Sorensen, the new DC, is going to be more on the same page as this great defense, and how that actually is going to turn out here tonight and throughout the course of the regular season. Because last year it did look like the defense was a little bit, I guess, uneven toward the tail end of the year last year.
All right, let me ask you about your reaction and the text you sent me when you wake up yesterday to see Dak Prescott get 4 years, $240 million. I know how good you are at math.
Yeah.
And 240 divided by 4 is what?
It's about $60 million,
That's
Mark.
about 60.
Yeah.
Okay, so the quarterback market has been reset, and it means what for the quarterback who wears red and gold?
It means that the bidding for Brock Purdy right now starts at $60 million. And if he comes out tonight and looks shaky and they lose, well, it goes down to about 58 or 59 million. And if he looks good and they win and he throws for 312 and 3 touchdowns, well, then the number goes up to 61. I do think that the starting point for our whole ongoing conversation, I think the point where we start is now 60 million because Dak got 60. And if you want to say who's better, Dak or Brock, we could do a 4-hour show, debate style. Sure. You could take either one. I could take the other one. And we could have a good debate. And we could look at a number of different things. And we could really, parse it and break it all the way down. And the bottom line is they're probably pretty similar to each other in many ways. So if Dak's getting 60, then Brock's probably going to get 60 if he's still this good.
Well, I mean, obviously we've got a whole season to go through. Dak finished. Where was he in the MVP race last year? Second, third? He was ahead of Brock.
Yeah, and ahead of Christian. I think they finished 3 and 5.
Yeah,
Christian and Brock.
And also, you think about Dak Prescott's a little bit further along in his NFL journey. The Dallas Cowboys rely much more on an arm than the 49ers do. Like, those are all the things that sort of, but I get what the other argument would be, which is, I'm sorry, aren't we about winning? Isn't this about winning in the postseason? Isn't this about winning important games? They've gone head-to-head now twice. Brock's 2-0. So I understand that argument, and you may well be right. But one thing I wonder, and this isn't even about Brock or the quarterback position, I wonder how long the NFL will simply operate this way. And that is to say, if you're good and you're next, you get the most. I wonder how long we do that before the bubble bursts.
Yeah.
I think the wide receiver position is maybe more.
It's going to burst first.
It's going to do it before the quarterback. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah. First to burst. So the quarterback position's not going to. There's no question that depending on if this is a healthy season and another successful season for Brock Purdy, the debate will rage. It will rage because the 49ers probably rely on Brock a little bit less. He hasn't been doing it for very long. They've got some leverage in that he hasn't been paid before.
Right.
But is he better and more important than Dak Prescott? You're going to get a lot of opinions on both sides.
Yeah, and I think they rely on him the same amount, but they rely on him to do different things. So, yeah, Dak throws it more, and they rely on Dak more to make plays through the pass game. But the Niners rely on Brock to just keep this whole thing running and, make the right read at the line of scrimmage and, handle the offense, get in and out of the huddle. So I don't know if the Cowboys rely on Dak anymore. It's just a little bit of a different reliance. And when Brock does throw it, for me, his throws become more important because he doesn't throw it as often.
I just think Dak and CD are the entire identity of the Cowboys offense.
Yeah.
They've punted on having a good running back. They don't.
Zeke in the end zone.
Yeah, Zeke in the end zone.
Let's go.
Yeah, what did he get? 10 carries yesterday? He's not the centerpiece that Christian is. It's Dak and CD, and they're not being paid as such. That's all I mean. On offense, the Niners have a much more well spread out identity. Let's go to Mark in Queens, who is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, thanks for calling.
Mark from Queens. I'm in Vallejo now. How you doing, guys? Hey, I don't have a lot of time, but I'm in the Vallejo DMV today, and I'm wearing my Jets colors because I slept in it, right? And I'm at the DMV, and some dude tells me, "Hey, you get something on your shirt," and he's dressed head to toe in Niners gear, looking all fierce. But I just had a big smile because I am so psyched to see our $70 million quarterback finally get some plays against a good team, but a team who has a hard time winning. Obviously, the big game, but Shanahan knows he screwed up that call in overtime in the Super Bowl. He's been living with it. He knows what he did, and now he knows what I did. I know what he did. Anyway, Aaron Rodgers is going to have a big night tonight. That's all I got.
Mark, I don't even understand your last comment, so I'm not even going to go there. But I also I bet you already know exactly how I'm going to respond to this. If you want to say that Kyle Shanahan has had poor coaching moments in Super Bowls, you're going to sit down and I think you can have a healthy argument or debate about that. If you want to say Kyle Shanahan can't win the big game, I'm sorry, you've missed a bunch of NFL games. You just have. Like, the actual function of coaching a football game is no different in the Super Bowl than it is in the NFC title game or any other playoff game. The idea that Kyle chokes in big moments or can't put together a game plan in a big moment is just silly to me. Brock Purdy, so young in his NFL season or career, already has 4 playoff wins. That matches people who've been in the league for years, like Matt Stafford and beyond. All right, Jake Hutchinson, our man on the scene, is inside the building, and he's going to bring us that scene coming up next. Stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos while enjoying a variety of local wines and live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll. That's Friday, September 20th at 6 p.m., sponsored by State Street Market and Madsen Fine Art Gallery. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about
a little bit. You want to know why?
Yeah, a little bit. We're getting closer.
Yeah, those doors are open. That's why. Yeah. The doors are open. So Willie and Dibby can tell you what it looks like outside, but only one person on our team can tell you what it looks like inside, and that's our man, Jake Hutchinson, covering the Niners like no other. Joining us on the River Islands guest line right now is our man, Hutch. How's it looking in there, Jake? Thanks for coming on.
It's good. It's good. It's nice to finally have some football to watch and not just some contract nonsense and other stuff.
No joke, but obviously those guys who took us through that journey are going to be center stage tonight. So what do you think the exact plan is for Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to put Trent out there for almost all the snaps. I think it'll depend on him and where he's at. I personally think it would be fun if they trotted him out at eligible and then pulled him out for a snap after that, put him in motion like they did back in 2022. They could do that. I'm not sure they will. I think Ayuk is not going to go full bore the way he normally would, but I think he's going to be out there, I guess at least 2/3 of the snaps, but we'll see how his conditioning, where they think he's at, but I think they're both going to be out there plenty.
Short of Ayuk being out there, what is the plan for the receiver when he's going to be on the bench?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Chris Conley. He's a guy they trust. They trusted him in the playoffs. He made literally a couple big catches. And he's just a guy that they know what to expect out of him. Like, he's not the most dynamic receiver they have, but he's big. He knows what to do, and they can trust him. I do think we might see a little bit of Jacob Cowing, but that might be more, in Deebo Samuel's spot at Z, but we'll see.
Our man Jake Hutchinson is inside the building as we count down and get ready. We're well inside of 2 hours until kickoff of the 2024 campaign for the San Francisco 49ers. Willard and Dibbs live on the scene at the Hilton across the parking lot, getting you all ready. Okay, Hutch, new coaching staff for the defensive side of the football. What are you looking for tonight with regard to differences?
Yeah, we'll see if, they've talked up this whole 3-4 thing. They were sort of open about that they've been experimenting with those wrinkles. Are they actually going to do that? Are they going to stand up Leonard Floyd, Nick Bosa, and try that a decent amount? Or is that something that, they're just trying to throw off the Jets? That's something I want to see. I also am interested, I would guess that they probably go George Odom at safety next to Jair Brown, just based off experience. But Nick Sorensen also threw Malik Mustafa's name out there. So do they get the rookie out on the field because they like Odom as a special teamer? He's an all-pro special teams player. Do they like Malik Mustafa, and have they seen enough out of him? It's a pretty young safety pairing against a veteran quarterback if they do that. That'll be interesting. And then I think Isaac Yiadom probably starts at corner, but I'll be interested if they choose Renardo Green over him. I think they probably go experience there, but we'll see.
And would you anticipate a lot of nickel coverage tonight and, really maximizing the fact that they do have such depth in the secondary and really only two legitimate linebackers you want to lean on?
Yeah, especially with D. Winters out. I think, they trust Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, but he is more of a special teams player than a pretty reliable linebacker. Either way, his team is going to run nickel like 75% of the time around there. I think, you want to get Lenore on the field, and I think they're still going to do the same thing they did last year where he's outside, bumps inside the nickel. But, yeah, I think you want Lenore at nickel as much as possible. And then, outside you probably just have Yiadom and Charvarius Ward. I think that's what they'll stick with, especially, with D. Winters not playing and Devondre Campbell being a veteran. You don't really have a lot of guys you can trust at linebacker outside of that. I think there's going to be plenty of nickel tonight.
Hutch, you've used the word trust a couple of times, and in a game like this and at the beginning of the season, that makes a whole lot of sense. But I'm interested in this crop of rookies. We know that Pooney is going to start, so there's that. But outside of that, who are the other rookies that you feel have really gained Kyle Shanahan's trust?
It's tough. It's tough to say because Kyle's trust can be, a fickle thing, right? You can have it and then it's gone in a moment. I think it's something that to prove it and to actually have that trust, you have to do it in a game. So I'm not sure, that they fully trust a lot of guys, but I'll go back to Jacob Cowing. I think he's going to return punts for them, and that in and of itself is a lot of trust, because Shanahan could just say, all right, Trent Taylor's going to go fair catch everything, but Cowing showed a lot in the preseason. I think that's a little bit of trust there. The other guys on the defensive side of the ball, I think they're going to have to see it. They've liked what they've seen. There's plenty to like. But again, week one against a veteran quarterback, we'll see. I think it takes a game, especially for Shanahan, for guys he's not directly overseeing, for him to fully buy in.
Speaking of trust, there's been a lot of talk about Christian McCaffrey and trying to maybe limit his carries and slow play the workload for him. How much do you think we're going to see Jordan Mason in that role, that backup role, kind of an alleviation for Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, that's something that should not be glossed over, folks, right? The fact that this is a calf/Achilles, not just a calf injury, that is something that has lingered from, I think it was week 17 of last year. That is something that Shanahan said it offhand, just when he said McCaffrey was hurt and, whatever, it's a calf injury. It's something to keep an eye on. That is not something you want to hear Achilles mention. I think it's something where Shanahan said specifically they want to take some of the burden off McCaffrey. Just generally speaking, I think tonight they should throw Jordan Mason out there a decent amount. But again, if you go down, and you're in a lot of passing situations, it's going to be McCaffrey out there. So if they get ahead early, I think they're going to have a pretty steady dose of Jordan Mason mixed in. But again, Shanahan, if he feels like the game's slipping away, he might just ride McCaffrey.
I mean, Jake, I haven't even been following the active, inactive lists. Can you confirm that Christian McCaffrey is even playing tonight?
Yeah, they haven't put it out yet, but he's going to play.
Okay.
I'd be stunned if he didn't. I think he'll be out there 100%.
Okay, and just to kind of follow up on that, I guess I'm going to sort of ask for just you reading the room. They throw out the word Achilles, and it makes all of us kind of freak out. When you look at the 49er coaching staff, do you feel like they seem concerned?
They try their best to not let us know how they're actually feeling. But I'm saying if this is a guy who led the league in touches last year, if I'm not mistaken, they fed him the ball constantly. This is a guy that you signed. Basically, they could have left his contract untouched and had no guaranteed money, but they extended him, or not really extended him. They reworked his deal where it's 2 years, basically fully guaranteed. This is a guy that you are betting on being here this year, next year, and then the third's a question mark. But they must think that he's going to be okay, or he's too good to really worry about it.
Yeah, and that's actually where you want to be is, having players who are so good that you feel like you have to extend them and make them whole. And, we had the Deebo Samuel contract that got reworked, and many people are looking to Deebo to have a big start to the season. What have you made of Deebo's camp and just how sharp he is coming into the opener?
Yeah, I think this is a game that sets up perfectly for him, where that's, especially with questions of McCaffrey and Ayuk not having a full camp and all this stuff, some tunnel screens to Deebo, getting him the ball in a Jimmy G style way, that would make a whole lot of sense to me. He's looked really good. He's looked healthy. He's been in shape. I think he said he lost a few pounds. He's just looked really good. And this is a game where he's a physical player. You want to get the ball in his hands and take some of the burden off those other guys. I expect a steady dose of him tonight.
Jake Hutchinson, our man on the Niner beat, is inside the building and helping us get ready for this one on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs on the scene at the Hilton tailgate, getting ready for the season to open up. 49ers versus the Jets. Jake, hey, what do you take from sort of this narrative that we all feel after watching games all weekend where the defenses seem ahead of the offenses? Are you expecting that to be the case tonight as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's especially given the fact that this is the first time, we're really going to see the Aaron Rodgers offense. He's coming off an Achilles. I mean, Kirk Cousins looked terrible coming off his Achilles injury. Old quarterbacks, not being able to grip and rip it. And again, Rodgers is a guy who's been able to buy time in his career by being mobile. I mean, that's something that if the Jets don't look in sync, I would not be shocked at all. I think the 49ers having a pretty weak training camp. They often come out slowly. That's just sort of their habit. I wouldn't be shocked if both these offenses look a little disjointed tonight.
How much pressure do you think there is on Nick Bosa to have, I don't know if a bounce-back season is fair, because I thought he was pretty good last year, but it feels like there's a lot of pressure on this defense with a new coordinator squarely on Nick Bosa.
Yeah, no question about it, especially like Leonard Floyd is a veteran, but it's not like he's got a deep bag of moves. He has been on the decline. If you just watch him, even if you watch him with the Bills in the playoffs this year, he's been talked up a lot. But he's more of a cleanup guy where Bosa gets the pressure and he can clean it up that way. But he's not doing a ton of winning, at least the last few years. So, yeah, there's a ton of pressure on Bosa to get home. And I think him having a full camp for really, I think it's the first time he's actually had a full camp with the Niners. I would expect him to have a really strong start. You saw a lot of the best edge rushers in the league getting home in week one. I think he's going to hold himself to a very, very high standard. So, yeah, I think there's pressure on him, but I also think he's putting more pressure on himself than anybody else is.
Hutz, that's a whole lot of questions without the word Brock Purdy coming up. My body's starting to shake. It's starting to shake over here. So let's get to it right here. He has had a full camp as the Niners quarterback for the first time. He has bulked up. What are you expecting from him this year? What do you want to see him do that he hadn't done yet?
Yeah, I think Purdy, like if he had the same season this year that he did last year, he'd be content with that. I honestly think the thing he needs to do to elevate this offense is feel free to run a little bit more. You know, there's some times, and I think honestly that'll come down to the playoffs more in the regular season. But when he can pick his spots and stretch defenses a little bit more with his legs and take little 6-7 yards when it's there and slide every time. Do not take hits, especially in the regular season. Get down. I think that's something that could open up a little bit more. But again, if he is just putting the ball in the right spot and doing the thing where, you know, Jimmy Garoppolo could only throw it between the hashes, and even then he'd often throw it into double coverage. Like, Brock is stressing defenses, and if he continues to do that in the deep third and down the sidelines, and he shows that pocket presence that is elite and that little ability, you know, to run away, kind of like prime Russell Wilson. Like, he's got a little bit of that, just the last second spin out. If he keeps doing that, this offense is going to click. And, you know, I don't know what else he can do last year, but if he just does a little bit of that, same that he did last year, I think they're going to be good.
Hutch, it's been a minute since he's been here, but Robert Saleh is an ex-Kyle Shanahan assistant. So does that mean anything tonight? What do you got on this coaching matchup?
Well, he ran the stairs as he, you know, loves to do. So he got back here, and, you know, Saleh's still yoked and in insane shape. It's funny because you always do the thing, right, where when it's like Shanahan versus McVay or LaFleur, all these guys know each other. All these guys know what to expect, and you kind of wonder, are they going to overthink it? Are they going to do it a little bit different? It'll be interesting, but I think both of these teams are built in similar ways. They run sort of similar offenses. I don't know if there's going to be too many surprises. I think they'll know what to expect. I think the biggest wrinkle could be, you know, if they threw a little bit more 3-4, like I mentioned before on the defensive side. But, you know, I think these teams are going to know each other pretty well and know for the most part what to expect.
Hutch, great stuff, man. Thank you for bringing us the feel and all the stories and breaking for the listeners that Christian McCaffrey will play.
Yeah, it's breaking.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
There it is. Jake Hutchinson, our man here on 95.7 The Game, inside the building, getting ready. We want to keep taking your calls, so stay patient. Those of you on your way to the game, or if you're already here getting ready, we're coming to you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anything Niner related at all, you take it where you want to go. But that's what we're going to do right now, because one of our brethren is here.
You can't stop this man. You can't stop him.
It's almost like Clark Kent.
Even contain him.
It's like Clark Kent going to Superman when Joe goes from host to fan. It's like, forget 49er
right
host.
Now he's in the phone
fan.
booth right now. He's in the transition period. Yeah, no doubt.
Coming by to see Willard and Dibbs here at the Hilton. What's up, man?
What's up? This is great. What energy. I love seeing the Hilton packed like this. If you're on your way in, come in, say hi to everybody. Get a photo with look. I got my buddy Jamie here today. Jamie, Jamie. Die-hard Jets, Mets, Knicks, and Islander fan.
Respect. That's okay.
It is respect.
That's okay.
I said to him, so we play a lot of softball together. He's a great pitcher. Play a lot of ball. He always goes, oh, my Jets, my Jets. When are the Jets ever going to be out here? I said, you know what? I'm going to bring my boy Jamie. He's never been to Levi's.
No, I'm only mad at you if you're from Danville. But are you from New York? Well, then
that's what I'm saying.
You're doing what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. And so there's nothing better. I got a chance.
He does have the Mark Sanchez jersey on, which is hilarious.
He lost some weight, and the wing for Bet one doesn't fit him. And I said, you know what? Good for you. But this is why I love this day. I was thinking about my dad today. I know you've lost your father.
Oh, dude.
My dad used to take us out to opening day every year for the Niner games. I was blessed to be able to go with my grandfather, to go with my father for a long time, my brother. I got to bring my boy Rocco. Rocco and me, how many games we been to? 60, 70 games? Maybe more?
So many.
Like, legitimately. And
he says 85. That's what he's wearing.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the Kittle jersey. Yeah. But this is a special day for me, and the fact that it opens up at home, 10-year anniversary of Levi's, which that's got its own emotions kind of wrapped into it. And Monday Night Football, because Monday Night Football is what we all remember as a kid in the living room. You know, exactly. And for Brock Purdy to be going up against Aaron Rodgers, there's just so many stars aligning. Robert Saleh. I want to see Nick Sorensen in this defense. I think the thing no one's talking about, maybe I'm overestimating it, but without Dre Greenlaw, who is going to play that opposite linebacker position?
Right.
And this is, one of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever lived, right? And Aaron Rodgers.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
And we have to pass this along, both with an apology based on what we were just told from Jake Hutchinson inside the building, but this is a shocking piece of breaking news.
No.
Christian McCaffrey is inactive tonight. Christian McCaffrey is inactive for this football game based on the calf and Achilles injury, and he will not play. It is Jordan Mason's night.
Look,
what's your reaction, guys?
I mean, this is huge because this is the best player on the team. You can talk about Trent Williams all you want, and I hear you. Trent was here before. CMC changed this organization. He's the cover of Madden, for crying out loud. This is the safety blanket for the run game, for Kyle Shanahan, for Brock Purdy, all the checkdowns. The synergy those two have on those option routes is unlike anything else I've seen in terms of he knows where he wants to go and how to exploit a defense. Jordan Mason now gets elevated to the top of the depth chart. He's not a great pass blocker. Does this mean more Kyle Juszczyk back there? Does this mean you use Debo in the way that you used him 2 or 3 years ago?
It probably means more George Kittle staying in too. And
absolutely.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it feels to me like
this is huge.
We talked about it before, like maybe with Ayuk on a little bit of a pitch count.
He is.
It felt like it was going to be more of a 22 personnel game anyway, with 2 tight ends and 2 running backs. So
as a schemer of schemes, as a thrower of throwers,
I love the scheme, and I think more about it now. And it's going to have to be a much more conservative scheme without CMC.
Look,
and man, it turns out it was maybe more than the bug bite, Mark.
Listen.
You and I talked about it all camp. Mark thought that it was just like a bug bite.
When I saw calf ankle, I'm going to be real with you. PTSD for 2 guys: Greenlaw, who's been dealing with it all last year,
and Kevin Durant,
and KD.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
Doubt,
What I wonder, and maybe the story will come out, because you're right. I've been wrong. If this is something that was serious,
well, they've downplayed it.
But I wonder if something also happened. I wonder if there was a reaggravation sensation.
That's a buck, yeah.
But I was also curious immediately what this would do to the line.
What did it do?
Not as much as I would have thought.
Well, quarterbacks are only a couple points on the line.
It depends on which one.
That's
obviously.
true.
We had our guy on from Vegas a couple weeks ago, and he said Mahomes can be as much as 8 points.
John Avello,
He said Brock is
the greatest player ever.
Yeah, Brock is about 3 or 4.
That's still a lot.
Christian, the game was 4.5. It's now 3.5.
Yeah, so it's a
Christian
point.
was just a point. But that's oh my gosh.
You guys have in fantasy?
No.
I got Jordan Mason. I was way ahead of the curve
on that. But you're not playing him, though.
No.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Like,
hell no.
As a Niner fan, I mean, this is the Madden curse coming to life for us.
Yeah.
This sucks.
Well,
this absolutely
it's only
sucks.
1 week, so it's not a full-on Madden curse yet. But
look, I'm not pretending to be a professional athlete.
No, I get it.
I had really bad plantar fasciitis, which bled into my Achilles.
Ooh.
And this is something you deal with for months. not weeks.
Yeah.
And it's just,
well,
this
especially
is a tough
when you are an explosive change of direction athlete like he is.
Everything in his game is predicated on jump cutting, slowing down, exploding, pushing onto that cut.
Yeah.
I mean, think about all those plays where they toss it to him. You got Banks and Trent leading the left way, and he goes, stop, cut, back through. And the burst and explosion, the way he gets narrow. Christian McCaffrey, look, Roger Craig had a more comprehensive career. Frank had a more comprehensive Niner career. He's the best talent they've had at the position, with all respect to Joe the Jet Perry and John Henry Johnson.
Well, it's such a game changer because we watched the NFL over the weekend look like defenses were ahead of offenses in most cases. And now, obviously, this is a game where a lot of eyes, at minimum, were going to be on one quarterback because we haven't really seen Aaron play in 2 years. And now, in a way, this is what a lot of the negative voices about Brock Purdy have been waiting for. Let's see what the offense looks like without Christian McCaffrey.
Whether he has one weapon, 50 weapons, people are always going to be waiting for this man's downfall.
Sure.
It's honestly, Mark, I've come to the realization, whether you think he's good or not, the only way he can get everyone's approval, I'm talking about Brock Purdy, he has to be throwing to Mark, Dan, and Shasky every single drive all year with Matt Nahigan as his center and Lucas as his left tackle. Like, no matter what he does, it will always come with the, yeah, but Shanahan, yeah, but Trent Williams. It's unfair. It is so unfair. Name me a good quarterback that didn't have weapons. Yeah. Name me a Hall of Fame coach without a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, name me a Hall of Fame quarterback without a good coach. Like
they're few and far between.
It's impossible. It's impossible
really is.
To have a good quarterback without a good coach and without weapons. And so, yeah, Brock Purdy's penalized for that until he makes $60 million. And then when he makes $60 million, whatever they have left, then maybe he'll be able to be judged fairly.
Look, I watched a lot of poor quarterback play yesterday. Just a lot of poor quarterback play.
Yes.
And the thing that I think that, and I'm guilty, I'll raise my hand, like throwing the ball and running it neck up. Are you intelligent pre and post snap? And I'm not talking about it like book smarts. I'm talking football intelligence. Can you rhythmically throw guys open and read zone? He can.
First of all, that's absolutely true. But I think then you also have to have the body that keeps up with your brain. It's no different than what all of us experience in life when you're like, whoa, my brain still works at high school level when I'm on an athletic, but my body won't do it. That's what I'm watching for Aaron tonight. For instance, Kirk Cousins has got a great brain for the game. It looked yesterday like the body is not going to keep up with that brain. So if you're just joining us, the breaking news is Christian McCaffrey, a surprise inactive tonight for the 49ers. So that means Jordan Mason will handle the lion's share in the backfield, and obviously it is a complete game changer as far as the offense is concerned. Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast is here as a fan, stopped by, and is hanging out a little bit as we break all this down.
This one, to me, is super sexy for a variety of reasons. Aaron Rodgers, top of the thing. I mean, the guy comes out with the flag last year in New York City and played 3 snaps, right?
Yep.
The Jets thing is just amusing to watch from afar. It's got like a car crash kind of a thing. But honestly, I have zero ill will toward like the New York Jets.
Yeah. They're like the Cubs of the NFL, kind of like.
Yeah, but even the Cubs had history with the Giants, so I didn't like the Cubs, right? Okay. But I hear what you're going.
Yeah.
They're even more tortured because they're not even good enough to get to the playoffs.
Exactly.
And I look at what they've got going. Robert Saleh he's playing for his career. Joe Douglas is playing for his career. You normally don't get second swings when you whiff this big. I look at the 49ers, and the question's always like, hey, can they keep it going? Can they keep it going? What does Brock look like without the All-Stars? Yeah. People are waiting for this man's demise. I've been circling this guy's name all year, and I'm really interested to see, because we're all quick to jump ahead. What's going to happen next year? Deebo Samuel. This team needs a Deebo Samuel tone-setting moment early in the game. I would run that pop, jet sweep, whatever you call it, where it's him and Sauce out on the end. I want to see Deebo go right through Sauce Gardner like he did Jalen Ramsey all those years against the Rams and set the tone physically, because the interior of this defense is going to suffocate them without CMC.
No doubt.
They're going to stack the box.
Well, especially you got a rookie guard, and we all like Dominic Pooney, but we don't know how he's going to hold up in his first NFL start. And Trent Williams, I was telling Mark, you're going to see him sucking wind tonight if you get into a 9, 10, 11 play drive.
I know.
The big fella in his 16th year is going to be getting fatigued at the end of long drives. So without Christian McCaffrey now, I wonder if it doesn't change the game plan a little bit into more of a run-heavy approach.
A full list of Niners inactives that has just been released. Christian McCaffrey, Josh Dobbs, who is the third quarterback designation. Gross Matos, we knew. D. Winters, we knew. Hufanga, we expected. Also center Ben Barch and Darrell Luter Jr., the cornerback. There is your list of inactives, but it is breathtaking that Christian McCaffrey is on that list.
Well, and this is an interesting matchup for our secondary. We've been touting them. Diomino Lenoir, Charvarius Ward. Charvarius goes good against the bigger physical receivers. Mike Williams and him, I expect it be tangling. Mike Williams, I think Mike Williams is a good player. He's always been hurt. And then you get Garrett Wilson, who's the slippery player, and you're going to have him go up against Diomino Lenoir. I think this is a huge test for the secondary early on. And if there's a weakness in this defense, Rodgers will exploit it. Rodgers is the OC. It's not Nathaniel Hackett.
He's not, but I wonder about Rodgers and the rust. I mean, the last time he played was 4 snaps 364 days ago, and beyond that, he had a pretty down-ish year in Green Bay his last year, so I'm wondering about the rust of Aaron Rodgers against a Niner defense.
The weak year, which you're correct, it was a weak year for Aaron Rodgers, would have been far and away the greatest year any quarterback has ever had in New York Jets history.
Right.
I was looking at the number. Like, they've had one guy throw for over 25 touchdowns.
One guy.
Wow. I know that Niner fans, we're just snake bitten at quarterback. My boy's wearing a freaking Mark Sanchez jersey.
Yeah.
Like, he took them to the AFC Championship game twice.
Well, that's the thing. This franchise, at least in recent years, it feels almost Pittsburgh Steelers-esque recently, where it's like their record ends up better than it should be based on the output they have. Like, remember we looked at it last year? Absolute dreadful quarterback play. Found a way to be 7-10.
7-10.
They ended up and so I wonder.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Who we all think stinks.
And the same thing. Steelers yesterday. No offensive touchdowns. 1-0. Off we go.
Ayuk wanted to play with them.
Yeah. Well, or he didn't.
I mean, come on.
He really didn't in the end. He knew.
Guys, I gotta go because I'm gonna go. I gotta make a tailgate and I gotta go get my credential. Enjoy it. Go Niners. Let's overcome the CMC thing.
Here we go.
We'll see you
Here we go.
Thanks
Joe Shasky, Morning Roast, stopping by.
Joe Shasky.
Joe Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're going to stay with you here a little bit longer as we take this in and open it up to you. 888-957-9570. What does it mean now that Christian McCaffrey is missing this football game? And I would add, if this is going to have a calf/Achilles name to it, and he is, after missing all of camp, 3 to 4 weeks, still not ready to play tonight. Again, we don't know if there was a re-aggravation maybe, but either way, we've arrived at this point. How can we sit here and think that this is only about tonight? Like, I think that's your first thought.
Right.
They got another game in 6 days.
6 days.
They got a game in, so is this now something where the 49ers might have to play a period of time without Christian, number one? And number two, should they? Probably, once we know a little bit more about the nature of the injury, should they consider letting Christian get a little bit more time on the shelf to make sure he is 100% right before he goes?
Yeah, I would imagine that they're going to play him when he is 100% ready, which obviously isn't tonight. And so when he is ready, they're going to go ahead and play him. But knowing that it's a calf, Achilles kind of an issue, and the fact that he wasn't even able to give it a go tonight, that is troubling because, as you mentioned, throughout camp, it felt like they were just, resting him on the shelf, and it wasn't really a real thing. And, you even mentioned that he was running around at practice and he was, looking good.
He's been running on the side for weeks.
Yeah, on the side, running on the side, and then yet you get ready for an actual game and he can't go. So, yeah, it's troubling, and you do have a game in 6 days from now, and so you start to think about this season already a little bit differently.
Well, I tell you what, it never fails in the NFL. The whole world changes in an instant every single week. It never fails. You come out of this weekend of games, and what do we have? We got a new story about Christian McCaffrey. We got Puka Nacua, no September, maybe more. You got Jordan Love, no September, maybe more. Everything in the NFC suddenly changes and beyond, like here we are, the Bengals, oh gosh, they're off to a terrible start again. So like everything changes on a dime, and somehow, some way, especially after all of the touches last year, you just had a feeling that Jordan Mason was going to have some sort of a more significant role this season. And in this particular case, it starts right away.
Yeah, he gets the start, and it starts tonight. And that certainly is one thing that we talked about. And I was mentioning this before the Red and Gold Summit about the 5 things that you need to be a championship team. And one of them is health. And here we are, where you're opening up the year, and Trent Williams is going to play. And Brandon Ayuk's going to play, but not a full game. And Christian McCaffrey's not going to play due to injury. And you don't have Dre Greenlaw, and you don't have Talanoa Hufanga. So already your injury quest is starting out a little bit more difficult than it did last year.
Spread dropping like a weight. I told you it went from 4.5 to 3.5. Make it 3.
Okay.
It is down to 3. We'll see if the money that no doubt flowing in actually pulls it down below a field goal. You're getting a feel of how important Christian McCaffrey is. It's a 1.5 so far. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs live at the Hilton Santa Clara, getting ready for the game, which suddenly does have at least a bit of a cloud over it. Christian McCaffrey, a surprise inactive for the game tonight. Let's go to Zach in Redwood City. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up, Zach?
No, what's up, guys? You guys broke the news to me, so rest in peace my fantasy football team, because I was down 2.5 points with CMC left. Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah,
this is a joke.
Yeah, Zach, we'll let you say some more for sure, but like there are fantasy hearts breaking all over the place tonight because of the nature of this. There's no one left to pick up, the number 1 overall pick in most leagues, and people were relying on him for a big game tonight, and now they're going to get a big old goose.
Yeah, it's incredible, especially how suppressed the Niners and the media made this feel to me as a Niners fan, right? Like, I thought it was no biggie, but now I'm a little concerned, like most. Anyways,
I think that's fair.
The point that I was going to bring up.
Yep.
The point that I was going to bring up is, so I have it on my TikTok reels, Instagram reels. First of all, the holding calls in the championship, as well as us not knowing the overtime rules, which is something the media brought up right after the game as to why we lost. And I think, we still receive, if we don't receive the ball and kick it, I think we win that game. So there's my point, guys. I hope all is well.
Zach, thanks. First off, I think for the most part, most of us have moved beyond the Super Bowl, at least to the excitement of tonight. And I'm one of the weirdos out there that still thinks, even though it wasn't a good look, and even though I can fully understand the people who say with the overtime rules in the playoffs, you want the ball second, I can still wrap my head around a couple of things with regard to taking the ball first in overtime. A, your defense was totally gassed, so there's something circumstantial there. And B, to me, there's something interesting about going down there and putting a touchdown on the board. Maybe even go for 2 and stick that to the other team and be like, that's it. You've got to go. You got to go tie this thing. I get it if people think the opposite for sure. But I don't know. My overwhelming thought on that is, come on, it's a new season.
Yeah, it's a new season, and I'm not going to sit here at the Hilton with kick time here in about an hour and 10 minutes and dwell about last year's Super Bowl failure or the Super Bowl failure that happened before it or the fact that, they blew a 28-3 lead when he was the coordinator in Atlanta. That's not what the opener is about. It's opening night, and for me, it's more interesting, more compelling to talk about Christian McCaffrey, who's been ruled inactive for this game, and how things are going to, go from there. And I'm looking at our fantasy league, and the owner of Christian McCaffrey
is
starting Isaac Guerendo at running back.
Yeah, that's what your options are.
Whose team is Patrick Mahomes?
Who is that, Lucas? I don't know.
Who is Patrick Mahomes?
No joke. I'm getting texts from inside the building from my sons because Jude has Christian McCaffrey in a league and only needed 10 points. He's like, go pick up Kyle Juszczyk for him. You got to go get Juice. It's his only option.
Guerendo.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is Guerendo going to be the backup running back tonight?
Maybe.
I guess he is.
It's probably going to be a lot of Debo, I would imagine. Debo's going to probably carry the ball a healthy amount.
Are you going to line him up as an actual halfback, though?
At times.
At times.
Yeah. You've done it before.
But it's, I would hope, that you like the running backs you have enough to do things a little bit of a different way. Jordan Mason can play football now.
Yeah.
I know he's not the pass blocker that Christian is, but let's see this, man. You're Kyle Shanahan. You know how to call a football game when you've got this, that, or the other situationally. So if that means that George Kittle's got to be a little bit more of a blocker tonight at times, then that's what it means. But I also think that Jordan Mason is absolutely capable of going out there and giving you 75-plus yards on the ground tonight. I really firmly believe that.
Yeah, I don't know what the yardage is, and I don't even think it matters what the yardage is, but you've got to have an ability to run the football. We've talked about this a bunch with Kyle Shanahan and how he likes to do it 50-50, even split, run to pass. Well, now you don't have your bell cow. So how are you going to be successful running the ball? It's going to have to be doing it in a different fashion. And if it means a little bit of Garendo, if it means Deebo Samuel, certainly Jordan Mason's going to get a healthy dose of carries. And you've got to go out there and find a way to stay balanced, because that's what you do as a 49er team.
What a gut punch, though.
Yeah,
there's no way around this. What a gut punch.
Yeah.
For the 49ers and for the fan base as you start this thing. But then again, it's kind of like you say, and NFL teams know this, players know this. They always cruise around with a next man up mentality.
Yep.
Because there's no other choice. That's the way this game is played. You hate when it happens before the whole thing even starts, but that's the way they feel about it. And, the Niners remain the favorite in this football game, and I still expect them to be able to go out there and move the football.
Yeah, and the Jets are not going to go easy on the Niners because they don't have McCaffrey. I mean, this is professional football. Jeez, we're going to let Mason have a couple of carries because we feel bad. No, this is the way it goes in the NFL, and so you're Kyle Shanahan, and everyone wants to laud him as this genius. Okay, genius. Go out there and game plan around the fact that you don't have a guy who was top 5 in the MVP last year.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's fair. Again,
nothing's fair or unfair. Yeah. It's football. You have to go out there and win with who you have.
Yes, you do. But I'm not going to go suddenly now. Oh, Kyle, you got to score 31 points or you're a dork.
Not just win the game.
Yeah, win the football game.
The job is the same.
But I mean, listen, and for those frustrated with the idea that they kept this until the end, that's what you got to do to Robert Saleh. You don't want to tell Robert Saleh. You don't even want to insinuate that there's a problem with Christian McCaffrey. You want that team game planning for Christian McCaffrey as long as possible, and then with an hour to go to kick, let him know, actually, it's going to be Jordan Mason in between the tackles tonight. That's the way that this whole thing is going to play out. So, all right, 49er fans, 888-957-9570. Your reaction to the breaking news is welcome and wide open. There is no Christian McCaffrey in this game. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
It's the Kickoff Show with Willard and Dibbs, getting you ready for the huge Monday night game. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
Well, I tell you what, remember it was only about an hour and a half ago, but we're just dancing? They're just dancing out in the parking lot, having a good old time.
No doubt.
Putting some drinks in. And there's no two ways about it. You want to talk about the definition of a buzzkill, this is it. It doesn't take away from the fact that the Niners opener is here. The excitement for the season remains. The hope is still strong. But there is a big old bucket of water that just got dumped on a 49er fan in that Christian McCaffrey is out for this game. And we were just talking about this. Look, and I were having this conversation, and he brought up an interesting question, which is, wasn't it said throughout camp by Christian and the Niners that if there was a game that counted, he was already ready to play? And now here's a game that counts, and it's weeks later, and he's not ready to play. So my question number one post-game for Kyle Shanahan, and I'm sure it'll be asked, is what happened? Did something new happen to Christian McCaffrey? Is it a re-aggravation of something from earlier? What happened that changed that answer to no, we're not ready for a game that counts?
Could be just precautionary, but it seemed like all of the chatter heading up to tonight was that, if there's a game that matters, I'll be able to play, and it felt like it was not a huge deal. It was just a little bit of a calf thing, and he was going through all of what he was doing on the side, and he was running, and it seemed like he was trending toward being able to play. So I'm also a little surprised, even shocked, that McCaffrey's not going to go tonight, that he's been listed as inactive. And I wonder when he would have had any possible setback, because they haven't really gone through much in the way of rigorous practice, and he certainly hasn't been out there. So maybe it's just where he's close to being able to play, but the doctors have an eye toward the long game, and so they're going to hold him out as a precaution.
Well, I mean, he did practice this week, even though at times it was of a limited nature. And you know this as a radio doctor.
Yep.
You know that when it comes to muscular injuries like that, it's not like it takes some sort of contact or something weird to happen to re-aggravate these things. He could have just been running. And it, it starts barking at you a little bit. Who knows? And yes, it's week one, and you see the word Achilles. I would imagine that the 49ers, if there's any question at all, the right thing to do is to keep him out.
Right. Although with, these types of injuries, as we've seen, and I don't know the nature of the calf strain, if it is a strained Achilles, if it's the calf as it connects to the Achilles, we don't really know fully what the injury is, but we saw with Kevin Durant, that thing was largely a ticking time bomb, and there was no real amount of rest and caution that you could pay for that to get better. And I hope that this isn't that, because then you're looking at the specter or the scepter rather of something that really bad is going to happen. But for now, hopefully it's just precautionary, and he's able to come back on Sunday in 6 days and be able to go.
In Minnesota, yeah, absolutely. We should mention the name Patrick Taylor Jr. as well, as Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, has named actually Taylor potentially ahead of Garendo as the backups in this game. Now, maybe that was just the way he wrote it, but he wrote Patrick Taylor Jr.'s name first and Isaac Garendo second as backups to Jordan Mason tonight in the backfield for the 49ers. All right, we're drawing close. We're inside of an hour to the game. There's no Christian McCaffrey. However, the show must go on. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Bob in the city here on Willard and Dibbs live at Levi's. What's up, Bob? What are you doing?
I'm driving. I'm getting ready to watch this game. It's going to be great.
Yeah, Bob.
Let's go, Bob. No big deal. Just shoot it over some Novocaine. Didn't you see North Dallas 40?
Totally.
I'm just playing.
Yeah.
No, but anyway, I think this is a good omen, because now we get to see Jordan Mason. And I love the way he runs. He runs with authority, and I'm just waiting to see if this is going to be a really good breakout game for him.
Well, Bob, I mean, it's very silver lining thinking, But by the same token, there are a couple things to say in there. Not that you're rooting for these or want these, but it's reality now. Christian's not playing tonight. Okay, so what are some of the good things that come from that? 49er fans have been asking to see a lot more of Jordan Mason for a couple years now. Well, you're forced into it. It's not ideal, but here we go. So, I'm always big on when you get an opportunity, what do you do with it? And it's a big one for Mason tonight.
Oh, it's a huge ask. And I'm just looking at Adam Schefter on Twitter, and he points out that Jordan Mason making his first career start, he has never had more than 69 rushing yards, 11 carries, or 27 snaps in a game. So I would imagine the 27 snaps is going to be broken. Hopefully the 69 rushing yards is a record, a personal record that gets broken as well. But you're asking for a lot from Jordan Mason, who's been, the change of pace guy, the rest guy.
Mop-up guy.
The mop-up guy. And now you're asking him to come in and be RB1. That's a big one on a Monday Night Football game.
All right, so game plan it a little bit. If you were the 49ers and you're looking at what's reality now, how are you changing your approach to trying to get first downs?
I'm going to change it in that I'm going to look to use Debo a little bit more in the run game. Jet sweeps, and I'm also going to line up Debo in the backfield a little bit and get him involved. And, Jordan Mason, you're going to have to be the guy. Now, you're not going to lean on him like you lean on Christian McCaffrey, but you're going to have Jordan Mason tote the rock, and he's going to be the primary ball carrier. And other than that, I do think you're going to see a little bit more of the short, quick passing game, screens, and, let's see how we get the ball to Debo immediately and let him be a glorified running back on the edge.
I don't disagree with anything you just said, but where my mind goes, it doesn't immediately even go to Jordan Mason or Debo Samuel. It goes to Brock Purdy because he's running the show. And if you don't have that weapon, it's his job to get the ball to the other weapons. And I think as a Jets defensive coordinator, which is essentially what Robert Saleh is, where does your mind go? If you're thinking there's no McCaffrey, then Debo is exactly where every brain is going to go. And so my concern is that a very speedy Jets defense is going to be ready for that. They're going to be ready for jet sweeps. And one of the beauties of using a wide receiver the way they use Debo is the element of motion and surprise.
Right.
And I don't think you're going to have as much surprise tonight with the idea of Debo. Could you just line him up in the backfield and do some things? Yes, of course you can. If you block him well, you're going to get first downs. But I really think that in year 3, with a full training camp and extra pounds of muscle and all that stuff, right? If you're going to give the guy $60 million, hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Ball is yours, dude. Complete some passes. Let's go. You got your full complement of receivers. I know there's no Pearsall, and I know that Ayuk might miss some plays, but you've got a group out there along with George Kittle that I think, as you're saying, get the ball out of his hands, but also put it in his hands. He has to be able to get first downs without his full complement of weaponry.
And this is what so many people have been waiting for, clamoring for. Oh, what's Brock going to be like when he's not surrounded by all these all-stars? Well, here you go. This is the first crack at it because Brandon Ayuk is not going to play a full game, and Christian McCaffrey has been ruled inactive due to the calf/Achilles injury. So you're going to have Kittle, and you're going to have Debo, and that's about it for your skill weapon guys. I do want to point out something that you mentioned in the depth chart, Patrick Taylor Jr.
Yes.
In his 4th year.
Yes.
Spent 3 years in Green Bay. He's had 65 career carries.
Okay, how'd they go?
At 261 yards. So he's averaging about 4 yards a tote.
Out of babe. That's the number. That's what you want.
Hey, guy, he scored a touchdown. Now
you
in this
get
league.
4 yards a carry. That's a first down.
So he probably will be the backup ahead of Isaac Guerrero, who's almost. He hasn't played much at all.
No, I mean he's a rookie who also missed a good portion of camp.
Yep.
And so you're probably right. I hearken back to something Hutch said to us a short time ago, which really now comes into play with Christian McCaffrey being out, and that is that in a game like this, it's week 1, and you're going up against, I don't want to say a veteran-laden team because they've got some youth in spots, but because Aaron Rodgers is at the helm, it feels like there's experience on the other side. You've got to go with one word, and that's trust. And those rookies, Guerrero being one of them, you don't know if you can trust them yet. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had and just people I've listened to, whether it be on the radio, TV, direct conversations, people who have played the game talk about the difference in a regular season football game versus anything that these rookies have ever experienced before. So it's great that we've all decided, for example, that Dominic Pooney is he's just great. There's a wonderful draft pick, and he's phenomenal, and Baldy loves him on film, and so it's done. Pooney's great. Dude, there are people who shrink when the lights come on. And there's the opposite. There's the little camp guy who you're like, I'm not sure, and then the lights come on, bang, and they've got something. And this is a totally different speed that they're about to see tonight versus anything they've ever experienced before, high school, college, or camp. And so we'll see. And you don't know who you can trust yet when it comes to all of those rookies who've never done it before.
Right, which is why I do think that Jordan Mason will be leaned on because he's a guy who's been through it now. He's been here with the 49ers for a couple of years, and he's been the guy to tote the rock. Cam Inman points out that this will be Brock Purdy's first career start without Christian McCaffrey.
Exactly
so
right.
So it's going to be, as we look at the Dak contract and we look at everything else that we're talking about for the future, welcome to the NFL, Brock. This is a big night for him now.
How does that fact hit you? Because can I just share real quick, look, if you sat here and you were in control of the universe and you said, I'll offer you right now, you can have Christian back in this game, I'd be like, yes, done. But when you tell me, hey, this is Brock's first game without Christian, there's a piece of me that's like, all right, let's see it.
Let's see it. Yeah,
let's see it. That's interesting to me.
Yeah. I get that.
And the stakes are high, but not
really
crazy high.
No.
It's week one.
Right.
It's week one.
If they lose tonight, then they go to Minnesota 0-1.
That's right.
And 16-1 is still on the table.
The division is still on the table. If you lose tonight, you're a game behind the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, and the Seahawks.
And you face them in a few weeks.
And, and the Rams are in a little bit of turmoil, and Arizona's Arizona. But
think about it. The Rams are 0-1, and they've lost Puka Nacua for like a significant period of time.
Right. So the big focus for me is on the McCaffrey injury, and then beyond that, I'm kind of with you. Let's see it, Brock. Okay.
Yep.
You don't have Christian McCaffrey, and everybody's been waiting for, when you don't have McCaffrey and you don't have Debo and Kittle and Ayuk, then we'll see if you're any good. Well, now we get a chance to see him without a guy who finished fourth in the MVP, and we get a chance to see it.
Well, look, if we go back to last year, Brock's
third.
Yeah, but if we go back to games where Brock Purdy had to play without significant pieces around him.
Yeah.
Everyone goes to the 3-game losing streak and the fact that he played 3 games without Debo Samuel and Trent Williams, and there was no doubt that it looked like a lesser version of Brock Purdy. I will try to remind people it did not look like a quarterback who suddenly could not function. You were up against a good defense in Cleveland in a weather game, and you were given a deficit. And what'd you do? You moved your team down the field. You got into field goal range. The history would look on this very differently if Jake Moody makes that kick, and it's the kick he should make. Was it a perfect game? No. Was it a game that he could have, should have won? Absolutely. You go to Minnesota. I know how that ended, but the defense could not, over the next 2 weeks, in fact, against Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow, could not force one incompletion.
Right.
Literally could not force an incompletion. And Brock Purdy, if you may remember, there was that whole controversy about whether or not he was actually concussed coming out of the Vikings game.
I can't believe he wasn't.
He wasn't supposed to play in the Bengals game.
Right.
And then he did. But I just go back and I look at that, and was it a lesser version of Brock? Yes. What is a version that couldn't win a football game? No. And so there's a piece of me that does have a little interest in seeing something like this. How does this 49er offense function now with another very, very big piece out of the fold?
And especially when we look back at week one and we look at all of the shaky quarterback play and the fact that offenses look like they're a little bit behind defenses, and now Brock Purdy's going to come out and not have a full Ayuk, and Trent is fresh off the couch, and now you don't have CMC. for me, you said something earlier about 25 points. It might actually be 21 points.
Maybe.
This game might be first to 20 because I think the Jets are going to struggle a little bit with Aaron Rodgers and his rust. And I do think the Niner defense is better than what people are giving it credit for.
I do too.
And then on the other side now with no McCaffrey and Ayuk and Trent still kind of emerging from their offseason mothballs, I see this one as maybe a Wisnowski special.
I mean, look at last night, for example. You get to 20 points. What do you get? You get overtime.
Yep.
I don't know if you're going to win, but yeah, I would have a hard time believing that the New York Jets, unless they get maybe a defensive score or something like that, I got a hard time believing that they're going to get to 24 or north of it. And quite frankly, if they do, then I'd be real concerned.
Right.
Then I would be very concerned, not about Christian McCaffrey-related things, but about defense-related things. If you've got Monday Night Football in your building and full health and a 40-year-old quarterback coming off of Achilles and they go bust 27 on you, we got a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. Houston, or as Guru would say, NASA, we have a problem. And that, with the coordinator change and you've got new pieces out there and you've got Yadam who's going to start in the secondary. And so, yeah, a lot of pressure on this defense with the new coordinator to come out, and especially now that there's no McCaffrey, you got to pick up your offense maybe tonight because your offense is not going to be firing on all cylinders potentially with Trent getting his first football action since the Super Bowl. Brandon Ayuk, the same thing, and no CMC. Bit of a tall order, but this is where you look at Kyle Shanahan and you lean on that laminated play sheet because I'm sure he wasn't completely caught off guard by the McCaffrey inactive. I'm sure that he had a contingency plan in place in case McCaffrey wasn't going to be able to go.
He said early on in camp with all the holdouts that that's his job, is to have every contingency plan in place. That said, we also point to Friday, when Christian McCaffrey's injury designation came out and he was directly asked, is this a concern? And he said, quote, it's not a concern for me. Which, clearly made everybody believe, okay, then we're playing football on Monday night.
Well, I mean, what I heard him say is, my contract just got reworked and I got a bunch of guaranteed money, so I'm good.
That's not what.
Maybe a little cynical, but
that's not Christian at all. I mean, that's not who he is.
So from Friday, he's not concerned at all to Monday where he can't play.
Well, again, now you have to start going through and unpacking words and what does that mean by you're not concerned? Are you not concerned about a long-term injury, or are you just flat out not concerned because you can definitely play, or did something happen between Friday and today, which is also on the table in terms of how this all played out? I want to thank my buddy Jay who just texted in, which is a good point, and something maybe we should talk about. Next two games, which both happen over the next 13 days, will both be on artificial surfaces.
Yeah, not good. Not good, Bob.
Okie doke.
Like you always say, that's not good, Bob.
Not good, Bob.
Not good, Bob.
It's not good, yeah.
Well, the one thing about an Achilles on the hard surface is even if your Achilles are good, that's going to strain your Achilles no matter what. I think about days when I'm out even on the concrete as opposed to if I go running on the concrete or running on the trail, you can feel it. And these guys are highly tuned and highly trained athletes, and he's got an Achilles issue and a calf strain, and now you're going to put him on the carpet?
Well,
it's not good.
Look, I'm going to say what the bigger reaction to this news is. The bigger reaction is not, oh, bleep, he's not playing tonight. The bigger reaction is, oh, bleep, this might be a problem all year long. There are very few, and you know this, especially in the NFL, there are very few injuries that give you a warning shot, but this is one of them. And often, if a calf is bothering you or your Achilles is bothering you, every doctor will tell you that, yes, sometimes that does mean there is a weakening in the area and you are more vulnerable. You are more susceptible. And we've all watched it. We've all watched this happen from Kevin Durant to the other examples that we've brought up where one thing led to another. And my hope is that that's what the 49ers are doing right now and being very cautious. But the scary part is is maybe you do sit him week 1, 2, and 3 and find a way to be 2-1 when the Patriots get here in 3 weeks. And you're like, okay, well, now we're going to play him because he feels at full strength. Well, does he in the second quarter, or does that thing just bark again right when he gets out there? Or worse. Or worse,
yep. Instead of the bark, it's the bite.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about a calf / Achilles that you just can't do anything about it. It's not like you can, I guess you could have Achilles surgery, but then your year's over. So if you want to, if it's a partial or if it's, strain and you want to go in there and shore it up and do surgery, well, now you're gone for the year because the Achilles surgery is not one you come back from quickly. So the other thing is, you try to baby it. You pick your spots.
Yep.
You hope it quiets down. And then you play him. And, like you said, it could come back to haunt you. But right now, week 1, you take caution, and that's the smart thing to do. And you hope that, all right, maybe next week, Minnesota on Sunday, you're 1-0. You go to Minnesota on the turf, and maybe he still is where he is now. 80%, 75%, you sit him again, you slow play it as long as you can.
Maybe I'm a weirdo here, but there really is. Maybe. There's something about stuff like this that is kind of at a fundamental level what makes the NFL so unpredictable and so exciting.
Yeah.
I think about Brock Purdy from this standpoint. This is who he was. He was somebody who walked onto the field the same way Jordan Mason will tonight, while people were going, well, that's the end of that season. What the hell are we going to do now? And now, out of the next 21 games, he won 17 of them. And the 49ers have gone to 2 NFC title games, and they've gone to a Super Bowl. You don't know what you're going to find. There are a lot of players in the NFL. Hell, go over to the NBA. Isn't it who Draymond Green was once upon a time? There are a lot of people you find because somebody got hurt. Now, I'm not telling you Jordan Mason's about to be a star or anything like that, but I think he's a pretty good football player. I think he's pretty interesting, and who knows if it's Jordan or anything else for that matter. Hell, maybe it's Isaac Guerendo by the time we get to week 6.
It could be.
Or maybe Christian McCaffrey is back on Sunday, and everything is fine. All of these are maybes, but I just try to keep that optimistic mind of you don't know what you're going to find around the corner, and no team is that good if they can be taken down by the loss of one player, unless that one player
is your quarterback.
Is the quarterback.
Yeah, and I get that. And ultimately, the NFL season's about attrition. It's a battle of attrition anyway. And last year they had a great run. They didn't have that injury. They didn't have an injury to any of their really, really critical players. I know Trent Williams missed a couple and Debo missed a couple. Fine, but they didn't have long stretches without their big player. And this is it. This is their bell cow. This is a guy who was top 5 in the MVP voting, and he's going to miss week 1, and you hope that's it, but it's all about adjustments. And Kyle Shanahan now, it's next man up, and you figure out with that beautiful laminated play sheet how you're going to scheme it.
Well, let's find out, man. I'm also like my media brain works, where it's like when there are narratives out there, but they're hypothetical. I love when we get to a point, it's like, well, now we get to find out.
It's real.
Oh, what if the Niners ever had to play without McCaffrey? You know what it would look. No, you don't.
No.
You don't know. But now we're going to find out.
Yep.
So tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon with the roast and Steiny and Goo and you and I will be all over this, and we're going to have at least one page, one chapter in the book of what would the Niners look like without Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, it's either Mason looks good or Taylor or Guerendo, or maybe they fully abandon the run. Do they go more to Debo Samuel? I think that they will use Debo in the backfield a good amount, but ultimately now Kyle Shanahan and that beautiful laminated play sheet, you got to figure out how you're going to scheme it with a limited Ayuk, Trent off the couch, and no McCaffrey.
I wonder when he knew. I wonder when the playbook started getting the non-Christian playbook started coming together.
I would imagine this morning. I'm sure he knew before the word came out. I'm sure he had a good idea about where McCaffrey was. Yep. I mean, we all kind of assumed he was going to play.
Yep.
Maybe it's our fantasy football week 1 brains. Apologies to Sam Lubman, who has McCaffrey.
Oh, and thousands upon thousands of others who are listening to us right now who are devastated for themselves.
Sure.
For themselves on a night like tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. 888-957-9570. And still ahead as we take you up and beyond kickoff. Conversation we had last week with Rex Ryan. Fantastic. Good pieces of our Summit broadcast. All previewing all things 49ers, but still room for more of your phone calls and reaction to Christian McCaffrey being out of this game is next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40
It's the Kickoff Show with Willard and Dibbs, getting you ready for the huge Monday night game. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Coming to you live from the Hilton Santa Clara. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, here we are.
Here we are.
And we are counting down and getting close, but I got to admit something right out of the gate. Remember, like, I don't know, 2.5 hours ago, I was like, man, the vibes are impeccable.
They were at a 12 on a scale of 1 to 10.
The vibes are a little less impeccable now.
We've got Larry Fitzgerald and another Arizona Cardinal fan texting. They're playing Words with Friends.
Listen.
An hour ago, we had 300 people. We were like line dancing. We were bumping and grooving.
Yeah, and grinding, yes.
And now we've got Larry Fitzgerald having a Coors Light with... I don't get it.
I don't know. The ghost of Anquan Bolden? I have no idea.
Jonathan Gannon?
All I know
Rich Gannon?
I wasn't even necessarily referring to the fact that everybody left here and went into the game.
Go on.
I'm more referring to the fact that Christian McCaffrey is now not going to play in this game. But since you brought it up, it is a great mystery of the world, and I've always wanted to do, because you and I hold microphones for a living.
Yep.
Every time I see that, I want to go interview the people.
I do too.
You show up to a sporting event with a jersey or a hat of a team that's not playing. I've never, ever in my life understood, no, don't do it, Maddie. We got too many fish to fry right now. You don't bring those weirdos in here. Christian McCaffrey's out. Maddie was going to go. Yeah, go. Like, what? Just go ask him. What are you doing? Like, what? How do you get out of bed and you're like, honey, I'm putting the Larry Fitz jersey on. We're going to the Niner Jet game. Yeah. Like, what is literally the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
I love it. I support it. You know, you can fan however you want to fan. And maybe it's as simple as he didn't have anything else red to wear, and so this is as close as he could get.
But he's not fanning. That's literally not fanning. That's just being one of those.
Dakota fanning.
That's one of those people.
It's a 4.
Like, it's just somebody who just shows up to a party to try to get the cops called. That's essentially who you are. You're trying to get the cops called.
Well, we're getting a live interview with our brand manager. He's out there. He's getting to the bottom of it. So
anyway,
yeah, the vibes are a little bit different than they were before. And you're right. The Christian McCaffrey news has put a little. I wouldn't say it's a damper, but it's a pre-damper.
I would.
Well, if they go out and they win the game, it doesn't matter. It's not a damper.
It's absolutely it is.
It really
is.
There's
fear of Christian. I understand that, but you're thinking of it in terms of 1 week. I'm thinking of the bigger picture.
Well, we don't know the bigger picture. So,
like, here's something that we've got right now in this moment that we've never had since Christian McCaffrey got traded. We've got an injury to worry about.
Yeah.
I know he almost missed one game last year, and then he didn't.
Yeah.
Like, he has not missed games since his acquisition. We certainly have never dealt with anything that felt like it could be a long-term injury with Christian McCaffrey. And until the 49ers step forward and answer questions about this after the game, that's where we sit, bud.
Well, I'm more just focused on the game and staying in the moment.
Sure.
And, you know, this is something that you and I have talked a lot about, is just enjoying the game. And you get 17 of these over the course of 18 weeks. And so for tonight, is it a bit of a bummer? Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. It's the Monday night opener. For me, the joy and the thrill and the excitement of a Monday night opener against the New York Jets outweighs the potential bad news of a Christian McCaffrey injury. Hopefully he's not out for long. He's out tonight. We know that. And then you look at week 2, and by the time we get into midweek next week, we'll have some clarity, I would imagine, of what we're looking at. But for now, yeah, it's a bummer, but for me, it's not going to cast a pall over what's going to be a spectacular night.
No. Look, if they go out and play effective football, I'm with you there. I just mean that this is a story that kind of goes ... No matter what the final score of the game is tonight, this is something that is going to be literally the lead story across the country in terms of football tomorrow. You can have a Jordan Love injury and a Puka Nacua injury, and those are both a really big deal. And if those are a really big deal, then this is a really, really big deal. This is Christian McCaffrey, #1 overall fantasy pick, top non-quarterback MVP favorite of the league, leader in touches and leading rusher and all of that stuff. This is a monster story. And so, yes, my curiosity is high. My optimism remains high, but this is a scary situation for a year where people are telling the 49ers, you win the Super Bowl or else. I mean, that's another place where my head goes. For all of you Super Bowl or bust people, this is one of the reasons why you got to stay week to week. Yeah. You have to stay week to week because you have no idea what the team even is that you're telling has to win the Super Bowl.
You don't know what the team is and what the team will be. And this from Adam Schefter, who offered more details on McCaffrey after speaking to various officials. He adds, quote, "It looks like there's a real strong possibility McCaffrey will not play Sunday against the Vikings as well." Adam Schefter from the field in the pregame. So not our worst fears, but maybe our next level fear about the longevity of this. And this is from Schefter. It looks like there's a real strong possibility McCaffrey will not play Sunday against the Vikings as well.
And if they're saying that 6 days before kick, they're saying that publicly. You also have to translate it in the way that media works. I would tell you that means almost assuredly that Christian McCaffrey will not play 6 days from now.
Well, you nailed it, too, with the artificial surface. And don't they have an artificial game the week after that as well?
Los Angeles Rams.
So there you go. So now we start thinking about back-to-back artificial surface games. And I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but you're right. The fact that Schefter already is using words like real strong possibility, and this is after he spoke to various 49er officials.
All I can think of right now, my guess, and that's all this is, a complete guess, but what this feels like to me, something happened over the weekend. Something happened in a workout over the weekend. I don't know that. That's how it feels to me when I track where this story has been over the last 4 weeks, what people said, what Christian said at his locker on Friday. You know, yes, Kyle Shanahan sounded evasive about this at a minimum, but why wouldn't he? It's an injury. Coaches don't stand in front of podiums and say, well, like he's got a little pain.
Totally.
You know, when he wakes up in the morning, it takes him a little bit to loosen it up, and then he goes to the bathroom. And no.
Okay, TMI.
They just look at you and go, questionable.
Yeah.
He's questionable. And the question was no. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah.
No, he can't play. And so it feels to me, though, like with knowing all of that maybe this is one of those muscular injuries that started barking again as Christian was working out over the weekend, because how would it go from where it was in camp to now out for one game and doubtful for the next? You know, now you're talking well into late September now, all of a sudden, until Christian McCaffrey is ready to play football.
Yeah, and you had him already miss the entirety of the preseason schedule, so even when he does return, you feel like there's going to have to be a little bit of a ramp-up period to get him into midseason form, and the fact that he's inactive tonight and they're already casting doubt, like you said, doubtful, we won't know until we get closer to Sunday what the actual designation is, but it feels like it's more doubtful than it is questionable at this point. So that'll be, 2 weeks in, and you start to really think about the long-term effect of whatever the injury is.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Couple things also to let you know. In about 10 minutes, you're going to hear a very good, healthy portion of what we thought was a wonderful conversation at our Summit event last week, where all 6 hosts here at 95.7 The Game previewed all things 49ers going into the season. You'll hear that coming up in 10 minutes. Rex Ryan after that a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour as the game is getting started. But the main thing we want to remind you is that after the game ends tonight, get ready for overtime on 95.7 The Game. And the cool thing about that is it happens the second the game ends. You don't need to wait for people to play highlights and say this, that, and the other from the booth and down here, and let's go over there before you get a chance to call in and react. Your first chance to do that is on 95.7 The Game with Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Kyle Madsen. Great crew. They know the Niners inside and out. They are emotionally attached to the 49ers. I have no doubt that they will, again, do a great job. Best postgame show in the Bay. More importantly, your first chance to join a postgame show in the Bay. Soon as the game's over, the guys are taking your calls at 888-957-9570. So that is coming up right after the game ends, and we invite you to join us and be a part of that. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Another thing that does pop to mind, though, as you start to imagine the idea of at least a portion of September, maybe without Christian McCaffrey. You and I had this conversation last week. If you do want to look at the 49ers schedule, in theory, on paper, first half of the season, easier than the second half of the season. Therefore, we gave heightened importance to getting off to a good start to the year. And now you're starting the year without Christian McCaffrey. And so I think, the urgency of these games, in a way, almost ramps up a little bit. You'll play the Rams with no Puka Nacua. That's good. You're playing a Viking team next week in the Sam Darnold Bowl.
Ooh.
They were playing the New York Giants, but they had a good opener.
Sure did.
Yesterday. You've got this Jets game tonight, and then we'll see what's going on after that. But my first reaction, I know what if Debo and Jordan Mason? My first thought is, okay, defense, let's see it. Because the Niners are going to need to play really good defense. They are a little bit less of a high-powered offense than they were a couple hours ago.
Absolutely, without Christian McCaffrey. And so the defense, I think, was always going to be in the bullseye targeted here as they go up against Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be rusty, and a Jets offense that was really bad last year, but largely because they didn't have quarterback play. And here you are at home, and it's a little bit of a Nick Bosa, get-back game. And I talked to Jake Hutchinson about that when he joined us about an hour ago, about Nick Bosa and his motivation, because last year was a little bit of a quote-unquote down year. It wasn't as bad as many people thought, but certainly he comes in now, and he's going to want to come out with his hair on fire and wreck this game if he can.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's sort of like it all kind of reels back to the start and the beginning, and that is the pass rush for the 49ers. That's the group that had to answer questions throughout the second half of last year about what is it that's really going on with this scheme that doesn't feel right. That's the group that in the first half against the Detroit Lions looked awful, looked absolutely awful. Like at times the Packer game was wobbly. I thought certainly much better in the Super Bowl. But against the Detroit Lions, if you really want to go, when was the height of your concern of what's wrong with these guys?
Right.
It was the first half against the Detroit Lions. And even in the second half, if we all want to be honest with ourselves, beautiful, beautiful comeback and balls bouncing off the helmets. And we love all of that. And the guys do deserve credit. Never forget that the Detroit Lions dropped balls.
Oh, yeah.
They dropped balls that
Reynolds on fourth down.
They would have won the game if they had not dropped those balls. So does the defense get credit for that? I mean, kind of no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You do.
Yes, but you know what I mean? It wasn't like somebody went out and made a play.
Right.
It was like the Lions had cement hands.
Yeah, the Lions had opportunities.
I want to see this group be better tonight.
Yeah, they should be better, and I wonder how much of it has to do with the coordinator, because they didn't feel like they were ever on the same page. And one thing that I've learned more and more over the last couple of years watching the NFL and listening to people who really know what they're talking about, the pass rush and the coverage have to match up. And you and I talked about it all last year, where it didn't feel like the rush and the coverage matched up a lot, where you're going to bring extra guys, you're going to bring a blitz, or you're going to rush 5 or 6, and the secondary is playing 7 yards off. So then it becomes an easy pitch and a catch. Or you rush 4 and you don't bring a blitz, and during those times you had the secondary playing press man, and you're not getting any real heat on the quarterback, so he has time to wait for guys to get open, and they're able to make plays in the pass game. The matching of the rush and the secondary is something I'm really looking forward to tonight, because that was one of the big criticisms of the old coordinator.
Are you ready for everybody's favorite, most fun moment of every single week on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game? Are you ready for this? Because the spread was 4.5.
Yeah.
And then Christian McCaffrey was out and it went to 3.5. And then people freaked out and it went to 3. And then it went back to 3.5.
Oh, boy.
And so that is the live line right now, as it popped back up to over a field goal, which is significant. Ladies and gentlemen, the 49ers are laying 3.5 against the New York Jets, and it is time to fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Oh, I can't get over the part where the whole crowd is there.
I don't even know where that came from. That must have been from the breakfast with.
It sure was. Maybe.
It completely.
Little Birdie. Yeah. Everybody's shrugging shoulders. Nobody knows where that came from.
Who knows?
It was just people walking down the street.
That's right. Who
and
just
they got
happened to
together
chime
and they're
in.
like, hey, everybody, come here. We got to say something.
Well, I'll tell you what the lock of the day is. And for those of you who are interested in Fade the Dibbers, you're probably not going to like it because the pick is in. I like the pick. You take the Niners and you lay the 3.5.
Oh.
This defense is better than people think. And you know what, Brock Purdy, it's your time to shine, Brock, even though you don't have CMC, the laminated play sheet, Rusty Rogers. I like the Niners. It'll be a low-scoring affair now, 21-17.
Oh, God.
You take the Niners and you lay the point.
Oh, my God. You're calling a half-point victory? Calling a half-point victory?
I said cuckoo.
You did, and Grandy played it. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cuckoo.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, all right, lock it in. So, again,
fade
the
me at your
Dibbers.
own risk. Yeah,
Well,
I'm 1-1.
No,
so
but
are
just
you.
to let people know, yes, that's right. Well, so the way this is going to play out is primetime games all year long.
Oh, yeah.
We're testing a theory that Mark Grandy and Lucas Alexander have been building an entire 401k and Roth IRA together around, which
Whatever. Lucas came back to work. He couldn't have made that much money.
Well, he goes on vacation every other week now
That's
because
a
he's
good
made so much
point.
money over
That's
the last
fair.
few months. Anyway, they've been betting against your picks all summer long. They feel like there's something there.
Yeah.
And so when there's an NFL primetime game, we will get your pick, and the public can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
If they're like, I'm not fading the Dibbers.
No chance.
Then you don't have to.
Team Dibber.
But on the Thursday night opener,
yeah,
you missed that one.
Yeah, I sure did.
And then the Friday night,
bad beat on
Brazil,
Thursday.
you got it.
Nice bounce
You
back.
are 0-1 in America.
Okay.
And this game is in America.
Good point.
So you have not nailed a game on American soil yet this year.
You put it that way.
And I'm pretty sure I'm looking outside. Looks like America to me.
Yeah, it's kind of like America.
You know?
We're down here in Santa Clara.
As Dabo Sweeney once called it, middle of nowhere USA or somewhere California, whatever the hell he said. But here we are.
Yep.
And so the theory gets put to the test again tonight. And I, for one, Dibbers, boy, I'm rooting for you tonight.
Yeah, I know you are.
I'm rooting for you
It's
tonight
your
real
team.
hard.
You and the lovely Christy are resplendent with your Niner gear.
We're glad, man.
We're all geared up and we're all ready to get in there and watch this one. I thought about pivoting to the Jets, but the more I think about this, I think that Aaron will be rusty. Okay. And I do think that the Niner defense, especially the front, has been underrated and undervalued. I think this defense comes out tonight and they set a tone. Jordan Mason does just enough to, keep the Jets honest, and I like the Niners by 4.
Okay.
3.7. They'll win by 3.7.
I don't like 21-17, though. What do you got against Jake Moody? That's not, I feel like you're not including him in this.
7 field goals. Hello.
Okay.
Duh.
That was funny.
Can I go home now? Thank you.
You can, actually, but you're not.
Okay.
You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
Totally.
Yeah. No, I feel like, actually, in watching a lot of NFL games this weekend, you know how offense is. It's one thing to be in sync. A lot of teams weren't. It's another also, though, to be able to function in the red zone.
True.
And so we saw a lot of teams have to settle for 3 a lot. Pittsburgh Steelers won a game because they just did it all day long.
6 threes, right?
6 times. And won the game 18-10. So I'm not saying that the 49ers are going to do that. I do think they'll get into the end zone, but I think Jake Moody's leg is going to be a part of this football game tonight.
Yeah, I think so. And, he reportedly was making them from 58 in warm-ups. I didn't get a chance to see it. I've been here with you at the Hilton. Happy to be here at the Hilton, but the reports are he was booming them in the pre-game warm-ups. And, yeah, it is a little bit breezy, Lucas.
A little breezy. Hey, great job. Great job.
Brother.
I hope that nobody
Yes, sir.
fades the Dibbers tonight. I really don't. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. And one more reminder, you know where you need to be after the game. There's only one place that's going to take your phone call the second the game ends, and that is overtime on 95.7 The Game with our guys, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, and Kyle Madsen. Best post-game show in the Bay. It starts the second the clock hits 0. The guys will be taking your calls all night long. All right, the summit from last week. Great build-up conversation to the start of the 49ers season, and here it is on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 27th through September 29th for their fall clearance sale.